Transcending into the Marvel Universe, Nan Zhou has become a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., navigating a world rife with danger and intrigue. Fortunately, he possesses a unique system that grants him template rewards. Having achieved a 100 inheritance rate of the DC Universe's Deathstroke template, he now embodies the essence of Deathstroke within the Marvel realm. What's this? He has also acquired the template of the Dark Lord Darkseid from the DC Universe. Then Thanos shall step aside. The name of the Dark Lord Nan Zhou will resonate throughout the entire Marvel Universe. Chapter 1. The Superhero Inheritance System. In Eastern Europe, there lies a small landlocked nation known as Sokovia, perpetually blanketed in snow, with temperatures plummeting to -10 degrees Celsius, a place seldom trodden by human feet. Atop a mountain peak in this desolate landscape, a young man, approximately 20 years of age, is prone on the ground, peering through a telescope in search of something. With his jet black hair and quintessential Asian features, he dons a form-fitting agent's attire that accentuates his robust physique. His countenance is resolute and handsome, with a hint of menace lurking in his brow. Suddenly, the young man locks onto a distant mountain range, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The Hydra base is far more elusive than depicted in the films, he muses. His name is Nan Zhou, a time traveler who, 2 decades prior, unexpectedly found himself in this Marvel universe, becoming an orphan. Fortunately, he was taken in by Peggy Carter and trained as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent from a young age. Now, at the tender age of 20, he stands as a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., on par with Natasha and Barton. His current mission is to dismantle this Hydra stronghold. Setting aside the telescope, Nan Zhou focuses his mind, and a holographic interface materializes before him. Superhero Inheritance System. Name: Nan Zhou. Age: 20. Unlocked template: DC Universe Deathstroke Template 98. Condition to increase inheritance rate. Perform 10,000 punches while wearing the Deathstroke. Mask daily to enhance the template inheritance by 0.1. Items in possession: Superman's exterior briefs, Batman's mask, a damaged arrow from Green Arrow, Deathstroke's mask. Captain America's uniform. Achieving 100 template inheritance rate unlocks the template lottery. Once the Deathstroke template reaches 100%, I shall be granted a chance to participate in the template lottery. Gazing at his system interface, Nan Zhou is filled with exhilaration after 4 years of relentless struggle. He is finally on the cusp of breakthrough. Having traversed into the Marvel Universe and being nurtured by Agent Peggy, Nan Zhou underwent rigorous training from childhood. It was not until he turned 16 that the superhero inheritance system fully awakened. This system consists of 2 lottery mechanisms. One that rewards items after signing in for 7 consecutive days, and another that becomes accessible once the template inheritance rate reaches 100. Nan Zhou initially drew the Deathstroke template, and with each incremental awakening of the template, his prowess has grown immensely. Today, he stands as a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., nearly at the pinnacle of mortal achievement. As for the lottery of items, they remain utterly useless, akin to Superman's outerwear undergarments. Currently, his Deathstroke template is nearing 100. Upon reaching this threshold, he will be eligible for another draw. Let us hope for a favorable outcome this time. Perhaps a Flash or Green Lantern would suffice. He tucked away his system interface, adjusted the communication device by his ear, and spoke. Egghead, I have arrived at the designated location. On the other end of the device, a middle-aged man's voice, tinged with dissatisfaction, responded. Deathstroke, I have reiterated multiple times that you must use your codename when making contact. Deathstroke is the codename adopted by Nan Zhou, derived from his inheritance of the Deathstroke template. Unfazed by the reprimand, Nan Zhou merely clicked his tongue. The individual on the other end was none other than Nick Fury. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nan Zhou promptly retrieved a pair of glasses from his pocket and transmitted the entire scene to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. How do we resolve this? Nick Fury's expression darkened as he scrutinized the transmitted visuals. Deathstroke, retreat. This is not the time for an offensive. Your mission is complete. Nick had his own strategies for him. The moment was not ripe for attack. Yet, upon hearing this, Nan Zhou furrowed his brow. He glanced at his system interface. Only 2 remained until the Deathstroke template inheritance would reach 100. The achievement of eliminating 5,000 adversaries was within reach. Once accomplished, the reward would elevate the inheritance rate by 5 at that point. The Deathstroke template would attain 100, and he had no intention of foregoing this opportunity. To enhance the inheritance rate of the Deathstroke template, Nan Zhou had to wear the Deathstroke mask while executing 1,000 punches and running a distance of 40 kilometers each day, which only allowed for a 1 increase daily. Due to his identity as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was unable to maintain this regimen daily, resulting in a protracted 4-year journey to reach 100. However, now, if he could eliminate all the Hydra members within the base, he would achieve the milestone of 5,000 kills, and the Deathstroke template would finally reach 100. granting him a guaranteed item draw. I believe the time has come. Tempted by the prospect of inheritance, Nan Zhou resolved to launch an assault on the base. Deathstroke, my orders are to retreat now, is not the time. We must play the long game. Seeing Nan Zhou's determination to attack, Nick felt a sense of foreboding. Yet, Nan Zhou disregarded Nick's words, severing the connection, plunging the transmitted visuals into darkness. That scoundrel. Nick's expression turned grim. He had lost count of how many times Nan Zhou had defied orders. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou rose silently from the ground, donned the Deathstroke mask, and stealthily approached the perimeter of the base. Atop the highest watchtower, a Hydra member scanned the surroundings with a machine gun in hand. Behind him, Nan Zhou gradually approached. The Hydra member was observing the outside of the watchtower, unaware of any abnormalities. Suddenly, 2 hands pressed down on his head, and with a mere exertion of force, the sound of dislocated bones echoed from his neck. Nan Zhou had effortlessly snapped his neck. The tolling bell template bestowed upon Nan Zhou extraordinary combat skills, physical prowess, firearms proficiency, assassination capabilities, and even self-healing abilities. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the rank of a level 10 agent within a short span of time. Silently infiltrating this location was a trivial task for him. He gently set the unfortunate Hydra member aside and turned his gaze toward the remaining patrolling guards, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips. The slaughter has commenced. 1, 2, 3. More and more Hydra members fell into pools of blood. Nan Zhou moved like a specter through the base, leaving the members oblivious to the disappearance of their comrades. Before long, the entire base was enveloped in silence. At that moment, within the tower of the base, Baron Strucker sat at his desk, finally sensing something amiss. Someone. He attempted to call out twice, but received no response, instilling within him a sense of foreboding. Rising, he opened the door to his office, only to find it seemingly blocked by something. Upon closer inspection, an arm came into view. Baron Strucker forcefully pushed the door open, revealing countless corpses strewn across the base. A chill ran down his spine. Suddenly, he recalled the handgun on his desk and turned to retrieve it. However, as he did so, he discovered Nan Zhou seated at his desk, casually examining the files before him. Rest assured, there are no survivors left. You are now the sole living Hydra member in this entire base. Chapter 2. Darkness. Nan Zhou perused the documents on the Baroness' desk, his attention drawn to a familiar item. Who are you? An agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Baron Strack regarded the masked figure before him, feigning composure. At that moment, he was utterly defenseless, akin to a fish on a chopping board. With refreshing candor, Nan Zhou nodded, declaring himself as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., known as the Grim Reaper. The mere mention of this name caused Baron Strack to instinctively retreat a step. The infamous Grim Reaper was a figure that induced dread among Hydra members. Neither Black Widow nor Hawkeye instilled terror as he did. His very codename implied that the toll of death would sound upon his arrival, and in the past few years, numerous high-ranking Hydra members had met their demise at his hands. I say, are you still coveting the Tesseract? ISNT, it's supposed to be in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s possession. It appears you are desperate, yet your intentions remain unchanged. The blueprints on the desk unmistakably depicted the Tesseract, which elicited a sardonic smile from Nan Zhou. Acquiring the Tesseract could herald a resurgence, but your fate would be dire. You have slaughtered many of Hydra's elite, yet you have not touched the very roots of Hydra. Killing me will avail you nothing. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou could not help but chuckle lightly before seizing the firearm resting on the table. Alas, you shall not witness Hydra's resurgence. With that proclamation, a gunshot rang out, and the bullet pierced Baron Strack's heart. Blood erupted from his lips as he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to stand. Long live Hydra, he gasped before succumbing to the void. Such loyalty indeed. Nan Zhou approached the Baron's lifeless body, gently closing his unblinking eyes. Your roots lie within S.H.I.E.L.D. That is their affair, not mine. Ding. Host detected the elimination of 5,000 targets, earning 5 inheritance points. The Grim Reaper template inheritance reaches 100, granting a guaranteed template lottery. Does the host wish to proceed with the lottery? The mechanical voice of the system resonated. Without hesitation, Nan Zhou nodded. Let us do it. In the next moment, a colossal screen before him began to rapidly shift through images. After a span of several seconds, a figure emerged, a man nearly 2 meters tall, with a fearsome visage, exuding an aura of death. Ding. Guaranteed template lottery initiated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Darkseid template. Due to the remaining 3 inheritance points from the 5,000 slays, the host inherits 3 abilities of Darkseid. Darkseid. Nan Zhou sprang to his feet. his face alight with astonishment. He had anticipated that the second template might yield a flash, but never did he expect to draw Darkseid directly. Behold, the dark monarch of the universe, the mightiest of apocalypse, the singular entity within the multiverse, a new deity of cosmic proportions. His very existence catalyzed the formation of the Justice League. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Nan Zhou promptly chose to embrace this legacy. In the next moment, an intangible force began to surge violently within his being, as the shadow of Darkseid seamlessly merged with him, infusing his body with an immense power that reverberated through the air surrounding him. The energy coursed wildly within Nan Zhou, enveloping him in an overwhelming heat. And he could even hear the maniacal laughter of Darkseid echoing within. With a mere clench of his fist, he could sense the terrifying energy, and a simple stomp of his foot would fracture the ground beneath him. His physical fortitude had reached an alarming level, impervious even to bullets and explosions. Eagerly, Nan Zhou exited the chamber of Baron Strucker, but suddenly, his gaze fixed upon a wall. Drawing from his years of experience as a covert agent and the enhancements from the Deathstroke template, he quickly discerned the presence of a hidden door. He had overlooked it during his infiltration. It was a grave oversight. Perhaps there were still individuals inside. Curiosity piqued. He was eager to test the strength of his newfound abilities. Clenching his fist, he exerted less than 20% of his power and shattered the wall effortlessly. The magnitude of his strength astonished even him. As the wall crumbled, 3 children came into view. A girl with fiery red hair captured Nan Zhou's attention, alongside a silver-haired boy and a girl with deep green locks. A realization dawned upon him. The sudden appearance of Nan Zhou startled them, a flicker of fear evident in their eyes. Approaching them with a warm smile, he reassured, "Do not be afraid. What are your names?" The red-haired girl, feeling a measure of comfort from his kind demeanor, responded, "I am Wanda, he is Pietro, and she is Lorna." Upon hearing this, a smile graced Nan Zhou's lips. Indeed, he was correct. The trio before him were none other than the young Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, and Polaris. "Nan Zhou, this is not your first act of defiance." In the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D, within Nick Fury's office, Nick regarded the seemingly unfazed Nan Zhou with a troubled expression. "My orders were to retreat. Why?" Here, Nick could not suppress a long sigh. While Nan Zhou's strength surpassed even that of Black Widow and Hawkeye, his uncontrollable nature posed a significant dilemma. A rogue level 10 agent frequently defying orders was a perilous issue. "I simply believed I could handle it. And I have also returned with a wealth of information," Nan Zhou said, nonchalantly toying with an apple, seemingly devoid of any intention to consume it. "The gains you have brought back this time are indeed significant, yet gains and defiance are 2 entirely different matters." Observing Nan Zhou before him, Nick felt an undeniable surge of frustration. It is worth noting that Nan Zhou's espionage skills were meticulously honed by Peggy, who held him dear to her heart. Had he not been trained by Peggy, Nick would have placed his trust in him. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted such crucial tasks to a headstrong individual. If this behavior continues, he risks facing elimination. The S.H.I.E.L.D does not require insubordinate agents. However, eliminating a level 10 agent is no trifling matter, and the repercussions could very well lead to mutual destruction. Given that you have dismantled a Hydra base, eliminated Baron Strucker, and retrieved valuable intelligence, S.H.I.E.L.D will refrain from pursuing your accountability this time. Do exercise caution in the future." Nick ultimately uttered these words, though exercise caution had been repeated countless times before. "I understand," Nan Zhou replied nonchalantly, then rose to depart. After leaving Nick's office, Nan Zhou took the elevator, leaning against one corner as it descended slowly. Upon reaching a certain floor, the elevator halted, and an agent clad in tactical attire, Agent Hill, entered. Chapter 3. Agent Hill. Nan Zhou regarded Hill, who returned his gaze with a smile. Both were favored by Peggy and had grown up together, making Hill akin to a childhood companion for Nan Zhou. However, unlike Nan Zhou, Hill was embedded by the World Security Council to monitor Nick, albeit she appeared to support him more. "You certainly give Nick quite a headache," Hill remarked as she approached Nan Zhou. "When you abruptly terminated the communication, Nick's expression was quite dark." At Hill's words, Nan Zhou chuckled. "I simply believed his decision-making was misguided. I was capable of dismantling that base." Disagreements between Nan Zhou and Nick regarding decisions were not infrequent. Their perspectives diverged significantly. "Let us set that aside for now. What have you been occupied with recently?" "I have scarcely seen you," Nan Zhou inquired, eager to shift the subject. "Recently? I've been in contact with Tony Stark," Hill replied, unable to suppress a sigh at the mention of Stark. "Contacting him for what?" "If I recall correctly, it won't be long before Stark's kidnapping in Afghanistan occurs." Nick sought to procure weaponry and advanced technology from Stark, yet regrettably, despite numerous attempts, only his assistant had responded to her calls. Tony Stark is quite the enigma. He seems perpetually busy, yet can be spotted in casinos, Hill remarked, placing her hand on her forehead, revealing her preference for undertaking missions over engaging with Stark. After resolving this matter, consider requesting Nick for a salary increase. Although S.H.I.E.L.D expressed this sentiment, he was acutely aware that Hill would ultimately fail in her current mission. For it would not be long before Stark transitioned from a mere arms dealer to Iron Man. The elevator arrived at the ground floor, and the two exited the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters. Are you free this evening? Shall we dine together? Hill hesitated briefly before articulating her invitation. S.H.I.E.L.D, without a moment's pause, nodded in agreement. Of course. Upon hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's acquiescence, Hill smiled sweetly and turned to depart. After leaving S.H.I.E.L.D, S.H.I.E.L.D returned to Peggy's home. Since his arrival in this world, Peggy had taken him in, and he had resided in her household ever since. At that moment, the home was filled with the presence of 3 children he had rescued from Baron Strucker's base. However, these 3 children had yet to manifest any superpowers. Under normal circumstances, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver acquired their abilities after coming into contact with the Mind Stone, while Polaris should exist in a universe populated with mutants. Yet, in this realm, the concept of mutants was non-existent, rendering her presence perplexing to S.H.I.E.L.D. It was likely that his own transference had caused some distortions in this universe, resulting in Polaris's existence here. If she were to gain superpowers, it would likely follow a similar path as the others. As S.H.I.E.L.D entered Peggy's room, he found her narrating a story to the 3 children. Clearly, Peggy had succeeded in alleviating their wariness towards her. It appears you are getting along quite well, S.H.I.E.L.D remarked as he plopped down onto the bed. You, always restless. Have you been venting to Nick again? Peggy glanced at S.H.I.E.L.D, her eyes reflecting a hint of reproach, evidently aware of his insubordination. It was merely Nick's complaints, nothing of great significance, S.H.I.E.L.D replied dismissively. Peggy sighed at his words. At 20, you still managed to be a source of concern. It was well known throughout S.H.I.E.L.D that S.H.I.E.L.D followed his own path. A fact even Nick struggled to control. What about these 3 children? Do you not intend to report them? S.H.I.E.L.D had directly brought Scarlet Witch and her companions to Peggy's home, a matter he had concealed from S.H.I.E.L.D and Nick. Shaking his head, S.H.I.E.L.D replied, I have my own thoughts. These 3 will remain here with me. Peggy remained silent. Through their earlier interactions, she discerned that the children seemed to have taken a liking to S.H.I.E.L.D, likely due to his role in their rescue. Keeping them close appeared to be a wise decision. For S.H.I.E.L.D, these 3 children represented the future of superheroism. Having them nearby would undoubtedly prove advantageous. As for the Soul Gem, provided that events unfold as anticipated leading to the Battle of New York, Nan Zhou would naturally have the opportunity to allow them to come into contact with it, thereby acquiring superpowers. Contemplating this, Nan Zhou accessed his system interface, a page invisible to anyone but himself. Observing the newly added entry for the Darkseid template, he reached out and clicked on it. To his astonishment, the conditions for increasing the inheritance degree of Darkseid left him utterly dumbfounded. The difficulty appeared rather extreme. Daily exposure to high-intensity omega radiation for 4 hours, alongside completing 1,000 push-ups and 1,000 pull-ups, results in an increase of 1 for every 30 days completed. Logically speaking, with a level 3 Darkseid template and a level 100 Deathstroke template, push-ups and pull-ups should be a trivial matter. However, enduring 4 hours of exposure to high-intensity omega radiation is no trivial feat. Omega radiation rivals or even surpasses gamma radiation in potency. Setting aside whether Nan Zhou's body could withstand it, even acquiring a room capable of producing such high-intensity omega radiation poses a significant challenge. Most importantly, the requirement of completing 30 days, essentially a month, to achieve just 1 increase means that reaching a 100-level Darkseid template would take considerably longer than it took to inherit the Deathstroke template. Realizing this, Nan Zhou let out a resigned sigh, yearning more than ever to escape S.H.I.E.L.D, to break free from this regimented environment. His desire for freedom had never been so fervent. As night fell, Nan Zhou contacted Hill as arranged, and the two met at a restaurant. This was their first dinner alone together since Nan Zhou joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Hill had donned a seldom-worn dress, shedding the aura of a cold agent. At that moment, she resembled the Hill he had grown up with. You look stunning today, Nan Zhou exclaimed, causing Hill to blush slightly and cast him a reproachful glance, which only made her appear even more beautiful in his eyes. However, Hill's expression was not entirely joyful. The night after tomorrow, Tony Stark will attend the Aurora Awards ceremony, and Nick has instructed both Coulson and me to be present, as well as to make contact. Contact? Nan Zhou recalled certain matters. Are you meant to engage with him? Hill shook her head, explaining that this task was delegated to Coulson, while she would serve merely as his assistant. Why not have me accompany you? She suggested, her face revealing a hint of anticipation. Accompany you? What would I do there? Nan Zhou retorted, still preoccupied with resolving schooling issues for the 3 children he had brought back. He had no interest in traveling far to attend some Aurora Awards ceremony. Moreover, Stark would not be present. His presence lingered in the casino. Hill noticed Nan Zhou's hesitation to decline, her expression tinged with disappointment. She surveyed her surroundings and finally spoke slowly. You know his character well. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou understood. Tony Stark was notoriously known as a womanizer. Any woman who intended to engage with him must be prepared psychologically. It was evident that Hill was resistant to this notion. Given her assertion, Nan Zhou felt compelled to acquiesce and nodded in agreement. Hill's reaction was one of considerable excitement, a smile once again gracing her face. I will inform Coulson. He will undoubtedly concur. Since Hill embarked on her journey as an agent, such smiles had become rare, her nerves perpetually taut. Only during her time with Nan Zhou could she genuinely relax. After escorting Hill back to her residence, Nan Zhou did not hasten to return to Peggy's home. Instead, he ventured into the slums of Washington. His presence here was of utmost significance. Even in the nation's capital, the slums were a realm of filth and crime. At this moment, Nan Zhou held his phone, the screen displaying a black market website. Various powerful figures were offering bounties, and this time, his target was the leader of a small drug-dealing gang operating within the slums, a notorious drug lord controlling the entire city's illicit pill trade. The bounty on this individual's head was substantial. The rivalry among competitors was ruthless and tragic. Nan Zhou had already pinpointed the location of his target. Despite the fact that this kingpin had retreated to the depths of the slums, reaching him would prove to be remarkably simple. Under the cover of darkness, he donned his night gear, traversing the slums unnoticed. Soon, he encountered a group of suspicious individuals, though their attire was humble and unadorned. Firearms were conspicuously holstered at their sides. They were guarding none other than Nan Zhou's target, situated within a brightly lit tent. He had found his unfortunate prey. Observing the scene, Nan Zhou locked onto the target's position and equipped himself with a thermal imaging device. Inside the tent, indeed, there was an individual who appeared to be sampling coffee. Let us test my physical prowess, Nan Zhou mused, before leaping forward. Who are you? The emergence of Nan Zhou caught the gang's attention, and one of them raised his firearm in inquiry. However, he did not await an answer. Instead, he received a swift punch from Nan Zhou. With a single blow, the gang member was sent flying, literally soaring through the air. Damn it, we have an intruder. As the other gang members observed, they drew their firearms and unleashed a barrage of bullets towards Nan Zhou. However, the bullets struck his body as if they were ricocheting off steel, inflicting no harm whatsoever. In stark contrast, each punch Nan Zhou delivered to his adversaries resulted in a caved-in chest and immediate demise. Even his intended target was no exception. In a matter of moments, the gang was thoroughly eradicated, leaving behind nothing but the lingering scent of blood and an eerie silence. With a nonchalant demeanor, Nan Zhou severed the head of his target and placed it into a bag. Task accomplished, he proceeded to the designated meeting point. The rendezvous was also situated within Washington, not far from the previous scene, specifically inside a bar. The contact awaiting him was a robust man clad in a suit, who displayed an air of indifference towards Nan Zhou. Sensing an ominous vibe, Nan Zhou furrowed his brow. The suited man led him to a secluded room within the bar, devoid of the usual revelry, though the lighting remained dim. This is a human head. Nan Zhou, intent on wasting no time, placed the severed head upon the table, eager to collect his payment and depart. Indeed, it was his target's head, a considerable favor rendered. Across from him sat another man in a suit. The ring on his fingers suggested a position of significant influence, likely a high-ranking gang lord. The infamous Assassin 47. It is truly an honor to have you complete this task for me. The gang lord's chilling laughter resonated, provoking a sense of displeasure in Nan Zhou. He had chosen the moniker Assassin 47 after discovering this world lacked the eponymous game, and he had since gained a notorious reputation in the underworld. I shall provide your payment, but you may have to wait until your next life, the gang lord declared, prompting his subordinates to draw their weapons, all aimed at Nan Zhou's trophy. You may not be aware, but there is a bounty of $300 million on your head. At this revelation, Nan Zhou let out a couple of cold laughs, having anticipated such a scenario, though he was surprised by the audacity of this individual. The great underground Assassin 47 is finally destined to become a mere footnote in history, is he? The gang lord's face gleamed with fervor. Eliminating Nan Zhou would not only secure a massive fortune, but also solidify his renown in the underworld. Truly foolish, Nan Zhou sighed, finding the gang lord's navet almost endearing. In an instant, he pivoted and crushed the hand of one gang member into a pulp. The others, witnessing this, immediately opened fire. Yet, the bullets merely bounced off him, inadvertently striking down several of their own. Within 10 seconds, every individual in the room lay lifeless on the ground. Their demise harrowing. Nan Zhou's punch had even obliterated their very organs. The formidable crime lord was rendered speechless. The descent from paradise to hell occurred with astonishing swiftness. "Who are you?" he demanded, unable to accept the dire situation. Drawing his weapon, he aimed it at Nan Zhou and fired 3 shots in rapid succession. Yet, the bullets struck Nan Zhou's body without inflicting any harm. "You are a monster," the crime lord's despairing wail echoed. For who had ever witnessed bullets that failed to cause injury? Nan Zhou gazed at the crime lord and sighed, a tone of resignation evident in his voice. "You are truly foolish. Do you believe that by killing me, you would actually secure that 300 million? Moreover, you cannot even kill me." As he spoke, he picked up the gun that had fallen from the crime lord's trembling hands. "Your ambition is audacious, yet wholly unrealistic. I had initially thought we could be excellent partners, but you have instead become a victim beneath my gun." With that, Nan Zhou raised his weapon and ended the crime lord's life. Surrounded by lifeless bodies, Nan Zhou searched the vicinity but found no sign of the promised money. It appeared they had never intended to retrieve the funds. Reflecting on this, he gathered all the valuable items he could find, calculating that despite a slight loss, it was still acceptable. What an unfortunate turn of events, he muttered before departing the room. Upon exiting, he cast a glance toward a nearby corner. "Matthew Murdoch, I trust you will keep this confidential. Thank you very much." With that, he left without a backward glance. After Nan Zhou's departure, a figure emerged from the corner, none other than the indomitable daredevil, Matthew Murdoch. Despite his blindness, Murdoch could sense the tragedy that had unfolded within the room through his acute sense of smell. This assassin, 47, is certainly no ordinary human. Chapter 5. The first encounter with Stark. The scene shifted to the evening of the 3rd day at the Aurora Awards ceremony. "Why haven't we seen Stark?" Agent Coulson inquired. He and his companion had come to engage with Tony Stark, yet it seemed Stark was nowhere to be found. "He is probably at the casino," Nan Zhou remarked, observing Colonel Rhodes speaking on stage. "This so-called Aurora Award is insignificant to Stark. He would surely not intend to accept it. He is likely at some casino. It would be easy to track him down." Nan Zhou's words prompted a knowing glance between Hill and Coulson, both of whom nodded in agreement. The world was well aware of what kind of person Stark was. "I'll look him up right away," Coulson declared without hesitation, pulling out his phone to make a call. Meanwhile, the awards ceremony commenced, yet Stark's presence remained absent. The final recipient of the award was none other than Obadiah Stane. Nan Zhou gazed at the bald figure before him, the individual whom Stark was destined to confront as his initial adversary, Obadiah Stane, the future Ironmonger. Yet, at this moment, Obadiah had not yet donned the mantle of Ironmonger. Nonetheless, he had commenced the orchestration of a plan to eliminate Stark. Shortly thereafter, Coulson's phone vibrated subtly twice. He glanced at the device and spoke. "I have located him. He is at a casino not far from here, merely a few minutes' drive." With that, Coulson prepared to rise and depart. However, at that juncture, Obadiah's succinct address, which had replaced Stark's, concluded, prompting all attendees to stand and ready themselves for departure. As they navigated through the throng exiting the awards venue and subsequently arrived at the casino where Stark was present, Colonel Rhodes was already engaged in conversation with Stark, who was surrounded by striking women. "You found him, didn't you?" Nan Zhou cast a glance at Coulson, signaling him to seize the opportunity. "That won't do. The military personnel are present," Coulson replied, shaking his head. Nick's mission held a significant stipulation: to keep the military uninformed of these proceedings, and Rhodes, at that moment, represented the military. Reluctantly, Nan Zhou shrugged. Should the military become aware of S.H.I.E.L.D's activities, it could pose a precarious situation for the agency. Coulson opted to wait until Colonel Rhodes concluded his conversation with Stark before making his approach. Fortunately, his wait was not prolonged. Whether it was Rhodes' arrival that disrupted Stark's demeanor or some other factor, after exchanging a few words with Rhodes, Stark departed the gaming table, accompanied by his bodyguard, Happy, and headed towards the casino exit. Observing as Rhodes and Stark exchanged farewells with a handshake, Coulson recognized that his moment had arrived. "Mr. Stark." Coulson approached Stark, simultaneously producing his business card. "I represent the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Advanced Threat Support, and I wish to discuss certain matters with you privately." As he spoke, Coulson extended his card. "That name is rather cumbersome. I suggest a rebranding," Stark remarked, gesturing for Happy to take the card. "Should you require anything, please reach out to my assistant first. She will arrange a suitable time for you. I have other commitments." Stark adeptly recited the perfunctory lines before departing from Coulson's side. Suddenly, Stark's gaze fixated on Hill, whose exquisite features and stature captivated him instantly. "What is the name of this enchanting young lady?" Stark inquired, approaching with his customary charm. Hill, taken aback by Stark's genuine interest, offered a wry smile. "Would you care to join me for a meal sometime?" Stark suggested, extending his hand in invitation. In his current position, it was almost impossible for any girl to refuse him if he merely extended his hand. At that moment, however, a hand unexpectedly emerged from behind Hill, clasping Stark's wrist. "Mr. Stark, I must apologize, but this lady has an engagement tonight," Nan Zhou asserted, stepping in front of Stark and shielding Hill with his presence. Stark feigned surprise, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "It seems I have overstepped. I sincerely apologize to this lady for my earlier conduct." With that, Stark withdrew his hand, offered another smile to Hill, and turned to leave. Once Stark departed, Hill exhaled a sigh of relief. Had Stark pursued her, it would have been quite difficult to extricate herself. However, invoking her status would certainly ease matters. Hill turned to Nan Zhou, bestowing upon him a grateful smile. "So, dear Ms. Hill, would you require my assistance in escorting you home?" Nan Zhou inquired, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Hill's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully punched Nan Zhou's shoulder, feigning indignation. "You silver-tongued rogue." At that moment, Coulson approached the pair, clearing his throat to draw their attention. This encounter had not gone as planned. He was to depart for Afghanistan the following day, and this matter would likely be postponed. With a resigned sigh, Coulson acknowledged that this outcome fell within his expectations. "Is S.H.I.E.L.D. truly in such dire need of weaponry?" Nan Zhou asked. Coulson shook his head, clarifying that weapons were not the crux of the issue. Rather, they required Stark's intellect and expertise. "You understand," Coulson added, his gaze fixed on Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou comprehended Coulson's implication. S.H.I.E.L.D. sought Stark's technological prowess to advance their Avengers initiative. Although Nick had divulged this plan to Nan Zhou, he held no interest in it, and thus the task ultimately did not fall to him. As the trio conversed, they made their way out of the casino. Outside, Stark was engaged in an interview with a stunningly attractive journalist. Nan Zhou leaned closer to Hill, whispering in her ear, "How about a wager? That journalist will soon be getting into Stark's car." Hill glanced at Stark, observing his serious demeanor, and shook her head. "That journalist seems displeased. It appears unlikely." Yet, moments later, Hill witnessed Stark smile, and the journalist promptly followed him into his vehicle, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed by the sudden turn of events. "I didn't accept your bet," she quickly retorted. Hill walked ahead without a glance back, while Nan Zhou could only manage a bitter smile. In this state, Hill exuded an aura reminiscent of a big bad wolf, as if she could devour him at any moment. Chapter 6. Stark has been kidnapped. 3 days after the Aurora Award ceremony, Nan Zhou took the 3 children to the school arranged for them by Peggy in New York. The reason for choosing New York was that Nan Zhou owned a residence there. Under normal circumstances, he would reside in that abode rather than in Washington, where S.H.I.E.L.D. was located. "This is your first day at school, so please do not cause me any trouble. I have a busy day ahead," Nan Zhou admonished Wanda and the others outside the school gate. At their age, they were now entering middle school, but their academic foundation was rather weak, and their grades were unlikely to be stellar. The 3 children nodded in understanding. Since being rescued by Nan Zhou, he had become the sole person they could rely on. Compared to Peggy, they seemed to favor their older brother, who was merely 6 or 7 years their senior. "Brother Zhou, don't worry. We will definitely not cause any trouble," Wanda responded with assurance. Pleased, Nan Zhou affectionately ruffled the hair of the 3 children before gesturing for them to enter the school, where their teacher awaited them. After escorting the little ones to school, Nan Zhou finally welcomed a long-awaited moment of relaxation. With no pressing matters to distract him, he could now attend to his own affairs. The foremost task was to resolve the issue of Omega radiation. The system indicated a need to be exposed to high-intensity Omega radiation. However, acquiring such radiation was no simple feat. It was far rarer than gamma radiation. With only 2 known sources, one was S.H.I.E.L.D. and the other was Stark Industries. There was no point in considering S.H.I.E.L.D. It would be impossible for him to request anything from Nick without raising suspicion. As for Stark Industries, it could be worth a try if an opportunity arose, though the likelihood was slim. Nan Zhou could not think of any other locations that might possess Omega radiation. As he pondered these matters, he was oblivious to the fact that he was about to collide with a running child. The child crashed into Nan Zhou, landing squarely on the ground, clutching his head and fighting back tears. Upon noticing this, Nan Zhou immediately crouched down, recognizing the child quite well. "Peter." At that moment, a young woman approached the child, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "How could you be so careless?" she scolded, her voice laced with both reproach and concern. She stood up and gazed at Nan Zhou, sincerely apologizing. "I am truly sorry for the trouble caused. Peter, quickly apologize to your brother." Upon hearing her words, the child finally rose, looked at Nan Zhou, and then bowed deeply, uttering, I am sorry. Nan Zhou smiled and shook his head. It's quite all right. I too bear some responsibility for not noticing the little one while walking. After exchanging apologies, they parted ways. Yet Nan Zhou's gaze lingered on the young boy for quite some time. He was certain that the child who had just collided with him was none other than the future Spider-Man, Peter Parker. And the young woman accompanying him was undoubtedly Aunt May. What a serendipitous encounter. Nan Zhou chuckled softly, acknowledging that sometimes fate is indeed wonderfully inexplicable. At that moment, his phone rang. This is Nick. Stark has been kidnapped, and I hope you can rescue him. In his home, Nan Zhou was engaged in a confidential video call with Nick. You are aware of Stark's situation in Afghanistan, correct? Nick's expression was grim, likely due to the disruption Stark's predicament had caused to his plans. Nan Zhou nodded. The news was making headlines across the globe, and Stark Industries stock was plummeting. Many believed that Stark had little hope of survival, as those in the Middle East were notoriously ruthless and merciless. I need you to go to Afghanistan and rescue him. Nick insisted. He understood that the Avengers initiative could not proceed without Stark's technological prowess. There was no substitute for him, and Stark absolutely could not perish in the Middle East. I must refuse, Nan Zhou countered decisively. As a time traveler, he was well aware of the eventual outcome. Stark would not die. He would escape and ultimately rise to become the superhero Iron Man. At that juncture, S.H.I.E.L.D. would require not only his technology, but also his presence. Stark is crucial to us. You should comprehend that. Nick's anger flared upon hearing Nan Zhou's outright refusal. As every second counted in the precarious situation, Stark could very well meet his demise in the Middle East. Rest assured, Stark is not destined to perish. He will return alive from the Middle East. Do you understand? Meanwhile, Nan Zhou nonchalantly picked up a banana, wholly disregarding Nick's barely contained fury. Shortly thereafter, Nick terminated the video call. Observing the darkened screen, Nan Zhou snorted derisively. When Stark returned safely, Nick's face would surely be bruised. Yet, before long, Nan Zhou's phone rang again, this time from Peggy. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression darkened. Damn it, not this again. He prepared his gear, his face betraying his reluctance. But there was no escaping the situation. Nick had invoked Peggy's name. Raised by Peggy, Nan Zhou ultimately succumbed to her persuasive reasoning, appealing to both logic and emotion, and reluctantly acquiesced. As I listened to Peggy's words about the significant contributions Stark could make to S.H.I.E.L.D., I reluctantly acquiesced. At that moment, by Nan Zhou's side stood a strikingly beautiful woman with golden hair and blue eyes, Sharon Carter, Peggy's niece. Sharon had rushed from Washington to New York, and as a fellow agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., her mission was to assist Nan Zhou in caring for the three little ones. Be careful in Afghanistan. It's quite perilous there, Sharon advised. Observing Nan Zhou as he prepared for his journey, Nan Zhou nodded, reflecting, that place cannot truly harm me. If I were to falter there, I would be utterly humiliated, unworthy of the title of a top-tier agent. He then turned to Sharon. I entrust the three children to you. They might be a little shy. You'll need to engage with them earnestly. Sharon chuckled at Nan Zhou's demeanor. This is the first time I've seen you like this. What is this? Has fatherly affection overwhelmed you upon encountering these three children? With a smirk, Nan Zhou replied, I fear that if you engage with them, it might lead to an overflow of maternal instincts on your part. Upon hearing this, Sharon playfully retorted, who is overwhelmed by maternal instincts? Hurry and save your Stark. Chapter 7. The rescue of Stark. A few days later, in Afghanistan, Nan Zhou was quietly recuperating near the valley where Stark was imprisoned. The valley was not particularly difficult to locate, and Nan Zhou found it with relative ease. He had turned off all communication devices, rendering S.H.I.E.L.D. unable to reach him. His intention was straightforward. He awaited Stark's emergence in the Mark I armor. If Nan Zhou were to rescue Stark at this moment, the superhero Iron Man might never come into existence, leaving Stark merely as a mogul of clean energy, or perhaps, before achieving that status, he would be usurped by Obadiah. Nan Zhou was also mindful of not disrupting the historical timeline of the Marvel Universe to avoid greater complications. Meanwhile, within the cave of the valley, Stark and Ethan were making a final desperate attempt. Under the watchful eyes of their captors, they were constructing the Mark I as a means of survival. The sound of hammers echoed through the cave, each passing moment filled with trepidation for Ethan and Stark. A moment's lapse in vigilance could lead to their discovery and, ultimately, death. Not long ago, they had narrowly escaped that very fate. Time was no longer on their side. If they continued to delay, the consequences would be dire. As Stark and Ethan hastened their efforts, Nan Zhou grew increasingly restless in his wait. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D., anxiety mounted. Nan Zhou's loss of communication left Nick deeply concerned. He could not ascertain whether Nan Zhou had intentionally severed contact or had encountered unforeseen peril. However, under normal circumstances, as a level 10 agent, Nan Zhou should not encounter any peril. The kidnappers ought to be incapable of inflicting harm upon him. The annihilation of these adversaries would be as effortless as child's play for Nan Zhou. Yet, now he has gone missing, and every means of communication from S.H.I.E.L.D. has failed, which undoubtedly causes Nick great concern. As one of the few individuals he trusts, any misfortune befalling Nan Zhou would represent a tremendous loss, both personally and for S.H.I.E.L.D. One can only hope that he is safe. Nick sat quietly at his desk, offering silent prayers. As time progressed to the following day, a subtle shift occurred within the valley, igniting a spark of interest in the otherwise lethargic Nan Zhou. "Ah, you scoundrels! To your doom!" Ethan shouted, firing his weapon in a frenzy. This was the final act he prepared for Stark, after which he would reunite with his family. The kidnappers in the valley also raised their weapons, slowly advancing towards the scene, clearly aware that Ethan's demise was imminent. Observing the gathering of kidnappers outside the valley, a thought flickered through Nan Zhou's mind. He leaped from the heights of the valley, aiming directly at the assembled soldiers below. Since acquiring the Darkseid template, his physical prowess had transcended that of an ordinary human. A leap from such a height posed no challenge for him. The force generated during his descent allowed him to land with such might that he crushed the skull of one kidnapper upon impact. Blood splattered onto another kidnapper's face, who stood nearby, momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of Nan Zhou. Clearly, they had yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation. After all, Nan Zhou had descended from the skies, defying their understanding of reality. However, Nan Zhou paid little heed to their confusion, delivering a powerful punch to another bewildered kidnapper. Though the force exerted was less than 10%, the man's ribs shattered, with one rib piercing his heart, resulting in his swift demise. At this moment, the kidnappers finally grasped that the masked figure before them was their adversary. "Open fire! Kill him!" bellowed the portly leader among them. Regardless of whether Nan Zhou had descended from above or sprung forth, they believed that a bullet would surely spell his end. Yet, their reasoning proved woefully misguided. Just as the gangsters Nan Zhou had previously vanquished, the bullets fired from the kidnapper's weapons struck him without inflicting any damage whatsoever. Not even the slightest itch grazed his skin. Truly disappointing, Nan Zhou could not help but sigh, witnessing the panic among the kidnappers as their barrage produced no effect on him. It was evident that their morale had begun to wane. At that moment, Nan Zhou sprang into action. With a swift movement, he appeared before the captor and dispatched him with a single punch. Subsequently, like a true hero, he annihilated one captor after another, and in less than a minute, the number of kidnappers outside the cave had dwindled significantly. The remaining captors inside the cave, alarmed by the commotion outside, rushed out to investigate. Ethan, having been shot in the thigh, lay in agony on the ground, while those who could have easily killed him chose instead to flee. At that moment, Stark emerged from his confinement, clad in his Mark I suit. He effortlessly dealt with a few lackeys as he made his way towards the cave's entrance. Upon seeing Ethan injured, he hurried to his side. "Ethan, are you all right? What happened to them?" Ethan shook his head, bewildered. "I don't know why, but they were intent on killing me, yet they left so hastily." Stark found Ethan's words perplexing but resolved to venture outside to investigate. As the two stepped out of the cave, they were taken aback by the scene before them. Countless bodies of kidnappers lay strewn across the ground, while the few remaining assailants were wildly firing their machine guns at a man clad in tactical gear and wearing a mask. The faces of the kidnappers were etched with terror. "Is this man a monster?" Ethan and Stark gazed at Nan Zhou, who seemed impervious to the hail of bullets, their astonishment deepening. It was inconceivable that anyone could withstand such gunfire, let alone leap to such heights and distances. Even Captain America, Steve Rogers, could not achieve such feats. The figure before them was more terrifying than Captain America himself. Just as their shock lingered, Nan Zhou dispatched the last enemy. In truth, he could have concluded the battle long ago. Exterminating these foes was as effortless as crushing ants. However, to add a semblance of entertainment to the ordeal, he toyed with them, much like a predator playing with its prey. Ultimately, all that remained were cold, lifeless corpses. At this juncture, Nan Zhou noticed Stark and Ethan. "Oh, you've made it out," he said, approaching them slowly. The expressions on their faces were rife with caution, prompting Stark to position himself protectively in front of Ethan. This reaction caused Nan Zhou to pause momentarily before he spoke again. "Relax, I'm here to rescue you." Chapter 8. Bye madly. "Who are you?" Stark and Ethan regarded Nan Zhou's approach with utmost vigilance, having witnessed the man's monstrous prowess firsthand. "I'm here to rescue you. I mean you no harm." Observing the wariness etched on their faces, Nan Zhou felt a twinge of exasperation. It appeared that any attempt at explanation would likely fall on deaf ears. "Are you military? Are you a super soldier as well? Have you been injected with a serum akin to that of Captain America?" Stark inquired once more, contemplating that the individual before him must have undergone a similar blood infusion. Otherwise, it would be impossible for bullets to penetrate him. Nan Zhou found himself at a loss for words, questioning why Stark could not grasp the crux of the matter. Who I am is of little consequence. What is significant is that I am here to rescue you. This is indeed your most opportune moment to escape. Do you understand? As he spoke, Nan Zhou gestured toward Stark. Your suit should be capable of flight, correct? Now is the perfect time to leave, so hurry. Stark was momentarily taken aback by Nan Zhou's knowledge of his suit's flying capabilities. Observing the confusion in Stark's eyes, Nan Zhou waved his hand dismissively. I am aware of far more than you can imagine, so there is no need for so many questions. Just depart obediently, and do not speak of today's events. Consider it your armor that vanquished all adversaries, understood? With that, Nan Zhou leapt into the air, and in just 3 bounds, he exited the valley, leaving a bewildered Stark and Ethan behind. The two exchanged glances, still processing the situation, yet the reality remained. They had been saved. Come on, let us leave this place, Stark exclaimed, seizing Ethan's hand as he activated the flight system of his armor, soaring away from this unforgettable location. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou had successfully completed his mission. Stark was rescued, the mark I was successfully developed, and even Ethan was safe. This mission could be deemed a resounding success. However, as he connected to the communication system, he was met with a barrage of curses from Nick Fury. Fortunately, with the mission accomplished, Nick could say little more. Nan Zhou also chose to conceal the details regarding the mark. Stark and Ethan managed to board a military aircraft, ensuring their complete rescue and return to their homeland. Upon returning to his hometown, Stark promptly convened a press conference where he announced the permanent closure of Stark Industries' Weapons Development Division. His experiences in Afghanistan had profoundly transformed Stark. He was resolute in his desire to effect change. Ethan was settled in a luxurious residence adjacent to Stark's, and the notion of an upgraded mark I began to materialize in Stark's mind. Stark's nonchalant declaration regarding the closure of the weapons division precipitated a drastic decline in Stark Industries stock prices. Following Stark's disappearance and abduction, the stock had already plummeted, and now, his recent decision caused another significant drop. The number of individuals liquidating their Stark Industries shares surged, all attempting to staunch their losses. Yet, the stock had become akin to a hot potato. Who would dare to take it on? This is a stock devoid of any hope for appreciation, naturally dissuading potential investors. However, there exists one exception. Amidst the frenzy of selling Stark Industries shares, one individual is audaciously buying, and that individual goes by the alias Xing. In truth, his real identity is Nan Zhou. As a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, Nan Zhou possesses considerable wealth, accrued through his base salary, various mission bonuses, and less scrupulous means during assignments, where he would procure valuable items for resale, alongside undertaking illicit tasks in the black market. Presently, his savings amount to a staggering $150 million. Yet, in the grand scheme of Stark Industries, such a sum appears trifling. Nevertheless, during this tumultuous period, $150 million could secure a significant stake in the company. Nan Zhou has prudently reserved only $100,000 for personal use, channeling the remainder into purchasing Stark Industries stocks. To outsiders, this might seem like sheer folly, as others desperately liquidate their holdings, who in their right mind would buy. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Nan Zhou is acutely aware that in the not-so-distant future, Stark Industries stock will soar at an unprecedented rate, leaving others in awe. When that moment arrives, Nan Zhou will emerge as a major shareholder in the revitalized Stark Industries, and his wealth will become virtually limitless. Those who currently regard him as a fool will soon find themselves enveloped in regret. Is there really someone purchasing our stocks in defiance of the trend? At an emergency board meeting of Stark Industries, the directors gazed at the screen filled with red, their expressions fraught with concern. They too wished to divest themselves of Stark shares, yet their holdings were so substantial that no one would take them off their hands, rendering them unable to sell more than a meager portion, if even that. Who could have anticipated that the once thriving Stark Industries stock would plummet to such depths? This individual's background is shrouded in mystery. My inquiries have yielded no results, Obadiah remarked. The board members exchanged glances, pondering whether this enigmatic buyer could possibly be Stark himself, purchasing shares in a bid to regain control amidst the rapid decline. Alternatively, could this be Stark's cunning strategy to consolidate power by acquiring all of their stocks? The directors began speculating various conspiracy theories. Meanwhile, Obadiah, with a grave countenance, scrutinized his phone. Despite extensive investigations, he had been unable to uncover any information regarding the identity of Xing, leading him to suspect that this mysterious figure was not Stark, but someone else entirely. The inability to trace this individual instilled a sense of unease within Obadiah. The fact that Stark was able to return alive exceeded even his own imagination. While none of the individuals in the Middle East survived, they were all obliterated. The military asserted that Stark had escaped on his own, and there was no need for them to fabricate such a statement, as they would seize any opportunity to boast about their victories. This implies that there may be others involved in Stark's escape. Could it be related to this vessel? Obadiah pondered, his expression growing increasingly grave. Chapter 9. A night visit to Stark. In the basement of Stark's opulent mansion, Stark and Ethan were engaged in the construction of the Mark II. However, their progress had only reached the development of the legs. Stark was aware of the significant drop in Stark Industries stock. A decline of 565 points represented a substantial blow to any enterprise, and Stark Industries was no exception. Nevertheless, it seemed that Obadiah had assumed full responsibility, rendering Stark somewhat sidelined. Yet, he was unconcerned. As long as he was free from the burdens of management, he could focus entirely on the creation of the Mark II. J.A.R.V.I.S. Please bring up the blueprints, Stark requested as he meticulously refined the mechanical legs. Understood, came the slightly mechanical voice of J.A.R.V.I.S., Stark's artificial intelligence. Upon receiving Tony's command, J.A.R.V.I.S. promptly projected a holographic display of all components for the Mark II. Ethan approached the schematics, scrutinizing the designs for the legs before turning to Stark. We still need to make some improvements here. As a collaborator on the Mark I, Ethan had naturally accepted Stark's invitation to join in the creation of the Mark II. This was a novel experience for him, and he understood that the unveiling of the Mark II would astonish the entire world. The combined arsenal of Stark Industries paled in comparison to the potential impact of the Mark II. The Mark I had already been a game-changer in the course of history, and now the Mark II promised even greater advancements. Being part of such a transformative project filled Ethan with immense excitement. J.A.R.V.I.S. Play some music, Stark suggested, feeling the monotony of their task was becoming tedious. It was a habit he had long embraced. However, unlike before, Stark received no response from J.A.R.V.I.S. J.A.R.V.I.S. Stark called out, his confusion growing, yet still there was silence. An unsettling feeling began to creep in. Just then, J.A.R.V.I.S. spoke up, Mr. Stark, I have encountered a system override. It appears someone may have infiltrated your villa. Upon hearing this, Stark and Ethan exchanged glances, the gravity of the situation sinking in. It is unlikely that anyone in the world possesses the capability to rewrite the Jarvis program. Yet Jarvis, by its very nature, cannot utter falsehoods. This implies that someone has indeed succeeded in crafting Jarvis's program and infiltrated Stark's private villa. Stark casually grasped a wrench at this moment. He had yet to equip his Iron Man suit with offensive weaponry, thus this singular tool served as his sole means of defense. Ethan also armed himself for protection, and both men fixated intently on the exit. Indeed, a masked figure clad in a black hooded sweatshirt gradually descended the staircase. Upon sighting the mask, Stark and Ethan momentarily froze. This mask belonged to the individual who had endured countless bullet wounds and beatings at the hands of kidnappers in Afghanistan. This person was Nan Zhou. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions, Nan Zhou swiftly interjected, noticing the two men brandishing their weapons and regarding him with caution. As he spoke, he placed a device before the keypad lock, and in less than half a minute, Stark's basement lock was effortlessly disengaged. For Nan Zhou, who had attained a 100 inheritance of the bell toll template, his acquisition extended beyond mere combat prowess, fighting techniques, and firearms expertise. He had also inherited the intellect of the bell toll, which had been developed to a level of 90, making the task of breaching Stark's basement code a trivial endeavor. Stark gazed incredulously at Nan Zhou. The program, which he believed to be the most impenetrable in the world, had been compromised in under half a minute by Nan Zhou. This revelation proved challenging for Stark, who had long been adorned with the aura of genius. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou entered the workshop and seated himself at a nearby table. Observing the items Stark and Ethan were examining. What? Planning to construct an upgraded version of your armor? Stark inquired, advancing slowly. Although Nan Zhou had rescued him and Ethan in Afghanistan, this did not engender complete trust in Stark. What brings you here? Ethan mustered the courage to ask at that moment. Why am I here? Naturally, to see how you both are faring. Nan Zhou's words were met with skepticism from Stark and Ethan, who would believe that someone could invade their home merely to check on their well-being. Of course, that was a jest, Nan Zhou continued, rising from the table to closely scrutinize the leg of Mark II. I am here because I hope you can assist me with the matter. After all, I did save your lives. Is it not reasonable for you to offer me some recompense or help me accomplish something in return? Stark and Ethan exchanged glances. Nan Zhou's assertion held merit. Had it not been for him, Ethan might have already succumbed to a bullet, and and Stark would not have escaped that cave so easily. Thus, it was not unreasonable for Nan Zhou to request some form of compensation. Stark felt that Nan Zhou harbored no malicious intentions towards the two of them, so he placed the wrench upon the table. His request was remarkably simple, one that he believed was within his current capabilities. Nan Zhou took a seat in the swivel chair that Stark had vacated. I require you to prepare a room saturated with Omega radiation for me. Upon hearing this, both Stark and Ethan were taken aback. It is well known that Omega radiation is the most terrifying form of radiation in existence. Exposure to gamma radiation, while dangerous, does not guarantee immediate death. However, exposure to Omega radiation results in instant and gruesome demise, with the afflicted suffering from profuse bleeding and the rapid deterioration of all bodily organs. What purpose do you have for such a thing? Stark inquired. Nan Zhou merely shook his head. That is of no concern to you. All I need is for you to procure it for me. Ideally, the room should be transportable, and given your stature, that shouldn't be too difficult. Although Nan Zhou could indeed secure these items himself, the endeavor was excessively tedious. It was far more convenient to delegate the task to Stark. Very well, I shall assist you. Stark hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. However, you must ensure that you do not intrude upon my residence uninvited. Once I have prepared what you need, our dealings will be settled. Nan Zhou smiled slightly. Agreed. A deal it is. He then produced a business card. Once it's accomplished, please call this number, and do try to be prompt. With that, Nan Zhou rose and left Stark's basement, striding confidently through the front door of Stark's mansion. Chapter 10. The Minions of Jean Bing. Nan Zhou's arrival was merely a brief interlude for Stark and Ethan, as the progress on Mark II awaited continuation. As for the room imbued with Omega radiation, Stark would address that matter at a later time. After departing from Stark's opulent abode, Nan Zhou returned to New York, where the three little ones seemed to be performing admirably at school, at least not causing any trouble, and no one else was troubling them. Since Nan Zhou's return from Afghanistan, Sharon had vacated his home, and now it was Nan Zhou who was entrusted with the care of the three children. Nonetheless, even under the cover of night, Nan Zhou remained industrious, for he had matters to attend to. He had purchased approximately $150 million worth of Stark Industries stock, and by strict definition, he could no longer be considered a wealthy man, with his bank savings dwindling to a mere $100,000. What Nan Zhou needed to do now was to transfer some funds, naturally sourced from the black market. On a moonless night, with the wind howling, New York transformed into a playground for the underworld. In the upscale clubs of the city, youthful maidens swayed on stage, captivating the attention of gangsters. Among them was a rather slender man, a cigar perched between his lips, his gaze fixated on the young woman before him, his eyes brimming with desire. Were it not for the multitude of individuals present, he would have pounced upon them like a famished wolf. However, at that very moment, the door to their chamber swung open, revealing a masked man standing outside. The group exchanged glances, each unfamiliar with the identity of this newcomer. Who are you? What brings you here? Are you seeking death? The frail man exclaimed, rising to his feet, brandishing his firearm with a menacing flourish. After all, they were the sovereigns of the New York underworld, who dared to confront them with such audacity. Yet, the masked figure merely scoffed. To be so brazen when death is imminent? Remember, I am the harbinger of your demise. This masked man was none other than Nan Zhou. With a swift motion, he drew his pistol and dispatched the frail man's companions with lethal precision. The sudden turn of events left the assembly momentarily stunned, while the young women on the stage crouched down, shrieking in terror. Damn it! The frail man quickly realized that Nan Zhou was no benevolent visitor, but rather a threat to his very life. Open fire! He bellowed, pivoting to flee, knowing of a concealed exit in the room that could facilitate his escape. Yet, Nan Zhou would not allow such an escape to transpire easily. He leapt with exaggerated grace, landing squarely on the man's back. The others, witnessing the spectacle, dared not express their astonishment and immediately turned to unleash a barrage of gunfire upon Nan Zhou. However, just as those before them had discovered, the bullets inflicted no harm upon him. At that moment, Nan Zhou crouched down, addressing the man beneath his feet. Someone has paid for your life, so you must endure this indignity. With that, he pressed the gun against the man's forehead. The man's subordinates, realizing their bullets were futile, surged forward to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Yet, each assailant met the same fate, sent reeling by a single strike from Nan Zhou, blood pouring from their orifices. You dare not kill me, the frail man cried out, his voice tinged with fear. I am a subordinate of Jean Bing. If you take my life, Jean Bing will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Both your employer and you shall fall victim to his wrath. The man's words momentarily caught Nan Zhou off guard. He had not anticipated that this individual was a minion of Jean Bing. I am a trusted aide of Jean Bing. The consequences of your actions would be dire, the man continued, believing he had instilled fear in Nan Zhou with the mention of Jin Bing's name. I see you possess considerable skill. Why not join us? Serve Jin Bing, and you shall want for nothing in the future. What say you? I had thought that uttering these words would compel Nan Zhou to release me. However, to my astonishment, upon hearing this, Nan Zhou struck the frail man with the butt of his gun, shattering all the teeth in his mouth. The excruciating pain prompted the man to let out several anguished cries. I care not whether your words bear truth, even if you are a trusted subordinate of Jin Bing. What of it? In my presence, Jin Bing holds no sway, Nan Zhou remarked, patting the face of the frail man. If my employer commanded me to eliminate Jin Bing, I would do so without hesitation. In my realm, all individuals are equal. Once I have set my sights on you, there is only one path, death. As he spoke, Nan Zhou pressed the muzzle of his gun against the man's head. You had best anticipate that your leader will come to seek you soon. With those words, a gunshot rang out, leaving only the woman's piercing screams reverberating through the room. In New York, at an undisclosed location, a man of considerable bulk sat at a table, crushing the phone in his grip. Damn it, who is this so-called assassin known as Code 47? The infuriated man was none other than Wilson Fisk, the kingpin of New York's underworld. He had just received the news of the brutal murder of a trusted subordinate and his entire crew. Upon investigation, it was revealed that the perpetrator was an assassin known as Code 47. This assassin, who is indeed Nan Zhou, had gained notoriety throughout the criminal world. Since his emergence 4 years ago, he had never once failed in his missions, achieving a perfect record of successful assassinations. Whenever he accepted a contract, the employer could rest assured, for by the dawn of the following day, their target would be a corpse. Find out who this person is. Jin Bing, as the most formidable crime lord in New York, had previously paid little heed to the existence of Code 47, for his own affairs did not necessitate such attention. Yet now, with Code 47 encroaching upon his territory and eliminating his trusted allies, it was impossible for Jin Bing to remain unperturbed. In New York, there has long been a saying, to survive, one must either align with Jin Bing or distance oneself from him. If you dare to tread upon the domain of the sovereign, do not be surprised when the sovereign sends you to meet your maker. At that moment, the secretary who had been standing beside Jin Bing spoke softly. Many have attempted to investigate this Code 47, yet all have failed. His identity remains shrouded in mystery. I fear our chances of uncovering the truth are slim. Before the secretary could finish, Jin Bing slammed his palm down, shattering the table before him. Even if it proves elusive, I demand you uncover it. I am the king of New York. How can I not ascertain the identity of a mere assassin? Find him. Even if it means digging 3 feet into the earth, I will have this man identified. He shall learn the dire consequences of crossing me. Chapter 11. Jin Bing declares war. On this day, the underground world of New York descended into chaos. In the underworld of New York, the notorious kingpin Jin Bing has issued a bounty in the black market, a reward of $30 million for anyone who can uncover the identity of the individual known as Agent 47. Should one succeed in delivering his head, the reward escalates to a staggering $50 million. This news has sent ripples through the entire underground realm, as Agent 47 has recently emerged as the most sought-after assassin in the black market, while Jin Bing reigns supreme in this shadowy domain. It appears that an irreconcilable conflict has arisen between these two formidable figures, prompting Jin Bing to take action against the assassin. The allure of such generous rewards has ignited the ambitions of countless individuals eager to change their fortunes. Meanwhile, in a motel in New York, the fearless daredevil, Matt Murdock, has also caught wind of this development. The last man he encountered was none other than Agent 47, who not only recognized him, but also revealed his own identity, leaving Murdock with an unsettling sense of danger. The methods employed by Agent 47 in dealing with his targets led Murdock to perceive him as something akin to a superhuman. Although Murdock attempted to investigate Agent 47's identity, his efforts were thwarted. The layers of secrecy surrounding this individual were impenetrable, even for his skills. However, Agent 47's current role as a mere assassin, targeting members of rival gangs, posed no direct threat to Murdock or society at large, prompting him to cease further inquiries. As he stood by the window, unable to see the outside world, Murdock could still perceive the sounds of the wind and the chatter of passers-by, allowing him to sense the unfolding drama of the impending confrontation between the crime lord and the elite assassin. While the underground world was in an uproar, Nan Zhou remained undisturbed, having concluded a job that afforded him a considerable sum, ensuring a period of well-deserved leisure. He was aware of the turmoil surrounding Jin Bing, but felt no concern. After all, no matter how diligently Jin Bing searched, he would never uncover Nan Zhou's identity. Since his anonymity was assured, Nan Zhou found solace in watching the unfolding spectacle from the comfort of his home. At that moment, in a dimly lit basement, A man was bound to a chair, his fingers gruesomely stripped of their nails, blood oozing from his hands. His face bore the marks of brutal violence, with few teeth remaining intact. This man was a hired hand of Nan Zhou, tasked with eliminating one of Jean Bing's trusted associates, a leader within a minor gang in New York. Just then, Jean Bing emerged from the shadows, adorned with brass knuckles, gazing intently at the terrified man before him. "Answer me," he demanded. "What does Agent 47 look like? What are his distinguishing features?" The man merely shook his head, his broken teeth rendering his speech indistinct. "I truly do not understand. We were merely engaged in an online transaction." The man had already articulated everything clearly. Nan Zhou and he were only involved in a digital deal. After completing the task, they would contact the employer and ultimately transfer the funds to a designated account. This account was protected, appearing as a void number upon any inquiry, effectively useless. Thus, locating Nan Zhou through the employer was an arduous task. Even if one were to find the employer from previous face-to-face dealings, Nan Zhou always wore a mask. His voice altered, making it nearly impossible to reveal the truth. Jean Bing gazed at the man, who was now trembling in fear, having lost control of his bodily functions. With a deep sigh, he remarked, "Why must you provoke me? Of all people, you chose to antagonize me, even hiring someone to kill me." As he spoke, Jean Bing seized the man's hair. "You are aware of the consequences of crossing me, aren't you? Do you believe you will emerge unscathed?" With that, Jean Bing's fist, equipped with a brass knuckle, struck the man's face with brutal force, causing his cheek to cave in. One punch led to another, 2, 3, until the man's visage was unrecognizable. Despite the excruciating pain, he could no longer vocalize his suffering, teetering on the brink of death. These 3 punches were insufficient to satiate Jean Bing's wrath, yet he realized that if he continued, the man would perish, and with his demise, Jean Bing's amusement would vanish. Contemplating this, he released his grip and turned to his subordinate. "Keep him alive. I still wish to derive some entertainment from him." Jean Bing aimed to make this man's existence a living hell, a fate worse than death. 3 days later, Nan Zhou escorted 3 children to school, and at that moment, his phone rang. Upon answering, he recognized Stark's voice. "Your house, infused with Omega radiation, is ready. When will you come to collect it?" Hearing this, Nan Zhou's heart soared. He had not expected Stark to be so efficient. Within just 4 or 5 days, the task had been completed. "I'm on my way. Please hold on," he replied, promptly purchasing a plane ticket to California. The journey from east to west was not particularly lengthy, yet for reasons unknown, perhaps due to the anticipation of the Omega-laden house, Nan Zhou found the flight excruciatingly prolonged. Once the plane landed, he hurried to Stark's villa. Employing the same method as before, he donned a mask to evade surveillance, and, after bypassing the security code, entered Stark's opulent residence. However, unlike previous encounters, this time Stark's assistant, Pepper Potts, was present. Nan Zhou skillfully avoided Potts' scrutiny and made his way to the basement. Uncertain if it was due to the previous experience, the appearance of Nan Zhou this time instilled a remarkable calm in Stark and Ethan. "The house is ready for you. Located in my garage. Let me take you to retrieve it." Stark, upon encountering Nan Zhou, wasted no time, setting aside his work to lead Nan Zhou to the garage. At that moment, the Mark II suit was also revealed before Nan Zhou, its silver armor exuding a chilling aura of dominance, piquing Nan Zhou's interest considerably. After all, this was his first encounter with a physical Iron Man suit, an entirely different sensation compared to seeing it in films. Stark and Ethan had no need to conceal their armor, especially since Nan Zhou had previously laid eyes on their blueprints. Any further concealment seemed unnecessary. "This thing is truly impressive," Nan Zhou remarked, gazing at the suit, unable to suppress his admiration. Indeed, the chassis embodies the romance of man. Chapter 12. The terrifying Omega radiation in New York. Nan Zhou transported the house filled with Omega radiation, prepared by Stark, back to his garage. Although Nan Zhou's garage was not small, it housed only a single vehicle, making the placement of the house quite manageable. The entire structure of the house was composed of radiation-proof materials and boasted excellent sealing. After all, any leakage of Omega radiation would spell catastrophic consequences for the entire neighborhood and even the city of New York. Upon entering the room, Nan Zhou quickly noticed the red button. According to Stark, pressing this button would fill the entire room with Omega radiation. He securely closed the door and locked it with 3 reinforced locks. Deep down, he felt a twinge of anxiety, as he was uncertain of what transformations the radiation might induce in him. Taking a deep breath, Nan Zhou placed his hand on the red button, steeling himself before pressing it decisively. In an instant, the room was engulfed in a brilliant red light, and a searing pain surged through his body. The intensity of the pain brought him to one knee, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Simultaneously, his clothing disintegrated into nothingness. Ding! High-intensity omega radiation exposure detected. Activating life protection function. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou hoped the pain would diminish significantly. However, to his dismay, the agony showed no signs of abating. It seemed that this so-called life protection function merely ensured his survival, without alleviating the pain in the slightest. Unable to contain his frustration, Nan Zhou cursed the system internally. He was constantly engulfed in the torment of omega radiation. This suffering was beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. Even Captain America would face the same fate. Yet, Nan Zhou had to endure this ordeal for 4 long hours, a duration that felt akin to residing in a hell on earth. Moreover, what exacerbates his suffering is the requirement to endure the torment of completing 1,000 push-ups and 1,000 pull-ups, with an increment added only after every 30 days. Although this increment is significantly greater than that of the Doom template, the agony endured to meet this condition far surpasses that of the Doom template manifold. Let us begin. Enduring excruciating pain, Nan Zhou commenced his push-up regimen. Each repetition tested the limits of his physical capabilities. Under normal circumstances, this would merely be a trivial endeavor. Yet the present moment was anything but ordinary. As time ticked away, the small room, saturated with intense omega radiation, often echoed with Nan Zhou's furious roars. 5.5 hours had elapsed, and at this moment, Nan Zhou was positioned at the edge of the room, performing pull-ups. Victory's dawn was within his sight. 996, 997, 998. Nan Zhou's entire body trembled, and now, only his sheer willpower sustained him. 999, 1000. As Nan Zhou completed his final pull-up, he collapsed instantaneously onto the ground. His body felt as if it had disassembled, and rather than lying down, he was more akin to being sprawled on the floor. Ding. Daily task completed. Achieving 30 repetitions will enhance the Darkseid template by 1. You have now completed 1. The host will not carry radiation. Please feel free to interact with others. The mechanical voice of the system echoed. In that moment, Nan Zhou yearned to berate the insufferable system, yet he found himself utterly devoid of strength. With great effort, he began to crawl toward the crimson button, inching closer until the tip of his finger finally rested upon it. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he pressed the button. Instantly, the room's red glow dissipated, replaced by a gentle natural light. As the omega radiation receded, the pressure on Nan Zhou diminished significantly, and the pain lessened substantially, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief. Leaning against the wall, he gasped for air, realizing this was perhaps the most agonizing experience of his life. After resting for another half-hour within the room, he finally regained the strength to stand. He unlatched the 3 reinforced locks and exited the room. As the door swung open, a cool breeze enveloped him, bringing an immediate sense of comfort. Wrapping himself in a blanket, he ascended the stairs, returned to his home, and collapsed onto his bed, slipping into a deep slumber. When Nan Zhou next opened his eyes, night had fallen, and a faint light illuminated the space outside his room. After changing his clothes, he stepped into the hallway, discovering 3 little ones engrossed in a television show in the living room, while a covered plate sat on the dining table. Brother Zhou, Wanda, upon seeing Nan Zhou emerge from the room, promptly leapt from the sofa and hurried to stand before him, her large eyes sparkling with excitement. Upon returning home, we found Brother Zhou sleeping soundly and chose not to disturb him. This is the dinner we prepared for you. Do enjoy it. At that moment, Lorna and Pietro also approached Nan Zhou. Lorna lifted the lid to reveal a rather simple sandwich. This fried egg was made by me. Lorna's face beamed with pride as she looked up at Nan Zhou. In response, Nan Zhou smiled and affectionately ruffled Lorna's hair, exclaiming, "Our little Lorna can fry an egg now. How clever." Despite the visibly charred appearance of the egg, Nan Zhou's lightheartedness prevailed. Pietro, however, found himself at a loss for words, as he had contributed nothing to the sandwich. Lorna had cooked the egg, and Wanda was responsible for assembling and cutting it, leaving him solely in charge of consumption. Observing Nan Zhou praising Wanda and Lorna, Pietro felt a twinge of jealousy. Yet, at that moment, Nan Zhou placed a reassuring hand on Pietro's shoulder, having sensed his silent thoughts. "It seems we are alike in one regard. We both know how to enjoy our meals." Nan Zhou humorously put himself on the same level as Pietro, eliciting a chuckle from Lorna and significantly brightening the mood. Nan Zhou then took a bite of the sandwich. To him, there was little distinction between delicious and unappetizing when it came to sandwiches. After all, he had never discerned much difference over the years. His gaze turned to the 3 little ones, noting that Wanda and Lorna were blossoming into lovely young ladies, while Pietro was developing into quite the handsome lad. The thought made him shake his head in amusement. Just how many young hearts would they captivate once they grew up? Chapter 13. The Trap. Currently, the entire business world is pondering a singular question. Who is the mysterious figure, known as Xing Zhou, who has boldly acquired a significant stake in Stark Industries? Whether it be Obadiah or other business magnates, all are in pursuit of this enigmatic entity. Yet, regardless of their methods, Xing Zhou remains shrouded in an elusive veil, making it impossible for them to discern his true identity. An increasing number of individuals have begun to speculate that Xing Zhou is none other than Stark himself, engaging in various actions to liberate himself from Obadiah's grasp and seize complete control of Stark Industries. However, Obadiah is acutely aware that this scenario is implausible. At present, Obadiah has secured Stark's Mark I prototype, and his Ironmonger project is already underway. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou is relishing a fleeting moment of tranquility, spending his days in a room saturated with high levels of Omega radiation, diligently completing the daily tasks assigned to him by the system. 7 days have elapsed, allowing Nan Zhou to acclimate to the torment of this room. The 4 hours spent within have become considerably more bearable. As on previous days, Nan Zhou emerged from his chamber, wiping the perspiration from his brow with a towel, preparing to change his attire and ascend the stairs. At that moment, his phone rang. He picked it up to discover it was Nick calling. Having taken such a lengthy respite, have you considered returning to work? Nick's voice resonated from the other end as soon as the call connected. Nan Zhou sighed resignedly. What was inevitable had finally arrived. Nevertheless, the 20 days of vacation following Stark's rescue had been a hard-won reprieve. Though he longed for freedom and yearned to distance himself from S.H.I.E.L.D, he was still a field agent, and thus had duties to fulfill. What is the mission? Speak plainly. Nan Zhou's tone was unusually forthright, leaving Nick somewhat taken aback. Coulson is about to engage with Stark, and I wish to assign him an assistant. So, that assistant would be me? Nan Zhou discerned Nick's intention immediately. All you need to do is assist him, Nick clarified. This task was not particularly arduous. It might even afford him the opportunity to witness a confrontation between Iron Man and Ironmonger. Understood, I shall depart at once. Just as Nan Zhou was about to end the call, Nick interjected, Wait, what is the matter? Nan Zhou inquired, perplexed by Nick's sudden urgency. There is no need to rush. Let us wait a few more days. Coulson needs time to prepare. I merely wish to inform you in advance so you could be ready. After conveying this, Nick ended the call. Nan Zhou shrugged and left the facility, making his way upstairs. Upon turning on the television, he was surprised to see Colonel Rhodes explaining the crash of a U.S. military fighter jet. Is the timeline still at this juncture? He pondered, astonished that after more than 20 days, nearly a month had passed since the debut of the Mark III. Once more, under the cover of night, Nan Zhou donned his mask and traversed the shadows. He had accepted a job from the black market. However, this time, the employer posed a significant challenge for him. Chiefly, it was the issue with Wilson Fisk. Following the recent incident, Fisk had placed a bounty on Nan Zhou's head, offering a sum so exorbitant that it attracted the attention of the entire underworld. Numerous individuals would undoubtedly seek to ensnare him by leveraging the black market for assignments. Yet, Nan Zhou was inclined to accept this perilous allure. After all, Fisk's actions had effectively severed his source of income, compelling Nan Zhou to devise alternative means of earning a livelihood. The method of earning money is naturally to defeat all adversaries and ultimately seize their valuable possessions. This is the new strategy of Nan Zhou. He has tracked down his target to an abandoned factory, a typical locale for a treacherous plot against him. Without any pretense of concealment, Nan Zhou boldly walked into the factory. Gazing upon the dark and desolate expanse, he extended his arms and declared, I know you are all here. No need to hide. Come forth. Barely had his words echoed when nearly 200 individuals emerged from the shadows, encircling him. I must say, your display is quite grand. So many of you. Nan Zhou observed the scene before him, feeling no surprise. A person capable of offering such a hefty bounty surely possessed exceptional qualities, and to ensure the safety of this sum, it was prudent to gather a multitude. You have a bounty of $50 million on your head. Even a fraction of that would be significant for my comrades, remarked a burly man at the forefront. I advise you to surrender peacefully. Opposing Jean Bing will only lead to dire consequences, he continued. Perhaps you should showcase your value before Jean Bing. If you manage to please him, you may avoid a painful fate. After nearly 10 days of waiting, the initially impatient leader now seemed oddly composed, even attempting to devise an escape route for Nan Zhou. Thank you for your kind suggestion, but my presence here signifies that Jean Bing means nothing to me. Upon hearing this, the others erupted in laughter. Well, you certainly have spirit. Do not blame us for what follows. The man ceased his idle chatter and gestured for his followers to attack. However, at that moment, Nan Zhou's figure suddenly vanished from his previous spot, reappearing beside the man. With a swift motion, he struck the henchman beside him. The blow was not overly forceful. It merely sent the man flying, leaving him gasping for breath but sparing his life. The onlookers were initially taken aback by this display, but their astonishment was swiftly replaced by greed. for before them stood a walking fortune of 50 million. Who cared about their surprise? As Nan Zhou observed the avaricious gleam in their eyes, he sighed in resignation. They were once ordinary individuals, but now they are likely to become corpses. Almost immediately, a cacophony of screams erupted from the crowd as countless individuals were hurled into the walls by Nan Zhou's punches, some even suspended from the beams above. Anyone who dared to approach him was invariably sent flying. This brutish method of resolution bored Nan Zhou, for these opponents were far too feeble to withstand even a single blow. Before Nan Zhou, all of his combat skills seemed utterly futile against these individuals. Chapter 14. The wrath of King Ping. Cries of anguish echoed incessantly, as nearly 200 people before Nan Zhou were akin to ragdolls, easily sent flying by a mere punch. Even with firearms in hand, the bullets could not inflict the slightest harm upon him. Such terror instilled profound fear within them. In their minds, Nan Zhou had transformed into a monstrous entity, a veritable beast. Among the 200, the only one possessing any semblance of capability was the man who had spoken earlier. At this moment, he was slumped on the ground, his eyes filled with dread. You are not human. King Ping is deceiving us. As Nan Zhou drew closer, the man trembled uncontrollably. It appeared as though King Ping had placed a bounty on Nan Zhou's head, but in truth, King Ping was utilizing Nan Zhou to eliminate all opposing forces in New York. This was King Ping's sinister scheme, a bloodless machination. At this juncture, the man believed this to be the undeniable truth. I have spared you for last, for your previous suggestions were rather insightful. Though I cannot ascertain your sincerity, I find you not particularly detestable. Nan Zhou crouched down, grasping the necklace around the man's neck. Yet your ultimate intention remains to kill me, which is quite regrettable. It seems you are destined for death. With that, Nan Zhou pressed the gun against the man's forehead, preparing to deliver the final shot. However, the man unexpectedly smiled. Instead of despair at the approach of death, he bore a grin that bordered on madness, catching Nan Zhou off guard. Do you truly believe that by killing me, you can bring an end to this? Just moments ago, I broadcasted your location to the black market. Now, everyone involved knows where to find you. All the major gangs in New York will come for you, along with King Ping, who would relish in flaying you alive. You are doomed. With that proclamation, the man erupted into maniacal laughter. Yet, with the crack of a gunshot, the laughter abruptly ceased. How annoying. Nan Zhou lightly tapped his temple. The man's reckless defiance had indeed taken him by surprise. Nevertheless, even if the entire underworld of New York converged upon him, it would be as if he were merely toying with them. I suggest you leave now, lest you find yourself in a most unfortunate predicament. At that moment, a voice emerged from the shadows in the corner, and stepping forth was none other than Daredevil, Matt Murdock. In truth, Nan Zhou had long been aware of Murdock's presence, yet he had chosen not to reveal it. He had anticipated that this individual would step into the light. You always prefer lurking in the shadows, observing quietly, rather than offering assistance. Upon witnessing Daredevil emerge, Nan Zhou expressed a hint of complaint. Noticing that Nan Zhou showed no surprise, this was well within Murdock's expectations as he approached Nan Zhou's side. You should not have killed them all. In response to Murdock's words, Nan Zhou merely shook his head, stating, they attempted to kill me first. Murdock then regarded Nan Zhou, choosing not to pursue the topic further, and instead shifted his gaze to the corpse of the leading man. You heard what he said, right? It won't be long before the entire New York underworld descends upon this place. I am aware of your formidable strength. Perhaps those gangs cannot harm you, but I still advise you to leave swiftly. These gangs are utterly ruthless, and if they discover that they cannot subdue you, they may resort to deploying weapons of mass destruction. At that point, the entire neighborhood would be doomed. Murdock's words were indeed prudent. Those gangs operated without any moral compass, especially the likes of Jean Bing. If this matter escalated and innocent lives were lost, it would truly be a case of losing far more than one could gain. After listening, Nan Zhou nodded in agreement, yet he did not proceed towards the exit. Instead, he approached the multitude of corpses. This action perplexed Murdock, who could not fathom Nan Zhou's intentions. However, Nan Zhou turned back with a smile, saying, though your reasoning is sound, I have decided to stay. I know my own limits. Just minutes after their conversation, the factory's exterior was surrounded by an innumerable convoy of vehicles, with countless armed individuals disembarking. Some of their eyes gleamed with desire, while others glinted with bloodlust. This scene was such that even the New York Police Department could only watch from a distance, while the surrounding citizens observed anxiously, fearful that a confrontation might ensnare them. At that moment, a stretched Lincoln pulled up to the factory entrance, and the person stepping out was none other than Jean Bing. Most of those encircling the factory belonged to Jean Bing's faction, and upon witnessing his imposing presence, the remaining individuals naturally lacked the courage to contest. Is this the place? Jean Bing inquired, gazing at the tightly shut factory doors. A subordinate nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this is it. The informant is employed by that individual, so the information is likely accurate. This was the swift assessment of the credibility of the news by Jin Bing's men, and fortunately, the information proved to be true. Jin Bing nodded, advancing to the grand entrance, and delivered a powerful punch against the heavy iron door. Instantly, a tremendous sound echoed from the door, with rust cascading down from it. Following the first strike came the second, then the third. The door visibly buckled with each impact, and after the ninth punch, it was utterly obliterated. As they stepped into the factory, a pungent scent of blood assaulted their senses, prompting Jin Bing's men to illuminate the area with flashlights, revealing a sight that left them all astonished. Nearly 200 lifeless bodies lay sprawled across the ground, while on a nearby wall, words written in blood proclaimed the arrival of Johnson Fisk. Upon witnessing this, Fisk's forehead immediately bulged with veins and fury. What is this? A mockery aimed at him. That detestable scoundrel. Fisk struck his fist against the adjacent wall, the anger within him now impossible to contain. The unfortunate wall bore the brunt of his wrath, cracking under the force of his blow. Those present dared not utter a word. Facing such fury from Fisk, even a minor misstep could lead to dire consequences. The street, once filled with commotion, fell into an eerie silence. This king of New York's underworld displayed such unbridled rage before a multitude for the first time in many years. At that moment, within the shadows of the factory, two pairs of eyes were fixed intently upon Fisk, observing his furious demeanor, his loss of composure. Chapter 15. A frenzied mockery. Do you comprehend the ramifications of your actions? Nan Zhou and Murdoch crouched in the dimness beneath the beams, watching as Fisk's veins throbbed ominously, causing Murdoch to feel a twinge of apprehension. Having interacted with Fisk numerous times, he understood the terror that lay beneath the surface. He found it difficult to imagine how this situation might conclude. Consequences? Rest assured, Fisk would not target innocent civilians, for in his eyes, I have become a rogue akin to him. Nan Zhou's words momentarily stunned Murdoch, prompting an involuntary chuckle. This statement held merit, after all. No virtuous character would resort to writing with the blood of corpses. In a certain light, this Agent 47 was indeed formidable. Now, it is my turn to make an entrance. Observing the agitated Fisk, Nan Zhou suddenly leapt down, startling Murdoch beside him. What is he planning? Is he walking into the lion's den? Nan Zhou landed squarely before Fisk, his sudden appearance shocking the onlookers, even Fisk himself. Fisk regarded the masked stranger before him, astonished that he had not detected his presence. Typically, the rigorous training and experiences Fisk had undergone allowed him to sense anyone lurking in the shadows behind him, save for that insufferable daredevil. Yet, this masked individual had evaded his awareness. What do you think of the welcome I have prepared for you? Nan Zhou addressed Fisk with an air of amusement. Upon hearing this, Fisk immediately recognized the individual before him as Agent 47. You are the one who killed my trusted aide? Fury laced Fisk's voice. I was merely fulfilling a contract. I can only say that your subordinate was rather unfortunate. As soon as Nan Zhou's words fell, he witnessed Jin Bing launching a punch towards him, the fierce force of the blow sending chills through the onlookers. If that punch were to connect, it would undoubtedly spell certain doom. However, Nan Zhou remained remarkably composed, allowing the fist to descend upon him without any intention of evasion. The spectators, trailing behind Jin Bing, collectively thought, this boy is doomed. Who would dare confront Jin Bing's punch head-on without flinching? The grim image of Nan Zhou's demise began to form in their minds. Jin Bing's fist crashed against Nan Zhou's mask with a resounding impact, accompanied by a wave of force. The might behind that punch was formidable. Had it struck an ordinary person, it would likely have reduced their skull to pulp. Yet, alas, Jin Bing was up against Nan Zhou, who possessed the formidable templates of the Death Knell and Darkseid. Given Nan Zhou's current physical resilience, the blow felt merely inconsequential. Remarkably, the mask on his face remained intact, unscathed. This outcome was utterly unexpected for all present. Jin Bing shook his hand, evidently taken aback by the force he had unleashed, which had clearly taken a toll on him as well. Surprised, are you? Observing Jin Bing's astonishment, Nan Zhou couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. Your punch hitting me feels akin to a cotton candy strike, soft and feeble. This taunt further incensed Jin Bing, prompting him to once again extend his fist, aiming to shatter Nan Zhou's mask with another blow. Yet, predictably, the mask remained unbroken. As a product bestowed by the system, its durability was nothing short of extraordinary. Nan Zhou had previously tested it beneath a hydraulic press, which ultimately malfunctioned rather than yielding to its pressure. Well then, if 2 punches have failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon me, I believe I have gauged your strength. Observing Jin Bing's increasingly astonished expression, Nan Zhou continued. You have truly disappointed me. I had anticipated a commendable exchange between us, yet your weakness is painfully evident. With that, Nan Zhou unleashed a punch of his own, its velocity surpassing that of Jin Bing's earlier strikes. Before Jin Bing could react, Nan Zhou's fist was already poised before his abdomen. With no defense in place, Jin Bing took the full brunt of the blow. The impact nearly forced a spurt of blood from his mouth. Nan Zhou had withheld his full power. For unleashing it would have guaranteed Jin Bing a fate akin to those who had previously fallen at his hands. Without exception, all met their demise. Even though the blow was not delivered with full force, it sent Jin Bing flying, crashing heavily to the ground. This is impossible. Jin Bing struggled to rise, his eyes reflecting pure astonishment devoid of any other emotion. The masked figure not only absorbed 2 of his punches with his face, but also knocked him down with a single strike. Such an occurrence had not transpired in many years. Mordok, who was observing from the beams above, was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that Nan Zhou would handle Jin Bing with such ease. After all, Jin Bing was the underground king of New York, the ruler of a criminal empire, and yet here he was, felled by a single punch. With such a substantial bounty placed upon him, I would almost consider surrendering myself alive to you. With a swift movement, Nan Zhou positioned himself before Jin Bing. How about this? I'll accompany you, and you'll grant me 50 million? The relentless mockery from Nan Zhou caused Jin Bing to tremble. When had he ever been subjected to such derision? Early in his career, he had encountered some ridicule, but those who dared to mock him ultimately ended up as mere pulp beneath his fists. However, the situation was different now. Confronted by this audacious mocker, Jin Bing found himself devoid of confidence. The strength of this individual was unfathomable, and he realized he stood little chance. Sensing that Jin Bing was on the verge of succumbing to impotent rage, Nan Zhou grew disinterested in prolonging their encounter. He reached out and lightly tapped Jin Bing's face. You should reconsider placing a bounty on me. You lack both the strength and the qualification. Focus on your training, and perhaps then we can talk. To defeat me, you might as well wait another 20,000 years. As soon as Nan Zhou finished speaking, he vanished in an instant, leaving everyone around Jin Bing in a state of panic, frantically scanning their surroundings for any sign of his return. However, Nan Zhou had no intention of lingering. He had already departed from the factory. At that moment, Jin Bing wore a grim expression. Nan Zhou's taunting words struck him like heavy hammers, each blow resonating within his heart. Let us go? Jin Bing did not utter anything further. But this brief statement exuded an aura of lethal intent that instilled fear deep within the soul. Chapter 16. A rescue attempt. The first direct confrontation between Codename 47 and Jin Bing ended in a resounding defeat for the latter. The following day, this became the most talked about topic in the black market. Outside the factory, not only were Jin Bing and his subordinates present, but other criminal factions were also watching closely. This presented an excellent opportunity to undermine Jin Bing, and any mob boss seeking to usurp his position would not let this chance slip away. The black market buzzed with sensational reports of Codename 47 publicly humiliating Jin Bing, yet the latter's faction remained unresponsive. Since Jin Bing returned to his domain after leaving the factory, he has secluded himself, permitting no one to approach his room except for the provision of 3 daily meals. No one knows what Jin Bing is engaged in, yet those who have followed him closely understand that when he reemerges into the public eye, he will be utterly transformed. As for the other protagonist of this event, codenamed 47, Nan Zhou continues his life as usual. He refrained from killing Jin Bing because he wished to prolong the amusement. Having not yet engaged with him made Nan Zhou perceive Jin Bing as quite an intriguing individual, and to eliminate him would be a pity. Naturally, he eagerly anticipates their second encounter, curious to see how much Jin Bing can evolve after enduring such humiliation. However, Nan Zhou's expectations remain tempered, for no matter how hard Jin Bing strives, he remains merely mortal. To Nan Zhou, mortals are akin to ants, insignificant before him. 5 days have passed since Nan Zhou confronted Jin Bing, and today he boarded a plane to California, destined for Stark Industries to assist Coulson. This time, he did not summon Sharon but allowed the 3 little ones to guard the house themselves, which was their own wish, and Nan Zhou acquiesced. At the California airport, upon exiting the terminal, Nan Zhou spotted Coulson standing not far away. It's truly fortuitous to have your assistance, Coulson remarked as he approached Nan Zhou. It seems someone is plotting against Stark. Nan Zhou paused momentarily, recalling certain matters. Could it be the other directors of Stark Industries? He speculated. Though he refrained from mentioning Obadiah's name, Coulson nodded. The weapons from Stark Industries have fallen into the hands of those in the Middle East, orchestrated by one of our directors, Obadiah. Although Nan Zhou did not articulate Obadiah's name, Coulson conveyed all pertinent information he possessed. Ever since Stark returned from the Middle East, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been investigating the circumstances surrounding his disappearance, and the weapons sold to the Middle East have drawn their attention. The investigation has revealed that these actions were not initiated by Stark, but were entirely the doing of Obadiah. As Stark's authority is limited to him alone, he possesses the capability to carry out such acts, and he likely poses a threat to Stark's safety. Hence, we require personnel to ensure Stark's protection. Nan Zhou found himself somewhat speechless upon hearing this. He never anticipated becoming Stark's bodyguard. A bodyguard from S.H.I.E.L.D. at that. And Stark was receiving this protection without any expense. What extraordinary fortune was this? Coulson and Nan Zhou then boarded the vehicle, making their way towards Stark Industries. At this moment, within Stark Industries, in Obadiah's office, Pepper Potts was diligently attempting to breach the security system of Obadiah's computer. An overwhelming sense of anxiety enveloped her, as Obadiah could return at any moment. As the hacking progressed, a plethora of documents slowly began to materialize on the screen, and shock was etched across Pepper's face as she perused these files. She stumbled upon the blueprints for the Ironmonger. Just then, the office door swung open, and Obadiah entered. Upon seeing Pepper seated at the desk, he appeared momentarily taken aback. However, this surprise was swiftly replaced by his signature smile as he approached her. Shortly thereafter, Sam Wilson and Agent Coulson arrived at Stark Industries. According to Coulson, he had arranged to meet Pepper there. Coulson and Sam sat on a nearby bench, while Pepper descended from the upper floor. "Hey, Miss Potts, we had an appointment, remember?" Coulson remarked, noticing the evident tension on Pepper's face as she glanced at him. Mustering a smile, "Of course I haven't forgotten. Follow me, and I promise it will be unforgettable." Pepper's nervousness did not go unnoticed by Coulson and Sam, whose gazes shifted toward the area from which Pepper had just come. At that moment, they became aware of Obadiah. Coulson and Sam exchanged knowing looks. "You go find Stark." Coulson instructed Sam, who nodded in agreement and promptly departed Stark Industries. As dusk settled, Sam strolled leisurely down the avenue, gazing at the dimming sky, and let out a resigned sigh. Tonight, this city would witness a fierce battle. Checking the time, he deemed it nearly the right moment. Hailing a taxi and entering the vehicle. Before long, Sam arrived at Stark's mansion, donned his mask, and slipped into familiar attire, making his way directly to the basement. Upon entering, he discovered Stark struggling beneath a table, breathing heavily and appearing pallid. Not long ago, Obadiah had visited and stolen the arc reactor from Stark's chest. Without the reactor's operation, Stark would face imminent death. Sam approached Stark, who, upon seeing the mask, seemed to want to say something but could muster only labored breaths. Meanwhile, Sam busied himself, retrieving the first-generation reactor from the mechanical arm beside Stark, shattering the glass casing with a swift motion, holding it aloft with a faint smile. "Is this what you desire?" Stark remained voiceless, but the yearning in his eyes grew increasingly intense. "If I were to attach this to you, would that not be considered saving your life?" Nan Zhou continued to smile, completely disregarding Stark, who was on the brink of death. "So, this time I saved you. You owe me a favor, understand?" With that, Nan Zhou pressed the first-generation reactor directly against Stark's chest. Chapter 17. I am the Dark Lord, Darkseid, damn it. Stark felt as though he had traversed the gates of hell. Even the sound of his breath trembled. Ethan. Stark's gaze shifted outside the basement. Moments ago, when Obadiah had arrived, Ethan had attempted to confront him but was swiftly knocked unconscious by a single blow. It was then that Nan Zhou realized that Stark had someone named Ethan by his side in this universe. Contemplating this, Nan Zhou rose and made his way to the surface, soon finding Ethan behind the sofa and bringing him down to the basement. Seeing that Ethan was merely unconscious, Stark let out a sigh of relief. What about Pepper? Suddenly, Stark remembered his secretary, grabbing Nan Zhou's sleeve. "Where is she? Is she all right?" "There are 5 or 6 bodyguards with her," Nan Zhou replied. "That is not enough." The image of Obadiah flashed in Stark's mind. It was evident that Obadiah was also investigating the armor. Those 5 or 6 agents would be utterly ineffective. He needed to rise to protect Pepper. Yet, his body felt incredibly weak, like a puddle of mud. How could such a frail form offer protection? "No, I must save Pepper. Obadiah is extremely dangerous, and those agents are of no use." Stark insisted, attempting to stand, but his feeble body betrayed him, forcing him back down. "How about this? I will go save Pepper. And you owe me 2 favors in return?" Nan Zhou suggested, noting Stark's urgent demeanor. Stark looked at Nan Zhou in surprise, yet he soon clenched his teeth. "If you can indeed protect Pepper, then 2 favors it shall be." Although Stark had always been a notorious playboy, he was not fond of being in anyone's debt. However, this individual had saved his life twice, once in the Middle East and again just moments ago. A person who had rescued him twice now sought to save his secretary, Pepper. Though reluctant to owe anyone, what did it matter now? "All right then, remember, 2 favors. Nan Zhou smiled slightly before heading outside. "Oh, by the way, Colonel Rhodes might be coming by shortly." With that reminder, Nan Zhou turned and departed Stark's home. Soon after, Colonel Rhodes indeed arrived at Stark's residence. Tony! Colonel Rhodes anxiously shouted within Tony Stark's opulent mansion. Upon descending into the basement, he discovered Stark, who had just regained his composure. "Hey, Tony, are you alright? Rhodes approached Stark's side, relieved to find him alive, albeit looking somewhat pale. Can you believe it? I almost died in my own home, rather than that damned Middle East. Stark, leaning on the handrail, stood up, his eyes brimming with fury. As he spoke, he made his way towards the Mark III armor's donning station and turned back to Rhodes. Rhodes, Ethan is in your care. With that, Stark donned the Iron Man suit and soared out of his residence. This thing is truly magnificent. Rhodes gazed enviously at the ascending Mark III before noticing Ethan, unconscious on a nearby bench. Damn Obadiah. South, moving with utmost urgency, raced towards Stark Industries. Given that Stark owed him 2 favors, South was keen on delivering a punch to turn Obadiah's ironmonger into scrap metal. Meanwhile, within Stark Industries, Pepper and Agent Coulson had just entered Obadiah's laboratory. There's nothing here, one agent remarked, unable to contain his disappointment. Upon entering, they found no mech facilities, only an overwhelming mass of wires. As Pepper stood before a tangle of cables, she couldn't suppress a scream. When South arrived at Stark Industries, the ironmonger was wreaking havoc. Driven by fear, Pepper fled in a frenzy while Coulson and others attempted to retaliate. Yet, mere bullets were no match for the ironmonger. Obadiah raised his mechanical arm, aiming to strike Coulson, but instead of the anticipated sound of flesh being crushed, there was a sharp crack as Obadiah's arm jolted back. What is going on? Obadiah wondered, lifting his arm to find South, masked and standing protectively in front of Coulson, having thwarted the attack. South's mask was no longer that of the Grim Reaper, which could potentially expose his identity to Coulson, a troublesome predicament. Not only this time, but throughout all previous black market endeavors, South had donned a different mask. Who are you? Obadiah inquired, bewildered by South's sudden appearance. Me? South stroked his chin, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he contemplated how to respond to Obadiah. Why don't you wait a moment while I think of a name to share with you? How does that sound? South's words incensed Obadiah, realizing that this insolent youth truly seemed to disregard him. In light of this, I shall demonstrate the terror of my mech. With this thought, Obadiah aimed another heavy punch at Nan Zhou. However, just like before, he anticipated that this strike would reduce the man to a mere pulp. Yet, halfway through the motion, the mechanical arm halted abruptly. Why are you so impatient? I asked you to wait, yet you cannot? At that moment, Nan Zhou seized Obadiah's mechanical arm with one hand, applying a slight force that produced a faint cracking sound. This startled Obadiah. After all, this was made of metal, known for its hardness. Yet it was being crushed and cracked by this man's bare hands. Although Obadiah was astounded, for Nan Zhou, it was a relatively effortless feat, as he had exerted hardly any strength at all. Seeing this, Obadiah gritted his teeth, and countless firearms emerged from his arm, unleashing a barrage of gunfire towards Nan Zhou. This left Coulson utterly dumbfounded. How could one stand still in the face of bullets? The reality was equally astonishing to the onlookers. The bullets failed to inflict any harm upon Nan Zhou. Perhaps this name is more fitting. Nan Zhou seemed impervious to the onslaught, and with a fierce tug, he pulled Iron Tyrant right up to his face. The distance between them was minuscule. Remember my name. I am Dark Lord Darkseid. Chapter 18. Identity in question. Dark Lord Darkseid? This name left both Coulson and Obadiah momentarily stunned. They had never encountered such a title. Regardless of your so-called Dark Lord status, anyone who dares obstruct me shall meet their demise. Obadiah was now seething with rage. His meticulously crafted armor was unable to overcome a mere unarmed individual. Even if this person was superhuman, he bore weapons capable of changing the world, and he refused to accept such an outcome. Countless weapons extended from his armor, bombarding Nan Zhou once more. Yet, the result remained unchanged. Nan Zhou stood unharmed. However, his shirt had been shredded by the explosions, and his trousers had transformed from long to short. Fortunately, his phone was still intact. It seemed he would need to prepare sturdier clothing in the future. Perhaps he could commission Stark to craft some. At that moment, Nan Zhou tore off his tattered shirt, revealing his well-defined muscles and the horrifying scars that adorned his body. After acquiring the Death Knell template, he had spent 4 years honing his skills to perfection. Yet even then, during missions, he was always at risk. Those scars were the remnants of those perilous encounters. Meanwhile, Coulson had taken refuge behind a fallen stone pillar, witnessing the wounds etched across Nan Zhou's back. The scar, sharp-eyed Coulson naturally noticed the charred mark above Nan Zhou's belt, a mark that seemed vaguely familiar. Yet, Coulson could not recall whose it was. Wait. Coulson's attention was drawn to Nan Zhou's undamaged shoes. He had observed those very shoes moments ago, worn by Nan Zhou himself, catching a fleeting glimpse as he welcomed him. Those were indeed Nan Zhou's shoes. The color of the pants matched Nan Zhou's attire from earlier. Coulson's expression shifted. Could it be that this person was Nan Zhou? Once this thought crossed his mind, he looked back at the charred scar and suddenly remembered. It was a remnant from a mission shortly after Nan Zhou had joined S.H.I.E.L.D, a result of an unfortunate encounter with a scorching iron. Therefore, the individual before him was highly likely to be Nan Zhou. However, since joining S.H.I.E.L.D, he had become acquainted with Nan Zhou, and Coulson was certain that Nan Zhou could not possess such terrifying abilities. Contemplating this, Coulson reached for his phone. At that moment, Nan Zhou was still gripping the mechanical arm of the Iron Tyrant tightly. He had anticipated that his body could withstand bullets and even the force of explosions. Nonetheless, experiencing such bombardments firsthand remained astonishing. Damn it! Obadiah swung his other mechanical arm directly towards Nan Zhou's forehead. Yet neither the mask nor Nan Zhou suffered any harm. Instead, the ground beneath Nan Zhou began to cave in from the violent impact. Despite this, Nan Zhou appeared remarkably relaxed, though he found the sensation of being used as a nail rather irksome. Just as he contemplated a counterattack, his phone, nestled in his pocket, vibrated unexpectedly. This caught Nan Zhou off guard. Could it be Coulson calling from behind him? Receiving a call at this moment could cost him dearly. Should he answer it, his identity would be revealed. If he ignored it, Stark's arrival might complicate matters even further. At that moment, Nan Zhou suddenly realized that he had merely donned a mask to arrive here, without changing the clothes he wore during his earlier encounter with Coulson. This could spell trouble. Was it possible that Coulson had called to ascertain whether the person before him was indeed Nan Zhou? Although Nan Zhou's Death Knell model had reached level 100, with his brain's development matching that of the Death Knell, he occasionally displayed a lack of subtlety, committing minor errors that remained unchanged. If Coulson discovered this, it would indeed be problematic. Ultimately, Nan Zhou decided it would be wiser not to answer. With that, he exerted force on Obadiah's mechanical arm, effortlessly hurling him away. As I pondered moments ago, Obadiah struck himself repeatedly, causing half of his body to be buried in the ground. Did you truly consider me a mere nail? Nan Zhou, disregarding the vibrating phone in his pocket, propelled himself towards Obadiah, delivering a powerful punch. Obadiah could only extend his mechanical arm in defense. However, Nan Zhou's immense strength pierced through that arm, exposing countless circuits, which sent a chill down Obadiah's spine. Fortunately, his mech was quite massive. Had his arm been in that position just moments ago, it would have been his own limb that was rendered useless. He realized he must not allow this person to approach him. Obadiah understood that if he let the individual before him get too close, he would ultimately face dire consequences. With that thought, he seized Nan Zhou and, utilizing his maximum power, hurled him away. Since he could not defeat this opponent, it was best to keep him at a distance. Although Nan Zhou possessed formidable strength and equally terrifying defenses, he was powerless against such an assault and could only allow himself to be thrown aside. Just as Obadiah took a moment to catch his breath, he noticed a bright light racing towards him from the horizon. The illumination grew ever larger, its contours becoming increasingly distinct. The shape resembled a red battlesuit. And before he could react, this red armor collided with him, grinding his mechanical suit against the ground. Tony. Obadiah recognized the occupant of the suit as Tony Stark, and he was taken aback. You're still alive? If you're not dead, how can I rest in peace? Stark's voice resonated from within the armor, and moments later, he raised his head and fired a shot at Obadiah's helmet. However, Obadiah's armor was quite resilient, and the blast did not penetrate his helmet. Sir, Miss Potts is safe. J.A.R.V.I.S. reported after scanning the area, locating Pepper in a corner, observing the unfolding situation. Upon hearing the news of Pepper's safety, Stark exhaled deeply, then adjusted his power, lifting Ironmonger off the ground and tossing him in another direction. You bastard. It's time we settled the score. Chapter 19. The revelation from Coulson settled the score? Obadiah rose from the ground, emitting a series of cold laughs. Tony, did you see? My masterpiece. The armor is even more powerful. Its defenses are more robust, and its firepower is more abundant. You should be grateful to me. I have enhanced your armor to such greatness. Look at your suit, so slender, I could easily break it in half. In the face of Obadiah's taunts, Stark found himself at a loss for words. He simply could not comprehend why Obadiah believed that he, this cumbersome giant, would constitute an admirable enhancement. It was utterly foolish, yet he continued to extol it. Stark felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Tony, please forgive me. Obadiah suddenly interjected. I hope you do not hold my previous actions against me. I was compelled by my lofty ambitions. This statement from Obadiah repulsed Stark. Compelled? Lofty ambitions? What are your grand aspirations? To monopolize Stark Industries? Stark's words elicited an uncontrollable laugh from Obadiah. Tony, you are still so young. With such terrifying weaponry and the formidable energy of the reactor, do you truly believe you would confine yourself to a mere Stark Industries? You are so short-sighted. As he spoke, Obadiah extended his arms. My ambition is the entire world. Once this armor begins mass production, the whole world will be mine. Obadiah's declaration left Nan Zhou somewhat exasperated. Perhaps due to his advanced age, the man had become delusional, indulging in fanciful thoughts. Even if this armor were to be mass-produced, Obadiah's clumsy suit could never achieve world domination. Stark shared the same sentiment. It was evident that Obadiah had completely lost his mind. Tony, such grand ambitions require your assistance, Obadiah continued, his tone shifting ominously, laced with malice. The help you can provide is to die? No sooner had he spoken than Obadiah charged forward. However, the heavy armor was incapable of inflicting harm on Stark, who effortlessly soared into the air and delivered a powerful punch in return. Yet Obadiah, employing the same tactic he used against Nan Zhou, seized Stark and hurled him aside. Unlike Nan Zhou's experience, this time Obadiah unleashed a barrage of firepower aimed squarely at Stark. The two engaged in a fierce struggle. Nan Zhou, meanwhile, was disinclined to intervene. Now that Stark had arrived, he would leave the ensuing matters to him. Moreover, Obadiah had already punctured his own arm, ensuring Stark would face less difficulty. This battle would undoubtedly conclude swiftly. At that moment, Nan Zhou leaped to Pepper's side, who was anxiously observing the clash of the two armored combatants. Nan Zhou's sudden appearance startled her. Do not be alarmed. I am here to protect you. Stark hoped for Nan Zhou to safeguard Pepper, and he resolved to ensure she would not be harmed in the fray. Are you Tony's partner? Pepper inquired, recalling the recent chaos of bullets and explosions. Partner is perhaps too strong a term. I would say we currently share a relationship based on mutual obligation, Nan Zhou replied, leaving Pepper somewhat perplexed. I saved Stark and promised him that I would rescue you. So in essence, I am owed 2 favors. Do you understand now? With that, Nan Zhou recounted to Pepper the misdeeds that Obadiah had committed against Stark and Ethan. Upon hearing this, Pepper was taken aback, realizing the extent of Obadiah's treachery and astonished that it was this individual who had saved Stark. I am truly grateful for Tony's rescue, she expressed, her appreciation evident. Upon learning that this was Stark's benefactor, she hurried to convey her thanks. Nan Zhou merely waved his hand dismissively, saying, You need not express gratitude. I am merely owed 2 favors. While they were still conversing, Coulson approached them, his gaze firmly fixed on Nan Zhou. This made Nan Zhou slightly uneasy, as he suspected that Coulson might have discerned his true identity. Thank you for saving me. I am Coulson, an agent of the Department of Homeland Security and Defense, he stated, nodding slightly at Nan Zhou without inquiring about his identity. Nan Zhou responded with a slight nod, choosing not to reveal anything further since Coulson did not press for details. The pressing concern was whether Coulson would divulge this information to Nick or Peggy. If either of them were to discover his identity, it would pose a significant threat to him. At that moment, Coulson stepped closer to Nan Zhou, his proximity striking. You are Nan Zhou, aren't you? He inquired, causing Nan Zhou to momentarily freeze, surprised that Coulson had indeed asked. You need not speak. This matter will not be disclosed to Nick, nor will it reach Peggy. It is sufficient that only you and I are aware of it. Coulson's words took Nan Zhou aback, prompting him to turn and regard Coulson with curiosity. This individual, one of Nick's few trusted allies, was willing to conceal such a critical matter from him. I am simply expressing my gratitude for your life-saving actions. There is no need for further speculation, Nan Zhou replied. Coulson, observing Nan Zhou's demeanor, became increasingly convinced that he was indeed Nan Zhou. Multiple factors indicated this. His shoes, pants, even the scars he bore, and the timing of his appearance all corroborated his identity. Since Nan Zhou was reluctant to reveal his true capabilities, it was evident that he had his own reasons for doing so. However, Coulson remained unaware of the specifics and was not in a hurry to uncover them. After all, he was already certain of Nan Zhou's identity and had no reason to fret over the underlying motivations. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou felt a tinge of frustration. Although his mental acuity had reached an impressive capacity, akin to a clock striking 90, he still overlooked certain minor details. It was these overlooked nuances that had led to the exposure of his identity. At present, he was uncertain whether Coulson's knowledge of his identity constituted a blessing or a curse. Before Nan Zhou could ponder further, Stark was hurled directly toward them by Obadiah. Nan Zhou stepped forward, grasping Stark with one hand, preventing him from crashing into Pepper and the others. What is the matter? Nan Zhou noticed that Stark's Mark III armor had sustained significant damage to its left leg. It was careless. Stark had inadvertently destroyed the flight system of his left leg with a forceful motion. This response left Nan Zhou somewhat exasperated. It seemed that his intervention had indeed altered the trajectory of events. Chapter 20. Turning the tide of battle. How did your leg end up in such a state? Observing the extensive damage to the leg of Stark's suit, which was sparking with embers, Nan Zhou inquired. I was a bit careless, and when he grabbed my leg, I intended to soar into the sky, but he directly compromised my flight system. Stark replied, unable to suppress a curse. Just then, Obadiah's ironmonger charged toward them. Stark sprang to his feet, propelling himself with the only functioning leg of his armor, and charged at Obadiah, sending him flying. Your suit has only one leg operational. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Obadiah taunted. Without a moment's hesitation, Stark ascended into the air. Upon witnessing this, Obadiah let out a cold laugh and launched his ironmonger into the sky in pursuit of Stark. Observing the aerial chase between the two, Nan Zhou chose not to intervene. It was evident that the situation was reverting to its expected course. However, Pepper remained fixated on the two figures above, her anxiety growing. Tony is slowing down. Obadiah is catching up. Due to the damage to one leg's flight system, Stark's propulsion was insufficient, resulting in a gradual decrease in distance from Obadiah. If he could not maintain a certain altitude to freeze Obadiah's armor, Stark could very well face defeat. The unfolding events were indeed heading in that direction. Nan Zhou furrowed his brow, realizing that his involvement had steered the situation away from its natural progression. It appeared he would have to resolve this himself. With that thought, Nan Zhou moved forward, gathering his strength. Lacking the ability to fly, he would need to rely on his leaping prowess to reach the height of the two combatants. This action left Coulson and Pepper puzzled. They were unaware of Nan Zhou's intentions. Nan Zhou began to crouch slowly, channeling all his energy toward his legs. Suddenly, his calves swelled, filled with power, causing the ground around him to tremble and sink under the force. This spectacle made Coulson and Pepper realize that Nan Zhou intended to leap into the air. Almost there, Nan Zhou felt his calves had become exceedingly engorged. It was time to unleash this accumulated power. With a sudden leap, he soared into the air, the ground beneath him reverberating with a thunderous sound. As Nan Zhou propelled himself forward, scattering debris and dust towards Obadiah. His speed was astonishing, even surpassing that of Obadiah and Stark, who were airborne. At that moment, Obadiah remained oblivious to Nan Zhou's approach, his focus solely on Stark. Capturing Stark, who was within arm's reach, would mean seizing his very life. However, at that instant, a noise emanated from his battle armor, causing Obadiah to turn around in shock. There stood Nan Zhou, grasping his mechanical arm, which had grotesquely swollen. How was this possible? Despite his trepidation towards Nan Zhou, Obadiah was astounded that this individual could manifest before him without any apparent means. Yet, the height they occupied was equivalent to that of 2 World Trade Center towers. How had he ascended so high? Before he could ponder further, Nan Zhou's powerful arm executed a high throw, launching him into the sky. Since you cannot fly up, allow me to assist you. The force exerted surpassed that of Obadiah's battle armor's propulsion. He was sent soaring like a baseball tossed into the heavens, gradually diminishing in size. Stark, witnessing this, was momentarily stunned, but as he saw Obadiah ascend to greater heights, he exhaled in relief. At least his plan had been partially successful. Just as he turned to speak to Nan Zhou, he realized Nan Zhou was descending rapidly. Wait, this fellow jumped up here? The thought sent shivers down Stark's spine. From this height, the city was visible, yet the traffic below was indistinguishable. The fact that Nan Zhou had jumped up here was utterly terrifying. As Nan Zhou plummeted swiftly, he began to lose his center of gravity. Fortunately, as an agent trained in parachuting, he quickly regained his form. With his physical prowess, he had no fear of perishing from such a fall. His concern lay in the possibility of an unwary individual appearing beneath him, resulting in an unfortunate accident. Stark observed Nan Zhou's rapid descent and considered hastening his own speed to catch him, lest he continue to fall. However, he needed to be exceedingly cautious with his damaged armor during the descent. A single misstep could see him plummeting at high velocity like Nan Zhou. This guy could withstand bullets. He should be fine. Stark recalled Nan Zhou's formidable presence in the Middle East, and his worry dissipated. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou did not expect Stark to come to his aid. With a deafening crash, Nan Zhou landed, the tremendous impact sending tremors through the surroundings. The ground began to crack, with sand and stones being violently displaced. It seemed manageable. Nan Zhou shook his head. The high-altitude fall had not rendered his body any discomfort. Only at the moment of impact did he feel a fleeting dizziness. Soon after, Stark landed unsteadily, prompting Pepper to rush to his side. Tony, as Pepper approached Stark, intending to inquire about his condition, she found his gaze fixated upon the void above. Not only Stark, but also Nan Zhou and Coulson were entranced by the darkened sky. Obadiah had yet to descend. Logically, the material of the ironmonger should have frozen upon reaching a certain altitude, leading to a malfunction of the armor, thus causing it to plummet. However, the three had yet to catch sight of the ironmonger. Did I throw him too hard? Did I launch him out of the Earth's atmosphere? A rather plausible thought crossed Nan Zhou's mind. But soon, his keen eyes spotted a rapidly enlarging object, not a rock, but Obadiah's armor. The suit was drawing closer to the ground, which relieved Stark. It appeared that his assumption was correct. With a thunderous crash, the ironmonger slammed into the earth, creating a crater upon impact, unlike Nan Zhou, who had landed more softly. The group approached cautiously, with Stark and Coulson exhibiting great care, while Nan Zhou nonchalantly removed Obadiah's helmet. Yet, what they beheld left them in shock. He had been burned? Chapter 21. Beneath the Ironmonger's helmet lay Obadiah's charred visage, the left side of his face grotesquely disfigured. Experts like Nan Zhou and Coulson immediately recognized the severity of the burns. "Where did you throw him?" Coulson inquired, stepping closer to Nan Zhou. "I have no idea. I merely tossed him aside," Nan Zhou replied, uncertain of the extent of his own strength. However, it was evident that he had likely hurled Obadiah into the upper atmosphere, as his armor bore signs of combustion. "Did you really throw him into the atmosphere?" Such a phenomenon typically occurs only when armor experiences intense friction against the atmosphere. It seemed that the Ironmonger had indeed been cast into the upper reaches of the atmosphere. Nan Zhou approached to check Obadiah's breath. "He is dead. He must have perished from the fall." With that, Nan Zhou extracted Obadiah from his armor, revealing severe burns not just on the left side of his face, but also on his arms, torso, and legs. Given the height from which he fell, it was remarkable that there was anything left of him at all. At this moment, Pepper had already been frightened into hiding behind Stark. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, she trembled in fear. Stark approached Obadiah's disfigured corpse, unable to suppress a deep sigh. Regardless of the circumstances, Obadiah had been a companion throughout his journey. Although he had sought to take Stark's life, the sight of his death left a bitter taste in Stark's heart. Yet, upon reflection, it became evident that Obadiah's intentions extended far beyond mere murder. He had also sold Stark's weapons to other battlefields, transforming them into instruments of slaughter against innocent refugees. Contemplating this, Stark felt that the man had met his just end. "Let you handle this matter," he declared, turning his gaze to Coulson, who understood Nan Zhou's intent and nodded in agreement. With the task completed, Nan Zhou saw no reason to linger. He was shirtless, clad only in tattered shorts, and his shoes had been damaged during the recent leap. Additionally, the mask adorning his face made him appear akin to a rogue with peculiar proclivities. Thus, it was prudent to depart swiftly. As he prepared to leave, Stark suddenly called out to him, "I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. Thank you for saving me, Ethan, and Pepper." Nan Zhou was momentarily taken aback. Such expressions of gratitude held a weighty significance, quite unlike the Stark he had come to know. However, since their initial encounter, Stark's demeanor had shown some divergence from his previous impressions. "I can grant you a share of Stark Industries stock as a personal token of my appreciation," Stark offered earnestly. "You mean your company's shares?" Nan Zhou responded, leaning closer to Stark and whispering, "I already possess quite a few of your company's stocks." At this revelation, Stark was momentarily stunned, yet quickly regained his composure, his expression morphing into one of astonishment. "You are that Nan Zhou?" he inquired. Nan Zhou merely scoffed before departing the scene. Coulson, observing Nan Zhou's retreating figure, retrieved his phone and sent a message, one intended for Nan Zhou. "All right, time to get to work," he declared as he shut off the communication interface and proceeded to make a phone call. The disarray of the current scene required immediate attention, along with the preparation of various explanations. This was no simple task, yet for Coulson, it was a familiar undertaking. He had dealt with such matters numerous times before. The repercussions of the incident in California were substantial, especially considering the significant property damage incurred during the confrontation between Stark and Ironmonger. Despite Stark's fervent attempts to mitigate the fallout, at this moment, Nan Zhou was seated in his home, having returned overnight after the recent incident. He was engrossed in watching the television, which was broadcasting a press conference regarding the events of the previous night. Countless reporters awaited the appearance of Stark, while Colonel Rhodes stood on stage, a figure few were inclined to listen to. Beside Nan Zhou, Wanda, Pietro, and Lorna were also watching the conference. The mention of Tony Stark's attendance ignited expressions of anger and hatred among the three. After all, their hometown had been devastated by weapons manufactured by Stark Industries. Of course, it would be unjust to place the entire blame on Stark, as it was Obadiah who facilitated the sale of arms to various battlefields. Nan Zhou conveyed this fact to the trio, yet it was evident that they were unwilling to absorb such reasoning. The shadow cast by Stark Industries upon their hearts was insurmountably deep. Forgiving Stark seemed an insipid notion. It became apparent that he must conceal his status as a shareholder in Stark Industries. Nan Zhou chuckled wryly. Should the three discover his association, how would they perceive him? Thus, he opted for silence. Meanwhile, on the television, Stark's figure emerged. Pietro scoffed disdainfully, while Wanda and Lorna averted their gazes. Were it not for Nan Zhou's presence, they would have relished the opportunity to obscure Stark's visage on screen. They could not comprehend why such a murderer garnered so much admiration. However, Stark was now confronted by the relentless questioning of the female journalist, who had wielded significant influence the night before. He produced the note that Coulson had prepared for him, containing statements aimed at distancing him from the figure popularly known as Iron Man. Naturally, Stark had no intention of adhering to this script. He discarded the note, surveying the reporters and cameras around him, his gaze growing resolute. As he spoke, the entire venue erupted in astonished gasps. Countless journalists sprang to their feet, microphones in hand, eager to approach Stark. This was, after all, explosive news that would dominate the headlines. Only the earlier questioning journalists seemed unfazed, calmly seated, and taking no action. Beep. Host has achieved an event. Reward. 3 template inheritance degree. Darkseid template inheritance degree reaches 6. Beep. Host Darkseid template inheritance degree reaches 5. Acquiring skill. Telekinesis. Chapter 22. A conversation with Coulson. Telekinesis? Nan Zhou paused, momentarily taken aback by the system's notification. To his surprise, it took him 30 days of suffering to elevate the Darkseid template by just 1 point, yet achieving certain milestones could increase it by 3. It seemed that as long as he accomplished more significant events, his Darkseid template would inevitably reach 100. However, what intrigued Nan Zhou even more was the ability of telekinesis. He rose from his seat and entered the bathroom, focusing intently on his toothbrush. Miraculously, it began to tremble and slowly floated towards him. Concentrating his mind allowed him to harness telekinesis. This year, managing such a feat seemed astonishingly simple to him. Nevertheless, he felt somewhat clumsy in manipulating the toothbrush, and controlling heavier objects would require further practice. Fortunately, after this incident, he possessed not merely immense physical strength. This skill would enable him to wield power with the elegance of a sorcerer. With this thought, Nan Zhou exited the bathroom, his face alight with excitement. Wanda and the others exchanged glances, clearly puzzled by his demeanor. The following afternoon, in a CAF downstairs, Nan Zhou sat across from Coulson. As Nan Zhou departed from Stark, Coulson had sent him a message via his phone, inviting him to meet. I truly did not expect this. I never imagined that you, whom I have known for so many years, possessed such capabilities, Coulson remarked, offering a wry smile. Upon realizing that Nan Zhou was indeed the one endowed with extraordinary strength and physical prowess, he found it difficult to accept. After all, he considered himself somewhat familiar with Nan Zhou and had never sensed such formidable power within him. There are many things you do not understand, Nan Zhou replied with a smile, observing Coulson's expression. And what of the Avengers Initiative? Coulson inquired tentatively. Will you participate in the Avengers Initiative? Nan Zhou merely shook his head. He had never contemplated joining the initiative. Coulson had anticipated this outcome, knowing that Nan Zhou cherished his freedom and independence. The notion of him joining the Avengers was akin to a fool's dream. Yet, despite his expectations, Coulson felt a tinge of disappointment when Nan Zhou explicitly expressed his refusal. After all, having someone as powerful as Nan Zhou as an ally would undoubtedly strengthen the Avengers. Nick had personally approached Stark regarding the initiative, indicating that Stark's role within it was about to shift. Coulson took a sip of his coffee and continued speaking. With Stark, Natasha, and Barton present, the roster of Avengers is sufficiently filled, and you need not concern yourself with me. Nan Zhou gazed at the steam wafting above his coffee, responding with a degree of distraction. His mind was preoccupied with mastering the art of telekinesis, rendering him indifferent to Coulson's inquiries. I have another question for you. Coulson interjected once more. How did you cultivate such a formidable physique? And what of the Dark Lord, Darkseid? What is that? From which comic is he derived? Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou raised his head, and it was evident that Coulson's eyes sparkled with curiosity. I cannot say how I trained for this, as my abilities extend beyond mere physical prowess. He grinned as he continued. As for the name Dark Lord Darkseid, it is not from any comic. That person is me. In this Marvel universe, where no such comic exists, Nan Zhou seamlessly appropriated the name Darkseid. Observing Nan Zhou's smile, Coulson felt a shiver run down his spine. Though it was merely a normal smile from Nan Zhou, to Coulson, it resembled the grin of a deity standing before him. Was it the display of Nan Zhou's power that instilled fear in Coulson? He could hardly believe it. The title of Dark Lord is typically reserved for villains. Is it not? Coulson mused, momentarily hesitating to continue. Fear not, for I harbor no ambitions of world domination or destruction. I simply wish to lead a carefree and unrestrained life. Nothing more, Nan Zhou reassured, perceiving Coulson's apprehension. After all, given Nan Zhou's demonstrated capabilities, he could indeed incapacitate an entire city. This was merely a fraction of his lesser abilities. With Nan Zhou's words, Coulson felt a sense of relief. His intent in approaching Nan Zhou was to gauge his stance. Now, he understood that while Nan Zhou would not join the Avengers, he also posed no threat against them. That was sufficient. Meanwhile, at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick sat at his desk. The Dark Lord Darkseid, he pondered, stroking his bald head as he scrutinized the images on the screen. The display depicted the battle between Nan Zhou and Ironmonger, showcasing the overwhelming power that Coulson had only promised to keep confidential, though he could not guarantee silence from his subordinates, who had witnessed this being of terrifying strength. The footage replayed repeatedly, and Nick was determined not to miss a single detail. Such a being could never be considered human, even if he were. He would be a superhuman. From the imagery, the only discernible information is that this individual possesses extraordinary strength and physical resilience, yet lacks the ability to fly. It is evident that he has not fully revealed his capabilities. There are likely many abilities he has yet to employ. Nick surmises that should this person unleash his full power, it would result in significant devastation to the entire city. However, it appears that he does not stand opposed to them. Nevertheless, the very name necessitates caution. Despite this, Nick feels compelled to engage with such an entity. For the Avengers require individuals of this caliber. The terrifying strength depicted in the imagery does not astonish Nick. After all, the woman far out in space exhibits far greater power than what is shown here. Chapter 23. The second largest shareholder of Stark Industries, to think that the Voyager was you. In the basement of Stark's villa, Nan Zhou, Stark, and Ethan are seated together. Nan Zhou still wears his mask, leaving Stark unaware of his true identity. Ever since Stark publicly declared himself Iron Man, the stock of Stark Industries has seen a meteoric rise. Currently, the shares have surpassed their previous heights, and Nan Zhou's investment of $150 million has skyrocketed to astronomical figures. Coupled with Stark's promise of additional shares, Nan Zhou has ascended to the position of the second largest shareholder in Stark Industries. His presence today is solely to discuss this stake. He has just been confirmed as the second largest shareholder. Are you planning to venture into the clean energy sector? Observing the various blueprints scattered across Stark's desk, Nan Zhou inquires. Not merely planning. I have already embarked on this journey. Stark replies, picking up a blueprint. The events in the Middle East and the situation with S.H.I.E.L.D have enlightened me significantly, which is why I have shut down the weapons development division. As he speaks, Stark taps the arc reactor embedded in his chest. While this device saves my life, it simultaneously drains my vitality. The palladium will ultimately claim my life, and I likely have only a few years left. In the time that remains, I wish to accomplish something beneficial for the world. The experiences in the Middle East and the Ironmonger incident have profoundly transformed Stark, evolving him from a frivolous playboy into a champion of justice. He then reaches for a nearby cup filled with a green liquid. Care for a sip? It tastes rather refreshing. Stark offers it to Nan Zhou, who gestures in refusal. Nan Zhou is aware that this concoction is chlorophyll, which can neutralize palladium poisoning, though its flavor is far from commendable. Observing Nan Zhou's refusal, Stark uncaps the bottle and takes a swig, his expression morphing into a vivid portrayal of distaste. Consuming this concoction daily is truly a torment. Stark, just beginning his foray into the realm of chlorophyll, finds it exceedingly difficult to acclimate. After a mere sip, he promptly sealed the container and set it aside. Shaking his head, he struggled to reconcile the taste, which was quite overwhelming for his senses. That director of S.H.I.E.L.D, Nick Fury, had invited me to join some Avengers initiative, yet I remain merely a provisional member. Am I to endure a probationary period? Stark lamented the recent incident where Nick Fury had intruded upon his residence. Before him, Ethan and Nan Zhou stood as Stark's most trusted allies, aside from Pepper and Happy. Even though Nan Zhou still wore a mask, leaving Stark unaware of his true appearance, his instincts assured him that this individual was indeed trustworthy. I believe you are far more suited for the Avengers initiative than I. Your abilities surpass mine significantly, Stark remarked, his gaze fixed on Nan Zhou. Clearly, in comparison, Nan Zhou possessed a caliber that transcended Stark's own. Nan Zhou simply shook his head. I cherish my freedom. I prefer to remain unencumbered. Joining such an organization would subject me to oversight, which I find rather unappealing. He contemplated how to extricate himself from the clutches of S.H.I.E.L.D agents. Only when he liberated himself from that identity would he experience true freedom. At that moment, Nan Zhou's phone began to ring. He retrieved the device and saw it was a call from S.H.I.E.L.D. Their recent interactions had been sparse, as S.H.I.E.L.D had been swamped with pressing matters within S.H.I.E.L.D. Surprised to see her name on the screen, Nan Zhou rose from his seat and exited the basement to answer the call. What prompted you to call me? Have you completed your myriad tasks? He jested, only to be met with a huff from S.H.I.E.L.D. Always with your flippant remarks. I've been exceedingly busy lately. And in what manner have you been so occupied? You share nothing with me, Nan Zhou retorted, prompting a long sigh from S.H.I.E.L.D., who appeared quite exasperated. Are you coming to Washington anytime soon? We should meet and discuss matters in detail. The following evening arrived. In Washington, Nan Zhou and S.H.I.E.L.D. found themselves dining at a familiar establishment. So, you are investigating the assassin codenamed 47 and the dealings with Kingpin? Nan Zhou inquired calmly after taking a sip of water. Hill nodded in affirmation. I was in New York recently, but I was far too preoccupied to spare a moment. I only returned to headquarters to transition my duties, which is why I have time now. Unbeknownst to her, the man seated across from her, Nan Zhou, was the very notorious figure from the underworld who had instilled fear in many, including Kingpin, as the assassin known as Codename 47. This matter had created quite a stir in New York, and yet she remained entirely oblivious. Faced with such circumstances, Nan Zhou naturally resorted to fabrications, claiming ignorance, which inevitably aroused Hill's suspicions. During this period, he had been engrossed in gaming at home, indifferent to the matter at hand, which bore no relevance to him. Nan Zhou was intent on portraying himself as unblemished. Should Hill perceive any discrepancies in his demeanor, it would spell trouble. Alas, the underworld of New York was in disarray. One could easily discern Hill's pallor, a reflection of the burdens she bore from the ongoing turmoil. The existence of Kingpin had once served to temper the ambitions of rival factions, yet due to previous events, Kingpin's authority had waned, leading to the emergence of numerous gang organizations. New York had indeed become perilously volatile. Moreover, as the investigation deepened, it surfaced that Kingpin might have ties to Hydra, complicating matters further. Hill's initial directive was to probe this issue and uncover the identity of the individual codenamed 47. However, instead of identifying this person, she stumbled upon the connection between Kingpin and Hydra, which left her feeling quite overwhelmed. She sat there, resting her chin on her hand, stirring the water in her cup with a spoon, despite the lack of anything substantial to stir. With the transfer of tasks now underway, Hill found herself with fewer responsibilities, a situation that should have been a cause for celebration. Yet, she harbored a sense of dissatisfaction, yearning to uncover the truth, only to see the matter passed on to someone else. This left her in a state of profound discontent, robbing her of any appetite. Frustration welled within her, causing her brows to furrow slightly. Although Nan Zhou's attempts to console her alleviated some of her distress, the situation only fueled her agitation. In that moment, she set down her spoon and turned to Nan Zhou, saying, "Let us depart. I need a distraction. Accompany me to a movie." Chapter 24. Hill's date. Nan Zhou found himself inexplicably dragged by Hill to the cinema. Over the years, his visits to the theater could be counted on one hand, and even those had been in Hill's company. In their youth, Hill often coaxed Nan Zhou into watching films, though he harbored little enthusiasm for it. As they perused the schedule, it became apparent that the current offerings were lacking in quality. They settled on a family comedy, purchased tickets, and entered the screening room. Inside the auditorium, the audience was sparse. Counting Nan Zhou, there were barely 30 patrons in a hall that could accommodate 200. The film, much like its attendance, was utterly dreadful. Though labeled a family comedy, it proved to be excruciatingly dull, to the extent that Hill had succumbed to slumber against his shoulder. What a brainless film have I just watched? This sentiment echoed among all in attendance, including Nan Zhou, for the movie was indeed tedious, even to the point of challenging one's worldview. There were countless traces of plagiarism, and the actors displayed a complete lack of talent. Had it not been for Nan Zhou's relatively good mental state, he might have succumbed like Hill did. Ultimately, the result was that the two of them found solace in each other's company, dozing off in the screening room. Time, however, did not pass slowly. Nan Zhou remarked that he had never experienced such an interminable 90 minutes. When the credits began to roll across the screen, he gently roused Hill from her slumber. Hill opened her eyes, groggily surveying her surroundings, only to realize the film had concluded. "Oh, I actually fell asleep," she exclaimed, taken aback by her unexpected slumber. Although she had found the film somewhat tedious at the beginning, she never anticipated dozing off. "This film was exceedingly dull. Your unintentional nap was a blessing." "I endured a grueling 90 minutes, Nan Zhou said, rising to stretch his back, relieved that the ordeal had finally come to an end. Hill also stood up, albeit somewhat embarrassed. Not only had she fallen asleep, but she had also inadvertently leaned on Nan Zhou's shoulder during her slumber. However, despite the awkwardness, her brief respite had surprisingly revitalized her spirit. The two exited the cinema together. Washington's nightlife was vibrant, with nearly all bars operating around the clock. Since today was meant for Hill to unwind and release her pent-up emotions, Nan Zhou willingly acquiesced to her requests, which naturally included a visit to a bar. As they entered the brightly lit establishment, adorned with vibrant hues and pulsating music, both Nan Zhou and Hill exchanged knowing smiles. This was Nan Zhou's inaugural experience as a patron. His prior visits had solely been for the sake of duty. They found a cozy spot away from the bustling dance floor, where the atmosphere was comparatively tranquil. "Do you think we might stumble upon any illicit activities here?" Hill shouted over the music to Nan Zhou. Even in this quieter corner, their voices had to rise above the noise for effective communication. "I don't know, but it's likely. Even in Washington, such establishments are seldom devoid of those elements." The chaotic ambience of the bar was somewhat daunting. Those who indulged often became wildly uninhibited, which in turn fostered a breeding ground for crime. Nevertheless, Nan Zhou and S.H.I.E.L.D were not there to apprehend anyone. Even if they encountered such situations, they would likely turn a blind eye. At that moment, a group of rough-looking men began approaching them. Nan Zhou and S.H.I.E.L.D exchanged glances before shrugging their shoulders in resignation. It truly was unfortunate luck to encounter such circumstances. "Well, hello there, beautiful lady. You seem rather unfamiliar," one of the men called out. The group of young men blatantly disregarded Nan and set their sights on S.H.I.E.L.D. It was clear that these individuals were seasoned patrons of the bar, accustomed to the presence of familiar faces among the regular female visitors. However, the enchanting S.H.I.E.L.D was a novel sight to them, prompting their attempts at flirtation. "You seem unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? Would you like us to introduce ourselves?" Though their words appeared innocuous, their tone and expressions betrayed their intentions. S.H.I.E.L.'s countenance darkened, her displeasure palpable. She had only sought a pleasant evening out and now found herself confronted by such insufferable individuals. Just as she began to rise, Nan Zhou grasped her arm, standing up in her stead. "I apologize, but she is not interested in your company. I kindly ask you to leave her be." Nan Zhou's intervention irked the group, who scrutinized him contemptuously. "What business do you have here? Why don't you go somewhere cooler?" Their dismissive attitude was evident. Despite Nan Zhou's imposing physique that surpassed theirs, they perceived Nan Zhou as merely another newcomer, and to their ilk, it was all too easy to bully the uninitiated. Undeterred by their taunts, Nan Zhou wore a smile. "I am her boyfriend, so I request that you cease your harassment." This declaration only exacerbated their irritation. "Her boyfriend? Not anymore, you're not. Get lost." One of the men reached out to shove Nan Zhou, but before his hand could make contact, Nan Zhou seized his arm, twisted it, and threw him to the ground with a resounding thud, accompanied by the man's anguished cries. The fingers of the assailant were grotesquely broken, a testament to the restraint Nan Zhou had exercised. Realizing they had underestimated their opponent, the remaining men assumed a combative stance and charged at Nan Zhou. Yet, one by one, they were dispatched with ease, each suffering varying degrees of injury. One had his fingers broken, another his leg, a third his arm, and yet another suffered broken ribs. In less than 5 seconds, the ruffians lay incapacitated, howling in pain. With a nonchalant flick of his wrist, Nan Zhou turned to S.H.I.E.L.D and said, "Shall we?" S.H.I.E.L.D, momentarily stunned, quickly regained her composure and followed him out of the bar. The patrons inside dared not intervene. Not even the security personnel, for the 5 men were somewhat notorious for their ferocity. Yet, against Nan Zhou, they had faltered within mere seconds, dissuading any onlookers from inviting their own demise. Amidst the throngs of bar-goers, not a single soul dared to obstruct Nan Zhou's exit, allowing him and S.H.I.E.L.D to leave with an air of unassailable confidence. S.H.I.E.L.'s gaze remained fixated on Nan Zhou as they departed. Despite the fact that dealing with these individuals posed no challenge, an inexplicable sensation washed over her when Nan Zhou stood up. In her eyes, he appeared undeniably striking. Chapter 25. The little ones face adversity within the entire bar. Not a single soul dared to obstruct Nan Zhou and S.H.I.E.L.D. The aura exuding from Nan Zhou was simply too formidable, instilling fear in those who might have considered intervening. Even the security personnel, upon witnessing Nan Zhou's approach, instinctively cleared a path, allowing the duo to exit unimpeded. S.H.I.E.L.D trailed closely behind Nan Zhou, her gaze fixed upon him. They strolled down the street in silence, until after a considerable pause, S.H.I.E.L.D finally spoke. "Zhou." Upon hearing S.H.I.E.L.'s voice, Nan Zhou turned to face her. Their eyes met, and in that moment, the words S.H.I.E.L.D had intended to express were abruptly silenced. Observing S.H.I.E.L.'s demeanor, Nan Zhou noted her fidgeting, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. "What's wrong?" he inquired, halting his steps. Unexpectedly, S.H.I.E.L.D shot him a glare. "What's wrong with me? Isn't it your fault for saying that?" In that instant, Nan Zhou comprehended the source of her distress. It was his earlier declaration to that group of ruffians, claiming, "I am her boyfriend." "So, this is what you care about," he mused, a smile gracing his lips as he approached her. "I merely sought a fitting rationale, akin to a pretext for war. If you dislike my phrasing, I shall refrain from such expressions in the future." S.H.I.E.L.D, taken aback by his response, glared at him once more before turning away in silence. Her reaction baffled Nan Zhou, prompting him to scratch the back of his head before following her. After escorting S.H.I.E.L.D back to her residence, Nan Zhou proceeded to his own hotel. Upon returning home, he found S.H.I.E.L.D buried beneath her blankets, clutching them tightly as if they could shield her from the world. "You blockhead," she muttered to herself. The following day, Nan Zhou boarded a flight from Washington back to New York. Arriving home in the afternoon, he expected to find the 3 little ones at school. However, upon opening the door, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The 3 children, who ought to have been in school, were instead at home, their faces marred by injuries. Instantly, a cloud of darkness enveloped Nan Zhou. He rushed forward, grasping each child and pulling them into his presence. The severity of their injuries varied, but Pietro bore the brunt of the ordeal. His face was a true testament to a beating received. His right eye was completely swollen. The left side of his face was badly bruised, and his lip was split open. Indeed, Nan Zhou had braced himself for the inevitable conflicts that would arise at school. However, he was taken aback by the severity of Pietro's injuries. What infuriated Nan Zhou even more was the sight of Wanda and Lorna bearing wounds as well. Had it merely been a tussle among boys, he might have been less incensed. Yet, the involvement of Wanda and Lorna pushed him to the brink of tolerance. Who did this? Nan Zhou directed his gaze at the three, his tone gravely serious. Pietro hung his head in silence. Tell me. As Pietro remained mute, Nan Zhou raised his voice, startling the trio. It was a person named Oaken, a year above us. Lorna finally spoke up. Lorna. Pietro, dissatisfied, tugged at her. I will handle this myself. Handle it yourself? Nonsense. Nan Zhou shot him a glare. It was one thing to be beaten to such a state, but to allow Lorna and Wanda to be injured as well, and still insist on dealing with it alone. Under Nan Zhou's piercing gaze, Pietro bowed his head, discontent simmering within him. Lorna continued. Oaken is the class bully, quite robust in stature, and has always tormented classmates, treating the three of us newcomers with disdain. He frequently harasses me and my sister Wanda. Until recently, Pietro had been our protector, but Oaken seems to have grown bolder. Just yesterday at noon, he attacked Pietro, and when we attempted to intervene, he simply knocked us to the ground. After listening to Lorna's account, Nan Zhou nodded, comprehending the unfolding events. Thus, the entire debacle stemmed from that school thug, Oaken. Is Oaken truly so arrogant at school? Do your teachers not intervene? Nan Zhou inquired. Wanda shook her head. Oaken's father appears to be the head of a local gang, and rumors suggest that something has transpired recently that has emboldened him further. Consequently, Oaken has become increasingly brazen. The teachers are hesitant to discipline him sternly. Some of those who opposed him have mysteriously vanished from school the next day, either with broken limbs or, in one case, completely disappearing. Upon hearing Wanda's words, Nan Zhou grasped the situation's gravity. Ultimately, this predicament arose from the repercussions of Jean Bing's confrontation with him. Oaken's father wielded a similar influence, rendering others reluctant to challenge him. With Jean Bing now at a disadvantage, Oaken was emboldened, his ambitions to assert dominance gradually surfacing. If Oaken's father had begun to act with impunity, it was inevitable that Oaken would mirror his father's behavior. All right, I have a clearer understanding of the situation now. You need not dwell on this any longer. I shall take care of it. I will fetch some medicine for you, and you can return to school as usual tomorrow. Nan Zhou's words brought great joy to Lorna and Wanda, alleviating their concerns about sharing the same fate as other teachers. However, Pietro seemed less pleased, mumbling under his breath. I will resolve this matter. I shall confront that Oaken. Naturally, Nan Zhou heard Pietro's remarks and chuckled as he ruffled his hair. That is your personal affair with that scoundrel. I shall not hinder you. My objective is not to teach Oaken a lesson, but to address his arrogance. Pietro lifted his gaze to Nan Zhou, determination flickering in his eyes. Brother Zhou, I wish to learn combat skills from you. Though he had not witnessed Nan Zhou's prowess firsthand, he was certain of his extraordinary strength in battle. This declaration momentarily stunned Nan Zhou, who then smiled again. You wish to learn from me? I am quite demanding. Can you withstand it? Without a hint of hesitation, Pietro nodded affirmatively. Very well. Nan Zhou patted Pietro on the shoulder and turned his attention to Lorna and Wanda. What about you two? Are you interested in learning from me? Chapter 26. Revenge. As the night deepened, the three children fell into a deep slumber, while Nan Zhou quietly exited his home. The nightlife in New York was vibrant, far surpassing that of Washington. Countless inebriated youths roamed the streets, releasing their pent-up stress. Beneath the dazzling lights and intoxicating ambience, the scene appeared alluring and exhilarating. However, it was fraught with peril, as countless unseen eyes lurked in the shadows, watching the unsuspecting. Nan Zhou had a singular purpose, a bar located 3 kilometers from Wanda's school. This establishment was owned by the father of the scoundrel known as Oaken, who was presently indulging within its confines. Given that Nan Zhou's home was not far from the children's school, the bar was within close proximity as well. He strolled to the bar, confidently entering amidst the throng, and donned a mask to blend in with the crowd. Navigating through the bustling patrons, he made his way to the private rooms on the 5th floor. Upon reaching the designated floor, the atmosphere instantly shifted. The corridor was eerily quiet, with each door soundproofed to an exceptional degree, indicative of significant investment. Who are you? A man in a black suit and sunglasses obstructed Nan Zhou's path upon his arrival on the 5th floor. The 5th floor is closed today. Please leave. Is Mr. Leo in? Nan Zhou inquired, glancing towards the door at the end of the hallway, where 2 guards stood watch. The man hesitated slightly upon hearing this. What is your business? As Nan Zhou lightly smiled, He seized the man's shoulder and executed a shoulder throw, slamming him to the ground with a sharp crack, signaling the fracturing of his spine. My intentions are simple, to take his life. The man's fall alerted the 2 guards stationed at the innermost gate. Upon noticing Nan Zhou's aggressive approach, the guards swiftly drew their weapons, aiming at him. Undeterred by the firearms, Nan Zhou deftly charged towards the duo. As they fired, their bullets proved futile against him, following the old tradition of ineffectiveness. In swift succession, he incapacitated them, with one crashing through the door and landing inside the room. Inside, amidst the blaring music, a robust man was embracing several provocatively dressed women, startled by the sudden destruction of the door. Nan Zhou stepped inside, encountering the cautious man who had drawn his gun. "Mr. Liu, is it?" The man's expression darkened as he aimed his weapon at Nan Zhou, while others encircled him, their guns trained on him. "Who are you?" "Who I am is of little consequence. I simply dislike being threatened with firearms." With a flick of his mind, Nan Zhou twisted all the guns aimed at him into knots, leaving everyone astonished by this unprecedented display. Before they could react, he waved his hand again, causing the henchmen surrounding him to rise slowly, as if grasped by an unseen force around their throats. "There are too many of you. I wish to converse with you alone," Nan Zhou stated, throwing his hand once more, resulting in the henchmen being hurled against the walls, some even embedded within, while others fell to the ground, silent and unmoving. The terrified women in the room fled, and Nan Zhou took a seat before Liu, who found his gun similarly contorted into a knot. Although he retained the ability to move, the presence of this masked figure rendered him hesitant to act recklessly. After all, the abilities displayed by this individual were far beyond human capabilities. "My dear brother, was it truly necessary to escalate to this?" Liu forced a smile, attempting to mask his inner trepidation. "Necessary? Oh, indeed it is," Nan Zhou responded with a smile that offered no comfort. "You have provoked me." Liu was left bewildered, desperately racking his brain to recall how he could have possibly angered such a formidable entity. Observing the confusion on Liu's face, Nan Zhou spoke once more to clarify. "It cannot be said that you have provoked me. Rather, it is your wretched son who assaulted my younger siblings at school, prompting my visit to you." Upon hearing this, Liu could not suppress a curse, astonished that his son had entangled him in such significant trouble. "This is a result of my poor parenting. We can offer compensation." Although Liu had grown rather arrogant, he had not forgotten the art of humility. He recognized that the individual before him was not to be trifled with, and thus hastily conceded to avoid further peril. Nan Zhou, upon hearing this, stroked his chin and inquired, "How do you intend to compensate me? Perhaps your son should take his own life as an act of contrition?" Liu's expression darkened at this suggestion. "That seems rather inappropriate. He is still just a child." "Then you may die in his stead," Nan Zhou continued. "You engage in drug trafficking, human smuggling, and organ trade. Such offenses warrant death. So, why not consider your own demise?" Nan Zhou's provocations thoroughly enraged Liu, yet he feared Nan Zhou's might and refrained from expressing his wrath. Prior to this encounter, Nan Zhou had already conducted thorough research on Liu. He was hardly a virtuous individual, and the crimes he had committed could justifiably merit execution multiple times over. "I recognize your strength, but do not presume that I am easily intimidated," Liu retorted, his countenance darkening further. Though he had not forgotten the skill of submission, he was no longer the man he once was. In a fit of rage, Liu drew a dagger and lunged at Nan Zhou. However, Nan Zhou did not even lift a finger. With merely a thought, Liu's arm suffered a severe fracture at a right angle. The excruciating pain elicited a harrowing scream from Liu. Almost immediately, Nan Zhou pressed his hand upon Liu's head, declaring, "You are far too noisy. Once you descend to hell, be sure to thank your son. It is he who has led me to you. Farewell." With that, Liu's head was violently twisted a full 360 degrees, extinguishing his life in an instant. Observing Liu's lifeless body slumped upon the sofa, Nan Zhou casually relieved him of some valuables, for it would be a shame not to seize the opportunity. After collecting the precious items, Nan Zhou inscribed his alias, Agent 47, in Liu's blood before departing with elegance. These gangsters would have lived peacefully had they not provoked Nan Zhou. Unless he accepted their bounty, they would have remained untroubled. However, should they incite Nan Zhou's ire, their fate would be beyond their control. Chapter 27. A new incident. After a period of silence, Agent 47 re-emerged into the world. The leader of a newly ascended gang was eliminated by Agent 47. Nevertheless, this time, the Jin Bing faction remained silent. After all, the fallen individual was not affiliated with them, and they preferred to avoid entangling themselves in the affair. The following day, when Pietro and his companions arrived at school, Ukin had become exceedingly timid, to the point that even some of the other delinquents within the institution dared to insult him. Although Nan Zhou did not disclose the specifics to the three individuals, merely assuring them that everything had been resolved, It now appears that the formidable backing behind Oaken has likely been eliminated by him. Observing Oaken, who was pinned to the ground, seething with rage yet too intimidated to resist, the trio felt no sympathy whatsoever. Countless students and teachers had suffered at the hands of this scoundrel, while the parents of innocent students were left without recourse, silently enduring their humiliation. Now, let him repay his transgressions with the remainder of his life. As for a return to action, at that moment, within a room in New York, Murdoch reclined against his headboard. The long-quiet Agent 47 had once again targeted members of the mob. Murdoch had initially anticipated a period of tranquility, but it seemed he had underestimated the situation. Such a person could never truly return to a state of calm. When might he encounter him again? Murdoch murmured softly. This enigmatic figure intrigued him, particularly because he was aware of Murdoch's identity. Murdoch was keenly interested in how this individual had uncovered his true nature. After eliminating a minor gang, Nan Zhou was presented with yet another opportunity to fulfill his daily tasks. Entering a chamber replete with high concentrations of omega radiation, he found the experience of irradiation excruciatingly painful, yet oddly nostalgic. Had he perhaps developed Stockholm Syndrome? Enduring the agony, a bold notion surfaced in his mind. However, upon reflection, he dismissed it. He was confident he would not become that way. The 5-hour ordeal of radiation exposure passed swiftly, despite having endured nearly 10 sessions. Each time he exited the room, he was drenched in sweat and racked with severe aches. Upon returning upstairs, Nan Zhou entered the bathroom, turned on the shower, and began to alleviate his discomfort. Just then, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed the name, Carlson. What's the matter? Nan Zhou answered the call. There is a significant matter requiring your assistance, and I believe you'll find it intriguing. Nan Zhou set the phone to speaker mode, continuing his shower while inquiring. What could possibly pique my interest? Hearing this, Carlson chuckled softly. Is it about the missing Dr. Bruce Banner? You know, the one who mutated after exposure to gamma radiation? Nan Zhou, of course, feigned ignorance. Everyone knew of Bruce Banner, the illustrious Hulk. However, he was somewhat astonished by the swiftness of the Hulk's involvement. The timeline of Iron Man had only just been completed. However, this turn of events proved beneficial for Nan Zhou, for once he completed the Green Giant's mission, he would continue to gain inheritance points. Achieving 5% would grant him the ability to manipulate thoughts, and he eagerly anticipated what skills he might acquire upon reaching 10%. It all revolved around Dr. Banner, an elderly gentleman who, after consuming a beverage, fell victim to gamma poisoning. Subsequent examinations revealed that the drink contained Dr. Banner's blood, sourced from Brazil, prompting the military to initiate action. Agent Carlson provided Nan Zhou with a series of informative insights that Nan Zhou was already familiar with. The military's General Ross wielded considerable influence, and thus, we do not intend to remain passive. Nick has dispatched me to investigate, and I hope you can lend me your assistance. Carlson's words plunged Nan Zhou into a momentary silence, while Carlson himself remained quiet, awaiting Nan Zhou's response. If I am to assist you, what reward can you offer in return? Nan Zhou finally inquired after a prolonged pause. Although involving himself in the Green Giant's matters would yield some inheritance points, Nan Zhou still sought to extract some benefits from Carlson. This question left Carlson in a bit of a quandary, as he was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Perhaps you might consider a collectible figurine of Captain America? Carlson suggested, which prompted a suppressed laugh from Nan Zhou. It was well known within S.H.I.E.L.D. that Carlson was an ardent admirer of Captain America, with various figurines and merchandise displayed in his home. Each figurine was treated like a treasured possession, and offering such a token as a reward indicated that Carlson was indeed willing to make a significant sacrifice. Very well, it is settled then. When the time comes, I shall have my pick of your Captain America figurines. Is that agreeable? Nan Zhou stated, and upon hearing this, Carlson paused momentarily before resolutely accepting Nan Zhou's terms. In Washington, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, after ensuring the three little ones were settled, Nan Zhou arrived at the headquarters. Carlson was waiting for him just outside the entrance. Without further ado, let us proceed, he said, tilting his head to indicate that Nan Zhou should get into the vehicle. At that moment, Hill emerged from within the headquarters. Nan Zhou caught sight of her, and she noticed him as well. Their eyes met, and while Nan Zhou intended to greet Hill, she, after a brief moment of eye contact, turned away and walked off without acknowledging him further. Carlson, observing the exchange from the sidelines, appeared puzzled. He turned to Nan Zhou and asked, "What transpired between you two?" Nan Zhou shrugged, expressing his own uncertainty. Nevertheless, he clearly understood that Hill's behavior likely stemmed from their previous encounter. That night, Hill experienced an inexplicable shift in her demeanor. However, even Nan Zhou, with his 90 IQ, could not fathom the reason behind it. Perhaps it would be best to discuss it thoroughly upon their return. Carlson patted Nan Zhou on the shoulder and entered the vehicle first, while Nan Zhou glanced at Hill's retreating figure, shook his head, and followed suit. After Coulson drove away, Hill slowly turned her head, her gaze lingering until the taillights vanished from her sight. Although Hill's demeanor towards Nan Zhou was not particularly warm, she found herself somewhat perturbed by the situation. As for the specifics of her concern, she could not articulate them. Chapter 28. Dreams. Nan Zhou and Coulson boarded a flight bound for Brazil. Will traveling by commercial flight be slower than military transport? Nan Zhou inquired. Gazing out at the scenery outside, Coulson offered a faint smile in response. Rest assured, the military has yet to commence their operations. They are mobilizing their most elite special forces. At this, Nan Zhou let out a derisive scoff. Elite special forces? In the presence of the Hulk. These so-called elites are utterly insignificant, merely prey waiting to be dominated. However, General Ross had been relentlessly pursuing him. Despite the cessation of the super soldier program, General Ross had not abandoned his quest to locate him. Coulson continued, since Captain America's disappearance, the military and the powers that be have been attempting to revive the super soldier program, hoping to recreate a version of Captain America akin to Steve Rogers. Ultimately, their endeavors have resulted in nothing but failure, birthing monstrosities like the Hulk. While the soldiers dispatched by General Ross were merely exploratory, facing the Hulk was tantamount to courting death. That's not a promising scenario, Nan Zhou muttered under his breath, ensuring Coulson did not overhear. The journey on this flight spanned nearly 7,000 kilometers, resulting in a considerable amount of time spent aboard. Yet, Nan Zhou had often found fault with S.H.I.E.L.D, particularly regarding agents like Coulson and himself being relegated to economy class for missions. Was S.H.I.E.L.D truly so financially constrained after constructing that colossal aircraft? At that moment, Coulson had donned an eye mask and succumbed to slumber, while an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over Nan Zhou, compelling him to close his eyes. He could not ascertain how long he had been lost in slumber when he began to hear echoes resonating in his ears. Nan Zhou, outsider. Nan Zhou, outsider. This refrain persisted for an extended duration, unsettling him. Upon finally opening his eyes, he was left in utter disbelief. He was no longer on the aircraft, but rather suspended in a void. Before him loomed a sphere of light, from which the disembodied voices emanated. Nan Zhou, outsider. Outsider. You must be expelled. Expelled from here. The sound gradually intensified, and the radiance of the luminous orb became increasingly blinding. Nan Zhou attempted to move, yet discovered he was utterly immobilized, as if ensnared in this very place. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he remained unable to stir. Even the desire to vocalize felt stifled, as if his throat were constricted, rendering him mute. The sound penetrated his very soul, each resonance reverberating within him, causing his entire being to tremble. Was this a dream? Nan Zhou found it hard to believe, for how could a dream feel so tangible? This was not the vague imagery typical of dreams. It was strikingly vivid, and the sensations were profoundly real. Suddenly, the luminous orb expanded instantaneously, enveloping the void in its blinding brilliance, preventing Nan Zhou from opening his eyes. In the next moment, he awoke. This time, it was aboard an aircraft. What is wrong with you? While Nan Zhou remained in a daze, Coulson gently patted his shoulder. Just moments ago, Nan Zhou had appeared as if he were ensnared in a nightmare, trembling uncontrollably, until he jolted awake, eyes wide open. Did you have a nightmare? Coulson inquired. Concern etched on his face. Nan Zhou waved his hand dismissively, brushing off the worry. He touched his face and realized it was slick with cold sweat. How long had it been since he had experienced such a chill? He turned to look outside, noticing that darkness had descended. This signified that the plane was nearing its destination, having traversed nearly 7,000 kilometers over the span of 14 hours, departing in the morning and arriving by nightfall. Nan Zhou's mind was preoccupied not with the journey itself, but with that haunting dream. The vividness of the dream sent shivers down his spine. The feeling of being ensnared, unable to move or utter a sound, left him defenseless against the onslaught of that sound which battered his spirit. It was excruciating, a torment that inflicted both mental and physical anguish. Nan Zhou pondered whether he could endure such a state for long. Moreover, he was troubled by the identity of the voice's owner within that dream. An outsider? An expulsion? Clearly, this entity recognized him as an interloper, someone not belonging to this universe. How did this presence compare in power to Darkseid? In relation to the system he possessed, who was stronger? It was evident that this entity had taken note of him, yet he had no means of resistance against it. At this moment, he felt woefully inadequate. Amidst these myriad concerns, Nan Zhou disembarked from the plane, stepping into Brazilian territory. In the car, Coulson continued to observe him closely, sensing the weight of his thoughts. Does the nightmare affect you so profoundly? Coulson ventured to ask. Nan Zhou remained silent. Coulson, witnessing his friend's deep contemplation, chuckled softly. realizing that Nan Zhou was lost in thought, too preoccupied to engage in conversation. However, it is not a viable solution for him to persist in this manner, especially since there are significant tasks awaiting him shortly. Coulson called out to Nan Zhou several times, finally drawing him back to reality. It's nothing. Just a rather vivid nightmare. I need a moment to recover. You must quickly adjust your state of mind. I even invested in a Captain America figurine. Please don't let me incur a loss. Coulson's words elicited a smile from Nan Zhou, easing his tension somewhat. He resolved to temporarily set aside these thoughts, focusing instead on enhancing his abilities and increasing his inheritance of Darkseid's power. If the day ever came when he truly had to confront such a formidable being, he would not falter. As he contemplated this, Nan Zhou gazed out at the darkened sky and then glanced at his watch before slowly speaking. Coulson, we might be late. Coulson blinked in surprise, looking at Nan Zhou. What do you mean? The time was approaching 10 o'clock, and by the time they reached the factory, they would likely only be left to survey the aftermath of a tragedy. Coulson could see that Nan Zhou was not lying. He quickly tapped the driver in front, urging him to accelerate. The vehicle picked up speed, and soon they could see Dr. Banner's factory within their line of sight. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from within the factory, followed by a barrage of gunfire. The situation caused Coulson's brow to furrow slightly. Clearly, Nan Zhou was correct. Those special forces had already engaged Dr. Banner. They were indeed too late. Inside the factory, Dr. Banner had transformed into the Hulk and was wreaking havoc. An elite special forces team, dispatched by General Ross, was struggling to contend with the enormous creature. The General's words are utterly absurd. He didn't inform us that we were to capture such a behemoth. The speaker was Emil Blonsky, the leader of the elite special forces team. However, Blonsky was unaware that he was destined to become an even more formidable monster than the Hulk himself. Countless bullets rained down upon the Hulk, yet none inflicted any harm. At that moment, the Hulk seemed uninterested in prolonged conflict. After demolishing several factory structures and incapacitating a few squad members, he turned and crashed through a wall. Fleeing towards the mountains outside the factory, Blonsky immediately ordered his subordinates to halt. He had no intention of pursuing any further, knowing that doing so would lead to disaster for his team. This seemingly eco-friendly creature was anything but benign. All of this was witnessed by Nan Zhou and Coulson, who were concealed in a corner outside the factory. Let's pursue him, Nan Zhou said, looking at Coulson. I shall proceed first, and you will follow closely behind. I intend to confront that formidable being. Coulson, taken aback by Nan Zhou's words, quickly grasped his arm as he attempted to leave. Are you certain? You plan to face that creature? Nan Zhou nodded in affirmation. You witnessed its power earlier, although you are exceptionally strong. Coulson's words were abruptly interrupted by Nan Zhou's hand. If you continue to delay me, he will revert to being human. I wish to test my current abilities against this behemoth. With that declaration, Nan Zhou leaped forward, heading straight towards the direction Hulk had taken. Observing this, Coulson sighed in resignation but hurriedly followed. At that moment, Hulk was traversing the jungle, distancing himself from the crowd. His fury was gradually subsiding, and it would not be long before he transformed back into Dr. Banner. However, just then, a rock struck Hulk with considerable force. This unexpected blow reignited his simmering rage, prompting him to roar and turn to locate the source of the projectile. His gaze fell upon Nan Zhou, who sat upon a tree trunk, masked and grinning. Greetings, Mighty One, Nan Zhou called out, waving cheerfully. Hulk, however, responded with a thunderous roar, indicating that verbal communication was not yet feasible. Without hesitation, Nan Zhou leaped to the ground, facing the enraged Hulk, and picked up a stone. He threw it without further ado, just as he had before. This time, Hulk did not evade. To him, it was merely a stone. How powerful could it possibly be? Yet, Hulk soon learned the folly of his underestimation. The stone, imbued with 70% of Nan Zhou's strength, struck Hulk's abdomen, inflicting intense pain and causing him to stagger backward. This was the first time Hulk had endured such a powerful blow, further fueling his fury. He glared at Nan Zhou and charged at him, delivering a colossal punch. In the face of this impending attack, Nan Zhou did not flinch. Instead, a smile graced his lips. He was eager to engage Hulk in a contest of strength. As Hulk's massive fist approached, Nan Zhou met it head-on with a punch of his own. The two fists collided in midair, unleashing a violent shockwave that flattened the surrounding trees, sending both combatants reeling backward. This is quite exhilarating, Nan Zhou exclaimed, a smile creeping across his face, clearly pleased with Hulk's formidable strength. Naturally, Nan Zhou was holding back. He presumed Hulk was as well. You are far more entertaining than that Iron Tyrant and Gold Man, he remarked, his desire for battle intensifying. This was the first time he felt such an overwhelming urge to fight. Before him stood the Hulk, perhaps truly capable of unleashing the strongest version of himself at this stage. Witnessing Nan Zhou unscathed only fueled the Hulk's fury. After all, In his previous encounters, he had shattered every object and foe with a single punch. Yet, this individual before him not only remained unscathed, but had also pushed him back several steps. A reality the Hulk found intolerable. In an instant, the Hulk erupted with an even more terrifying roar, his rage amplifying his strength once again. He charged forward. While Nan Zhou exhibited no intention of evading, he was determined to confront this behemoth head-on. Coulson, tracing the signs of battle, arrived at the scene of the clash between Hulk and Nan Zhou and was rendered speechless by the spectacle before him. The two were evenly matched, each punch causing nearby trees to topple, reducing their surroundings to rubble. What manner of combat was this? Coulson glanced at the Hulk. Noticing the furious green figure appeared ready to rend Nan Zhou into tatters. Conversely, Nan Zhou's eyes sparkled with madness, reveling in the exhilaration of every punch thrown by the Hulk. Stronger, stronger. Observing the Hulk's face contorted with rage, Nan Zhou shouted, aware that he had yet to reach his peak potential. However, he was confident that if this continued, he would undoubtedly unleash his utmost strength. Thus, his intention was to incite even greater fury within the Hulk. With this thought fueling him, Nan Zhou's punches grew increasingly formidable and his strikes more rapid. He hoped that this method would further enrage the Hulk. Subsequently, they exchanged blows once more. Clearly, the sudden surge in Nan Zhou's punching power caught the Hulk off guard, causing his arms to tremble under the impact. In that fleeting moment, Nan Zhou delivered a punch directly to the Hulk's face, momentarily stunning the giant. The Hulk shook his head, staggering backward several steps before collapsing to the ground, disoriented by the blow. Seeing this, Nan Zhou ceased his assault. Observing the Hulk still dazed before him, after shaking his head, the Hulk trembled all over and let out a pained cry, then turned and fled into the depths of the forest. Nan Zhou, taken aback, pondered why the Hulk, instead of growing angrier and continuing the fight, had chosen to retreat. Nearby, Coulson was equally astonished. Did Nan Zhou truly drive that colossal creature away? Chapter 30. The desire for battle. Coulson emerged from behind the trees, his face a canvas of disbelief. He had never anticipated that Nan Zhou would succeed in scaring off that formidable adversary, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Do not be overly astonished. Besides, I have yet to exert my full strength. Nan Zhou shook his hand and turned to face Coulson. You have not yet unleashed your full potential? Upon hearing this, Coulson could only manage a wry smile. He had not anticipated that battling such a formidable opponent would not compel Nan Zhou to reveal his utmost capabilities. Just how terrifying is this fellow? Observing the complex emotions swirling within Coulson, Nan Zhou stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. That colossal being has not deployed his full power either. At least for now, he is not at his most formidable. The current Hulk can only be described as a preliminary form, significantly less powerful than the Hulk from the battle in New York. It is only natural that such a Hulk would be unable to defeat Nan Zhou. Naturally, Nan Zhou yearned to measure his strength against the Hulk from the New York conflict. As he spoke, Nan Zhou turned to leave the forest. We must depart. We shall return overnight. Coulson paused, momentarily bewildered. Return overnight? Why? Shouldn't we pursue? What if General Ross's men discover us? Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou halted in his tracks. Rest assured, that fellow will not be detected by those individuals. He should be leaving Brazil under the cover of night, likely to retrieve his own research materials. Nan Zhou's words plunged Coulson into contemplation, as he recognized the merit in Nan Zhou's reasoning. Dr. Banner could not remain the Hulk indefinitely. Eventually, he would revert to Dr. Banner as his rage subsided. When that time came, Dr. Banner would undoubtedly vacate this location, having been discovered. However, Coulson could not fathom why he would delve into the lion's den to seek his own materials. Yet, he found himself inclined to trust Nan Zhou, inexplicably. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Coulson instinctively chose to believe him. Ultimately, he matched Nan Zhou's pace, and the two departed the forest. General, are you certain this is merely a straightforward capture operation? Blonsky, appearing disheveled and disheartened, confronted General Ross, questioning him immediately. Prior to the operation, General Ross had not informed them they would be facing such a creature. What was promised as a capture mission turned out to be an encounter with a monstrous green behemoth. Had that creature possessed a murderous intent, even 300 elite soldiers would have merely been offering their heads on a platter. That was the most formidable being Blonsky had ever encountered. Blonsky was now filled with rage, directed not only at General Ross, but also at that green giant. In response to Blonsky's inquiry, General Ross merely smiled faintly. That creature is Dr. Banner. As he spoke, General Ross gave Blonsky a reassuring pat on the shoulder. I will explain the specifics when we return. For now, instruct your men to pack their belongings. We are heading back. The scene shifted to the next day, in a location within the forest that was now unrecognizable. Hulk leaned against a stone wall, his massive form gradually diminishing, the vibrant green hue of his skin slowly reverting to his natural human complexion. Hulk transformed back into Dr. Banner. At this moment, only the exceptionally durable fabric of his trousers remained. He shook his throbbing head and slowly rose, his face etched with tension, observing the unfamiliar surroundings. Banner realized that Hulk had transported him to an unknown location. After departing from the forest, he managed to flag down a vehicle, only to discover that he had arrived in Guatemala. Could it be that Hulk could traverse such vast distances in a single night? Fortunately, the driver was a kind-hearted individual who headed towards the nearest town with Banner. In the vehicle, Banner furrowed his brow, aware that military personnel had already located him. It was evident that this place was no longer safe for him. The immediate priority was to retrieve his experimental data and send it to Mr. Blue, who could eradicate Hulk from within him. Thus, he needed to return to the site where he had first transformed into Hulk. However, there was another matter that weighed heavily on Banner's mind, the man capable of contending with Hulk. Although Banner and Hulk's memories were incompatible and not shared, each time Hulk reverted to Banner, vague recollections would surface. This time, fleeting images of Nan Zhou battling Hulk flickered in his mind. The existence of someone who could match Hulk's might intrigue Banner. Despite his profound disdain for Hulk, he was acutely aware of the latter's formidable strength. To be able to fight such a creature, could that individual also be a product of military experimentation? Nan Zhou's presence instilled a sense of apprehension in Dr. Banner. To swiftly resolve this lingering issue that had plagued him for years, Banner resolved to leave Brazil under cover of night. He intended to return to the very place that had transformed him into Hulk, Calvo University in Virginia. 3 days later, outside Calvo University in Virginia, Banner sat beneath a tree, quietly observing the institution where he had become the terrifying Hulk within its laboratories. Yet now, a significant dilemma confronted him. How was he to gain entry into the laboratory? The lab was situated on the 5th floor of one of the buildings. But security personnel guarded the premises, and without a valid reason, he could not access the building. This predicament filled Banner with unease. At that moment, a figure seated beside him startled Banner. He turned to find a man clad in a cap and mask, obscuring his features. Suddenly, the man produced a mask from his clothing and gently waved it before Banner. This individual was none other than Nan Zhou. Upon seeing the mask, memories flooded back to Banner. Indeed, this was the very mask worn by the person who had previously battled Hulk in Brazil. In other words, the individual before him was the one who had previously battled the Hulk. What do you intend to do? Banner inquired cautiously, eyeing Nan Zhou, fearful that the Hulk within him might erupt unexpectedly. Rest assured, I harbor no intention of harming you, nor do I wish to provoke the behemoth within you. I merely seek a sincere conversation, Nan Zhou replied, gesturing towards a nearby CF. Banner glanced around, then at Nan Zhou, and ultimately nodded slowly. I understand. I will accompany you. With that, Banner rose and followed Nan Zhou to a table in the CAF. What brings you to me? Banner's heart remained on high alert. Yet, Nan Zhou chuckled softly twice and pointed at Banner's chest. I wish to engage in a proper duel with the entity residing within you. Chapter 31, A New Idea. A duel? Banner was taken aback by Nan Zhou's words, staring at him in confusion. Why would you want to do that? Who exactly are you? Nan Zhou chuckled again. My identity is of little consequence, but you can rest easy. I am not affiliated with the military, and I have no intention of capturing you. He continued. Up until now, no one has compelled me to unleash my full potential, and I believe the entity within you might just be capable of that. Are you out of your mind? Banner's brow furrowed slightly. Engaging him in combat would result in significant casualties. Fear not, I will not fight in a densely populated area. I will seek a location devoid of human presence, spanning several kilometers, to confront the entity within you. That is unacceptable. Banner slammed his hand on the table and stood up, eliciting startled glances from those around them. Realizing he had overreacted, he cleared his throat and continued. This matter is non-negotiable. The entity within me will soon dissipate, and you will not have this opportunity. With that, Banner exited the CAF, their first conversation concluding abruptly. Watching Dr. Banner depart, Nan Zhou smiled faintly. Do not fret, you will not have your way. The Hulk will be with you for a long, long time. Banner left the CAF without looking back. In his eyes, Nan Zhou was also a person of dubious intentions, though not as severe as those of the military. Banner preferred to limit further interaction. This outcome was anticipated by Nan Zhou. He understood that Banner was unlikely to agree to his proposal. However, one must try everything, even if the chances were slim. Yet, Nan Zhou was not concerned that this would preclude him from an opportunity to confront the Hulk. On the contrary, the chance to engage the Hulk would soon present itself. As night fell, Dr. Banner sought out an old friend who operated a pizza shop. Upon encountering Banner, his friend was overwhelmed with excitement, and the two reached a preliminary consensus. Disguised as a pizza delivery man, Banner infiltrated the laboratory. However, The night proved to be less than tranquil for Nan Zhou. Lying in bed at the hotel, the haunting echoes from his dream on the plane resurfaced. The voices of outsiders and those expelled causing his head to throb. It was the same void, the same emptiness, the same luminous orb, and the same soul-stirring sound. Tossing and turning in bed, the disquieting noise unsettled him entirely. Suddenly, he awoke with a start, drenched in a cold sweat. This marked the second occurrence of such a dream. Rising from his bed, he approached the window, pondering why the moon appeared so unusually full that night. His mind felt heavy, and he experienced an unsettling sense of weakness. It seemed imperative to consult Stark about a portable, expandable room, akin to the capsules from Dragon Ball, which could materialize with a throw or transform into a capsule at the press of a button. Nan Zhou mused aloud. The recurrence of these dreams heightened his alarm, for he was uncertain how many more might visit him. At that moment, a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. Hank Pym, the original Ant-Man. If he could enlist Hank Pym's assistance in utilizing Pym particles to resize the room infused with Omega radiation, Nan Zhou could practice his skills at any time and place. With accelerated growth in his inheritance of Darkseid's power, perhaps those dreams would no longer torment him. Moreover, he might even confront the architect of those dreams directly. This thought lifted his spirits considerably. Finding Dr. Pym would not pose much of a challenge. The real difficulty lay in persuading him to assist willingly. Yet, this dilemma could be addressed once Nan Zhou gained a deeper understanding of Dr. Pym. With sufficient insight, he could easily cater to the doctor's preferences. Thus, Nan Zhou resolved to seek out Dr. Pym after addressing the Hulk situation. With this decision made, his mood significantly improved, alleviating the discomfort that had plagued him. Although his head still felt somewhat foggy, it no longer seemed a pressing concern. Perhaps due to his uplifted spirits, he drifted back into a restful slumber, free from the tormenting sounds. When he finally opened his eyes the next morning, the air had turned crisp. It was nearly the time when Banner, disguised as a delivery boy, would enter the laboratory. Nan Zhou felt no urgency, knowing that a while would pass before Banner transformed back into the Hulk. Just then, a knock sounded at his door. Rising to answer it, he discovered none other than Coulson standing outside. "Have you spoken with Dr. Banner?" asked Coulson, seated on a nearby chair. Nan Zhou nodded, acknowledging their conversation, though lamentably, he had declined my invitation to engage in combat with the Hulk. "Did you not inquire whether he would be willing to join the Avengers?" Coulson pressed on, eager for details. It was indeed Coulson's primary mission to recruit Dr. Banner into the Avengers before the military apprehended him. "That is your concern. I merely sought to confront that green fellow." Nan Zhou's response left Coulson somewhat speechless. Yet he understood Nan Zhou's temperament. It was typical for him not to assist in such inquiries. "Then I shall seek him out myself. Where is he currently?" Coulson stated, preparing to rise and locate Banner. "I advise against it," Nan Zhou remarked coolly. "Banner harbors a profound aversion to the creature within him. They are fundamentally incompatible, and he will undoubtedly refuse your overture. Furthermore, the military has already ascertained his whereabouts, and Calvo University may soon become the battleground between them and him." Upon hearing this, Coulson stood abruptly. "What? The military intends to capture Dr. Banner on campus? What if the creature emerges and harms innocents?" Nan Zhou merely scoffed. "You know well the military's disposition. They care not for the lives of ordinary civilians. To General Ross, capturing Banner is paramount. The loss of a few college students is inconsequential to him." Coulson's expression darkened. Nan Zhou's assertions held true. He was well aware of the military's character, particularly General Ross, who would stop at nothing to achieve his ends. With concern etched in his features, Coulson's gaze drifted toward Calvo University in the distance. Chapter 32. A chance encounter with Pym. Dr. Banner continued his pursuit of experimental data. Though the endeavor proved fruitless, as all records pertaining to the Gamma experiments had been eradicated by the military. Consequently, he departed the laboratory in solitude, disappointment weighing heavily upon him. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou and Coulson strolled through Calvo University. Upon learning that the military was approaching the campus, Coulson felt a surge of urgency. Should a confrontation occur between them and Banner, the university and its students would inevitably bear the brunt of the fallout. Thus, he felt compelled to avert this impending disaster. However, Nan Zhou obstructed Coulson's intentions. If the military did not engage the Hulk, he would lose an opportunity to battle him. Naturally, he would not allow Coulson to disrupt the unfolding events. Moreover, the impending clash between the military and the Hulk was in alignment with the progression of events. Having experienced two such prophetic dreams, Nan Zhou had grown exceedingly cautious, striving to avoid altering the course of history and allowing the Marvel Universe to unfold in its rightful sequence. After all, in his current state, he was not yet equipped to contend with the entities from his dreams. Thus, Nan Zhou strives to ensure that the occurrences in this world remain undisturbed by his very existence. Of course, this tranquility is only achievable under certain circumstances. for the present version of himself has already altered this world significantly. As he gazes at the college students on campus, Nan Zhou finds himself momentarily entranced. Coulson, noticing the change in Nan Zhou, gently pats him on the shoulder. Had he not become an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. at this age, Nan Zhou would likely be attending a university, living an enviable collegiate life, while others, also in their 20s, revel in the joys of life and savor the sweetness of romance. Nan Zhou has danced perilously close to death on numerous occasions, possessing a terrifying power. Yet, many agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. who operate on the front lines lack a university background, and some have never even experienced a conventional schooling. Trained from a young age as operatives, they have honed their physical abilities and lethal skills, but at the cost of their childhoods. Of course, these musings belong solely to Coulson. As for Nan Zhou, he has not pondered such matters deeply. Although he admires the beauty of university life, he does not feel disheartened by his experiences since arriving in this world. Whether as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. or endowed with a unique system. Despite his yearning for true freedom still being unfulfilled, the past 20 years of his life have been quite remarkable. At that moment, however, Nan Zhou suddenly notices someone, prompting him to stand up abruptly. Coulson, taken aback by Nan Zhou's sudden movement, follows his gaze. Yet by then, Nan Zhou has already approached an elderly gentleman clad in an oversized suit, a smile gracing his face. "Excuse me, are you Dr. Pym?" The old man, startled by Nan Zhou's unexpected appearance, nods in a daze. "Indeed, I am Dr. Pym." Nan Zhou is filled with uncontainable excitement, for he never anticipated such a serendipitous encounter. To think he would meet Dr. Pym, the very individual he was destined to see after this matter concludes, at Calvo University. Dr. Pym's presence at this university is rather straightforward. He is here for an academic exchange, having been invited to participate in a recently concluded academic seminar. As he exits the building, he encounters the suddenly appearing Nan Zhou. "I am your fervent admirer," Nan Zhou exclaims as he takes Dr. Pym's hand, eagerly recounting various discoveries and theories as if he is intimately familiar with them. Dr. Pym is quite taken aback, surprised that this young man possesses such extensive knowledge of his work. Meanwhile, Coulson watches in astonishment, never having anticipated that Nan Zhou would be an admirer of a scientist. However, upon recognizing that the individual before him was Dr. Pym, he could only manage a resigned smile before turning away to conceal himself. Shortly thereafter, he observed Nan Zhou eagerly retrieving his phone, intent on capturing a photograph with Dr. Pym. The barrage of extravagant compliments from Nan Zhou left Dr. Pym somewhat dazed. Yet he acquiesced to the request for a picture. "I was genuinely planning to visit you in person. I never anticipated meeting you here," Nan Zhou exclaimed, his expression one of overwhelming excitement, almost to the point of tears, leaving Dr. Pym somewhat bewildered. Although he had a few particularly admiring students, Nan Zhou's reaction felt akin to encountering Michael Jackson. "If you wish, or if there are any academic inquiries you have, feel free to visit my laboratory at any time." Following the fervent exchange typical of a fan meeting their idol, Dr. Pym produced his business card and handed it to Nan Zhou. The latter accepted the card as if it were a precious treasure, delicately placing it into his pocket. Observing this scene, Dr. Pym chuckled softly. "Child, I appreciate your admiration and fondness, but I must remind you not to elevate your idols to a divine status." With that, he departed, leaving Nan Zhou still brimming with excitement. Once Dr. Pym's figure had vanished from view, Nan Zhou returned to Coulson's side. "What mischief are you plotting now?" Coulson inquired, noticing that Nan Zhou's earlier enthusiasm had dissipated. It seemed he required Coulson's assistance with something. Nan Zhou fiddled with the business card in his hand. "You should be aware that Dr. Hank Pym was once an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course I know that, but what of it? By the time I joined S.H.I.E.L.D., he had long since departed. After the disappearance of his wife during a mission and amidst the decay of the Pym particle formula, Hank Pym withdrew from S.H.I.E.L.D. to establish Pym Technologies. Beyond that, Dr. Pym continues to be an exceptional biologist and scientist. Aside from the Pym particles, he has contributed many renowned academic theories. Following this exchange, at the very least, Nan Zhou had made a significant impression on Pym. With this initial step accomplished, the path ahead seemed considerably more manageable. Noticing Nan Zhou's relaxed demeanor, even humming a tune, Coulson sensed ulterior motives at play. "You don't intend to exploit his Pym particles, do you?" Coulson's thoughts veered toward ominous possibilities as he lifted his gaze to Nan Zhou. Yet, Nan Zhou merely leaned back, placing a finger to his lips. "This matter must remain confidential." Chapter 33. The Battle of Calvo University. The appearance of Dr. Pym could only be regarded as a minor episode for Nan Zhou. The paramount concern remained the matter of the Hulk. Although Coulson had attempted several times to report the issue to Nick, all his efforts were thwarted by Nan Zhou, who was unwilling to see S.H.I.E.L.D. interfere with his plans. Under Nan Zhou's resolute stance, Coulson reluctantly acquiesced to his demands. After all, he was no match for Nan Zhou, and it was unnecessary to leverage his knowledge of Nan Zhou's true identity as a threat, for he might very well face dire consequences. Since discovering Nan Zhou's identity, Coulson had perceived him in a decidedly different light, particularly in terms of character. It seemed as if the person he once knew was no longer the same. This realization made Coulson exceedingly cautious in his interactions with Nan Zhou, for such a formidable individual could extinguish his life as easily as one might crush an ant. Thus, he compromised, and the two sat quietly in the hotel, awaiting the inevitable. Nan Zhou, however, exhibited no sense of urgency. He was fully aware that what was meant to come would indeed arrive. As the third day dawned, Coulson idly manipulated a Rubik's Cube within the confines of their hotel room, while Nan Zhou leaned against the window, his gaze fixed upon Calvo University. After a moment of silence, Nan Zhou spoke slowly. "They have arrived." Upon hearing this, Coulson sprang to his feet and approached the window, peering outside. Indeed, he could discern several distant dots approaching, which were the military vehicles. The number of incoming personnel was substantial. Coulson's brow furrowed slightly. It appeared the military was investing considerable resources this time. "What will you do? Intervene?" he inquired, turning to face Nan Zhou. Yet Nan Zhou shook his head. "Certainly not. I have no desire to expose myself to the military. Once they set their sights on someone, that individual faces a harrowing ordeal. I prefer to avoid unnecessary complications." With that, Nan Zhou turned and strode outside. "This time, let me show you just how formidable that behemoth is." Coulson, observing the approaching military vehicles, sighed in resignation and followed in Nan Zhou's wake as they departed the hotel towards Calvo University. The sight of military vehicles astonished passers-by, who were oblivious to the unfolding events, many of them pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Meanwhile, Banner and his girlfriend, Betty Ross, were enjoying a serene afternoon on the lawns of Calvo University, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. However, Banner soon sensed an ominous shift in the atmosphere. As he noticed two armed personnel drawing nearer, realizing he had been discovered, he swiftly separated from Betty and darted towards a nearby academic building. Inevitably, he found himself cornered in a transparent corridor, ultimately succumbing to the effects of tear gas, which triggered his transformation into the formidable Green Hulk. "Do you not find him remarkably handsome?" Nan Zhou turned to look at Coulson, captivated by the raw ferocity that exuded an undeniable allure. Coulson offered a slight smile, nodding slowly. While the hue may have been a touch unconventional, one could not deny the sheer wildness that this figure embodied. Accompanied by Hulk's thunderous roar, the military commenced an intense barrage. Observing Hulk, who was compelled to shield himself from the onslaught of countless bullets, Coulson gradually concluded that, in terms of physical prowess, Hulk could not possibly rival Nan Zhou. After all, Nan Zhou had faced the relentless bombardment from Ironmonger without flinching or showing any discomfort. Indeed, this fellow was strikingly handsome, albeit somewhat lacking in intellect. Watching the irate Hulk bombarded by the military's weaponry, Nan Zhou let out a resigned sigh. If only the current Hulk possessed a modicum of intelligence, just a fifth of Banner's wit, he would be an unrivaled force on Earth, save for Nan Zhou himself. Alas, this creature lacked cunning and was, in fact, rather simple-minded. Naturally, this hypothetical intelligence would have to coexist with his primal instincts. As time passed, Blonsky, infused with the super serum, emerged onto the battlefield, engaging Hulk in combat. Utilizing his agility and physique, Blonsky adeptly evaded all of Hulk's assaults, much to Coulson's surprise. "He injected the super serum?" Nan Zhou nodded in affirmation. "It is certain he received an injection, though it likely wasn't substantial. This serum must be from the same batch as Captain America's." Observing Blonsky's eyes, now gleaming with murderous intent, Coulson's brow furrowed with concern. This version of Blonsky sent a shiver down his spine. He had grown stronger, yet his psyche seemed twisted. At that moment, Coulson's phone rang unexpectedly. He retrieved it to discover it was a call from Nick. "Hello, Nick," Coulson answered, though Nick's voice did not come through immediately. "Where are you? Why is it so loud? Is that gunfire?" After a pause, Nick inquired slowly. Upon hearing the question, Coulson turned to Nan Zhou, who was still engrossed in the conflict between the military and Hulk, seemingly indifferent to his words. "I am at Culver University, where the military is already engaged with Dr. Banner." Since Nan Zhou appeared unconcerned, Coulson reported truthfully. "The military is battling Dr. Banner? At a university?" Nick replied, somewhat astonished. This call had originally been intended to inquire about Dr. Banner's situation. "Indeed, I couldn't intervene. They had already clashed by the time I arrived." Coulson spoke the lie without a hint of hesitation, his eyes occasionally drifting toward Nan Zhou's direction. Yet Nan Zhou remained unperturbed, his gaze fixed upon the clash between the military and the Hulk. At this moment, the military had resorted to sonic cannons to restrain the Hulk. It was evident that considerable resources had been expended for this endeavor. How dare they proceed with such recklessness? What if students were harmed? Nick could not help but mutter a curse. Unlike General Ross, who seemed to revel in madness, Nick would never conduct an operation amidst a crowd. But what of that colossal creature? Was it subdued? Nick continued to inquire. Alas, it seems not. Coulson lifted his gaze toward the Hulk, who had shielded himself from the sonic cannon with a metal plate, and spoke slowly. Not even the sonic cannon can restrain him, nor can bullets. After hearing Coulson's words, Nick fell into a contemplative silence before gradually responding. Is he akin to Darkseid? Yes, Coulson replied, glancing at Nan Zhou as Nick sighed heavily. That scoundrel Ross had a penchant for folly, yet he was prepared for an emergency announcement. Chapter 34. The second confrontation amidst the bombardment of armed helicopters. The plaza of Calvo University was engulfed in fierce flames. Yet, amidst the inferno, a colossal figure stood resolute. General Ross, standing nearby, wore an expression of deep concern. His daughter, Betty Ross, had been perilously close to that creature moments ago, and her fate amidst the flames was uncertain. Should anything happen to Betty, he would hold himself utterly accountable. As the flames began to dissipate, the Hulk emerged, cradling the unconscious Betty Ross in his arms. Seeing that Betty was unharmed, General Ross exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, the Hulk's gaze fell upon General Ross, filled with a fierce rage. He then turned and departed from the plaza, retreating into the adjacent woods, his silhouette gradually fading away. General Ross refrained from ordering his soldiers to pursue, for his daughter remained in the hands of that behemoth, and he dared not act impulsively. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou, who had been observing intently, nudged Coulson beside him. Let us follow, he urged. Coulson nodded in agreement, trailing behind Nan Zhou as they circumvented the military personnel and entered the woodland. Do you intend to engage that creature in the forest? Coulson inquired. Certainly not. This place is far too conspicuous. Our confrontation would attract unwanted attention, Nan Zhou replied. But what if he transforms back into Banner? Coulson raised his concern, pondering the implications of the Hulk reverting to Bruce Banner mid-escape, which would thwart Nan Zhou's plans. To his surprise, Nan Zhou merely smiled faintly and shook his head. Fear not, such an occurrence is highly unlikely. The confidence in Nan Zhou's tone left Coulson somewhat perplexed. He could not comprehend why Nan Zhou exuded such confidence, which, in his view, was not mere blind assurance. Nan Zhou paid no heed to Coulson's bewilderment and continued onward. As night fell, the sky unleashed a torrential downpour. Hulk brought Betty into a mountainous forest, where they took refuge in a cave. At that moment, Betty was soothing Hulk, who was enraged by the thunder. Initially, she had been terrified by the giant upon waking, and now she found herself calming him down after his fright. Through their time together, Betty discovered that, despite his fearsome appearance, the creature before her was fundamentally childlike. His temperament and demeanor bore a striking resemblance to those of a young child. Perhaps this being was not as terrifying or malevolent as her father had claimed. Just as Hulk and Betty were enjoying their secluded moment in the cave, an untimely cough interrupted them. Hulk sprang to his feet, turning to see Nan Zhou, masked and beckoning him. Hulk instantly recalled their previous encounters in Brazil, where this very mask had been worn, and he bared his teeth in response. Betty also stood, instinctively blocking Hulk's path, her gaze towards Nan Zhou filled with wariness. Who are you? What brings you here? She inquired. Nan Zhou merely smiled nonchalantly. You need not concern yourself with my identity. I am not a military operative, nor have I come to apprehend him. And what is your purpose? Betty pressed, aware that anyone capable of locating them so effortlessly was far from ordinary. My purpose? Nan Zhou replied with another smile, is quite simple. I wish to engage him in a duel. He gestured towards Hulk, who seemed to understand, and let out a furious roar, as if challenging Nan Zhou to fight outside. Absolutely not. Betty interjected firmly. She would not allow Hulk to engage in combat with anyone unless absolutely necessary. However, Hulk had already stepped out of the cave, glancing back at Nan Zhou with a defiant tilt of his head before leaping down. Nan Zhou shrugged and walked past Betty. This is not my dilemma. He is the one who desires to fight, and there is little you can do to prevent it. With that, he approached the cave entrance and leapt into the depths of the forest below. Watching the two figures descend into the woods, Betty felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. This sudden appearance of a man filled her with foreboding. Almost immediately, a thunderous roar echoed through the forest, Hulk's unmistakable cry. Accompanying the roar were the cacophonous sounds of battle and the crashing of trees, making it nearly impossible to fathom the ferocity of the confrontation unfolding. At this moment, Betty was crouched at the entrance of the cave, observing the battle below, though she could discern nothing. Just then, Coulson appeared beside her seemingly out of nowhere. His sudden presence startled Betty, causing her to shudder, much like the man from earlier, appearing as if from the shadows. Noticing Betty's fright, Coulson quickly produced a business card from his pocket. "Do not be afraid. I am not your enemy. Here is my card." Betty scrutinized Coulson with caution before finally accepting the card, which bore the lengthy title of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. The overwhelming string of characters puzzled her. "You may also refer to it as S.H.I.E.L.D., he added. S.H.I.E.L.D. A flicker of recognition crossed Betty's mind. Her father, General Ross, often mentioned this organization, albeit with a hint of disdain. "Are you affiliated with that man?" Despite discerning Coulson's identity, Betty's wariness remained, intensifying as she realized who he was. "We are not exactly allies, but I am indeed seeking Dr. Banner. I wish to have a serious discussion with him." "Does your S.H.I.E.L.D. seek the creature within him?" In response to Betty's inquiry, Coulson shook his head. "If we could enlist the big guy, we would be quite pleased, but we also hope to benefit from his intellect. Of course, either would suffice, though having both would be preferable." Upon hearing this, Betty's vigilance lessened slightly. Perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. was not as single-minded as her father, solely fixated on the creature within Banner, indifferent to his very life. A more furious roar resonated at that moment, prompting Betty to glance downward. She observed that a vast expanse of trees had been toppled in the forest below. Coulson, witnessing the scene, offered a wry smile. It would take artillery to achieve such devastation, yet these two have managed it with mere fists. Truly, this is the essence of brute strength. Chapter 35, a satisfactory confrontation with a powerful punch. Hulk struck S.H.I.E.L.D. squarely in the chest, sending the latter flying and breaking countless trees in his wake. The Hulk of now was considerably more formidable than the one previously encountered in Brazil. Perhaps it was due to his previous disinterest in combat that his victory had come so easily back then. However, this time, victory would not come so effortlessly. S.H.I.E.L.D. dusted himself off, noticing his clothes were in tatters. He decided to tear his shirt completely. Recalling his last visit with Stark and regretting not requesting a sturdier garment that would not succumb to such damage, he noted to himself that this matter ought to be recorded in his memo. With that thought, he raised his gaze to Hulk, a slight smirk gracing his lips. He was immensely satisfied. This Hulk was the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered, although Hulk's fists could not inflict true harm upon him. Each strike was powerful enough to send waves of turmoil through Nan Zhou's internal organs. This iteration of Hulk delighted him beyond measure. In their confrontation, Nan Zhou refrained from wielding any mental manipulation, relying solely on his physical prowess to engage in combat with Hulk. The visceral thrill of flesh meeting flesh invigorated him, a sensation he had not experienced since becoming an agent. Even with only the Doomsday template at his disposal, he had yet to face a genuinely challenging adversary that allowed him the pleasure of a fierce battle. As the saying goes, invincibility can be profoundly lonely. Yet now, Nan Zhou would no longer be solitary. This colossal being was precisely the sparring partner he had yearned for. Observing that Nan Zhou remained unscathed, Hulk unleashed a furious roar and charged at him with a powerful leap. Unfazed, Nan Zhou met Hulk's advance with a punch of his own. This strike was not only formidable in strength, but also astonishingly swift. Hulk had no time to react before Nan Zhou's fist connected with his face, sending him hurtling through the air, reminiscent of Nan Zhou's own earlier flight. However, unlike Nan Zhou, who had crashed into the tree at waist height, Hulk's impact was far more expansive. Shaking his head to clear the cobwebs, Hulk rose from the ground and spat out the dirt from his mouth, offering a slight smile to Nan Zhou. Despite his seemingly dim-witted appearance and lack of intellect, Hulk remained lucid during their battle. He recognized that Nan Zhou was not his enemy. Every punch thrown was devoid of malice, unlike the previous assailants he had faced. This individual merely sought a genuine brawl. Hulk was indeed astonished. Throughout the years, he had not encountered anyone who could engage him so fiercely. Yet, he pondered the mystery of how someone so diminutive in stature could possess such immense strength. Of course, this perception of smallness was relative to Hulk's own size. "Hulk likes you," he exclaimed, pointing at Nan Zhou and articulating his thoughts in broken phrases. This declaration took Nan Zhou by surprise. "Wow," he replied with a grin. "I certainly did not expect that. However, it is impossible for us." Hulk, undeterred by Nan Zhou's response, charged at him once more. In response, Nan Zhou swung his arms, readying himself to strike Hulk. Meanwhile, Betty watched the unfolding scene in the cave with growing anxiety. She was concerned for Hulk's safety. Although she believed he would triumph, she still wished to see him unscathed. Rest assured, nothing will happen. That formidable creature is impervious to bullets, and the masked figure would not strike with lethal intent. "Trust me. Why are you so certain?" Betty turned to Coulson, voicing her skepticism. While I am not intimately acquainted with him, I have gleaned enough to understand that he merely seeks a bout with that giant. He would not resort to deadly force. Coulson, seated upon a stone bench, appeared rather listless. Had he known, he would not have accompanied Nan Zhou. The frigid weather, combined with the incessant drizzle and the surrounding forest, rendered the air oppressively damp. Coulson detested such conditions, fearing he would succumb to illness by dawn. Should such an event arise again, I shall not follow. I feel like a dog. Coulson silently cursed Nan Zhou, hoping for a swift conclusion. Sighing, Betty embraced herself, rubbing her arms for warmth. Even Coulson found the weather unbearable. How could Betty, a delicate lady, endure it? Observing her discomfort, Coulson removed his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Betty was taken aback by his gesture, then smiled gently. Thank you. It is nothing. If you were to fall ill or feel unwell, I dread that creature might rend me asunder. Coulson's jest elicited a laugh from Betty. She began to perceive that this S.H.I.E.L.D. agent was not as irksome as she had presumed, standing in stark contrast to those from the military. Meanwhile, the ground bore witness to countless fallen trees, with even the grass beneath their feet being reduced to mere soil by the shockwaves of their duel. Their combat mirrored the aftermath of a meteor striking the earth. At this moment, Hulk was gasping for breath, evidently fatigued from the prolonged engagement. Yet, standing a short distance away, Nan Zhou appeared remarkably untroubled, as if expending minimal effort. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from the heavens, its thunderous roar inciting Hulk's fury. He bellowed at the sky before redirecting his gaze towards Nan Zhou. Given your current state, are you sure you wish to continue? Observing Hulk's labored breaths, Nan Zhou remarked. By all appearances, I have emerged victorious. Hulk, you have lost. Hulk continued to huff, refusing to concede. Nan Zhou shrugged. All right, you have won. With that, Nan Zhou leaped back into the cave, followed closely by Hulk. How are you? You're not injured, are you? Upon their return, Betty hurried to Hulk's side, anxiously inspecting him. Hulk, victorious. Hulk appeared as a victorious child returning home to boast to his mother, his face adorned with a radiant smile. However, the stark contrast in the circumstances of the two was evident, leaving no room for doubt about the inevitable outcome. I am genuinely pleased this time, should the opportunity arise. I shall seek you out again, Nan Zhou remarked, glancing back at Hulk. I shall await you, Hulk responded. The two shared a knowing smile before Nan Zhou departed the cave alongside Coulson. Observing their retreating figures, Hulk slowly spoke. Hulk feels pain. Betty, taken aback, lifted her gaze towards him. It was astonishing that not even the bullets had compelled Hulk to express such sentiments, yet that man had managed to do so. Just how terrifying must he be? Chapter 36. Initial contact following an exhilarating confrontation, Nan Zhou departed from Virginia. Meanwhile, Coulson remained in Virginia, closely monitoring the movements of Banner and Betty, prepared to act at a moment's notice. Of course, the military was also keeping a watchful eye on them. Rather than heading to New York, Nan Zhou made a beeline for Dr. Pym's laboratory, with several days remaining before Hulk's ultimate showdown. Nan Zhou intended to cultivate a rapport with Dr. Pym. He sought not to coerce the esteemed scientist into aiding him. Rather, he wished for Pym to willingly extend his support. Upon landing, Nan Zhou proceeded directly to the address inscribed on the business card. Dr. Pym's laboratory was modest and had always been a solitary domain. No longer affiliated with Pym Technologies, Pym had been ousted by his own apprentice and daughter. It was indeed a tale steeped in irony. Leaving Pym Technologies meant relinquishing access to its experiments and the advanced equipment housed within the laboratory. Naturally, without the title of a board member, many who once surrounded him had gradually faded from his life, with only a few universities extending token invitations to academic discussions. Indeed, merely token gestures. Nevertheless, a handful of fervent science enthusiasts still visited him, yet not a single individual chose to join his laboratory, which was undeniably lacking in resources and sophistication. At that moment, Dr. Pym sat in his laboratory, lost in thought. Having just been expelled from Pym Technologies, he found himself grappling with the pain of betrayal. The apprentice he had once held in high regard, and his own flesh and blood had conspired to cast him out. What a farcical turn of events. With a wry smile, Dr. Pym glanced at the small ants nearby, gently stroking their heads. Just then, the doorbell of the laboratory rang. Dr. Pym immediately rose and made his way to the entrance. Opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Nan Zhou, his face beaming with joy. Oh, it is you, he exclaimed. Upon encountering Nan Zhou, Pym was quite taken aback. He had not anticipated that the child would genuinely seek him out. Come in. Pym gestured for Nan Zhou to enter his laboratory. As Nan Zhou stepped inside, his curiosity was palpable as he surveyed the surroundings, quickly noticing the ants that had yet to be completely cleared away. What is your name again? Pym inquired while pouring a glass of water for Nan Zhou. suddenly realizing he was unaware of the child's name. Dr. Pym, my name is Nan Zhou. The boy promptly introduced himself. Nan Zhou, a fine name. Pym replied with a slight smile. I never expected you would actually come here. I thought you merely sought a photograph. Sitting down once more, Pym spoke. Doctor, you underestimate me. I not only admire you, but am also deeply passionate about science. It is truly a stroke of fortune to be in your laboratory. Pym found amusement in Nan Zhou's earnest words. This laboratory lacks any advanced equipment. It might not even compare to your esteemed Calvo University. As Pym spoke, Nan Zhou approached a blueprint laid out on the table. Pym was unconcerned that Nan Zhou might stumble upon any sensitive materials. For the Pym particle technology he wished to conceal was not present in this lab. Gazing at the blueprint, Nan Zhou fell into a moment of contemplation before lifting his head. Something seems amiss here, he remarked, bringing the blueprint closer to Pym and pointing out a specific area. Launching into a stream of self-analysis, Pym's initial confusion gradually transformed into astonishment. He had not anticipated that the young man would so swiftly identify the flaw within the blueprint, even proposing a solution. It was worth noting that even he had spent 2 to 3 hours resolving this very issue. Astonishingly, the boy had merely glanced at it before arriving at a resolution. The blueprint depicted Pym's latest research on the human neural exoskeleton, akin to the work of Dr. Octopus. Pym gazed at Nan Zhou in disbelief. Perhaps this child could indeed inherit his legacy. Judging by the recent events, this boy was nothing short of a prodigy. Yet, Pym's thoughts drifted to his apprentice, Darren Klaus, who had once shared a similar enthusiasm, but had since embarked on a path of no return. The mere thought of him caused Pym to hesitate. However, the earnestness displayed by the young man before him showcased a remarkable talent. If circumstances permitted, it seemed he could indeed advance the Pym particle technology further. What do you make of this blueprint? Pym inquired, rising once more to present another sheet to Nan Zhou. This new blueprint was an advanced version of the previous one, though it too harbored its own issues. Nan Zhou picked up the blueprint and scrutinized it for a while, subsequently pinpointing an issue, this time concerning the nervous system. Pym gazed at Nan Zhou as he hurriedly articulated his proposed solution, momentarily lost in thought, even wavering slightly on his feet. This was due to Nan Zhou's accurate observations once again, even advancing beyond Pym's own resolution, rendering it superior. This child is a prodigy. If Nan Zhou's initial identification of the problem had left Pym in doubt, this time he was resolute in his intention to invite Nan Zhou into his laboratory. As Nan Zhou spoke, he keenly observed Pym's expressions. Witnessing Pym's reaction, Nan Zhou secretly chuckled to himself. This was precisely the outcome he desired, to draw closer to Pym, gain access to his laboratory, and ultimately engage with Pym's particle technology. He might even recommend the future Ant-Man, Scott, to Pym. It was nothing short of perfection. In truth, the content of the blueprints posed no challenge for Nan Zhou. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agency provided extensive knowledge training for its agents, coupled with the brain development derived from the 90th model of the Death Knell. At this point, Nan Zhou could confidently assert that he had surpassed Stark and Pym in terms of intelligence. Pym approached Nan Zhou, stating, I realize my modest laboratory lacks sophisticated equipment and personnel, but would you be willing to join my lab? Aware of Nan Zhou's brilliance, Pym began to worry whether Nan Zhou would choose to affiliate himself with such a humble facility. Despite Nan Zhou's declaration of being a fan, Pym still felt a tinge of insecurity about his proposition. Of course, Nan Zhou responded without hesitation. Though the equipment here may not be top-notch, I believe this laboratory will evolve into a leading technological hub. Nan Zhou's words profoundly moved Pym, who, despite his brilliance, failed to perceive the insincerity on Nan Zhou's face. However, Nan Zhou was genuinely elated. After all, his endeavor to connect with Pym had unfolded so seamlessly. The first step of his plan had been triumphantly accomplished, paving the way for the forthcoming strategies. Chapter 37. The anxious father and daughter, Nan Zhou, seamlessly integrated into Dr. Pym's laboratory, becoming a member of the team. Naturally, this was not a full-time commitment. Nan Zhou was not required to be present frequently, merely assisting on occasion. On his first day of inclusion, a conversation ensued. Are you saying you are not a student from Caltech? As dusk fell, Dr. Pym and Nan Zhou engaged in conversation within the laboratory. Indeed, I have never attended university. All of this knowledge has been self-taught, Nan Zhou clarified, not fabricating an identity as a Caltech student, but rather presenting himself as a self-made genius. Self-taught, indeed. I was right to recognize your potential. Your future knows no bounds. Pym was further astonished upon hearing this. Individuals who are self-taught are exceedingly rare. Even he, and the Stark father and son, or the currently wanted Bruce Banner, are not self-taught. These individuals are inherently brilliant, augmented by the guidance of esteemed schools and exceptional teachers to reach their remarkable levels of achievement. Yet here stood Nan Zhou, who had truly succeeded through self-education. This was truly astounding. Observing the shock etched across Pim's face, Nan Zhou realized he might have displayed an excessive peculiarity, as if Pim had discovered a treasure in him. Should Pim ever learn of Nan Zhou's true intentions, it would surely cause him profound sorrow. However, Nan Zhou was unconcerned with such matters. If he were to dwell on them, he could never aspire to be an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. After a night of conversation and intellectual exchange, Pim had gained a general understanding of Nan Zhou's background. A pitiable child who had dropped out of high school due to family circumstances and worked various jobs to support his household. These experiences were, of course, fabrications crafted by Nan Zhou, who, with his remarkable eloquence, convinced Pim of this constructed narrative. Having earned Pim's trust, Nan Zhou's subsequent plans would undoubtedly proceed with greater ease. As dawn broke and the two men gazed out the window, Nan Zhou rose to depart from Pim's laboratory. Eager to return to New York, he had not seen the three children for several days and wished to ascertain their well-being. Moreover, a monumental battle was imminent in New York, one that he must witness to obtain the Darkseid inheritance, an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Just as Nan Zhou stepped out of the laboratory, he encountered a woman emerging from a luxury vehicle. She was taken aback to see him exiting the lab. Nan Zhou recognized her. She was Pim's daughter, Hope, the one who had conspired with Klaus to oust Pim from his own company. Hope paid him little heed, merely sizing him up before stepping into the laboratory. "What brings you here?" With her arrival, Pim's mood darkened considerably. He was aware of his shortcomings as a father, and the significant misunderstandings between them remained unresolved. Being ousted from his own company by his daughter, using her decisive vote, undoubtedly weighed heavily on him. "I came to see how you were doing." Hope's tone was devoid of any warmth as she surveyed her surroundings. "Curious if I'm still alive?" Pim scoffed lightly, then rose to fetch a cup from the table, pouring himself a coffee. "You don't come here without reason. What is it?" Pim knew well that his daughter was not merely concerned about his well-being. She had ulterior motives for her visit. Hop cast a sidelong glance at Pim and then spoke slowly. "Darren has a press conference tomorrow, and he hopes you can attend." Upon hearing this, Pim let out a cold chuckle. He was not mistaken. It was indeed such a matter. Just recently cast out of the company, and now they wished for his return? Did they think him to be so easily summoned and dismissed? For your own good, you were let go. Your mental state no longer allows you to manage effectively within the company. Hop's tone remained remarkably calm. "Isn't your small laboratory quite satisfactory? In a few days, I'll have Darren arrange for some excellent equipment for you." Before she could finish her sentence, Dr. Pim slammed his cup down onto the table with great force. "Now please, leave my laboratory." Taken aback by Pim's sudden outburst, Hop paused momentarily, but ultimately scoffed and turned to exit the laboratory. Just as she opened the large door, she halted, turning her gaze back to Pim. "I hope you arrive on time for tomorrow's press conference. You are on the invitation list." With that, Hop departed the laboratory. Pim, breathing heavily, sank into a nearby chair, listening as the roar of Hop's luxurious vehicle faded into the distance, releasing a resigned sigh. He then slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou was concealed behind a tree adjacent to the laboratory, having overheard the entire exchange between the two. The rift between Pim and Hop remained substantial. It was not a matter of placing blame. Rather, both parties were at fault. With this thought, he regained his composure, hailed a taxi, and headed to the airport. By the time he returned to New York, it was already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. At this hour, the children at Sokka's school would likely be finishing their classes. Upon entering his home, Nan Zhou found 3 children seated before the television. Their joyful expressions lit up upon his unexpected arrival, and they rushed to greet him. Nan Zhou often traveled for several days at a time, so the children naturally missed him. However, despite their cheerful faces, he immediately noticed the worry reflected in Wanda and Lorna's eyes. "What is the matter?" he inquired, directing his gaze towards them. At the sound of his question, the two exchanged glances before looking down at their backpacks. Confused, Nan Zhou approached their bags, unzipping one, and exclaimed, "Oh, what treasures lie within." Both backpacks were filled with various envelopes adorned with colorful stickers. It appeared they were love letters, so many of them. He turned to Wanda and Hop, who had blossomed into young beauties, naturally attracting the attention of boys at school. However, they received a bag full of love letters, which took Nan Zhou by surprise. Perhaps the sheer volume of correspondence was the reason for the pressure they felt. Contemplating this, Nan Zhou let out a resigned smile. He truly could not comprehend such pressure, for in both his past and present worlds, he had never received a love letter. Chapter 38. The distress of love letters. I had often dreamt of receiving love letters myself. Nan Zhou set down his backpack and returned to the side of Wanda and Lorna, observing their distress over the matter of love letters. He felt a twinge of jealousy and confusion. Upon seeing Nan Zhou's smile, Wanda and Lorna exchanged glances, realizing that despite their predicament, Nan Zhou seemed even more unfortunate than they. At that moment, Nan Zhou's gaze turned to Pietro. What's this? Haven't you received any love letters? Pietro's handsomeness could hardly be overstated. Nan Zhou had heard Wanda and Lorna tease him about attracting female classmates more than once. Yet, Pietro appeared entirely unfazed. I'm not like those two, fretting over love letters. I accept every letter sent my way. He then added. And they all end up in the little grove behind the school. Lorna interjected, her tone dripping with disdain. Given Pietro's looks, receiving love letters would be entirely normal. However, he handled them quite differently, choosing to bury them instead. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind, and this was precisely his approach. But at least I won't be troubled by this matter, Pietro declared, tilting his head back with an expression of pride, seemingly satisfied with his method. Yet, your methods merely address the symptoms, not the root cause, Nan Zhou remarked, having been a silent observer until now. Even if you bury the love letters, they won't simply vanish. They will continue to emerge ceaselessly. Thus, the most effective way to eradicate love letters is to find a partner. At this pronouncement, the three of them froze, exchanging looks of surprise. Nan Zhou smiled. Once you have a partner and make it public, many will naturally withdraw, significantly reducing the number of love letters. And even if some remain undeterred, they are likely to cause trouble for your partner, which would alleviate your burden considerably. Upon hearing this, Pietro shrugged. So, you're suggesting that a partner is merely a tool for us? Nan Zhou nodded in affirmation. Therefore, if you have someone you fancy, don't hesitate, act swiftly, don't let the opportunity slip away. Pietro found this perspective to be rather dubious, even more so than his own method of burying love letters, and thus chose not to dwell on it. Wanda and Lorna were indeed lost in contemplation, their heads bowed, though their eyes occasionally darted towards Nan Zhou. The sky gradually darkened. The four of them were seated around the dining table, enjoying the meal prepared by Nan Zhou. This marked his first time cooking in several days, delighting the three children with a sumptuous feast. Given Nan Zhou's culinary skills were quite commendable, the children naturally relished the meal. During my absence, have you all been diligent in your training? Nan Zhou suddenly inquired during dinner. This training referred to the combat skills the three had wished to learn from him following the recent Oaken incident. Nan Zhou had indeed imparted numerous fighting techniques to them and had encouraged them to enhance their physical fitness. Although significant improvement might not be immediate, over time, they would undoubtedly sense their own growth and strength. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's question, the three nodded in affirmation. They had not slackened in their training during this period, diligently working towards the objectives Nan Zhou had set, aware that he often was not present. They understood that they could only rely on their own initiative to avoid being bullied. Observing the nods of the three, Nan Zhou reached out and squeezed Pietro's arm, noting the noticeable increase in muscle mass, which brought a satisfied nod from him. If you adhere to my requirements and conscientiously fulfill my tasks, you will certainly not be bullied. Seeing the children's earnestness in this matter brought Nan Zhou a sense of satisfaction. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. He picked it up to find it was Coulson calling. Hello, Nan Zhou. Where are you right now? As soon as the call connected, Nan Zhou heard Coulson's voice, tinged with urgency. I'm having dinner. What's the matter? Listening to the commotion on the other end, Nan Zhou began to piece together the situation. It seemed that Banner was engaged in a confrontation with another formidable creature, and the circumstances appeared dire. Are you in New York? I'm in New York. I'll head over shortly, no need to worry. Nan Zhou responded with an air of calm, taking a bite of his food. All right, but please hurry. Things are quite urgent here, Coulson said before abruptly ending the call. Nan Zhou set the phone aside, choosing not to abandon his meal due to Coulson's words. Is it very urgent? Wanda asked, glancing at Nan Zhou. She was reluctant for him to leave, as it was uncertain how many days it would be before he returned. Rest assured, it's not overly pressing. It's just within New York City. I'll finish my meal before heading out. With Nan Zhou's reassurance, Wanda exhaled in relief. And Lorna shared her sentiments as well. Nan Zhou was aware of the inevitable outcome of the situation, thus he had no intention of intervening. He preferred to witness from a distance, content to secure his inheritance. Consequently, he remained unhurried, savoring his dinner. For Hulk and his adversary were destined to engage in battle for some time. He could afford to finish his meal before making his move. Meanwhile, on Coulson's end, after hanging up the phone, he anxiously observed the confrontation between Hulk and the Abomination, which had been transformed from Blonsky. It was evident that Hulk was gradually losing ground. Without Nan Zhou's assistance, he risked being slain by the Abomination. This grotesque creature was significantly more formidable than Hulk. Watching Coulson, who was increasingly distressed as he witnessed Hulk's retreat, his shoulder pierced by the Abomination's spiny back, he felt a profound sense of worry. He had already informed Nick, and agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. were en route. However, was this a battle in which ordinary humans could participate? Only Nan Zhou possessed the capacity to alter the tide of this conflict. Thus, he awaited Nan Zhou's arrival. Yet, as he observed Hulk nearing his breaking point, Nan Zhou's figure remained conspicuously absent, intensifying Coulson's anxiety to the point of pacing in frustration. He was perplexed by Nan Zhou's delay. Tardiness was not characteristic of him. At that moment, Coulson lifted his gaze to the sky, imploring, "Nan Zhou, please hurry. If you do not arrive soon, Dr. Banner may face mortal peril." Chapter 39. Something seems amiss. While Coulson was in a state of desperation, Nan Zhou, in contrast, took his time to finish his dinner and change his attire before stepping out. After Nan Zhou departed his residence, Wanda and the others switched on the television. The channel was broadcasting a live report of the battle between Hulk and the Abomination. As they listened to the reporter's coverage, the three children realized that this was the very event unfolding in their city at that moment. Goodness, could this be the matter that Brother Zhou is addressing? They exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting their disbelief. After all, the two combatants were far from benign. The thought of Nan Zhou contending with these formidable foes filled them with concern. Unbeknownst to Nan Zhou, who was oblivious to the current battle conditions, he quickened his pace towards the battlefield where Hulk and the Abomination clashed. Before long, he beheld the distant flames and helicopters circling above, accompanied by an array of cacophonous sounds. Seeking a better vantage point, Nan Zhou ascended to the rooftop of a nearby building, peering down at the scene below. What he witnessed was unexpected. The anticipated script involved Hulk sustaining injuries, yet ultimately triumphing over the Abomination through strategy, culminating in a declaration of victory as he stood atop the vanquished foe. However, the reality before him was far from this narrative. What lies beneath the feat is not merely the Abomination, but the Hulk himself. Yet, the Hulk bears wounds far graver than those upon his shoulders. His abdomen has been pierced, leaving behind a gaping, horrifying wound, from which green blood continues to seep. What could have transpired? Observing this scene, Nan Zhou furrows his brow. This is not the course of a standard narrative. The plot should not unfold in such a manner. Although the Abomination possesses greater strength than the Hulk, this overwhelming domination is simply unfathomable. Moreover, the Hulk's injuries are profoundly severe, posing a significant risk to his very life. With this thought, Nan Zhou clenches his teeth. He had initially expected to quietly watch the events unfold, ultimately reaping the benefits without involvement. However, it has become evident that his intervention is now imperative. At this moment, the Abomination has raised his arm, intending to deliver a final, lethal blow to the Hulk. Suddenly, a sonic boom reverberates, and a figure hurtles towards the Abomination. The Abomination senses this formidable presence. He lifts his gaze to behold a shadow advancing upon him. Just as he prepares to react, the figure has instantaneously closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch that sends the Abomination crashing into a nearby building. Struggling, the Hulk manages to lift his head and gazes at the figure. Recognizing the familiar masked individual, a faint smile graces his lips. Indeed, this shadow is none other than Nan Zhou, compelled to intervene. Meanwhile, not far away, Coulson observes Nan Zhou's arrival with a sigh of relief. As he witnessed the Hulk's gradual defeat, which could culminate in his demise, Coulson had relentlessly attempted to contact him. Yet, the voice on the other end was that of a young girl, leading him to momentarily question whether he had dialed the wrong number. Now, seeing Nan Zhou's appearance, he feels reassured. With Nan Zhou in the fray, a turning point is imminent. Nan Zhou pays no heed to the Hulk, his gaze fixed intently on the cloud of dust stirred up by the Abomination's destructive force. He understands that this punch alone cannot vanquish the Abomination. As anticipated, a furious roar emerges from the dust, and the Abomination charges forth, intent on attacking Nan Zhou. Observing the frenzied Abomination, Nan Zhou suddenly perceives an unusual phenomenon. The creature's pupils are blood red. This revelation lies outside Nan Zhou's previous understanding. In his recollection, the Abomination's eyes were not crimson. He cannot distinctly recall their true color, but it was certainly not this bloodied hue. Could it be that this alarming situation is a result of those crimson eyes? Lost in contemplation, Nan Zhou finds himself face to face with the Abomination. With a sweeping gesture, he summons countless stones that levitate in the air, hurtling towards the Abomination, enveloping him entirely. If I could unleash the earth-shattering star, I would certainly bestow it upon you. Observing the abhorrent creature thoroughly encased in stone, Nan Zhou could not help but express a profound sentiment. If only he possessed the skill of the earth-shattering star, he would undoubtedly obliterate that loathsome hide. Alas, he was bereft of such an ability. Consequently, the stones merely constrained the creature's movements. Mere seconds elapsed before the abhorrent entity extricated itself from the rocky confines, furiously advancing toward Nan Zhou once more. This time, Nan Zhou refrained from relying on external forces. Instead, he extended his hand, employing his will to manipulate the creature. After all, this technique of his was known as mind control, allowing him to exert influence over both living and inanimate beings through sheer force of will. Thus, as a living entity, the abhorrent creature was naturally subject to his control. As its speed diminished, as if restrained by an invisible force, the creature found itself in disbelief. This was impossible. It recognized that the orchestrator of its predicament was this masked man before it, yet skepticism lingered. Not only it, but also Hulk, Coulson, and General Ross were equally incredulous at the unfolding scenario. They had not anticipated that this individual possessed such formidable powers. That he could manipulate lifeless matter was one thing, but to exert control over living beings was entirely another matter altogether. The abhorrent creature, faced with this intangible force, attempted to resist. However, Nan Zhou afforded it no opportunity for defiance. His willpower was indeed formidable. As he slowly clenched his fist, the creature's form began to contort. Subsequently, a piercing scream erupted from the creature. Oh! It wailed in agony, exerting every ounce of strength to resist Nan Zhou, but could only delay the spread of its torment. Nan Zhou, taken aback by the creature's resistance, realized he had underestimated this being. Its will was surprisingly robust, instilling within him a sense of fatigue. This was untenable, therefore. Nan Zhou directed his other hand to manipulate rebar, aiming it toward the creature. The rebar, transformed into a sharp spike midair, propelled with tremendous force, piercing through the creature's flesh. Damn you! The abhorrent creature cursed in pain, followed by a furious roar that astonishingly broke free from Nan Zhou's mental grasp. This turn of events left Nan Zhou astounded. The force accompanying that roar was indeed terrifying. After the outcry, the creature slowly raised its head, gritting its teeth and emitting a low growl, its eyes ablaze with a menacing red light. Chapter 40. The S.H.I.E.L.D. treasure chest. Gazing upon the creature with eyes glowing ominously red, an unsettling premonition began to unfurl within Nan Zhou's heart. Everything felt profoundly abnormal. This creature was far more menacing than its typical form. No wonder the Hulk was battered to such an extent, given the aura of malice emanating from this creature. The Hulk could very well be killed in this encounter. You are rather intriguing, far more so than that brutish giant. At this moment, the abomination slowly spoke, his tone infused with madness. What an honor that is for me, Nan Zhou replied with an expressionless face. However, before Nan Zhou's words could fully escape his lips, the abomination lunged forward with a powerful kick aimed directly at him. In response, Nan Zhou waved his hand, conjuring a wall of earth to shield himself. Yet, this mere earthen barrier proved insufficient to withstand the might of the abomination, which easily shattered it, sending a fist hurtling toward Nan Zhou. In a remarkable display of strength, Nan Zhou braced himself, catching the abomination's punch with a single hand, but the ground beneath him crumbled under the impact. The force of that blow was astonishing, sending waves of shock throughout his body. Indeed, it was a sensation akin to pain, a piercing discomfort that resonated from the intense impact. Despite this, Nan Zhou found it difficult to believe. In his battle with the Hulk, no matter how ferociously the punches rained down upon him, he had never felt such jolting pain. Merely a faint tremor. Now, having acquired the Darkseid template, he experienced pain for the first time. Just how terrifying was this abomination? The fact that Nan Zhou had caught the abomination's punch with one hand astonished the creature, which had delivered the blow at about 80% of its strength. The abomination struggled to accept this revelation. In disbelief, he swung another punch. This time, however, Nan Zhou did not afford him the opportunity. He crouched down, skillfully evading the abomination's fist, and then struck with his own, aiming directly for the creature's face. The speed of this punch was astonishing, leaving the abomination with no time to react, and it connected squarely against his visage. The force of the blow caused the abomination's face to cave insignificantly, and the ground behind him upheaved due to the impact. In an instant, he was propelled backward like a cannonball. Nan Zhou did not pause to assess the aftermath. Instead, he leapt into the air, pursuing the spot where the abomination had landed. He intended to grant this creature no respite. By the time Nan Zhou arrived, the abomination had risen from the rubble he had created. Miraculously, his face was beginning to restore itself. Does the abomination possess such regenerative powers? Witnessing this scene, Nan Zhou was left in disbelief. When did the abomination acquire the ability for rapid regeneration? His punch had genuinely devastated the creature's visage, yet now it was astonishingly mending before him. This is the essence of my power. The abomination laughed maniacally, gazing at Nan Zhou. No matter how immense your strength may be, you cannot extinguish my existence. Without the ability to annihilate me, you cannot impede my progress. The maniacal laughter of the abhorrence caused a furrow to form on Nan Zhou's brow. The sound was exceedingly irksome. Then let us compete and see whether my strikes land faster than your repairs. Nan Zhou sneered coldly, stepping forward once more, his fists raining down upon the abhorrence like a deluge. The excruciating pain was nearly unbearable for the creature, eliciting a horrific wail that echoed even to Coulson's ears, making his hands tremble. The intensity of Nan Zhou's blows was unfathomable. Meanwhile, countless heads fell, inflicting unimaginable damage upon the abhorrents. Yet, in an instant, the injuries were mended. Just as the abhorrents had proclaimed, no matter how great Nan Zhou's strength, he could not reduce it to mere fragments. It possessed the ability to heal, to regenerate, rendering it incapable of death. From whence does this ability originate? Nan Zhou surmised that this power did not belong to the abhorrence itself, but was bestowed by another. Despite his involvement, he had not interfered excessively. Thus, any alterations would not manifest to such an extent. Upon hearing this, the abhorrents once again erupted into a maniacal laughter. Do you wish to know the source of my power? Listen to my audacious words. Unable to restrain himself, Nan Zhou struck again at its face, yet in a heartbeat. That once flattened visage restored itself once more. This power is beyond your grasp, beyond your control. It is a divine gift from the world's deity. I am favored by the gods. Upon hearing these words, Nan Zhou's countenance darkened. The phrases and the luminous orb from his dream resurfaced in his mind, and he realized it was indeed that individual. His previous suspicions now solidified into certainty. The abhorrence's power stemmed from the very being who had conjured the dream. That entity had bestowed such power upon the abhorrence for the purpose of annihilating him. This wretched creature. Nan Zhou could not suppress an expletive. He found himself utterly incapable of vanquishing the abhorrence. Though he possessed power, he could not reduce it to ashes. If only he had access to Darkseid's Omega beams, the abhorrence would be reduced to mere dust in moments. Yet, in his current state, he lacked such skills. This realization drove Nan Zhou to the brink of madness. Continuing in this manner was untenable. Ding. The host may engage in a lottery. 3 opportunities remain unutilized. The long-awaited system notification resounded once more, momentarily startling Nan Zhou. What good is a chance to draw? He pondered, if it cannot yield a skill. This time, he received a response from the system. Ding. The host can draw from the item skill treasure chest, which may yield random skills. Such a claim seemed rather deceptive, as the probability of obtaining something worthwhile was alarmingly low. Otherwise, he wouldn't have continuously drawn items like masks or undergarments. Nevertheless, since the system had made such a statement, he might as well give it a try. Let the lottery commence. Ding. The system lottery has begun. You have obtained the item, Iron Man's Reactor Model 11. Draw again. This scenario was quite to Nan Zhou's liking. Ding. The system lottery has begun. You have obtained the item, a complete set of Black Cat's leather attire. Draw. Nan Zhou felt speechless, but having already drawn twice, he figured one more wouldn't hurt. Ding. The system lottery has begun. You have obtained the item, skill treasure chest. Would you like to open it? To his astonishment, he actually won something. Hearing the system's prompt, Nan Zhou was pleasantly surprised, but he quickly nodded. Open. Ding. Opening skill chest. You have obtained the skill, Godzilla's Atomic Breath. Hearing the system's notification, Nan Zhou was somewhat taken aback. Atomic Breath? Godzilla's skill? Could it be that Godzilla from the monster universe was considered a superhero as well? Chapter 41. Atomic Breath. The skill treasure chest yielded Godzilla's Atomic Breath, which truly astonished Nan Zhou. He had not anticipated that this superhero system would even encompass the monster universe. However, after the initial shock, he felt a surge of excitement. With this Atomic Breath, Nan Zhou had the ability to obliterate the enhanced abomination before him. Yet, there remained one question. How was this Atomic Breath to be utilized? Would it be necessary to expel it from his mouth, like Godzilla? Ding. The host can release Atomic Breath from any part of the body. As long as power is concentrated in a specific body part, Atomic Breath can be emitted from there. The system, sensing Nan Zhou's confusion, provided this clarification. This explanation filled Nan Zhou with joy, meaning that he could unleash the Atomic Breath from his hands, not just his mouth. This made things considerably easier. A grin spread across Nan Zhou's face, and he delivered another punch, but the damage inflicted still allowed the abomination to rapidly recover. Then, with a flick of his hand, countless steel bars levitated in midair, and with a wave of his palm, they plunged directly into the abomination's form. Countless steel bars pierced through the creature's body, bending as they aimed to impede the abomination's movements. The pain elicited a roar from the abomination, who attempted to force the steel bars out of its body using its strength. Yet, the onslaught of steel bars was relentless. Even the ones it managed to expel would once again float back and pierce its flesh. This relentless cycle effectively restrained the abomination, rendering it nearly immobile. At this moment, Nan Zhou leaped onto the ruins, closed his eyes, and concentrated his energy. Subsequently, a torrent of formidable energy surged into Nan Zhou's right hand, manifesting as a blue orb nestled within his palm. Nan Zhou could distinctly perceive the terrifying power radiating from this orb. Is this the breath of atoms? Observing his hand quivering violently under the orb's influence, A glimmer of ecstasy illuminated Nan Zhou's gaze. This ability might indeed obliterate the abomination before him into mere fragments. Meanwhile, the abomination, ensnared by a myriad of steel bars, also sensed the energy emitted from the blue orb. An ominous intuition crept over him. If he did not evade this skill, he would likely be reduced to ashes. With this thought, the abomination hastened his struggle, forcing more steel bars from his body. Yet, Nan Zhou had no intention of granting him this opportunity. He aimed to deliver a fatal blow, concentrating the breath of atoms to its maximum potential, causing the very air around him to tremble with the amassed energy. "You are doomed," Nan Zhou declared, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he regarded the abomination. "You are the most tenacious adversary I have ever encountered. You should feel honored." With that, he plunged his right hand, directing the blue orb at the abomination. "No." The abomination thrashed desperately. Yet the steel bars manipulated by Nan Zhou showed no signs of relenting, firmly restraining him. "Futile. Embrace your demise." With a decisive thrust of his right hand, the blue orb surged forth, hurtling towards the abomination. No. The abomination sensed the dreadful aura, despair flooding his being instantly. Yet, alongside this despair lingered a sense of resentment. He was unwilling to perish so easily. He yearned to dominate the world, to wield his power and establish himself as the sovereign. However, all of this became naught in the face of the breath of atoms. The energy struck the abomination, overwhelming him in an instant. Soon, his form began to dissipate, gradually vanishing without a trace, leaving not even a remnant behind. In the place where he had been confined, a vast crater had formed, a testament to the devastation wrought by the breath of atoms. Nan Zhou marveled at the scene before him, astonished by the sheer destructive force of the breath of atoms. This had escalated rather dramatically. Observing the crater that could easily serve as an artificial lake, he let out a wry smile. Truly, New York City is plagued with calamity. This was merely the beginning. And who knows how much more suffering the city would endure in the future. With this thought, Nan Zhou turned to head towards the direction of Hulk. However, just as he pivoted, a voice echoed from behind him. "I will remember you." The voice startled Nan Zhou, causing him to turn abruptly, only to find the loathsome visage looming behind him. Not dead. This revelation astonished him. After enduring such a terrifying attack, the entity could still regenerate? "I remember you. Nan Zhou, the outsider. We shall meet again in the future. I eagerly anticipate that day," the loathsome figure proclaimed once more. As those words fell, its head transformed into dust, scattering to the ground. A gust of wind swept through, carrying the remnants away. Nan Zhou observed this scene, his brow furrowed. It was evident that the voice he had just heard did not belong to the loathsome figure, but to the one who endowed it with power. The very individual who had compelled Nan Zhou into such a dire situation. This person was aware of their status as a traveler and knew their own name, presenting an exceedingly perilous threat. Their words likely signified a declaration of war against him. Yet, it appeared that this individual found it arduous to personally arrive on Earth, thus resorting to such methods to torment Nan Zhou in the future. Contemplating this, he grimaced, acknowledging it as yet another troublesome affair. He then turned once more, making his way toward the Hulk. At that moment, Hulk had not yet reverted to Dr. Banner but clutched his injured abdomen, intently observing the battle ahead. Upon Nan Zhou's return, a collective sigh of relief escaped the others. Although they remained uncertain of the masked figure's true identity, it was clear he was an ally against Blonsky, at the very least proving he was not an enemy. General Ross's gaze betrayed a hint of resignation. His aspiration to create a super soldier had ultimately faltered. The failure of Blonsky was a stark reminder, forcing him to relinquish his ambitions with a heavy heart. Nan Zhou approached the Hulk, who grimaced in pain, unable to suppress a chuckle. "How are you holding up? Can you still move?" Hulk merely grunted in response, disregarding Nan Zhou and instead fixing his gaze upon Betty. Her eyes brimmed with concern, unable to fathom the extent of Hulk's suffering. In a tender gesture, Hulk brushed his fingers across Betty's cheek before leaping away, dashing towards the outskirts of the city. Watching Hulk's retreating figure, Nan Zhou felt a pang of sympathy for the love shared between Banner and Betty. Alas, it seemed that their union was destined to remain unfulfilled. Chapter 42. Attention from all sides. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. Nick Fury was watching the footage of the battle between Nan Zhou and the loathsome figure. How is it that he has now acquired the ability to manipulate objects and emit beams of energy? Nick observed, taken aback as he witnessed Nan Zhou unleash that chilling atomic breath. The terrifying chasm bore testament to the destructive power at his disposal. How many more capabilities does this individual possess? Nick rested his chin on his hands, contemplating the strategy for the impending challenges ahead. At present, his foremost task is to uncover the true identity of this individual who claims to be Darkseid. What does he look like? If possible, Nick wishes to recruit him into the Avengers Initiative. This individual's strength surpasses his current target, the Hulk, and even the newly inducted Tony Stark by a considerable margin. Nick harbors doubts that this person did not exert his full power even when confronting the Abomination. The inclusion of such a formidable ally into the Avengers initiative would undoubtedly be a significant advantage. Thus, the sole and paramount issue remains to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of this individual. However, this is no simple endeavor. In fact, following the events involving Stark and Iron Man, Nick had already dispatched S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to investigate him. Unfortunately, the outcome was predictably fruitless. The agents he sent forth returned empty-handed, unable to find any documentation or records pertaining to the name Darkseid. Contemplating this, Nick picked up the landline in his office and dialed a number, summoning Natasha to meet him immediately. Less than 10 minutes after hanging up, the door to Nick's office swung open, and Black Widow Natasha stepped inside. "What is it?" Natasha inquired, taking a seat on a nearby sofa without formality. She appeared somewhat fatigued, having just concluded a mission. "Natasha, I have another task for you," Nick stated, projecting footage of Namor's battle with the Abomination. Upon witnessing the immense power and terrifying energy beams displayed by Namor, Natasha was taken aback. While she had heard of this individual, she was astonished by the extent of his abilities. The crater left behind resembled the aftermath of a high-grade weapons explosion. This self-proclaimed Dark Lord, Darkseid, had made an appearance during the confrontation between Stark and Obadiah, assisting Stark in vanquishing his foes, and now he had resurfaced. "I have already dispatched some agents to investigate, but they have failed. Therefore, I wish to send you this time," Nick explained. Hearing this, Natasha furrowed her brow. Tasking herself with investigating such a formidable being left her feeling uncertain. Concealing oneself with such terrifying power would be exceedingly easy for him. Nevertheless, she nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand. I will do my utmost to investigate, and I will inform you immediately of any developments." Nick inclined his head slightly, forwarding the footage of the battles involving Namor and Obadiah, as well as the confrontation with the Abomination, to Natasha. At that moment, Natasha turned and exited the room. Shortly after she left Nick's office, Hawkeye Barton approached her. "What's the matter? You seem rather displeased." Observing Natasha's melancholic demeanor, Barton inquired gently. However, Natasha merely sighed and waved her hand dismissively. She was tasked with investigating a particularly troublesome individual. As she relayed Nick's assignment to Barton, he could not help but let out a wry chuckle, having heard tales of Nan Zhou's exaggerated feats in his battle against the Abomination. In his view, such prowess transcended mere humanity. "Best of luck. This is no simple endeavor," he said, patting Natasha on the shoulder in a gesture of consolation. Natasha could only exhale deeply as she stepped outside the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. At that very moment, within the sanctum of Kamar Taj, Master Gu Yi wore a grave expression, her mind troubled as she sat in the hall. Observing her unease, Karl Mordo approached cautiously. "Master, what troubles you?" Since Gu Yi's return from the New York temple, her mental state had been noticeably diminished. "It's nothing. I merely need some solitude," she responded, waving him off, indicating that she was fine. Not wishing to press further, Mordo quietly exited the hall, leaving Gu Yi alone. Once solitary, she opened her eyes and released a slow breath. She had witnessed the battle in New York firsthand, from the clash between the Abomination and Hulk to the confrontation with Nan Zhou, culminating in Nan Zhou unleashing a formidable energy that vanquished the Abomination. That energy radiated a sense of peril. It was a force she had never encountered, alien to Earth and perhaps even this universe. Throughout her extensive career as a sorceress, she had never felt such energy, not even in the dark dimensions she had traversed. This indicated that this man was not of this universe. Moreover, having once glimpsed the future through the time stone, she had found no indication of such a powerful being's existence. Thus, it could be conclusively stated that this man had materialized from nowhere, an outsider. This revelation stirred concern within Gu Yi. An outsider, she pondered. What damage could he inflict upon this world and its inhabitants? There was another matter that weighed heavily on her mind. The face that appeared behind the man after the Abomination's defeat. Although the aura it emitted was faint, Gu Yi could still perceive it, a divine essence. The Abomination bore that divine energy, confirming that his victory over Hulk was bestowed upon him by that deity. The purpose of this divine being seemed to be to compel Nan Zhou into revealing himself. While the aura was subtle, it was potent enough to resonate within Gu Yi's very soul, surpassing even that of Dormammu. This suggested that the divine being was of a rank above Dormammu. The man's connection to such a high-ranking deity left Gu Yi in a state of uncertainty regarding whether it was a blessing or a curse. This turmoil of her spirit propelled her to this place in search of tranquility. Once she had calmed her mind significantly, Gu Yi began to contemplate her strategy. She needed to locate this man and discern his intentions, yearning to understand his perspective on the world, whether he sought its destruction, its protection, or wished to remain an uninvolved observer. After all, Gui was tasked with maintaining the balance of Earth. Should this man aim to disrupt that equilibrium, she would not hesitate to use her powers to eliminate him. Chapter 43. This is unlawful. I inquired, when did you acquire such skills? That light wave obliterated an entire lake. Below the residence of Nan Zhou, he sat across from Carlson in a Chinese restaurant. Carlson struggled to contain his excitement and promptly asked, I have mentioned before that I possess many abilities yet to be revealed. Nan Zhou merely smiled faintly, though tinged with a hint of bitterness. Due to the incident involving the Hulk, he had not gained any inheritance points. Upon consulting the system, the response indicated that since Hulk was not the one to resolve the situation, it could not be deemed a completed event, and thus no inheritance rewards were granted. This left Nan Zhou quite disheartened. Although he had hurled the tyrant into the sky during the Iron Man incident, the idea originated from Stark. Naturally, that was considered Stark's resolution. Therefore, the Iron Man incident warranted inheritance points. Nonetheless, he had acquired the formidable skill of atomic breath from this battle, which he deemed a fair trade. Yet, the absence of inheritance points left him feeling quite unsatisfied. In the days to come, Nan Zhou resolved to diligently train to elevate his inheritance points, determined to compensate for the deficit from the Hulk incident. While Nan Zhou brooded over his predicament, Carlson was brimming with excitement. That colossal creature was obliterated to dust by your hand. Carlson was thoroughly exhilarated. Witnessing such a battle left him with no regrets in life. That adversary was incredibly formidable, and I had no choice but to resort to that technique. Nan Zhou then explained the ability of Abomination to recover rapidly. Carlson, upon hearing this, was quite astonished. To instantly restore one's physical form after sustaining immense damage was a capability not only sought after by General Ross, but also researched by S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, if successful, it would yield a super soldier even more powerful than Captain America. However, it was evident that following the emergence of Abomination, such plans would be halted. Uncontrollable entities were not what the military or S.H.I.E.L.D. needed. By the way, when I called you earlier, who was the young lady that answered? Your girlfriend? At this moment, Carlson suddenly recalled the phone call he had made to Nan Zhou when Hulk was on the brink of death. The initial attempts to connect had been futile, but after several more tries, the call finally went through. However, the voice on the other end was that of a young woman. Ah, that. Nan Zhou chuckled awkwardly. He had forgotten his phone at home when he left that day. It was Wanda who answered Carlson's call. As a result of this incident, Wanda had faced a reprimand from Nan Zhou. If their identities were to be discovered, both Nan Zhou and Peggy would encounter significant trouble. Moreover, I heard not just one voice on the line, but three. Do you have others in your home? Despite being a top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Carlson was quick to pick up on such subtle details. Nan Zhou gazed into Carlson's inquisitive and curious eyes, letting out a resigned sigh. Let me tell you, you must keep this a secret. As Nan Zhou leaned closer to Carlson, deliberately lowering his voice, he recounted the circumstances of his encounter with Wanda and the others. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's account, Carlson instinctively looked around, then turned to him in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? Leaving aside whether Nick would be furious. What you're doing is illegal. Carlson's words left Nan Zhou somewhat bewildered. Carlson continued, moreover, there's a boy involved. You don't have that kind of inclination, do you? In an instant, Nan Zhou understood Carlson's implication and shot him a sharp glare. What nonsense are you talking about? Can't you think of something healthy? Those 3 children did not wish to go to foster homes or orphanages. I felt sorry for them, so I asked Peggy to help me sort things out. They now have legal identities. How can your mind be so muddled? Faced with Nan Zhou's inquiry, Carlson chuckled awkwardly. Perhaps he had been overly exposed to certain books and news lately, making him a bit sensitive. However, Nan Zhou's claim of feeling sorry for the 3 children was purely a fade. If it weren't for the fact that one of these children would eventually become a superhero, he would not have brought them back. After years of being an agent in S.H.I.E.L.D., Nan Zhou had long since grasped the truth. Maintaining one's own interests is paramount. If these 3 children ultimately became superheroes, they would naturally stand by his side. With these 3 watching over him, even if foreign nations sought to undermine him, they would think twice before acting recklessly. You absolutely cannot let Nick know about this. Do you understand? At this moment, Nan Zhou leaned closer, fixing his gaze on Carlson. His tone laced with a hint of menace. Carlson nodded in agreement. He surely comprehends that if he were to divulge this matter, his fate would mirror that of the one who exposed Nan Zhou to Darkseid. The outcome is succinctly encapsulated in a single word: death. Carlson, being astute, understands precisely which matters warrant discretion. Safeguarding Nan Zhou's secret is immensely advantageous for his own future. Who knows when he might find himself in peril? at which point Nan Zhou could potentially save his life. Moreover, Nick is now intensifying his investigation into your identity, Coulson remarked, skillfully maneuvering his chopsticks to grasp some food before continuing. Let them investigate. It's unlikely they'll trace it back to me, Nan Zhou replied nonchalantly, continuing to savor his meal. However, this time, Nick has appointed Natasha to oversee the matter entirely. Natasha? Nan Zhou set down his chopsticks, stroking his chin thoughtfully. It appears that Nick is placing considerable emphasis on this issue, even deploying an intelligence expert from S.H.I.E.L.D. like Natasha. Yet, given the display of formidable strength he has shown, it is only natural for Nick to expedite his inquiries. Nevertheless, even if Natasha conducts the investigation, she will not uncover the truth. They are still eons away from connecting anything to Nan Zhou. Observing Nan Zhou's indifferent expression, Coulson began to grasp the situation. At the very least, Nan Zhou was confident that Natasha would never unearth his secrets. With such assurance from Nan Zhou, Coulson felt it unnecessary to fret. His current priority was to protect Nan Zhou's secret, ensuring that when danger eventually befell him, Nan Zhou could descend like a celestial savior to rescue him. If Nan Zhou indeed fulfilled this promise, it would validate Coulson's investment as astute. Chapter 44, Peggy Danger. Doctor, this area could certainly be improved. In Dr. Pym's laboratory, Nan Zhou and Dr. Pym were engaged in a series of experimental operations. After listening to Nan Zhou, Pym stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded. You are right. This aspect can indeed be enhanced. Since forming a partnership with Nan Zhou and welcoming him into his lab, Pym had felt he had discovered a kindred spirit. Many of Nan Zhou's ideas resonated with his own, as if they were two halves of the same entity. This revelation filled Pym with both excitement and trepidation. Previously, Darren Cross had evoked similar sentiments within him, leading to a disquieting realization. Pym feared that their striking similarities could culminate in a similar fate. Fortunately, Nan Zhou's insights remained confined to technical perspectives, lacking the more profound resemblance to Pym's younger self. Of course, all that Pym perceived was merely a F.A.I.D.A. crafted by Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou intended to rely on this approach to instill a sense of security in Pym, allowing him to perceive himself as trustworthy, ultimately coaxing Pym to divulge information regarding the Pym particles gradually. That was the sole objective. Nan Zhou, why don't you consider relocating here? Your frequent trips back and forth seem quite wasteful in terms of both time and finances, Pym interjected suddenly. He was acutely aware that Nan Zhou resided in New York, and such journeys demanded considerable time and resources. Thus, he hoped for Nan Zhou's relocation, fully cognizant of his capability to offer a substantial salary. Apologies, doctor, but I'm unable to leave New York at this moment, Nan Zhou replied with an awkward smile. As you know, I have commitments at the welfare institution, which is currently short-staffed, and I cannot abandon them. In his self-introduction, Nan Zhou portrayed himself as a part-time staff member at the welfare institution, emphasizing his significant responsibilities there. His intent was clear, to furnish a valid reason to deter Dr. Pym from persuading him to settle nearby. After all, there were 3 children in New York whom he could not leave behind. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Pym sighed with a hint of disappointment. Had Nan Zhou lived closer, his research progress would undoubtedly have accelerated. However, he understood Nan Zhou's predicament and did not press the matter. Once my workload at the welfare institution diminishes and they no longer require my presence, I will certainly consider moving here, Nan Zhou offered some courteous reassurances. Of course, relocating was an impossibility. He merely provided Dr. Pym with an ethereal glimmer of hope. Pym nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further, redirecting his attention to his research. Significant breakthroughs had been achieved in the study of human neural exoskeletons, and he believed that within 5 years, his research would once again astonish the world. This would be yet another masterpiece following the Pym particles. Just then, Nan Zhou's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Nick. He promptly exited the laboratory to answer the call. Where are you? In New York? Nick's voice rushed through as soon as the call connected. I'm not in New York. What's the matter? Nan Zhou replied, sensing Nick's urgency, but unsure of the situation's gravity. Peggy, she has been admitted to the hospital. Nick's words momentarily stunned Nan Zhou, but he quickly grasped the situation. What happened? Why? The usually composed Nan Zhou felt a surge of panic. He knew Peggy had limited time left, but he had not anticipated the urgency of this moment. Although he had not seen Peggy for several months, the last time they met, she appeared to be in excellent health. However, she suddenly collapsed without any warning while leaving S.H.I.E.L.D. to attend to some matters. She remains in a coma in the hospital, and her condition is quite critical. It is imperative that you return promptly. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou furrowed his brow. Peggy had never suffered from any sudden illness. She underwent annual checkups, and each time her health was remarkably sound, without any ailments. Why then had she collapsed so unexpectedly? This left Nan Zhou perplexed. All right, I understand. I will return at once. Despite his lingering doubts, Nan Zhou felt compelled to go back. Peggy was akin to a grandmother to him. He was not devoid of compassion. After ending the call and returning to the laboratory, Pim immediately noticed the troubled expression on Nan Zhou's face. What's wrong? Pim inquired. The director of our orphanage has suffered a sudden illness and is currently in the hospital. I need to rush back, Nan Zhou replied while donning his clothing. I apologize, doctor, but the situation is urgent. Pim nodded. Hurry back, they need you there. Observing the seriousness etched on Nan Zhou's face, Pim made no attempt to dissuade him. Nan Zhou purchased the nearest available flight to Washington without hesitation and headed straight for the airport. Along the way, he pondered the reasons behind Peggy's sudden collapse. While it appeared to be an acute illness, Nan Zhou felt something was amiss. He knew Peggy well. Her constitution was remarkably robust. She was certainly not the type to succumb to sudden ailments. Yet, the reality was undeniable. Thus, Nan Zhou suspected that her condition was the result of foul play within S.H.I.E.L.D. Someone was out to harm Peggy. This suspicion seemed entirely reasonable, given that S.H.I.E.L.D. had long been infiltrated by Hydra. Countless agents operating on the front lines were secretly members of Hydra. Was Hydra finally making their move? Nan Zhou's brow furrowed further. If it were indeed Hydra, their audacity was astonishing. Peggy was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., and her standing within the organization was beyond measure. Although she was no longer active in the field, any misfortune befalling her would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of all S.H.I.E.L.D. members. Even though Hydra had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., numerous former agents remained who were not affiliated with Hydra, a force that should not be underestimated. Moreover, there was Nan Zhou, a level 10 agent, standing by. To harm Peggy would certainly be tantamount to provoking Nan Zhou himself. Do these individuals truly possess such unwavering confidence that they can overcome Nan Zhou? Chapter 45. An Enigma Within a Hospital Room. Peggy Carter lay in a hospital bed, surrounded by the desolate sounds of the monitoring equipment. Outside the room, Sharon watched the frail Peggy, tears escaping her eyes. Nearby, Nick offered a comforting pat on Sharon's shoulder. Hill was present as well, his heart heavy as he gazed at Peggy on the bed. Just then, Nan Zhou's figure came into Nick's line of sight. He quickened his pace to join them. Upon witnessing Peggy's pitiful state, Nan Zhou was momentarily taken aback. This marked the first time in 20 years he had seen Peggy in such a weakened condition. What could have transpired? Has the nature of her ailment been determined? Nan Zhou, his expression darkened, inquired of Nick. Nick nodded. The diagnosis is heart failure, simple heart failure. How is that possible? Nan Zhou turned to Nick, incredulity etched on his face. Are you certain? I am certain, Nick replied, producing a diagnostic report from his pocket and handing it to Nan Zhou. This cannot be, Nan Zhou exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously after glancing at the report. Grandmother's heart has had no issues over the years. I have kept every health report, and her heart is undoubtedly sound. Nan Zhou held this conviction firmly, as he had scrutinized each of Peggy's medical evaluations, finding no discrepancies. Meanwhile, Sharon's eyes were red-rimmed. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, she could no longer contain her tears. Nan Zhou tightened his grip on the diagnostic report, crumpling it in his hand. This is likely not an accident, he said, calming his tumultuous emotions before continuing. This may very well be a premeditated murder, disguised as an unfortunate event. Nan Zhou's statement caused Nick to furrow his brow. He had entertained similar suspicions and had dispatched operatives to investigate, yet thus far, no feedback had been received. He awaited the results from S.H.I.E.L.D's inquiry. To dare to orchestrate a murder against the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D. could only be the work of Hydra, especially to have her collapse at the very gates of S.H.I.E.L.D's headquarters. Such audacity could only belong to Hydra. Shortly thereafter, a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent approached Nick, whispering a few words in his ear before departing. After the agent left, Nick let out a long sigh. They have reviewed all surveillance footage from S.H.I.E.L.D. Since Peggy entered the organization, she has not touched anything nor consumed any water, thus eliminating the possibility of poisoning. Furthermore, there are no signs of tampering with the surveillance. If there truly exists a premeditated scheme, it is highly likely that other methods were employed or that it was orchestrated outside the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D. After hearing Nick's words, Nan Zhou's expression darkened further. I wish to investigate this matter and take full responsibility for it, if you will allow, he inquired. Nick was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Please exercise caution. Nan Zhou acknowledged with a nod and turned to depart. I wish to accompany you, Hill interjected, finally expressing her intent. I, too, wish to investigate. Nick glanced at S.H.I.E.L.D. and then at Nan Zhou before nodding once more. Very well, you may join him. The two of you can keep an eye on one another. Hearing this, S.H.I.E.L.D. quickly matched her pace with Nan Zhou as they departed hastily. What are your thoughts on this matter? S.H.I.E.L.D. asked, walking alongside Nan Zhou. There has yet to be an ambush, but it is only a matter of time. Nan Zhou replied, his tone somewhat somber. This exchange marked the first communication between Nan Zhou and S.H.I.E.L.D. since her previous outburst. There were no admissions of fault, no explanations. Just an air of normalcy surrounding them. So where shall we go now? S.H.I.E.L.D. inquired once more. To S.H.I.E.L.D., he responded. Upon arriving at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nan Zhou, leveraging his status as a level 10 agent, successfully gained entry into the monitoring room. He retrieved all surveillance footage from the time Peggy entered the headquarters until her collapse outside, initiating the playback. The total duration from Peggy's entry to her fainting was merely 2 hours, allowing them to swiftly review the entire footage. Regrettably, no leads emerged. Nan Zhou furrowed his brow while seated in the monitoring room. The surveillance system at S.H.I.E.L.D. was impeccably comprehensive, leaving no blind spots, thus negating the possibility of an attack occurring in an unseen area. Furthermore, Peggy exhibited no signs of distress or unusual behavior while within the premises, merely collapsing outside the entrance as if powered down. The absence of clues left Nan Zhou in a state of frustration, marking the first instance where he felt utterly at a loss regarding his situation. Observing his agitation, S.H.I.E.L.D. approached him, offering reassurance. Trust me, we will uncover something. Nan Zhou nodded slightly and initiated a second round of surveillance review. Unfortunately, the outcome mirrored the previous attempt, yielding no results. Disheartened, Nan Zhou exited S.H.I.E.L.D., realizing that if the incident did not occur within the agency, it could only mean one thing. It transpired outside its walls. However, the search would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack, as the event could have taken place during Peggy's journey to S.H.I.E.L.D., or even a day or two prior. The likelihood of this was exceedingly high, and the surveillance outside was far from the all-encompassing coverage provided by S.H.I.E.L.D. The potential perpetrator may have executed their malicious deed in the shadows of the surveillance blind spots, perhaps administering poison or engaging in some other nefarious act, and then simply vanished into thin air. For Nan Zhou, even with a brain developed to a remarkable 90% capacity, unraveling the identity of the culprit under such conditions proved to be a formidable challenge. At this juncture, both Nan Zhou and S.H.I.E.L.D. had departed from S.H.I.E.L.D. Given that the agency had failed to uncover any leads, it seemed unnecessary to linger any longer. Standing on the sidewalk, Nan Zhou pondered his next course of action. Suddenly, an individual collided with him. While Nan Zhou felt little impact, the other person tumbled to the ground with a thud. Ouch, that hurt. The man was an elderly figure, dressed in somewhat tattered clothing, giving the impression of a vagrant. His collision with Nan Zhou appeared to be an attempt at deceitful manipulation, perhaps to claim compensation. Yet the old man stood up unaided, dusting himself off, and flashed a toothy grin at Nan Zhou. Young man, you seem troubled. Have you encountered some sort of dilemma? I may be able to assist you. The elder's words struck Nan Zhou as somewhat absurd. Could this man truly resolve a problem that even Nan Zhou found insurmountable? Chapter 46. Fate's Design. The old man, perceptive to the disdain reflected in Nan Zhou's gaze, remained unperturbed, continuing to wear that peculiar smile, resembling a lunatic. Not everything is orchestrated by human hands. Some things may be destined by the heavens, he mused, shaking his head and speaking in riddles as he ambled away. His mutterings of fate echoed behind him, reminiscent of a shaman invoking the divine. S.H.I.E.L.D., standing nearby, could not fathom the elder's ramblings, deeming him a madman spouting nonsense. Turning to Nan Zhou, she noted his serious demeanor, momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Nan Zhou found merit in the old man's words? Though S.H.I.E.L.D. struggled to grasp the elder's meaning, Nan Zhou understood all too well. The notion of destiny resonated deeply with him as he gazed skyward, recalling the haunting dream and the sudden surge of power in his adversary. The individual who empowered his foe would undoubtedly not rest until thwarting Nan Zhou. Was the old man's reference to fate somehow tied to that very person? Were they initiating a campaign against him by targeting those close to him? With this realization, Nan Zhou turned abruptly in the direction the old man had taken, only to find him vanished at the intersection, leaving no trace, as though he had never existed. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. caught up, casting a puzzled glance at Nan Zhou. It seemed he genuinely believed the cryptic words of that eccentric elder. Do you truly believe what the old man said? S.H.I.E.L.D. inquired. The old man is clearly speaking nonsense. There is no need for you to. Before S.H.I.E.L.D. could finish her words, Nan Zhou directly interrupted her. His words may be beyond your comprehension, but I grasped their meaning well enough. Hill gazed at Nan Zhou, who appeared quite serious at that moment, feeling rather speechless. Yet, she also noticed the gravity etched on his face, realizing he was not jesting. At that juncture, Nan Zhou turned to air and softly articulated, "Allow me to handle the ensuing matters. Please refrain from intervening." What? Hill struggled to believe what she had just heard. Looking at Nan Zhou in disbelief, she could not fathom why he wished to distance himself from her. The forthcoming events are perilous. Thus, it is best you do not partake, Nan Zhou reiterated. This time, Hill was quite displeased, unable to comprehend why Nan Zhou would express such sentiments. She had engaged in numerous dangerous missions herself, each fraught with the risk of severe consequences, yet she had persevered through them all. Although she might not possess Nan Zhou's formidable strength, she had endured considerable tribulations, and his words made her feel belittled, naturally causing her discomfort. "I understand you may not appreciate this, but this matter is indeed one only I can manage." Nan Zhou sensed Hill's discontent and hastily sought to clarify. His explanation only prompted Hill to roll her eyes at him once more. "Only you can do it. Only you can do it." Nan Zhou's reasoning only served to exacerbate her irritation. "You are a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, while I am merely a minor player. Therefore, you can accomplish anything, while I am rendered powerless." Hill scoffed coldly and turned to leave. Observing Hill's departing figure, Nan Zhou let out a long sigh. Ever since he ascended to the rank of level 10 agent, a subtle rift had developed between him and Hill. He understood her desire for validation, particularly his own acknowledgement. However, the current situation was one that truly did not permit her involvement, as it entailed confronting a deity. They had nearly reconciled, but this incident had driven a wedge between them once more. Nevertheless, this was not a grave issue. There would be ample opportunities for explanation in the future. The pressing concern was how to retrieve Peggy from the clutches of death. Nan Zhou required someone well-versed in divine matters, someone who had conversed with deities and still resided on Earth. As of now, he had not encountered a genuine god. The entity with the loathsome visage that had spoken to him was not its true form. Thus, he needed to locate an individual who had engaged with the divine. At this thought, Nan Zhou's eyes lit up. He had identified a potential candidate, the Ancient One of Kamar-Taj. This powerful sorceress, who had conversed with the dark dimension's Dormammu, seemed to possess some means. Although Dormammu was far from benevolent, he could be considered a deity of sorts. Setting forth for Kamar-Taj, Nan Zhou promptly embarked on his journey once his objective was established. However, he had no intention of taking a conventional flight. The distance from Washington to Kamar-Taj was considerable. With no direct flights available, the travel time would be quite substantial. Yet, Nan Zhou possessed his own means. At 177 Bleecker Street, New York, outside the Sanctum Sanctorum, Nan Zhou donned a hooded sweatshirt and a mask, standing before the seemingly ordinary edifice with a faint smile. Why fly directly to Kamar-Taj when one could easily depart from the sanctum in New York? He took a moment to appreciate the aura of mystery enveloping the sanctum before pushing the door open and entering. Inside, silence reigned. Nan Zhou gazed around, curiosity piqued. For this was his inaugural visit, and naturally, he was intrigued. At that moment, a man of African descent emerged from the top of the stairs before him. "Who are you?" he inquired, eyeing Nan Zhou, who was still surveying his surroundings. "Oh, I'm just here to take a look," Nan Zhou replied nonchalantly, not bothering to meet the man's gaze as he continued his exploration. His attention was soon captured by a glass case housing an exquisitely crafted sword, stirring his interest. He approached the case, reaching out to touch it. Suddenly, the man appeared before him, gripping Nan Zhou's arm with a wary gaze. "Sir, you cannot touch that," he warned, his tone laced with an undertone of menace. "Regardless of where you hail from or your purpose here, I insist you leave." Observing the man's grim expression, Nan Zhou chuckled softly before retracting his hand. "Why so tense? I harbor no ill intentions. I do have a matter to attend to." His demeanor shifted, growing markedly more serious. "I wish to meet with Master Gui." Nan Zhou's words momentarily stunned the man, who then stepped back 3 paces. "Who are you?" The implication that this individual was aware of the existence of the sorcerers unsettled him. "Who I am is inconsequential. I merely wish for a brief audience with Gui. Nothing more. This is the Sanctum Sanctorum, is it not? It provides direct access to Kamar-Taj, so simply escort me there." Nan Zhou's request did not alleviate the man's suspicions. Rather, it heightened them. The man conjured a magical circle with his hands, perceiving Nan Zhou as a potential threat. "Are you planning to make a move?" Nan Zhou inquired, amused by the flickering, orange magic circle still sparking with energy. To speak candidly, this magical array is indeed striking. Otherwise, when I encounter the Ancient One, I could learn a thing or two about it from her. Although the damage it inflicts may not be substantial for Nan Zhou, its aesthetic appeal is sufficient. "Do not make a move." At that moment, A woman's voice resonated, and suddenly, a bald figure appeared where the man had been standing. Without needing to guess, Nan Zhou knew instantly that this was the Ancient One. Upon seeing her, the man promptly retracted the magical array and offered a slight bow. Addressing her as master, the Ancient One merely waved her hand and approached Nan Zhou. "I hear you wish to meet me. Shall we find a suitable place for a detailed discussion?" Saying this, she smiled faintly, conveying her goodwill. Nan Zhou nodded slightly and followed her into a secluded room within the sanctum. "You were aware of my arrival, thus you came directly from Kamartaj?" Upon entering the room, Nan Zhou settled comfortably onto a chair, exuding an air of tranquility. "I suppose so. I noticed you during your confrontation with that brute. I was observing from the sidelines." The Ancient One replied, sitting opposite him, her expression serene. "Now, tell me, what brings you to seek my assistance?" The Ancient One did not wish to ponder how Nan Zhou had come to know of her existence, nor of Kamartaj or the Sanctum in New York. For someone who had interacted with such a high-level deity would undoubtedly possess knowledge of esoteric matters. "I come to you seeking your aid," Nan Zhou declared, removing his hood to fully reveal his mask. "You, too, have encountered a deity. I hope you can assist me." Upon hearing this, the Ancient One's brow furrowed slightly. What did this individual mean by having encountered a deity? A sense of unease crept into her heart. She shook her head and inquired, "What do you mean?" "I do not quite understand." Nan Zhou found her confusion rather amusing. "You need not feign ignorance. I am aware that you draw energy from the dark dimension and have encountered Dormammu, which is precisely why I sought you." His words struck her like a heavy blow. The Ancient One suddenly stood, her previous composure evaporating, replaced by disbelief and wariness. The fact that she had entered the dark dimension was her most profound secret, known only to her, and she had guarded it fiercely. Why would this person possess such knowledge? Who exactly was he? Noticing her alarm, Nan Zhou quickly raised his hands. "Do not be so tense. I shall not disclose this matter, and I harbor no ill feelings regarding your acquisition of power from the dark dimension. My sole purpose in seeking you is due to your experience with deities." Yet, his reassurances failed to allay the Ancient One's suspicions. "Who are you? And how do you know these things?" Ancient One remained exceedingly vigilant, her most profound secret casually unveiled by him, inevitably causing turmoil within her soul. "I possess an abundance of knowledge. This is merely a trivial matter. I am also aware that Stephen Strange is still practicing as a surgeon." Upon uttering these words, Ancient One became noticeably unsettled. She occasionally utilized the time stone to glimpse potential futures, and she had indeed observed this surgeon, foreseeing the path that lay ahead for him. Clearly, the individual speaking of strange affairs did not do so lightly. He not only comprehended that he had traversed the dark dimension, but also that he was employing the time stone to scrutinize the future. This person was terrifying. Could it be that he was somehow perceiving her? Following the conversation with Nan Zhou, Ancient One felt utterly exposed, as if she stood before him without any veil of secrecy. "Therefore, I am aware of many things, and there is no need for you to be so apprehensive. I harbor no ill intent towards you. I merely seek your assistance." Although she could not discern Nan Zhou's expression, his earnest tone gradually prompted Ancient One to take a seat once more. Her wariness had not entirely dissipated, yet she was now inclined to hear what Nan Zhou had to say. "Very well, speak. What is it that requires my aid?" Observing Ancient One's composure begin to stabilize, Nan Zhou felt a flicker of hope. The matter was, in fact, quite straightforward. A person of great significance to me, whose annual health checkups had always been exemplary, recently collapsed without warning and is currently hospitalized. He then recounted Peggy's situation along with his deductions. After listening, Ancient One fell into contemplation. After a moment, she summarized. "Are you suggesting that this person of utmost importance to you has been cursed by a deity intent on your demise, and their life hangs in the balance? You seek me out because of my previous encounters with this deity, hoping to discover a solution?" Nan Zhou nodded vigorously in response. "Indeed." Ancient One stroked her chin, occasionally glancing at Nan Zhou, clearly in a state of hesitation. His existence posed a potential threat to her, as he was privy to her secrets. Nevertheless, judging by Nan Zhou's demeanor, it seemed he harbored no intentions of causing her harm. "I may be able to assist you, though I cannot guarantee success. I will investigate the situation." With that, Ancient One began to speak. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou rose, exclaiming, "Really? That is immensely appreciated. However, I have one condition." Before he could finish, Ancient One interjected. "I wish to know your appearance and your name. If you cannot comply, then we shall not proceed." After her declaration, Nan Zhou appeared momentarily taken aback, frozen in place. Eventually, he queried, "If I disclose my true identity to you, can you ensure my confidentiality?" Without hesitation, Ancient One nodded affirmatively. Of course, she did not require anyone else to be aware of the true identity of the person before her. Her own knowledge sufficed. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou swiftly removed his mask, revealing his true visage. This simplifies matters. My name is Nan Zhou. I am 20 years old, and an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. The ease with which Nan Zhou introduced himself took Gu Yi by surprise. His youthful appearance was unexpected, and even more astonishing was his candidness. For Nan Zhou, this was hardly a significant matter, as he was discerning about whom he could reveal his true form to. Clearly, Gu Yi was someone he could trust with his authenticity. He believed she would not divulge his real identity, and he also felt that sharing this information with her would facilitate their future collaboration. This was the reason for his straightforwardness. The brief moment of hesitation had merely been him weighing the pros and cons. Chapter 48. A frantic idea. Washington, outside Peggy's hospital room. Gu Yi and Nan Zhou stood there, gazing at the ailing Peggy. Gu Yi was dressed in plain clothes, having opted not to wear her maid's robes, which seemed rather out of place in this modern technological society. To avoid unnecessary attention, she had chosen casual attire for her visit. Is this the person you mentioned? Peggy Carter? Gu Yi inquired. Nan Zhou nodded. She is akin to my grandmother and one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. Gu Yi was momentarily taken aback by his revelation. She had not anticipated that the individual within the hospital room was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. The organization's renown was well known to her. It had played a pivotal role in both World War II and other conflicts. Moreover, they currently possessed the Space Stone among the Infinity Stones, though they were yet unaware of how to wield it. You mentioned she is like your grandmother. It seems she has nurtured you? Gu Yi asked again. Nan Zhou nodded slightly. That would be accurate. Observing Nan Zhou's expression, Gu Yi could sense the profound significance Peggy held for him. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed. With that, Gu Yi grasped Nan Zhou's hand, urging him to hold on to her arm. She then closed her eyes, succumbing to a state of unconsciousness. Following this, it appeared as if a rift in space had opened, with Gu Yi's head emerging from it. The entrance of two living individuals into a restricted hospital room was indeed peculiar, hence she had opted for an ethereal approach. Rest assured, others cannot perceive me. Only you can see me. As for you, I must ask you to remain outside for a while. Nan Zhou chuckled helplessly, subsequently placing Gu Yi's body onto a chair behind him. Assuming a posture of slumber, he subsequently returned to his original standing position. He had long anticipated that Gu Yi would resort to such a tactic. After all, this place was heavily monitored, and the throngs of people were numerous. To avoid arousing suspicion and to circumvent unnecessary complications, allowing Gu Yi to enter in a spiritual form was indeed a prudent course of action. At that moment, Gu Yi had already approached Peggy, meticulously observing her condition. She extended her hand to gently lift Peggy's eyelid, only to find her pupils tinged with green, which caused Gu Yi to furrow her brow slightly. This could prove problematic. She whispered softly as she pulled back Peggy's covers. Then, she pressed against her chest, even daring to delve within Peggy's corporeal form. Suddenly, Gu Yi experienced a sharp pang of discomfort and instinctively withdrew her hand. To her astonishment, she noticed wisps of black smoke coiling around her fingers, searing her spiritual essence. Alarmed by this revelation, Gu Yi hastily employed her magical prowess to expel the dark tendril. Subsequently, her countenance darkened further. The substance within Peggy that could corrode and inflict pain upon her spiritual form was far from ordinary. Gu Yi then settled into a nearby swivel chair, resting her chin in contemplation as she gazed at Peggy. Time trickled by, and she remained in that state, seemingly lost in thought. After half an hour elapsed, Gu Yi finally rose and returned to her physical form. As her essence awakened, Nan Zhou glanced in her direction, inquiring, "How did it go?" However, Gu Yi's expression was decidedly grim as she approached Nan Zhou and whispered, "We should discuss this outside. It's not suitable here." Noticing the gravity in Gu Yi's demeanor, Nan Zhou's expression shifted to one of concern. Clearly, this matter was more complex than it appeared. Following Gu Yi, they exited the hospital and entered a quaint CAF. After ordering 2 cups of coffee, they settled into a secluded corner. The situation with Peggy is quite severe. I may be at a loss, Gu Yi remarked, her visage clouded with melancholy. It was the first time in many years that she felt so powerless. What do you mean? Please elaborate, Nan Zhou urged. Gu Yi sighed deeply, explaining, Peggy's heart is ensnared by a malevolent force. To rescue her, we must eradicate that pervasive aura surrounding her heart. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou recalled the tormenting black smoke that had caused Gu Yi distress. Is it that black mist? He inquired once more. Gu Yi nodded affirmatively. That dark essence is terrifying. If we attempt to forcibly breach it, I risk succumbing to its corruption, and Peggy may perish entirely due to the violent upheaval it would unleash. At present, Peggy remains alive. Merely because the dark energy has not yet launched a full-scale assault on her heart, it is gradually eroding her vitality. Within a fortnight, Peggy will assuredly succumb to the encroachment of this dark essence. leading to the cessation of her heart's rhythm. Despite her reluctance, Ancient One articulates this despairing truth. She initially anticipated that Nan Zhou would be profoundly disheartened and vexed, yet the reality is starkly contrary. Nan Zhou's countenance exudes calmness, undeterred by this bleak revelation. He is presently contemplating alternative strategies. It is evident to Ancient One that her inability to resolve the situation is something Nan Zhou had foreseen. After all, no matter how formidable she may be, she is not a deity in her current state. Thus, it is highly likely that she cannot eliminate the predicament. This possibility has, quite evidently, materialized. However, this does not render Ancient One devoid of utility. She can still lend assistance in another capacity. A bold notion unfurls in Nan Zhou's mind. There exists another avenue. Raising his gaze towards Ancient One, he slowly articulates, "We can seek out Dormammu in the dark dimension." At this proclamation, Ancient One nearly rises in disbelief. "What did you say? You wish to find Dormammu?" Observing Nan Zhou's unwavering determination, Ancient One realizes he is not jesting. Yet, this proposition is utterly audacious. "Indeed, I intend to locate Dormammu and compel him to utilize the magic of the dark dimension to combat this dark energy, to extend Peggy's life through its sorcery." Have you lost your senses? Ancient One struggles to comprehend Nan Zhou's audacity. Is he truly so composed that he has devised such a plan, even if she does not endorse it? Ancient One is acutely aware that this may indeed be the sole viable solution. However, even with the invocation of the dark dimension's power, Peggy's lifespan would not be significantly prolonged. The dark magic would also erode her body, albeit at a slower rate than the dark energy. As Ancient One's words fall silent, Nan Zhou dismisses her concerns with a wave of his hand. "Such matters are trivial. I am cognizant of how much time Peggy has left. My goal is to ensure she lives until her natural expiration, even if it means relying on the power of dark magic." The resolve reflected in Nan Zhou's eyes compels Ancient One to swallow hard. This young man possesses remarkable tenacity. But how can you be certain this is not merely a trial of Peggy's fate? Ancient One voices her uncertainty. In response, Nan Zhou offers a faint smile. "You need not concern yourself with that. I have my own methods to ascertain her lifespan." Accepting his assurance, Ancient One refrains from pressing further. She recognizes that Nan Zhou is a remarkable individual, seemingly well-versed in myriad matters, and thus she finds no surprise in his knowledge. Yet, the dark dimension harbors perilous and terrifying dangers. We must transport Peggy's spirit into that realm. If her essence were to vanish within the dark dimension, then Peggy would indeed be lost forever. Nan Zhou nodded at Ancient One's words, understanding the necessity of the Time Stone. What? Ancient One was utterly astounded. This young man had set his sights on the Time Stone. With the Time Stone in hand and ample preparation, even the formidable Dormammu would be powerless against us. Even if he were reluctant to assist us, for the sake of his own stability, he would ultimately yield. As Nan Zhou spoke, a subtle smile graced his lips. He could already envision the scene of Dormammu driven to madness by the Time Stone's manipulation. Observing the confident Nan Zhou before her, Ancient One sighed deeply. She realized her earlier oversight. This young man's audacity surpassed her expectations. "Ah, since you believe you can accomplish this, I shall assist you." Considering it compensation for the unresolved matter earlier, Ancient One ultimately conceded. Although Nan Zhou's plan was exceedingly audacious, it possessed a degree of feasibility that piqued Ancient One's curiosity. Thus, she chose to aid Nan Zhou, even retrieving her own Time Stone. "Without further ado, we shall commence tonight." At this moment, Ancient One stood and walked towards the CAF's exit. She needed to return to Kamartaj to fetch the Time Stone and subsequently retrieve Peggy's spirit from the hospital. Watching Ancient One's departing figure, Nan Zhou smiled subtly, albeit with a hint of pity for the oblivious Dormammu. Poor Dormammu, it seemed, was destined to encounter this maddening cycle of time sooner than anticipated. Chapter 49. The Dark Dimension. Are you prepared? Ancient One and Nan Zhou found themselves in a secluded corner of a park in New York. Ancient One carried Peggy's spirit on her back, with the Time Stone embedded in her chest. Upon hearing Ancient One's query, Nan Zhou nodded affirmatively. "I am ready." Seeing Nan Zhou's confirmation, Ancient One extended her hand. "This journey into the dark dimension is perilous. You must safeguard yourself." With that, Ancient One waved her hand, and a gaping rift tore through the fabric of space, an overwhelming energy rushing forth. She swiftly shielded Peggy's spirit behind her and glanced at Nan Zhou before stepping into the void. Nan Zhou followed closely, entering the dark dimension. Though he had witnessed its appearance on screen before, the reality of it left him profoundly awestruck. How to describe it? As Nan Zhou surveyed the surrounding, abstract forms, he felt as though he had stepped into a realm of performance art. Ancient One turned back, observing Nan Zhou's childlike curiosity, a faint smile curling at her lips. Despite his facade of omniscience, it was refreshing to see him confronted with something beyond his comprehension. "So, This is what the dark dimension truly looked like. Nan Zhou couldn't help but exclaim, realizing how starkly different it was from his prior perceptions. As he spoke, Nan Zhou quickened his pace to match that of Ancient One. How long until we encounter Dormammu? Nan Zhou inquired at that moment. We shall reach him shortly, Ancient One replied, bestowing the power of the Time Stone upon her own arm, as well as upon Peggy and Nan Zhou. This is done as per your suggestion. The ability to harness the Time Stone on their arms was something Nan Zhou had emulated, and Ancient One understood the principle behind it. Yet, she remained uncertain whether Dormammu would truly be ensnared in a temporal loop by the power of the Time Stone. However, seeing Nan Zhou's unwavering confidence, she deemed the method plausible. Rest assured, this approach will ensure that Dormammu never forgets this encounter. No sooner had Nan Zhou spoken than the entire dark expanse began to tremble violently. Soon after, a colossal face materialized before Nan Zhou and Ancient One. Who are you? Why have you come here? Dormammu slowly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon them. Upon seeing Ancient One, he paused momentarily, taken aback. I didn't expect you to return here. This remark was directed at Ancient One. There existed a pact between them. Otherwise, she would not have survived for so long. This visit is prompted by other matters. Yet I am indeed seeking you, Ancient One said, addressing the being that posed a continual threat to Earth with a tone that revealed her disdain. At that moment, Nan Zhou stepped forward, casting a slight smile at Dormammu. Greetings, Dormammu. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Darkseid, and I wish to propose a transaction. Nan Zhou's self-identification as Darkseid left Ancient One perplexed. She had never encountered this name and was unaware of its significance. Dormammu, equally bewildered, could not comprehend why this individual dared to approach him so audaciously. In his view, a mere thought from him could obliterate the intruder. Thus, Dormammu refrained from responding to Nan Zhou and instead summoned a multitude of spikes from the ground, hurling them directly at him. Ancient One, witnessing Dormammu's immediate attack, quickly invoked a magical array in preparation. However, she was not particularly concerned for Nan Zhou. After all, he still possessed the power of the Time Stone. If he dies, he dies. He can always be revived, she thought. Yet, to Dormammu's astonishment, the spikes failed to penetrate Nan Zhou's defenses, breaking upon contact. This unexpected resilience caught Dormammu off guard, as he had not anticipated such strength in this mortal. Ancient One was similarly taken aback, having witnessed Nan Zhou's formidable prowess when he had vanquished the abomination. Nevertheless, she did not believe he could withstand an assault from Dormammu. Clearly, Ancient One had underestimated the situation. Indeed, one who possesses such a wealth of secrets is bound to have numerous contingencies, and is certainly not to be underestimated. Alas, at this moment, Nan Zhou shook his hand, and once again his garments were torn asunder. It is only in such dire circumstances that one is reminded of Stark. How could you resort to violence upon our first encounter? I merely wish to discuss a potential collaboration, Nan Zhou remarked, turning to face Gu Yi. When you depart, do not forget to remind me to request a durable outfit from Stark. With that, Nan Zhou turned his gaze once more towards Dormammu. You are quite displeasing me. I find myself rather displeased. With that, Nan Zhou extended his hand, unleashing his atomic breath at full power. During his previous encounter with Abomination, he had refrained from using his full might, as he needed to maintain control over the creature with his will. However, that concern was now non-existent. Given Dormammu's colossal size, he was effectively a target for the atomic breath. A magnificent blue beam erupted from Nan Zhou's palm, hurtling towards Dormammu. The immense visage of Dormammu was unable to evade the assault, and he was struck squarely by the atomic breath. To his astonishment, Dormammu felt a surge of pain and could not suppress a pained cry. Gu Yi's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene. This was the second occasion she had witnessed Nan Zhou wield this ability, and she had not anticipated its formidable power, capable of inflicting harm upon Dormammu. Consider this a retaliatory punishment for your initial aggression, devoid of martial ethics, Nan Zhou declared, shaking his hand. The full-powered atomic breath caused smoke to emanate from his fingertips. What kind of power is this? Dormammu bellowed in fury. This is not a force governed by the laws of the universe. Who are you truly? Dormammu's thunderous exclamation roused Gu Yi. She had always sensed that Nan Zhou's power was foreign to this universe, yet she could not articulate the specifics. Dormammu's words triggered an epiphany in Gu Yi. She realized that the energy encapsulated within Nan Zhou's ability did not adhere to the laws of the universe. Whether it be Gu Yi, Dormammu, or other deities, or even the Infinity Stones, their powers were all rooted in the universal laws. These laws formed the foundation of the cosmos, bestowing magic and superhuman abilities. In contrast, the essence of Nan Zhou's power bore no trace of these cosmic laws. This indicated that Nan Zhou was not of this universe, nor of any multiverse. Listening to Dormammu's declaration, Nan Zhou gradually began to comprehend certain truths. The powers within the Marvel universe are augmented by the respective cosmic laws, while he drew upon the energies of a monstrous universe, devoid of Marvel's cosmic framework. Thus, after enduring his assault, beings of Dormammu's caliber could instinctively perceive the difference. In this light, it appears that should Nan Zhou encounter other deities in the future, his true identity would be utterly unmasked. Chapter 50, Confession of Identity. Who are you truly? The gaze of Dormammu was laden with fury and confusion, tinged with a hint of wariness. This man, wielding power devoid of the cosmic laws, was an enigma to Dormammu. The inability to discern his essence birthed a modicum of fear. Both gods and mortals maintain vigilance in the face of the unknown, and thus Dormammu regarded Nan Zhou with similar apprehension. Why do you all inquire so? Nan Zhou mused, having been asked about his identity innumerable times. Feeling a pang of frustration, this was indeed a grave matter. At this juncture, even the Ancient One interjected, his tone seemingly aligned with Dormammu. The power you possess originates from an unknown realm. Neither I nor Dormammu have ever encountered such force. To us, you are an outsider. We must ascertain your identity. Though typically adversaries, the Ancient One and Dormammu found themselves in surprising agreement on this matter. It is essential to note that even the most exalted deities of the cosmos can merely traverse the multiverse. Within that multiverse, the manifestation of power is predicated upon cosmic laws. Yet, Nan Zhou's abilities transcend these laws, a feat unattainable even by the highest celestial beings. Hence, both Dormammu and the Ancient One were compelled to uncover Nan Zhou's origins. Observing the grave expressions of the two, Nan Zhou let out a resigned sigh and extended his hand in a gesture of compromise. It seemed that the fundamental disparity of his nature rendered subterfuge impossible. Contemplating, he raised his gaze to Dormammu. How about we strike a bargain? He proposed, gesturing towards the ethereal form of Peggy, carried by the Ancient One. I shall reveal my origins to you, and in return, you will restore her. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Dormammu's attention shifted to Peggy's spirit. He regarded her for a moment in silence. After a pause, uncertainty tinged his voice. This power is astonishingly potent. A flicker of disbelief crossed Dormammu's eyes. The force entwined around Peggy's heart was beyond his comprehension. Clearly, the originator of this power surpassed him in strength. Yet, how many could truly rival him? As the Lord of Chaos and Master of Darkness, he wielded formidable power within the cosmos. Nevertheless, the force entwining Peggy's heart rendered him powerless. It seems she has attracted something of great consequence, Dormammu remarked. I cannot dispel the force within her. I can only employ dark magic to sustain her life. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou nodded. As long as life could be sustained, that would suffice. A duration of 2 or 3 years would be adequate. His words left Gu Yi momentarily stunned, gazing at Nan Zhou with disbelief. The person he considered most significant only required 2 or 3 more years of existence. Why not extend it further? Gu Yi, unable to contain his curiosity, posed his question to Nan Zhou. Yet, Nan Zhou merely smiled faintly, offering no response. Dormammu, however, harbored no such doubts. A purple orb of light emerged from his mouth and swiftly entered Peggy's spiritual form. As soon as the orb integrated with her, Peggy coughed several times, indicating that it was indeed effective. I have resolved your issue. Now, as part of our transaction, reveal your true identity. Dormammu's expression suddenly turned grave. Do not think of escaping. I possess numerous means to confine you here. Moreover, your companion is equally invested in this matter. Dormammu referred, of course, to Gu Yi, who was also deeply concerned about Nan Zhou's true identity and origins. Nan Zhou glanced around, sensing that if he remained silent, his departure from this place would not be easily achieved. Nevertheless, it was quite a spectacle to behold. Gu Yi aligning with Dormammu was indeed a rarity. Very well. I shall honor my commitment, Nan Zhou declared as he settled down. However, you must be patient. This is a lengthy tale. With that preamble, a narrative woven by Nan Zhou began to unfold. Time passed, and eventually, he brought his story to a thoughtful conclusion, turning his gaze towards Dormammu and Gu Yi. Their expressions mirrored each other in astonishment, filled with incredulity. So, your universe closely resembles ours, and you are a traveler between realms, correct? Gu Yi inquired. Nan Zhou nodded in affirmation. You have summarized it succinctly. In his tale, Nan Zhou portrayed himself as the true Darkseid, the singular existence within the multiverse, fabricating a narrative of war and traversal. This was the origin of the title Dark Lord Darkseid. In this world, he was known as Nan Zhou, thus possessing 2 names, Nan Zhou and Darkseid. Of course, this was merely playful banter. Every statement held a kernel of truth. Yet, through Nan Zhou's prowess, he managed to convince both Gu Yi and Dormammu of his words. At least, for the moment, they appeared genuinely persuaded. Such occurrences were indeed astonishing. Even the well-versed Dormammu found himself intrigued. For beings of their cosmic stature, it was hard to fathom that such phenomena could genuinely exist. The deities that exist solely within the multiverse harbor doubts about the existence of other universes beyond their own. However, such uncertainties can now be dispelled. For Nan Zhou stands as a living testament to this truth. There are indeed universes beyond our own. Yet, I implore you not to spread this revelation indiscriminately. At this moment, Nan Zhou spoke, his gaze fixed upon Dormammu. Ancient One, on the other hand, remained unconcerned, as he believed Ancient One to be one who would not divulge such matters. However, the same could not be said for Dormammu. As the sovereign of the dark dimension and a formidable antagonist, Nan Zhou could not guarantee that Dormammu would keep this secret. Upon sensing Nan Zhou's mistrust, Dormammu could not help but chuckle. Do you know? If your existence were to come to the attention of other deities, chaos would ensue throughout the universe. And it is precisely this chaos that I yearn to witness. It would be my moment to shine. If you wish for me to safeguard this secret, that would entail a different kind of transaction, one I am not inclined to pursue. As soon as Dormammu's words fell, the surroundings of Nan Zhou and Ancient One began to shift dramatically. In a mere 3 seconds, the two found themselves back at the location where they had entered the dark dimension. Dormammu had expelled them from his realm. Chapter 51, Awakening This Person. Nan Zhou surveyed the scenery around him, a bitter smile creeping across his face. After all, he was the king of darkness. Why did his methods appear so unrefined? Ancient One regarded Nan Zhou with a gaze filled with complexity. In Nan Zhou's narrative, he was the dark sovereign, a dictator, a ruler. Could such a figure truly ensure the safety of Earth? Though he did not seem malevolent at this moment, what of his demeanor when within his own universe? Would he resemble Dormammu? Countless thoughts flooded Ancient One's mind, and she found herself no longer trusting Nan Zhou as she once had. Nan Zhou, too, sensed Ancient One's unease and understood her thoughts. He had fashioned himself into a grand villain, and it was only natural for Ancient One to remain vigilant regarding the safety of Earth. This was a being who would go to great lengths, even resorting to dark magic and negotiating with Dormammu to safeguard the planet and find a successor. Ancient One's love for Earth was undeniable. Now that matters have been resolved, let us return, Nan Zhou declared, turning to leave with his hands clasped behind his back. Ancient One hesitated for a moment, then followed suit. Will you pose a threat to Earth? She inquired midway, her most pressing concern laid bare, without reservation. Upon hearing her question, Nan Zhou stroked his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps. Likely not. After all, I have spent 20 years in this place. Despite my long existence, I do harbor some affection for it. Nan Zhou's words were merely an act, a performance to uphold the identity he had constructed for himself. After all, he was now cast in the role of an antagonist. Should Ancient One detect even a hint of inconsistency, the narrative he had woven would unravel. Observing Nan Zhou's demeanor, Ancient One felt an undeniable sense of unease. Yet, she refrained from pressing further, instead resolving to entertain certain thoughts in her mind. At this juncture, she remained uncertain whether Nan Zhou posed a genuine threat to Earth. Despite his seemingly affable nature, Ancient One would not permit herself to be lulled into complacency. Therefore, she resolved to keep a vigilant watch over him, monitoring his every move. Undeterred, even if her intentions were uncovered. If you wish to keep tabs on me, I advise you against it, Nan Zhou remarked. Though Ancient One did not vocalize her thoughts, the expression on her face revealed everything. Naturally, Nan Zhou discerned her unspoken concerns at once. Ancient One, taken aback by Nan Zhou's astute observation of her thoughts, found herself surprised. Then the sound of his laughter filled the air. Considering you have lived for centuries, you should understand the importance of concealing your emotions. Stung by his taunt, Ancient One shot him a disapproving glance. I dislike the sensation of being surveilled, so I would prefer if you abstain from such actions. I certainly do not wish to harm you and jeopardize our relationship. Moreover, as it stands, I harbor no interest in Earth, at least not until you find your successor. For Nan Zhou, cultivating a rapport with a formidable entity like Ancient One offered nothing but advantages, prompting him to avoid antagonism. Yet, should Ancient One choose to act recklessly, she would have only herself to blame. Thus, in the interest of maintaining their friendship, Nan Zhou opted to engage her in persuasion, laced with a subtle thread of menace. Although he was uncertain who among them held greater power, he felt compelled to embody his crafted villainous persona by issuing a veiled threat. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Ancient One shook her head. Since you assert that, I trust you will adhere to your word. Her reference to adhering to one's word specifically pertained to Nan Zhou's promise not to take action against Earth until he found a successor. Nan Zhou chuckled in response. While I may not have been a paragon of virtue in my previous universe, I remain a man of my word. Meanwhile, in Washington, within the hospital where Peggy resided, her physical condition began to stabilize after Dormammu infused her spiritual essence with the violet orb of dark magic. when Ancient One placed Peggy's spirit back into her corporeal form. She gradually opened her eyes. Ultimately, the dark magic had proven effective. Peggy's awakening astonished the medical staff, as merely 5 minutes prior to her revival, they had conducted examinations revealing no signs of consciousness. Yet, with the arrival of Nan Zhou and Ancient One, Peggy came back to life. Everyone present marveled at this miraculous occurrence. Having completed my tasks, I took my leave. It seemed as though Nan Zhou exhaled in relief, while Gu Yi turned to depart. Shall we dine together before you go? Nan Zhou inquired unexpectedly. Gu Yi merely shook her head. I prefer dining at Kamartaj. If you wish to find me in the future, seek me at the Sanctum in New York. I will inform the guardians there to grant you passage. As she spoke, Gu Yi seemed to recall something, turning back to Nan Zhou. Do not forget to ask Stark for attire. Gu Yi's words momentarily stunned Nan Zhou, for he had once again overlooked this detail. I shall not forget this time, he replied with a slight smile, watching as Gu Yi rounded the corner of the corridor. Did she come to assist you? Came Hill's voice from behind Nan Zhou, just as Gu Yi had departed. Turning to find Hill at his back, he noticed her gaze fixed intently on Peggy, who had just awakened and was undergoing various examinations by the doctors. Since you and that person arrived, she has regained consciousness. I do not believe this is mere coincidence, Hill remarked, her eyes filled with inquiry as she turned to Nan Zhou. You succeeded, did you not? For some reason, Hill felt a sudden wave of despondency wash over her, her expression revealing her dismay. She recalled her previous doubts regarding Nan Zhou, even believing that he had overestimated his own capabilities and underestimated her. Yet, it now appeared that her own abilities fell short. There were many feats that Nan Zhou could accomplish that were beyond her reach. The widening chasm between them became increasingly apparent, evoking a sense of inferiority within her. Seeing Hill in such a state, Nan Zhou sighed deeply. He approached her, calling Maria. However, Hill turned away, uncertain of how to face him. Let us go out for a meal this weekend, Nan Zhou suggested once more, wishing to alleviate the tension between them. I believe there are misunderstandings that remain unresolved. I do not wish for our relationship to remain stagnant. Let us gather this weekend and clarify our misunderstandings, shall we? Chapter 52. A visit to Stark. Peggy had transitioned from the intensive care unit to a standard ward. Though her body remained frail, she had at least retained her life. At this moment, Nan Zhou sat by Peggy's window, attending to her weakened state. It feels as though I have been lost in an exceedingly long dream, Peggy remarked, gazing at the ceiling above. I dreamed of the day I found you. The rain was particularly fierce that day, accompanied by thunder. As Peggy spoke to herself, Nan Zhou busied himself peeling an apple for her. He had heard this story countless times, and it would not be an exaggeration to say he could recount it without hesitation. Since Peggy has aged, every time Nan Zhou visits her, she recounts this story, followed by reflections on the swift passage of time, lamenting her own advancing years and marveling at how Nan Zhou has grown up so quickly. Before long, Nan Zhou has skillfully peeled and sliced an apple, presenting a piece on a toothpick to Peggy. She naturally accepts the offering and consumes it. You must take good care of your health, Nan Zhou interjects, interrupting Peggy's tale. Do you realize how many people have been on edge because of your condition? When Nick called me, his tone was quite anxious. Peggy chuckled softly. The number of those who genuinely care for me can be counted on one hand. Yet many still wish for my demise. As one of the founding members of S.H.I.E.L.D, Peggy once wielded considerable power and had undoubtedly offended many. Though retired now, there remain those who harbor ill wishes for her. Peggy has grown indifferent to the reasons behind her sudden fainting spell. In her view, it was simply the result of someone wishing her harm from the shadows. Yet, the outcome has disappointed them. Although the doctors are unable to ascertain the cause, she unexpectedly regained consciousness. Aside from feeling weak, her overall health appears robust. It seems her life is not yet meant to end, Peggy muses, though the reality is more complicated than that. Naturally, Nan Zhou refrains from revealing the entire truth, concerned that if Peggy were to learn of the situation, she might succumb to despair once more. As Peggy finishes the apple Nan Zhou has prepared, her complexion has noticeably improved. Where she once appeared pale and drained, she now seems quite rejuvenated. Seeing Peggy in such a state, Nan Zhou exhales in relief. At that moment, the hospital door swings open, and Sherry-Lin enters, there to cover for Nan Zhou. Acknowledging Nan Zhou with a slight nod, she states, "You're here. So I shall take my leave." With matters still to attend to, Nan Zhou seizes the opportunity to depart. Turning back to Peggy, he says, "Grandma, I have some responsibilities to tend to and may not be able to visit for the next few days. Please take care of yourself." Peggy responds with a warm smile. "Go on, I'm fine." In her eyes, as a level 10 operative of S.H.I.E.L.D, Nan Zhou must handle numerous pressing matters. However, the truth is, despite his rank, he is one of the most unoccupied agents within the organization. Having taken his leave, Nan Zhou exits. leaving Sherry-Lynn to sit by Peggy's side, grasping her hand tightly. The two began their conversation. Several hours later, Nan Zhou entered Stark's mansion wearing his mask. Although he had visited numerous times and had become familiar with Stark and others, he still preferred to sneak in, evading all surveillance. He successfully bypassed Jarvis's scans and entered the opulent estate. Despite the existence of a front door, Nan Zhou never used it. Perhaps this was a manifestation of his peculiar tendencies. Upon entering the mansion, he wasted no time in pushing open the door to Stark's office. "Hey, could you at least knock before entering?" Stark exclaimed, visibly irked to find Nan Zhou had come without prior notice. This individual never knocked. And now he wasn't even bothering to knock on the door? Faced with this scene, Nan Zhou felt a pang of embarrassment and chuckled. My apologies, my mistake. It won't happen again." As he spoke, he made way for the blushing Pepper. "Now what brings you here?" Stark inquired after taking a sip of the green concoction in his cup. "I am aware of the situation in New York. S.H.I.E.L.D. has contacted me, hoping I could persuade General Ross to reveal Banner's whereabouts." As he spoke, Stark approached Nan Zhou and casually closed the door behind him. "Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.D. is also investigating you. It seems they wish to include you in their Avengers initiative." As the first individual Nick had recruited for the Avengers, Stark possessed considerable knowledge on the matter. If you wish to remain undetected, it would be wise to keep a low profile for the time being. Nan Zhou nodded. He was already aware of this, having been informed by Coulson. He even knew that Natasha was looking into the matter. Soon enough, Natasha would assume the role of an assistant at Stark Industries. "I came to seek your assistance regarding a particular matter," Nan Zhou said as he settled onto a nearby sofa. "I would like your help in creating a garment that will not easily deteriorate." Stark paused, momentarily taken aback by Nan Zhou's request, then scrutinized him from head to toe. "Your attire tends to get damaged during battles, and with that mask, you resemble quite the oddity. Hence, you wish for a more durable outfit?" Nan Zhou nodded. The combination of a bare upper body and a mask made him feel uncomfortably like a deviant. "This isn't particularly difficult. I can easily accommodate your request." For Stark, such tasks were trivial. However, a smirk crept across his face, revealing a hint of mischief. "If I assist you, what will you offer in return?" Having interacted with Nan Zhou frequently, Stark had learned that every arrangement required negotiation, just like this one, because this is precisely how Nan Zhou operates. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou could only manage a wry smile. This development was something he had anticipated long ago. Stark would never undertake any task without a reward. He undoubtedly required compensation. And as for the nature of that reward, Nan Zhou had his own plans. Chapter 53. The outing. An hour after arriving at Stark's mansion, Nan Zhou took his leave. He and Stark had reached an agreement, one that offered Stark an irresistible incentive, a favor owed to him by Nan Zhou. While this may appear to be a trivial reward, it held considerable significance for Stark. In fact, it would be difficult for anyone to decline such an offer. It is no small feat to have someone as capable as Nan Zhou indebted to oneself. Owing a favor means that Nan Zhou would be obliged to fulfill any request Stark might have, whether it be to eliminate a target, rescue someone, or assist with other endeavors. Stark needed not to weigh the pros and cons. Upon hearing the terms of Nan Zhou's offer, he agreed without a moment's hesitation and even requested that Nan Zhou sketch the desired costume specifications on the spot. It could be said that Stark was exceedingly accommodating, greeting Nan Zhou with a beaming smile as he departed his mansion. In truth, Stark believed he had outsmarted Nan Zhou, feeling he had struck a lucrative deal. He had witnessed the formidable power Nan Zhou unleashed during their confrontation, a force capable of creating an artificial lake. Nan Zhou's strength exceeded Stark's expectations. After Nan Zhou's departure, Pepper entered Stark's office. The expression on her face clearly indicated that she was still flustered by the earlier events. "What did you discuss with him?" she inquired. Stark, without reservation, recounted the transaction to Pepper. "So, you are to create an Iron Man suit for him?" Pepper asked, voicing her skepticism. "Doesn't that seem rather superficial?" Nan Zhou smiled slightly before continuing. "The protective capabilities of an iron suit would be beneath someone of his caliber. Moreover, the iron suit prioritizes maneuverability, which is not what he requires. What he needs are three essential qualities: lightness, adaptability, and durability." As he spoke, Stark produced Nan Zhou's blueprints and handed them to Pepper. "This is what he envisions." Pepper examined the sketches briefly before returning them to Stark. "To be honest, I find this costume far more aesthetically pleasing than your iron suit." At these words, Stark, who had been sipping on a green smoothie, choked, spewing the drink everywhere. Coughing violently, embarrassment and a hint of frustration flickered in his eyes. "How to express that my steel armor is now prominently visible in the streets, widely accepted and cherished by the masses?" However, Pepper's words instantly made Stark feel that everything was not quite worth it. Nan Zhou stayed in Stark's mansion for merely an hour before boarding a plane back to New York. Peggy was being looked after by Sharon, and his date with Hill was scheduled for the weekend. During this time, he chose to return to New York to live with the three little ones. By the time Nan Zhou arrived in New York, it was already evening, and darkness had enveloped the city. He decided to take the three children out for a delightful meal, driving them to a rather upscale restaurant in New York. It was their first visit to such an establishment, and they were brimming with excitement, chatting and laughing in the car. As they passed through areas that had witnessed battles with the abomination, Nan Zhou observed the ongoing renovations. Many had lost their homes due to the conflict with the creature. In an effort to provide stability for those affected, New York had invested considerable funds. The crater created by his atomic breath seemed set to be transformed into an artificial lake. "Is this where you fought that hideous monster?" Lorna inquired, gazing at the surrounding ruins. Nan Zhou nodded affirmatively. The three children were well aware of Nan Zhou's powers. There was no concealment on that front. They understood that he possessed superhuman abilities, was an agent, and was the one who saved Hulk during the incident involving the Green Giant, battling the abomination. "Your fight caused many to lose their homes," Lorna remarked, her gaze lingering on the debris, her eyes filled with sorrow. The three children had all experienced the anguish of losing their homes, and witnessing the devastation before them stirred memories of their own pasts. Disappointment was inevitable. There was no escaping it. Nan Zhou, observing the despondency of the trio, spoke. "If I had not defeated that creature, more people would have been displaced. If it were possible, I would wish to avoid such destruction, but that monster has the ability to regenerate rapidly. I could only defeat him with the power that could obliterate him in an instant." Lorna nodded in understanding. She had watched the live broadcast of Nan Zhou's battle with the abomination and had witnessed the terrifying regenerative capabilities firsthand. She comprehended why Nan Zhou had to act as he did. Yet, despite their understanding, the sight before them still tugged at their hearts. Sensing the somber atmosphere in the car, Nan Zhou decided to play some cheerful music and steered away from the ruins. Before long, the four of them arrived at their destination, a rather upscale restaurant. Merely the sign at the entrance evoked exclamations from the three children. They recognized this place, as a wealthy classmate seemed to frequent it often, sharing photos from within its confines. The trio longed to indulge in its offerings, yet never anticipated that today would be the day their wish came true. Observing their jaws nearly drop in awe, Nan Zhou couldn't help but smile faintly. "Stop dawdling. Come inside." With this invitation, the three eagerly trailed behind Nan Zhou into the establishment. The melodious strains of music and the serene atmosphere enveloped them, presenting an air of unparalleled elegance. This heightened their excitement, yet they stifled their exuberance within, aware that loud outbursts would betray their upbringing and cause trouble for Nan Zhou. At that moment, a girl of similar age to Lorna and her companions, seated at a nearby square table, took notice of them. "Isn't that the trio?" she remarked, setting down her knife and fork, her surprise evident as she regarded Lorna and her friends. This girl was none other than the affluent classmate. Her astonishment mirrored theirs. To her, the trio's background seemed ordinary. How could they possibly dine here? Chapter 54. The opulence of the upscale restaurant radiated from every corner. Even as Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro settled into their seats, curiosity consumed them. The gold-trimmed cutlery and plates, the camelot centerpiece, all contributed to the illusion of grandeur. Not far from them, a beautiful woman played the violin, enhancing the ambience. The children glanced around at other tables, noting the patrons gracefully cutting into their steaks or savoring fine wine. Such refined behavior had only graced their television screens until now, making the experience all the more fascinating. However, Nan Zhou regarded it all with a hint of disdain. Though the restaurant appeared posh, neither the menu nor the utensils truly qualified as high-end. Their allure was merely superficial. The gilded cutlery that captivated Wanda and her friends was nothing more than gold dust. The ingredients served here hardly constituted luxury. Those who had dined in genuinely upscale establishments would readily discern the disparity in quality. Moreover, the seemingly refined patrons were, in Nan Zhou's eyes, mostly pretentious. The elite society looked down upon such establishments, finding the forced elegance and ostentation unappealing. In this setting, the majority of diners, in Nan Zhou's view, merely performed a charade of sophistication. But why did Nan Zhou bring Wanda and the three children to such a restaurant? Soon, the first dish arrived, a plate of pasta adorned with green leaves, the taste of which was far from commendable. The robust flavor of this pasta caused several diners at the neighboring table to cover their noses in dismay. The reason for Nan Zhou's visit with the three children to this establishment lay precisely in this dish, an irresistible pasta. Although the restaurant presented itself as upscale, it possessed its own unique character, epitomized by the plate of basil pasta before Nan Zhou. Unlike other basil pastas, this particular one exuded an inexplicable aroma. While others found it quite unpleasant, Nan Zhou surprisingly relished it. The three children, too, detected the off-putting scent, their brows slightly furrowed. "Brother Zhou, what is this?" Pietro could not help but inquire, gazing at the plate of basil pasta. "This is your brother Zhou's favorite dish," Nan Zhou replied, taking a bite. The distinctive flavor surged into his consciousness, prompting an exclamation of delight. So refreshing. Nan Zhou's enthusiasm only served to irritate the surrounding patrons further. "You may enjoy your flavorful food, but what is the point of making such noise?" At that moment, a man from the second table behind the children stood up and approached Nan Zhou. "Sir, isn't it rather impolite to indulge in such a potent dish in a public dining space?" The man's arrival prompted Nan Zhou to set down his fork. The man's expression darkened as he glanced at Nan Zhou's pasta. "Everyone else seems to be enjoying their meal. Have you considered our feelings by bringing such a strong dish? Either move to a private room or kindly take your leave." This man exuded an air of superiority that irked Nan Zhou greatly. "Are you the manager of this restaurant?" Nan Zhou asked, sizing the man up. The contemptuous look on Nan Zhou's face made the man's countenance grow even grimmer. "I am not the manager. I am merely a concerned patron preserving our dining environment." Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou could not help but chuckle. Goodness, a concerned patron preserving our dining environment? Such a shameless statement. You merely wish to draw attention to yourself, do you not? Although the basil pasta before Nan Zhou was indeed potent in flavor, he had visited this restaurant on multiple occasions and had encountered patrons who spoke up. But most did so calmly, hoping Nan Zhou would consider dining in a private room. While Nan Zhou found these individuals pretentious, at times their demeanor provided a certain comfort. However, this situation was different. The man seemed intent on making a scene, eager to expel Nan Zhou from the premises with an air of aggression. The man seemed to be infuriated by Nan Zhou's earlier remarks, as they echoed his innermost thoughts. "I have never sought the spotlight, rather. It is you who ordered such a dish to attract attention, is it not?" The man swiftly countered, attempting to retaliate against Nan Zhou with the same tactic. However, Nan Zhou was not easily swayed. "The dish I ordered was not limited to the private room, and my choice was entirely reasonable. You dare to claim that I am seeking attention? Does that imply that, in the eyes of those who despise durian, consuming it is merely an act of attracting attention?" Nan Zhou feigned astonishment and glanced at the onlookers, who erupted into laughter. The man, having been rebuked multiple times by Nan Zhou, could no longer maintain his composure. He reached out, intending to seize Nan Zhou. Unexpectedly, Nan Zhou caught his hand and twisted it, a searing pain coursing through him. The agony compelled the man to emit a cry of distress. "Daddy!" A little girl emerged from where the man had been seated, rushing toward him and Nan Zhou. She began to strike Nan Zhou, exclaiming, "Let go of my daddy. You're hurting my daddy." The girl's sudden appearance left Wanda and her companions momentarily stunned, for she belonged to the wealthiest family in their class. Upon spotting Wanda and her friends, the girl glared at them with fury. This gesture irked the trio, yet it only served to reinforce the adage that like father, like daughter. Nan Zhou, once again, addressed the gathering crowd. "Did you all witness that?" He initiated the altercation. "Had he approached me calmly and requested that I move to the private room, none of this would have transpired, would it?" He spoke while seemingly disregarding the girl still battering him, applying a gentle yet firm pressure. For Nan Zhou, it was merely a slight exertion, but for the man, it was excruciating. "Ah!" The man cried out in anguish. At that moment, even the restaurant manager hurried over, approaching Nan Zhou's table. "Gentlemen, may I ask for your understanding? Let us settle this matter here and now, shall we?" The manager wore a conciliatory smile, eager to avoid losing patrons over this incident. "I am indifferent, but this fellow seems quite unyielding," Nan Zhou replied, releasing the man's wrist. The man, his face flushed with rage, retreated a few steps, declaring, "Just wait. I will make you pay for this." He stormed out of the restaurant, the girl in tow. Chapter 55, A Resolution? Observing the man and his daughter depart in disarray, Nan Zhou shrugged and stood up to survey his surroundings. Due to Nan Zhou's demeanor, those who locked eyes with him quickly averted their gazes. "I apologize for the inconvenience caused earlier. I had not anticipated that the flavor of this pasta would be so distasteful to everyone. I will arrange for a private room instead." Nan Zhou is not one to act irrationally. He has noticed the expressions of those around him since this dish was served. Having been raised by Peggy for many years, he has always been encouraged to consider issues from the perspectives of others. Thus, Nan Zhou made this decision, which was also intended to set an example for the children. He hopes to instill such habits in them. The restaurant manager was exceedingly pleased to see Nan Zhou willing to move to a private room, quickly taking away the half-eaten plate of pasta. "Sir, we shall prepare another serving for you," the manager said, handing the plate to a nearby waiter and personally escorting the 4 individuals to the private room upstairs. During their ascent, Nan Zhou learned that the girl who had just slapped him was indeed a classmate of Wanda and her friends. This revelation surprised him. He had not expected New York City to be so small. She was quite popular at school, possessing an abundance of wealth, as she always flaunted the latest models of phones, backpacks, and other possessions. At this moment, Pietro interjected, if she were truly that affluent, she wouldn't be frequenting such places. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou scoffed in response. If anyone dares to trouble you at school, don't hesitate to contact me. If it's inconvenient on campus, we can handle it off-site, understood? He reminded the three of them. The children had been trained in combat techniques by Nan Zhou, which undoubtedly surpassed those of their ordinary peers. Therefore, should anyone attempt to bully them, they must learn to stand their ground. They could not allow themselves to be victimized as they had during the Yukon incident, leaving Nan Zhou to clean up the aftermath. The trio nodded in agreement, fully aware of what was expected of them. They were no longer mere, defenseless students. With the skills imparted by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, they would neither bully others nor allow themselves to be bullied. Upon entering the private room, the manager graciously presented 3 additional dishes before taking his leave. The view from this room was splendid, with a clear sight of the adjacent park through the window. The children, ever the curious souls, pressed their faces against the glass to admire the scenery outside. Before long, Nan Zhou's new pasta was served, accompanied by other dishes. As the children dug into their meal, it became evident from their expressions that they were somewhat disappointed. The flavors did not meet their expectations. At least, they paled in comparison to Nan Zhou's culinary creations. During his training under Peggy, cooking had been a fundamental subject for him. Regardless of whether it is Western cuisine, Chinese fare, or Japanese delicacies, Nan Zhou must learn them all. This is a strict mandate from Peggy. The rationale behind this is that during an assassination, he may need to blend into the kitchen as a solitary chef. Consequently, Nan Zhou's culinary skills are quite commendable. In comparison to his cooking, the dishes at this restaurant fall short. Do you not like it? Nan Zhou inquired upon observing the expressions of the 3 children. They exchanged glances before slowly nodding in agreement. It pales in comparison to what Brother Zhou makes, remarked Wanda. Then tomorrow, I shall prepare a meal for you. Be sure to jot down what you wish to eat, Nan Zhou announced. The 3 children nodded in acknowledgement, yet they did not set down their forks and knives. Although the flavors of this establishment's dishes were inferior to Nan Zhou's, they were not inedible. The taste could only be described as mediocre. This was, after all, Nan Zhou's first time bringing them to such a restaurant, even amidst some discord with others. Thus they naturally wished to show him respect. Observing the children still consuming their meals, Nan Zhou smiled with satisfaction. As time passed, when they had just reached the halfway point of their meal, Nan Zhou casually glanced outside. Their private room afforded a view of the restaurant's entrance. To the left of the entrance, several vans were parked, and descending from one of them was the man from earlier. He leaned against the van, smoking a cigarette, engaged in conversation with a burly man who had disembarked simultaneously. Noticing this, Nan Zhou smiled faintly. He understood the man's intentions. With this thought in mind, he turned to the 3 children. You may eat at your leisure. I will step out for a moment and return shortly. With that, Nan Zhou rose and departed the private room, making his way downstairs. As he exited the restaurant, the man outside smoking spotted him immediately. It's him. With the man's shout, 20 individuals emerged from the 3 vans, each resembling professional enforcers. I'll leave the little ones for now. I'll deal with you first. The man wore a smug grin, eager to avenge the public humiliation he had suffered at the hands of this insufferable youth. No matter how formidable he was against such numbers, he would merely be a punching bag. Upon seeing the burly figures surrounding him, Nan Zhou merely smiled faintly and gestured towards a nearby alley. His intention was clear. Let us discuss matters within. Unhurried, the man followed Nan Zhou's lead into the alley. However, it turned out to be a dead end, with towering black walls and the 20 imposing figures blocking Nan Zhou in. The man, witnessing this, grew even more exhilarated. You brought this upon yourself. Now you have nowhere to run. The man spoke, commanding the burly figures behind him to advance and teach the young man a lesson. Nan Zhou regarded these men as one would view mere ants. With a single breath, they could be reduced to ashes. However, he had no intention of resorting to such extremes, for he was no demon. As the foremost of the hulking men threw a punch, Nan Zhou sidestepped gracefully, countering with a strike to the man's abdomen. In an instant, the man collapsed, unable even to utter a sound. The others, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, halted in shock, exchanging bewildered glances. It was astonishing that one punch could fell such a giant. At that moment, Nan Zhou provocatively beckoned them, urging, "Why do you stand there in a daze? Come at me together." Chapter 56, Another Encounter with Jean Bing? The alley echoed with cries of despair as the seemingly muscular brutes fell before Nan Zhou, unable to withstand even a single blow, collapsing one by one. All 20 men were left frothing at the mouth, eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. The man observing this scene could not help but retreat, utterly astonished by the outcome. He had anticipated that the arrival of 20 strong men would leave this arrogant youth utterly incapacitated, perhaps bedridden for weeks. Yet here was the reality before him. As he beheld the fallen giants and the advancing figure of Nan Zhou, the man felt his legs tremble uncontrollably. "I warn you," he stammered, fear evident in his voice. "Don't come near me. If you hurt me, you won't escape unscathed." The man's desperate words elicited a bemused chuckle from Nan Zhou. "You think I won't be able to handle the consequences? Have you not seen how I've dispatched your 20 hulking companions, one after another? What gave you the audacity to utter such claims? Are you channeling Li Jinru?" Nan Zhou's tone dripped with mockery as he looked disdainfully at the man, who continued to bluster. "I must inform you that my identity is quite significant," he declared, his legs quaking, nearly causing him to collapse. "I am affiliated with Jinbing. Surely, you've heard of him." Nan Zhou paused at the mention of this name, momentarily taken aback. Sensing an opportunity as Nan Zhou faltered, the man regained his confidence. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" His voice regained steadiness, his legs no longer trembling. "If you know what's good for you, kneel and apologize. Though you are formidable, these 20 men were merely an appetizer. Should you persist in your obstinacy, you will meet a most gruesome end. You are well aware of Jinbing's reputation, and I doubt you wish to suffer a disgraceful fate." With newfound bravado, the man raised his chin defiantly, pointing his nose toward Nan Zhou. "Jinbing is undoubtedly the king of the New York underworld, a name known to all. To provoke someone associated with Jinbing often leads to a grim fate, ranging from destitution to utter devastation of one's family." However, witnessing the man return to his brazen demeanor made Nan Zhou unable to suppress a chuckle. "Do you think I fear Jinbing?" Nan Zhou continued his advance, step by step, towards the man. "I am merely astonished. I did not expect this to be connected to Jinbing." Seeing that Nan Zhou was unfazed, the man suddenly felt a wave of panic wash over him. "I advise you to reconsider. I am a person of Jinbing, and you ought to think carefully. If you wish to avoid misfortune befalling those 3 children, it would be wise for you to desist." The man's words made Nan Zhou halt once more. "Are you threatening me?" Nan Zhou tilted his head, his expression turning notably grave. "You dare use those 3 children as leverage against me?" Upon hearing the shift in Nan Zhou's tone, cold sweat broke out on the man's back. A foreboding sense of dread surged through him. It seemed he had truly provoked this man. Nan Zhou was not incensed by the man's desire to harm him, but rather by the fact that he dared to threaten him using the safety of Wanda and the others. This was Nan Zhou's greatest contempt and his bottom line. He would never allow anyone to use his loved ones as a means of coercion. Whoever dared to do so would face dire consequences. Nan Zhou possessed countless methods to ensure this man met a gruesome end, leaving no trace behind. He could also ensure that the man's daughter and friends would never know peace due to his actions. Such would be the fate of those who dared to threaten Nan Zhou. Observing that Nan Zhou had no intention of relenting, the man felt his confidence wane significantly. "Those who threaten me usually do not meet favorable outcomes." With a darkened expression, Nan Zhou quickened his pace. Before the man could react, he seized him by the collar. "So what if you are a person of Jinbing? Even if you are Jinbing himself, I will not let you go." Nan Zhou's words dripped with menace, causing the man's complexion to drain of color, his legs trembling once more. "Moreover, it appears you are but a minor figure under Jinbing. If he were to inquire about you, he might not even remember your name." As Nan Zhou spoke, a slight smile crept upon his lips, instilling profound fear in the man. The man let out a wretched scream and fled in a frenzy. Yet, Nan Zhou would not allow such an easy escape. He grasped the man's collar again, yanking him back, and raised his fist, delivering blow after blow. Once more, anguished cries echoed through the dim alleyway. Passers-by, upon hearing the sound, hurriedly retreated, wary of becoming embroiled in a gang's affairs. Before long, the screams subsided, and Nan Zhou emerged from the shadows of the alleyway. His hands still bore traces of blood, though it was not his own. Upon returning to the restaurant, he entered the restroom to wash his hands before making his way back to his private room. The expressions of Wanda and the others revealed a hint of dissatisfaction upon seeing Nan Zhou return. "Where have you been? What took you so long?" Although Nan Zhou's absence was not excessively prolonged, it was certainly not brief either. An awkward smile crept across Nan Zhou's face as he scratched his head. "I wasn't feeling well, so I went to the restroom," he explained. His words prompted Wanda and the others to exchange glances, ultimately choosing to accept his explanation. The 4 of them tidied up the remaining dishes before departing the restaurant. As they passed through the alley, Wanda and the others sensed nothing amiss. They were oblivious to the horrifying events that had just transpired in the dimly lit alley. As for the man and the 20 burly men, they were eventually discovered by passers-by. Those who found them alerted the authorities and called for an ambulance. The 20 men emerged relatively unscathed, but the man's condition was far less optimistic. He had lost most of his teeth, suffered broken arms and legs, sustained bruises around his eyes, a broken nose, and multiple fractured ribs. It was evident that his assailants had been exceedingly brutal. However, the New York police were unable to uncover any leads during their investigation. All surveillance footage in the vicinity had been deleted or tampered with, leaving them in the dark about how these men had come to such a state. Thus, they were left with nothing, and the investigation ultimately fizzled out. Of course, all of this was orchestrated by Nan Zhou, who found it quite simple to achieve his aims. Being an actual agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, altering surveillance footage was hardly a challenge for him. The man, however, paid a heavy price for his arrogance. Chapter 57. Gathering data. Who is that man? Does he hold any significance for me? In the opulent mansion of Jean Bin, he had just set down the heavy barbell and wiped the sweat from his brow while listening to his secretary's report. The incident detailed in the report concerned a minor figure under Jean Bin's command who had been severely injured and hospitalized the previous night. The protagonist of this incident was none other than Nan Zhou, the one who had dealt the blow to the arrogant man. After hearing his secretary's report, Jean Bin's expression turned to one of disdain. I have never even heard of that man. There is no need to burden me with matters that do not concern me. He tossed the towel he had used to wipe his sweat aside and moved towards another piece of equipment. Some individuals, believing themselves to be under my protection, act with utter arrogance towards everyone. They would be better off using that time to enhance their own abilities and elevate their standing under my command. Should they ever encounter true adversity, they might find themselves in a predicament akin to the current situation. Jean Bin held a low opinion of those who used their status to provoke others indiscriminately. Not only would this bring upon oneself a multitude of troubles, but should one attract the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D or any other formidable organization, it would indeed spell disaster. This time, Jean could effortlessly surmise that the situation would unfold in a rather predictable manner. Observing Jean's reluctance to engage with such matters, the secretary wisely refrained from further commentary and proceeded to report the next item on the agenda. Meanwhile, in another part of New York, Nan Zhou was tidying up his room. With the 3 children off to school, he pondered how they might react upon encountering the daughter of the individual he had assaulted. Reflecting on it now, he realized he may have been too harsh. That unfortunate soul might very well require crutches for the remainder of his life. Yet, Nan Zhou harbored no regrets. After all, it was that foolish man who had provoked him, even resorting to threats involving his 3 children. Nan Zhou despised being threatened by others, and thus, he felt the man had brought this upon himself. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was Stark calling. What is it? He inquired, curious about Stark's intentions. I would like you to come here. I have some concerns regarding your costume that we need to discuss. Stark's voice resonated from the other end, leaving Nan Zhou somewhat perplexed. Didn't I already provide the designs? What further discussion is necessary? He was baffled, having detailed everything to Stark, yet the latter still insisted on a meeting. Do not concern yourself with the details, just come. There will only be benefits for your attire. Stark insisted. With that, Nan Zhou reluctantly acquiesced and ended the call. Subsequently, he sent a message to Wanda, informing her of his need to be away for a day, and promptly booked a flight for that very day. After a flight of considerable duration, Nan Zhou arrived at the entrance of Stark's lavish mansion. As before, he skillfully bypassed the surveillance and security systems to gain entry. Stark awaited him in the underground workshop, accompanied by Ethan. What is the situation? Nan Zhou inquired upon seeing the two. Stepping forward, Stark explained, it concerns the quality of your costume. Ethan and I have discussed it, and hope that your attire can withstand the impact of that blue energy beam without sustaining damage. Caught off guard by Stark's words, Nan Zhou asked, what do you mean? Seeing Nan Zhou's bewilderment, Stark elaborated. We want your outfit to be able to endure the damage inflicted by the energy beam you used in New York. At this juncture, Ethan rose to add, for this, we require the data on your energy beam. We hope you could demonstrate it on the surface shortly. Only then did Nan Zhou grasp the reason for their visit. They were seeking the data on his atomic breath. They sought to create an attire capable of withstanding the destructive force of atomic breath. Nan Zhou found this ambition somewhat unrealistic. He harbored the conviction that even vibranium would struggle to endure the impact of such breath. However, the two decided to gather some data, and he consented to their request with a nod. The trio proceeded to the seaside outside the mansion, where Stark donned his Iron Man suit and ventured to a location obscured from Nan Zhou's view. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou and Ethan remained on the shore. Since Nan Zhou could not fly, he was limited to releasing his energy from the beach. Ethan stood behind him, maintaining communication with Stark. Stark, fully prepared, had already briefed Nan Zhou on all necessary precautions. All right, we can begin, Stark announced into the communicator, his voice reaching Ethan on the coast. Ethan responded to Nan Zhou with a thumbs up, to which Nan Zhou nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Nan Zhou extended his hand, channeling his energy into his palm. as a blue orb of light gradually materialized. Ethan, positioned behind him, could feel the immense power emanating from Nan Zhou, leaving him momentarily speechless. He finally grasped why New York had been transformed into an artificial lake. The magnitude of this force rendered Stark's arc reactor insignificant in comparison. As Nan Zhou accumulated maximum energy, he aimed in the direction previously agreed upon with Stark and unleashed a powerful blast. The tremendous force instantly reduced the ground before him to ashes, even parting the sea, causing water near the atomic breath to evaporate. On the water, Stark observed the approaching blue beam with utmost seriousness, aware that any lapse in concentration could lead to his obliteration. He lifted the prepared device, readying himself for the path of the atomic breath. Warning, significant energy fluctuations detected. Warning, significant energy fluctuations detected. Jarvis alerted, clearly indicating that Stark's suit sensed the immense power from a considerable distance, prompting an urgent warning. Yet, Stark did not retreat. He remained intensely focused, awaiting the arrival of the blue beam. Before long, the atomic breath surged past Stark, and his suit emitted a red alert. Temperature too high. Temperature too high. Wisps of white smoke began to rise from the surface of Stark's armor, a testament to the atomic breath's overwhelming might. This indicated that the suit's integrity could not withstand such a blow. The outcome for both him and the armor would be dire. However, Stark had adequately prepared this time and emerged unscathed. Most importantly, he obtained the data he desired. Chapter 58, Stark's Thoughts. This is truly terrifying. The damage inflicted by Nan Zhou's atomic breath is indeed formidable, leaving Ethan, who stands behind him, utterly astonished. Although the damage from this atomic breath pales in comparison to that of a nuclear bomb, unleashed with full force, it possesses the capability to devastate countless streets. At this moment, Stark returned flying from the sea. Perfect, we have acquired the data on your light beam. Now we await our analysis to craft your suit. Stark had removed his mask, revealing a beaming smile. Observing Stark's unwavering confidence, Nan Zhou felt a twinge of doubt. So, what materials do you intend to use for my creation? Vibranium, perhaps? He gestured towards Stark's battle armor, which bore the scorch marks of atomic breath. With the material of your armor, it should be insufficient to withstand my skills, unless you truly possess vibranium. Even if Stark had vibranium in his possession, Nan Zhou could not guarantee that it would indeed withstand his atomic breath. Hearing this, Stark chuckled, though his smile hinted at an awkward acknowledgement of the disparity. I don't possess that material either, but I will enhance the hardness of your suit to the utmost extent. Collecting data is merely a reference. Upon hearing these words, Nan Zhou realized Stark's true intentions. While it was indeed true that Stark aimed to provide his suit with adequate defensive capabilities, his primary objective was to acquire data on the atomic breath and ultimately see if he could replicate it. After all, its immense power had not gone unnoticed by Stark. If he could truly master it, it would signify a qualitative leap for his armor. Then, when faced with formidable foes like Iron Tyrant, he could eliminate them with ease. No need for elaborate strategies or aerial maneuvers to catch them off guard. In the face of absolute power, all schemes are rendered futile. Nan Zhou discerned Stark's thoughts through his words and subtle expressions. Naturally, he had no intention of hindering Stark. He was quite eager to see if Stark could genuinely replicate the atomic breath. Should Stark succeed, it would imply that he possessed the potential to wield power that transcends the very laws of the universe. As Stark is regarded within the Marvel universe as a being of mortal flesh rivaling the gods, Nan Zhou was deeply intrigued by the limits of his capabilities. Meanwhile, at this very moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. was in utter disarray. Their satellites had just detected a massive surge of energy in the waters off California. This surge mirrored the energy fluctuations produced by the individual who had claimed to be Darkseid during the earlier incident in New York. In other words, the individual who claims to be the Dark Lord, Darkseid, is currently in California. The epicenter of the disturbance is alarmingly close to Stark's mansion. At this moment, Nick, seated in his office, wears a grave expression. This implies that Darkseid may have some acquaintance with Stark. After all, during the Iron Monarch incident, Darkseid had aided Stark, a fact Nick had witnessed in the footage. Immediately, he ordered someone to go to Stark and ensure a thorough investigation. Rising from his seat, Nick resolved to personally visit Stark's residence. With this vital lead, the situation seemed considerably more manageable. Stark might very well become a significant breakthrough. Investigating from Stark's standpoint could indeed reveal the true identity of this individual. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou was unaware of the movements at S.H.I.E.L.D. He was currently at Stark's mansion, engaging in conversation with Stark and Ethan. Upon his arrival, he had already noticed that Stark's demeanor was not particularly healthy. Even his speech lacked vigor. Earlier, when he had obtained data on the atomic breath, Stark had appeared quite lively. but that vitality swiftly faded back to his previous unhealthy state. It seemed his palladium poisoning had worsened significantly. Relying solely on chlorophyll was insufficient to reverse the palladium toxicity entirely. After such a prolonged period, Stark was on a path leading only to death. Removing the arc reactor from his chest would mean certain death, and leaving it in place would lead to the same fate, merely differing in timing. Stark understood this truth better than anyone else. Thus, he was diligently seeking alternative materials to replace the current arc reactor. When no one was home, Stark had heeded Ethan's advice and switched to a battery similar to the one he had used in the Middle Eastern cave. This could alleviate palladium poisoning and absorb shrapnel. But it was not a long-term solution. The arc reactor provided energy to the suit, something a mere battery could not achieve. Consequently, Stark's most pressing task was to expedite the development of new materials. Unfortunately, this endeavor was fraught with difficulties. At that moment, Nan Zhou's phone rang unexpectedly. It was Coulson calling. Upon answering, Nan Zhou heard Coulson's somewhat impatient voice. "Where are you? At Stark's house?" "Yes, what is the matter?" Nan Zhou replied candidly. Not resorting to deception. "Did you perhaps deploy that skill you used in New York near the beach close to his house?" Coulson continued to inquire. "Yes, why?" Nan Zhou responded, a hint of concern in his voice. "Has S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered something?" "Of course," Coulson retorted, stifling a laugh at Nan Zhou's obvious question. "You already know the answer to that. As a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., how is it possible that such fluctuations in power could evade detection by the agency's satellites? Nick has already dispatched personnel to Stark's residence, and he himself shall make an appearance as well. You ought to depart swiftly to avoid an unfortunate encounter." Coulson's words left Nan Zhou momentarily taken aback. Goodness. From Coulson's implication, it seems the entirety of S.H.I.E.L.D. is mobilized to locate him. After hanging up, Nan Zhou turned to Stark and smirked. "The energy wave generated by the beam I just emitted appears to have been detected by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s satellites. And now personnel from the agency are en route here, with the director himself intending to join the fray. I seem to have caused you quite a predicament. Do handle it as best as you can." Stark, upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, was rendered speechless, realizing that this fellow intended to leave him to confront S.H.I.E.L.D. alone. To be frank, Stark had no desire to engage with these agents. However, by this time, Nan Zhou had already risen and was making his way toward the exit of Stark's opulent residence. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents could appear at any moment. Delaying even a second would only increase the likelihood of an encounter. Chapter 59. Coulson's guilt. Not long after Nan Zhou's departure, a knock echoed at the door of Stark's mansion. Upon opening it, Stark found two men clad in suits standing before him. One of the men lifted the badge hanging on his chest and stated, "Mr. Stark, we are agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. We detected significant energy fluctuations in your vicinity, and we suspect it may be related to the individual in New York who identifies himself as Darkseid. May we enter to discuss this matter?" Observing the name on the man's badge alongside the S.H.I.E.L.D. emblem, Stark smirked and tilted his head. "Come in." The two agents exchanged knowing glances and followed Stark into the lavish abode. Upon entering, they were astonished by the opulence and technological marvel of the decor. "Make yourselves comfortable. Speak swiftly. I have other matters to attend to," Stark urged. The agents nodded in compliance. They wasted no time and got straight to the point. "Mr. Stark, do you know the man who calls himself Darkseid?" Stark did not hesitate in his response. The agents were taken aback by the swiftness of his acknowledgement. "Would you be so kind as to disclose his true identity?" they inquired. Stark simply shook his head in reply. This reaction aligned with the agent's expectations. If everything unfolded too smoothly, the situation would surely be more complex. "To be honest, while I am acquainted with him, I too am quite eager to uncover his true identity," Stark admitted with a wry smile, spreading his hands in resignation. "Every time this individual meets me, he dons a mask. Even his voice is altered. I have yet to witness his true visage." Stark's words left the two staff members somewhat speechless. They were unable to discern whether Stark was spinning a tale or speaking the truth. What then prompted the release of such an immensely powerful beam of light near your home by him? One of the staff members inquired once more. The answer was quite straightforward. He had come seeking my assistance in crafting a suit with formidable defensive capabilities. Stark proceeded to recount how Nan Zhou had requested him to design this attire, as well as his own endeavors to gather data on the light beam for enhancing its defensive properties. However, he chose not to disclose the fact that he was collecting data to replicate this immense energy. Upon hearing this, the staff members seized upon a crucial detail. "How did you establish contact?" they pressed. Since the two were acquainted, there must surely exist a means of communication. be it a phone number or an email address. To their surprise, Stark merely shook his head. We have no means of direct contact. He solely reaches out to me through a single channel, arriving at my residence directly. Bypassing all surveillance systems and intruding upon private property, Stark opted to fabricate a story this time, even casting aspersions on Nan Zhou. Perhaps it was a form of retribution for Nan Zhou's habitual disregard for the front entrance during his visits. The two staff members proceeded with a series of inquiries. Yet the ultimate outcome was rather unsatisfactory. They merely discovered that Stark was acquainted with Darkseid, but Stark possessed scant pertinent information. The only potentially useful insight they gleaned was that Darkseid sought Stark's expertise in crafting a suit of exceptional defense. That was all. This conclusion inevitably left the two staff members feeling somewhat disheartened. After expressing their gratitude to Stark, they departed from his opulent mansion. No sooner had they left than they contacted Nick via an aerial phone to report their findings. Meanwhile, aboard the aircraft, Nick, Coulson, and Hill were en route to California. When Nick's aerial phone rang, it captured the attention of both Coulson and Hill. Before long, Nick ended the call, his expression far from pleasant. What is the situation? Did you uncover anything? Coulson swiftly inquired. Nick merely shook his head in response. Stark had been questioned, but he possessed minimal knowledge. He was oblivious to details regarding identity or contact methods. Of course, this did not preclude the possibility that Stark was being deceptive. That guy, a master of deceit. Reflected Coulson, who felt a sense of relief wash over him upon hearing Nick's words, yet he was also engulfed in conflict. Coulson grappled with the identity of Nan Zhou. Feeling that having uncovered the true identity of Darkseid, he ought to report it to Nick. However, he chose to conceal the truth for Nan Zhou, as Nan Zhou was his savior. Without Nan Zhou's protection, he might have perished under the iron fist of the tyrant. In gratitude to his benefactor, Coulson naturally promised Nan Zhou that he would never disclose his identity. On one hand, there was his unwavering loyalty to S.H.I.E.L.D. And on the other, his benefactor Nan Zhou. Coulson found himself in a profound moral quandary. He was uncertain whether this decision would yield positive or negative repercussions for himself, for S.H.I.E.L.D., and for the trust bestowed upon him by the current director, Nick. Yet, having embarked on this path, he felt compelled to see it through to the end. Hill, on the other hand, held no particular opinion on the matter. She was merely summoned by Nick. Recently, her mental state had not been optimal, and the issues surrounding Nan Zhou had rendered her unable to concentrate. Nick, perceptive as always, recognized his subordinate's predicament, and thus this visit served as both a respite and an opportunity to help her regain her focus. I must discuss this matter directly with Stark, he stated. For as a member of the Avengers Initiative, it was egregious that such significant information had been withheld. Upon uttering these words, a subtle embarrassment flickered across Coulson's countenance. Although Nick's remarks were directed at Stark, they resonated with Coulson as well. It felt as if those words were meant for him. If Nick were to discover that Coulson was also aware of Darkseid's true identity, yet chose to remain silent, his reaction would likely encompass anger, disappointment, and confusion. After all, as one of Nick's closest and most trusted allies, Coulson's betrayal would undoubtedly inflict a deep wound on him. Observing Nick, who was lost in thought and gazing out the window, Coulson's expression was fraught with complexity. This subtle detail did not escape Hill's notice. She was understandably perplexed, though she could not fathom the truth behind the situation, merely assuming that some misunderstanding had arisen between Nick and Coulson. Little did she know that with each passing second in Nick's presence, Coulson was consumed by an overwhelming sense of guilt. Chapter 60. The nightmare reemerges. Mr. Stark, Nick, Coulson, and Hill had arrived outside Stark's opulent mansion. Upon seeing the trio, particularly Nick standing in the center, Stark was momentarily rendered speechless. He and Nan Zhou were cut from the same cloth, both eschewing conventional means. Ever since that fateful night when he revealed himself as Iron Man, this individual had made an unsolicited appearance at his home. However, unlike Nan Zhou, who evaded all surveillance, Stark had directly manipulated J.A.R.V.I.S.S. programming. This man was perilous, and Stark harbored a distinct aversion towards him. Nevertheless, strictly speaking, he was still Stark's superior. As a member of the Avengers Initiative, Stark's immediate superior was none other than Nick before him. Thus, regardless of his personal feelings towards Nick, Stark had to greet him with a smile. The personnel I dispatched have arrived, correct? Nick inquired as he was led into the opulent mansion by Stark. Stark merely nodded in affirmation. They have indeed arrived. Inquiring about an individual named Darkseid. Is it necessary for you, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., to seek my input? Stark's words rendered Nick somewhat uncomfortable. In Stark's eyes, his feigned ignorance made him appear foolish. I wish to discuss Darkseid with you personally, Nick replied, unfazed by the awkwardness. Deftly shifting the conversation, Stark retorted, I believe there is little left to discuss. I have already relayed everything I know to your associates. He felt it was unnecessary to elaborate further, perplexed by what else Nick might wish to ascertain. I know neither his name nor his appearance, and I possess no means of contacting him or knowledge of his whereabouts. What more can you possibly inquire? Stark lifted a glass filled with chlorophyll and took a couple of sips. Of course, I understand that your knowledge of Darkseid is limited as well. However, you must have had some interactions with him, Nick suggested, rising to stand beside Stark. Perhaps we could discuss his character. After pondering Nick's words for a moment, Stark tilted his head slightly. That is certainly feasible. Although we have only met a few times, I do possess some understanding of him. Stark was aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. was investigating the true identity of Nan Zhou. Despite his assistance in concealing Nan Zhou's contact details, he was nonetheless curious about the individual S' true identity. He had conducted extensive inquiries, yet to no avail. Thus, if S.H.I.E.L.D. sought to investigate, Stark would offer some assistance. This was the role of a traditional intermediary. He would lend a helping hand to either party as needed. With that, Stark led Nick and the others into his workspace, where they took their seats and commenced an analysis of Darkseid's character. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou remained oblivious to the unfolding events, as he had already boarded a flight back to New York. After a considerable journey through the skies, Nan Zhou returned to New York and made his way home. Upon arrival, it was already past midnight, and his 3 children were sound asleep. Quietly, he tiptoed back to his bedroom. Just as he closed the door behind him, a thought struck him, prompting him to sneak out once more, this time descending to the garage below. It had been quite some time since he last engaged in his daily tasks. The previous incident involving the Hulk had caused him considerable losses, and he was determined to make up for it promptly. Soon arriving at the garage, Nan Zhou entered the chamber crafted by Stark and Ethan, a space capable of emitting Omega radiation without a second thought. The long-awaited radiation enveloped him, accompanied by a sharp pang of pain that strangely evoked a sense of nostalgia. He hoped he had not succumbed to Stockholm Syndrome. Aware of his own oddity, Nan Zhou silently recited in his heart while enduring the discomfort. Perhaps due to the prolonged absence of radiation exposure, he found himself unexpectedly drowsy in that moment. Although he was supposed to engage in his daily tasks, he dozed off against the wall in a haze. When he opened his eyes again, the surroundings had transformed. As he surveyed the area, he realized it was no longer the familiar room. He sprang to his feet. The first thought that crossed his mind was that he might have been dreaming once more. Indeed, although the environment was no longer the void from his previous nightmares, the luminous orb remained. Within that emptiness appeared an island, and Nan Zhou stood upon it. You had encountered Dormammu and the Ancient One, and they were aware of your identity. This time, the orb emitted no threats of expulsion. It seemed capable of communication. Who are you? A deity of this cosmos? Nan Zhou inquired, gazing at the orb. A deity? The orb responded with a chilling laugh. I transcend the gods. All deities in this universe tremble before me. The orb's declaration took Nan Zhou by surprise. Though its identity was unclear, its tone suggested significant power. You have altered many circumstances. Events can no longer proceed along their predetermined paths, all because of you. The orb continued. I do not wish to change those events either. But I have no choice. After all, I must survive. I do not even understand why I am here, but I must live, right? Nan Zhou countered in defense. Sensing the orb's rising fury, you are merely evading responsibility. The orb, incensed by Nan Zhou's words, adopted a markedly more serious tone. Since your arrival in this world, every action of yours has been reshaping this universe. Your very existence is a mistake. Hearing this, Nan Zhou shrugged. If I am indeed a mistake, why not eradicate me swiftly? Surely, I am no match for you now. The moment those words escaped his lips, the orb fell silent. Observing this reaction, Nan Zhou couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He then continued, Is it that you cannot eliminate me now, perhaps because you are unable to act against me? Although the precise reasons eluded him, Nan Zhou could deduce something from the orb's silence. I am a being that transcends the divine, and making you vanish is a trivial task. It is evident that the luminous entity, provoked by Nan Zhou's mockery, was seething with indignation. Then you must uphold your words. Nan Zhou continued his taunts, inciting further fury from the radiant orb. You shall pay for your existence. As he spoke, the orb's brilliance illuminated the entire void, engulfing Nan Zhou's vision in a blinding light, rendering everything indistinct. Chapter 61. The Goddess of Death. Hela. The orb radiated a dazzling light, obscuring all of Nan Zhou's sight. When the brilliance finally subsided, he was met with an endless abyss of darkness. The sudden alternation between blinding light and profound blackness made it difficult for Nan Zhou's eyes to adjust to his surroundings. In a brief moment, after a flurry of frantic blinks, he acclimated to the darkness. To his astonishment, he found himself within an immense prison, seemingly housing some colossal creature. Beneath his feet lay murky water, possibly tainted by the darkness or inherently of that hue. As he surveyed his surroundings, he remained oblivious to his location. However, he could ascertain that his presence here was entirely the doing of the self-proclaimed transcendent being. This prison was not only shrouded in darkness, but also exuded a cold, damp atmosphere. An ordinary human would likely succumb to the frigid conditions in a mere instant. Yet, for Nan Zhou, this chill was of little consequence. He remained vigilant in the shadowy confines, cautious of the terrifying entity that might dwell within this colossal cell. Suddenly, he heard the sound of water being disturbed not far ahead. Rather than rushing forward recklessly, he approached with measured steps. "Who are you?" A feminine voice emerged from the nearby darkness. Fixing his gaze, aided by the faint light, he discerned a striking woman approaching, clad in form-fitting black attire. Her long black hair dampened by the surrounding moisture. "I seem to have trespassed. May I inquire where this place is?" Nan Zhou could not discern the woman's face, leaving her identity a mystery. Thus he posed his question. "Trespassed?" The woman chuckled at his words, unable to contain her amusement. "Your assertion lacks sophistication. This place is not one that can be entered by mere chance." As her words lingered in the air, a shadow darted towards Nan Zhou, propelled by her outstretched hand. Quick as lightning, he evaded the strike and caught sight of the nature of the object hurled at him. Recognizing the true identity of the individual before him, a subtle smile graced Nan Zhou's lips. "Now, tell me, who are you? Have you been sent by Odin?" Without the need for Southboat to clarify, this woman revealed her own identity. She is none other than Hela, the goddess of death and the first offspring of Odin from the Marvel Universe. This immense prison was constructed specifically for her, intended to confine her. No, I am not sent by Odin," Southboat quickly gestured. "I have no connection with Odin whatsoever. Do you truly believe that I would take your words at face value?" Hela advanced gradually, the dim light allowing Southboat to discern her features, mature, alluring, yet profoundly gaunt. After being imprisoned here for a millennium, even the goddess of death, Hela, would inevitably succumb to such weariness. "I speak the truth. Just look at me. I am certainly not of Asgard." Southboat spread his arms wide, conveying the absence of any hostility towards Hela. She halted 10 steps away, squinting her eyes as she scrutinized Southboat intently. The intensity of her gaze left Southboat feeling somewhat uncomfortable, yet he endured, hoping to avoid any trouble. "You are indeed not of Asgard. You are from Earth?" As the goddess of death, Hela could readily discern Southboat's origins. Upon realizing he hailed from Earth, she was taken aback. The damp and frigid conditions here would undoubtedly spell doom for any ordinary Asgardian, let alone a being as frail as a human. She could not comprehend how Southboat managed to stand before her unscathed, let alone with such ease. However, the crux of the matter was not this. The pressing question was how this individual arrived here. It must be noted that this prison was personally crafted by Odin. Aside from him, no one else could possibly gain entry. Thus, Hela suspected Southboat was lying. While he might be from Earth, he undoubtedly had ties to Odin. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to breach this fortress. Southboat sensed Hela's lingering suspicion towards him, which complicated matters. With a deity scrutinizing him so closely, finding a way back would prove quite challenging. "Please do not regard me with such suspicion. I harbor no animosity towards you. I was not placed here by Odin, but rather by another entity." "And who is this being that allowed you entry?" Hela inquired sharply as Southboat finished speaking. This question left Southboat in a quandary, as he too was oblivious to the identity of that luminous being. He managed a sheepish smile. "I do not know who that entity is." Upon hearing Southboat's response, Hela's expression darkened. With a swift motion, dark spikes shot towards Southboat. Observing this, he sighed deeply, then swiftly sidestepped, catching the spike in one hand just as it grazed his body. This action momentarily stunned Hela. She was acutely aware that those who could stand here unscathed were not ordinary beings, even among Earthlings. However, she did not anticipate that Zhou would so effortlessly accept her sharp thrust. Despite being sealed and imprisoned, she was confident in her own power. She believed that while Nan Zhou might evade this attack, he could never harness its force. "What is your name?" Hela realized she needed to confront the individual before her. Yet, Nan Zhou did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he approached her with purposeful strides. This behavior puzzled Hela, yet she remained rooted in place, maintaining her gaze on him, curious to discern his intentions. As Nan Zhou stood before her, he extended the pointed weapon toward Hela. This gesture took her by surprise, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Having lived for over a millennium, she had never encountered such a situation. Nevertheless, she reached out and accepted the weapon he offered. "I am Nan Zhou, but you may also call me Darkseid." Upon seeing Hela accept the weapon, Nan Zhou offered a slight smile. "Nan Zhou? Darkseid? Why do you possess two names?" Hela inquired, her curiosity piqued by his words. Both are my names. You may call me whichever you prefer. It matters not to me, he replied, smiling gently at Hela. He sensed that his earlier actions had significantly alleviated her wariness toward him. Chapter 62. Departure and Rescue. Are you saying that the one whose identity you are entirely unaware of brought you here directly? Hela and Nan Zhou found themselves seated upon a dark, coffin-like structure. Of course, this was merely how Nan Zhou perceived it. He recounted the circumstances of his arrival, explaining them succinctly to Hela. Her reaction was one of surprise. The individual who had brought him here possessed unfathomable power. Gaining entry to this realm required Odin's consent. Yet this being had circumvented Odin entirely, ushering Nan Zhou in. A truly astonishing feat. That individual must possess formidable strength. How did you provoke such an entity? Perhaps it was the tedium of her prolonged confinement that sparked curiosity within Hela regarding Nan Zhou. He merely waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to disclose his status as an outsider. The notion of being a being that transcended the gods was met with skepticism. Hela found it somewhat ludicrous. Such audacity in claiming superiority over divine beings was not to be taken lightly. Yet, the capability to bypass Odin and deliver someone here undoubtedly implied a terrifying level of power. Though Hela was reluctant to admit it, the truth remained that, based solely on this fact, that individual was indeed more formidable than herself. You don't share my fate, do you? Branded as an unforgivable villain? Sent here by such a powerful presence, in Hela's eyes, this person should be akin to herself. However, to her surprise, Nan Zhou shook his head. I am not like you. You are the goddess of death, commanding countless souls, whereas I am merely a law-abiding human on earth, untouched by heinous deeds. Nan Zhou's assertion elicited Hela's disdain. She found his claims utterly implausible. At that moment, Nan Zhou rose from the imposing black coffin. He could no longer remain there and yearned to return to the world. Hela, having discerned his intentions, let out a cold laugh. I advise you to abandon this notion. If it were easy to leave this place, I would have done so long ago, rather than linger here. As Nan Zhou stepped out of the colossal black prison, he found himself enveloped by the same darkness and black water that pervaded the confines. In fact, the light outside was even dimmer than within the prison. Are you unable to escape this confinement? Nan Zhou inquired, gesturing toward the dark cell. I can certainly leave, Hela retorted, rising to exit the prison. This cell is merely a F.A.I.D. What binds me is the darkness above. She pointed to the ominous ceiling. This darkness is woven from Odin's intangible power, leaving me with no means of escape. Nan Zhou gazed at the dark vault, sensing that it was intricately interlaced with myriad forces. So, if one could dispel this darkness, would that mean liberation? Hela nodded, but did not hesitate to extinguish Nan Zhou's optimism. It is indeed possible, but I doubt you possess the capability to succeed. Hela had little faith in Nan Zhou's ability to accomplish such a feat, particularly as it was forged from Odin's might. A mere human could hardly shatter the boundaries established by death itself. Yet, Nan Zhou was undeterred, having already devised his plan. With that thought, he began to concentrate his energy in his hands. Shattering this darkness was not a task to be accomplished with a single hand. Soon, azure energy began to coalesce in Nan Zhou's palms. The radiance intensified, illuminating the surrounding gloom. Hela watched, astonished, as she sensed the overwhelming power emanating from him. The fact that a mere human could wield such formidable strength was genuinely surprising. As the light blossomed from Nan Zhou's hands, immense energy surged, sending ripples of power throughout the air. Hela, feeling the vibrations, paled and instinctively stepped back 3 paces, pointing at Nan Zhou, as if she wished to utter something profound. However, Nan Zhou remained indifferent to her intentions. With a swift motion, he unleashed his atomic breath, fiercely assaulting the darkness. As Hela had suggested, there indeed existed a barrier within that shadowy realm. The atomic breath surged upward, colliding with the dark barrier. Upon contact, the blue radiance of the atomic breath began to spread across the flat surface of the darkness. Shortly thereafter, the sound of shattering resonated through the air. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted from the depths of that darkness, violently propelling both Nan Zhou and Hela away. Subsequently, a large hole was torn in the black dome, allowing sunlight to pierce through the millennium of darkness once more. Hela, having completely forgotten the preceding events, stared blankly at the sunlight before her. It was the first time in 1,000 years that she beheld the sun. Nan Zhou, observing Hela's dazed expression, waved his hand before her eyes. Wake up. Are you planning to leave? His words instantly jolted Hela back to reality, yet they also filled her with inner turmoil. If she truly departed, Odin would undoubtedly be aware. She bore the shackles placed upon her by Odin, and even in Asgard, she could not defeat him. Ultimately, she would either be captured or killed by Odin. Only upon his demise could she reclaim her true self. Yet the allure of the light assaulted Hela's senses. She was unwilling to remain in this desolate abyss any longer. Sensing Hela's indecision, Nan Zhou sighed in exasperation. Make a decision quickly. If you don't leave, I cannot escape. Hela gazed at him, bewildered by his statement. Nan Zhou, seeing her confusion, sighed heavily. I cannot fly. Thus, I cannot ascend. This declaration elicited a laugh from Hela, who then embraced Nan Zhou tightly around the waist and soared upward. She had made her choice. She would leave this place. However, just as they were about to breach the dark barrier, Hela suddenly felt an excruciating pain coursing through her body. The agony rendered her unable to continue flying, leaving her drenched in sweat and on the brink of fainting. It was evident that this was also Odin's doing. To ensure her survival, he had placed another seal upon the dark barrier. The moment Hela attempted to escape, the seal would activate, further diminishing her strength. Observing Hela on the verge of collapse, Nan Zhou grew anxious. He could not fly, and now the only one who could was incapacitated. Was this not akin to delivering themselves into Odin's hands? At that point, he would merely be regarded as an accomplice, and his only recourse was to flee swiftly. Just as Nan Zhou's anxiety peaked, a fissure suddenly appeared behind him. A powerful suction emanated from within, pulling both him and Hela into its depths. The fissure then sealed, and the two vanished entirely. Chapter 63. You sleep on the sofa. I sleep in the bed. Nan Zhou and Hela were drawn into an incomprehensible passage by that fissure. Within this corridor, they experienced a weightless free fall. At this moment, Hela had succumbed to the agony of the seal, losing consciousness entirely, her form collapsing into Nan Zhou's embrace. Helplessly, Nan Zhou cradled Hela in his arms. This sensation of descent persisted for an extended duration, only to be replaced by a sudden force that yanked Hela from his grasp. This pull affected only Hela, leaving Nan Zhou untouched by its allure. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself crashing to the ground. Fortunately, the fall inflicted no harm upon him. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was astonished to discover that he had returned to the very room where he had unleashed the Omega radiation. What in the world? Why am I unclothed? It dawned on him that he was indeed bare. Upon entering the room filled with Omega rays, he had originally been without attire. Yet when confronted with the luminous sphere, he had appeared clothed. The same was true when he first encountered Hela. Now, back in this chamber, he had reverted to his naked state. Hastily, Nan Zhou rose to disable the equipment and exited the room. A pressing question occupied his mind. Where had Hela gone? The force had whisked her away, yet left him behind. Who could be responsible for this? Odin, perhaps? As he stepped out of the room, the sight before him left him utterly astonished. Was that Hela? Just outside the chamber, she lay in a sleek black bodysuit, her complexion pallid and beads of sweat visible on her brow. To his surprise, Hela appeared significantly younger than he had previously seen her. The mature aura that had once surrounded her had diminished considerably, leaving her resembling a youthful maiden, a stark contrast to her earlier formidable presence. Was this a consequence of Odin's seal? Confusion clouded Nan Zhou's thoughts as he contemplated the implications of this transformation. Now dressed, he gazed at the unconscious Hela. Lost in contemplation, he pondered how best to manage her presence. Keeping her close could pose a risk. After a while of fruitless deliberation, he could devise no suitable plan. Ultimately, he lifted her and carried her back to his home, placing her gently upon his bed. It was paramount that the three children remained unaware of Hela's existence, at least for the time being. After laying her down, he finally took a moment to check the time, realizing that only 2 hours had elapsed. From the moment I entered the Omega radiation chamber to the time I cradled Hela back into my bedroom, merely 2 hours had elapsed. Observing Hela's still pallid complexion, I let out a long sigh. It seemed I had unwittingly invited considerable trouble upon myself. As dawn gradually broke, it was not until the sun ascended to its zenith that Hela slowly opened her eyes. She scanned her surroundings, realizing she was in an unfamiliar environment, which compelled her to be on high alert. Just as she attempted to rise, a sharp ache surged through her body. As the goddess of death, it appeared that only Odin had the power to inflict such pain upon her. Cursed be Odin, Hela muttered under her breath. Then, despite the discomfort, she managed to rise to her feet. The decor around her felt alien. She opened the door, catching the sound of something. Following the source of the noise, she discovered me seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Awake at last, I smiled faintly at Hela's appearance. You truly can sleep. It's already past noon. Where am I? She inquired. This is my home, I replied. Upon hearing my words, Hela once again surveyed her surroundings. Suddenly, she caught sight of a mirror and beheld her own reflection. Why have I become so youthful? Hela exclaimed, surprised by her newfound youthful appearance. I shrugged, indicating my ignorance. I then recounted the events that transpired after I shattered the dark barrier. As I narrated, Hela furrowed her brow. Are you implying that not only is there an entity wishing to annihilate me, but also another aiding me from the shadows? She scrutinized me, assessing my demeanor. Isn't that so, outsider? Upon her remark, I did not deny it. After all, I had unleashed atomic breath beyond the confines of cosmic law, making it relatively straightforward for her to deduce my identity. It is no wonder you have drawn the ire of such an entity. The emergence of an outsider would surely unsettle it. I am beginning to believe that the existence you mentioned indeed transcends even the divine. Hela, unreserved, took a seat on the sofa beside me. I am grateful for your assistance in my escape, but you must understand, my disappearance will undoubtedly be sensed by Odin, making you an accomplice in due course. Therefore, do not expect any form of recompense from me. Our primary concern must be our survival. She hardly glanced in my direction, her attention fixated on the television as she spoke casually. Hearing her words, I sighed deeply. This predicament was indeed monumental. One misstep could lead to a confrontation with Odin. I was acutely aware that I was far from being a match for him, even in his advanced age. Nevertheless, through the preceding events, I had reached a significant conclusion. The essence of one's original breath is likely capable of dismantling any limitations and seals within this universe. Since atomic breath is not bound by the laws of the cosmos, its destructive power may indeed be amplified when confronting the diverse laws of different universes. And what of you? Do you harbor such intentions? Nan Zhou inquired. Casting a glance at Hela, it was evident that he did not expect Hela to remain here. However, her subsequent words left him utterly speechless. I shall stay here, currently. I lack the ability to return to Asgard, so I might as well consider this place my home for the time being. Hela's declaration left Nan Zhou at a loss for words. It appeared that this individual truly had no plans to depart. Your residence must have quite a few rooms. Just grant me one, he suggested. Unbeknownst to Hela, aside from Nan Zhou, there were 3 children within the household. When Nan Zhou relayed the situation at home, Hela, without a moment's hesitation, remarked, "That's easily resolved. You can sleep on the sofa, and I shall take the bed." Nan Zhou rubbed his forehead, having long abandoned any hopes that Hela would voluntarily vacate the premises. Goodness, one could hardly believe this was the demeanor of a haughty and imperious lady. After all, she was the goddess of death. Surely, she ought to maintain some semblance of noble dignity. Could such a statement, "You sleep on the sofa, I shall take the bed," truly emanate from the lips of the goddess of death? Chapter 64. Odin, Journey to Earth. Within the Golden Hall of Asgard, Odin sat upon the grand golden throne. His expression decidedly grim. He had long sensed that Hela had escaped her confinement and was aware that she was now on Earth. Yet what astonished Odin was the fact that Hela had instantaneously traversed from her place of imprisonment to Earth. In his view, this was an utterly impossible feat nevertheless. The reality was that it had indeed occurred. It is important to note that Hela's confinement was situated at a considerable distance from Earth, and even with the Rainbow Bridge, it would typically require a span of 7 to 8 minutes to traverse. However, Hela had arrived on Earth in the blink of an eye, a notion that defied logic. Clearly, a journey to Earth was now warranted. Rising from his seat, Odin resolved to personally attend to the matter. "Thor, Loki," Odin called, rapping the floor with his spear. Before long, the god of thunder, Thor, entered the hall, wielding his hammer, while Loki followed closely behind, panting heavily. "Huh, Loki, once again, victory is mine," Thor proclaimed triumphantly, casting a proud glance at the breathless Loki behind him. "Having a hammer as an ally hardly makes it a glorious feat, does it?" Loki retorted, rolling his eyes at Thor's boastfulness, dismissing his victory. At that moment, Odin cleared his throat, and the sound of his coughs instantly silenced the banter between Thor and Loki. Both stood respectfully in the center of the hall, their gazes fixed upon Odin. "I have summoned both of you today to convey an important matter." Odin appraised the two with a discerning gaze and continued, "I must depart for a while, and during my absence, governance of Asgard shall rest upon your shoulders." Upon hearing these words, both Thor and Loki were momentarily taken aback and exchanged glances. Since their maturation, Odin had rarely ventured out alone, and any departures from Asgard were typically necessitated by unavoidable conflicts. Thus, it was indeed peculiar for Odin to express such intentions. "There is no cause for astonishment. I merely have some personal affairs to attend to," Odin reassured them, "and entrusting Asgard to you is also a means to assess your leadership capabilities. Rest assured, Father. We shall strive diligently," Loki responded first, with Thor nodding in agreement. Witnessing this scene, Odin smiled faintly and approached them, placing a hand upon their shoulders. "I have faith in your ability to manage Asgard, and I hope that upon my return, it remains as tranquil as ever." With that, Odin strode past them, determined to make his way to Earth. Although Hela had been re-imprisoned upon her departure from the confinement, her power was not wholly contained, and upon arriving on Earth, she could potentially wreak havoc. Thus, Odin felt an urgent need to address this matter. Meanwhile, as Odin journeyed to Earth, Hela was at Nan Zhou's abode, trying on new garments. She had decided to remain in Nan Zhou's home, and given that this was Earth, her attire was undeniably eye-catching. To help her assimilate, Nan Zhou had procured new clothing for Hela, all of which she had personally selected. After refreshing herself, Hela stood before the mirror, admiring her new outfits. I had assumed that those dwelling in Asgard would possess a different sense of aesthetics compared to us Earthlings, yet it appears there is little distinction, she remarked. Inspecting the ordinary yet fashionable garments she had chosen, Nan Zhou was taken aback by her choices. However, his comment was met with Hela's disdainful glance. Noticing this, Nan Zhou waved his hand, signaling his intent to refrain from further commentary. Surprisingly, the craftsmanship of your earthly attire is commendable, Hela continued, adjusting her newly acquired shorts. You should see how little these cost. This time, it was Nan Zhou who rolled his eyes. The total expenditure for Hela's ensemble had approached $5,000 to $6,000. The mere shorts that Hela donned were worth a staggering $400. Though they appeared to cost mere pennies, they were presented as part of a luxurious brand. As she spoke, Nan Zhou retrieved a receipt from a nearby bag, feeling a pang of regret. Despite being a significant shareholder in Stark Industries, parting with such a sum truly stung his heart. While Hela reveled in her own beauty, she suddenly froze, her countenance darkening. She turned to Nan Zhou and declared, "Our troubles have arrived." Confused, Nan Zhou inquired, "What troubles?" "Odin is here," Hela replied, sensing the presence of Odin, who had already descended upon Earth, lurking nearby. His sudden arrival could only have been facilitated by the Bifrost. It seemed that inevitable confrontations were upon them. "What will you do? Run?" Nan Zhou asked. "Run?" Hela scoffed. "With my current strength, how could I possibly flee?" With that, she plopped down beside him, resolute. "I shall remain here, waiting for him to come to me." Observing Hela's demeanor, Nan Zhou felt exasperated. It appeared that she was indeed intent on entangling him in her plight. "When Odin arrives, I will assert that you rescued me, making you an accomplice." Hela was astute. She recognized that she lacked the capacity to defeat Odin alone, thus she sought Nan Zhou's aid. Nan Zhou possessed the ability to break Odin's constraints, and Hela believed in his strength to confront the Allfather. Though she was the goddess of death, relying on another was a bitter pill for Hela to swallow. Yet, given the current predicament, she had no luxury to ponder. She refused to be captured again, determined to fight back. As time progressed, Hela's expression grew increasingly grave, indicating that Odin was drawing nearer. Nan Zhou observed her concern, understanding that Hela genuinely feared Odin, which explained her agitation. Just as the atmosphere within the room thickened with tension, a knock resonated from the front door. Chapter 65. A reunion of father and daughter. He has arrived. He stands outside. Hela's face was taut with apprehension as she gazed at the door being knocked upon. Rather than storming in, he chose to knock, a development that caught Nan Zhou off guard. Rising from his seat, he approached the door, only to have Hela grasp his arm firmly. Her normally cold hand trembled slightly, revealing that her trepidation towards Odin had escalated into fear. "Do not worry. Everything will be fine." Nan Zhou was at a loss for words, offering only a semblance of comfort. It remained uncertain whether Nan Zhou's words possessed genuine enchantment or if Hela had merely resolved to confront Odin. Regardless of the reason, Hela ultimately relinquished her defenses. Observing this, Nan Zhou smiled faintly before approaching the door and opening it. Outside stood a white-haired elder with kind features, his eyes twinkling as he regarded Nan Zhou with a smile. "Greetings, I apologize for the intrusion," Nan Zhou replied with a smile, not presuming any importance, as he swiftly ushered Odin inside. Odin, taken aback by this gesture, briefly entertained the thought of a potential trap. However, he ultimately stepped inside, for he perceived no hostility in Nan Zhou's expression. Upon entering Nan Zhou's abode, Odin noticed Hela seated on the sofa. Although her demeanor appeared relaxed, Odin could discern her underlying tension. "Hela," he called softly as he approached her, surprised to see her youthful appearance. He quickly deduced that the seal had restored her to her former beauty. The unexpected potency of the seal intrigued Odin, prompting him to recall how Thor's mother often lamented her desire to regain her youth. It seemed this could indeed be a solution. At that moment, however, Hela abruptly stood and began to retreat. Odin understood that had this been the old Hela, her mere sight of him might have leveled the place. Yet now, her powers were largely sealed. Though not weak, they certainly lacked strength. "Relax, I harbor no ill will," Odin spoke calmly, observing his daughter's evident wariness. Yet, his words seemed to have the opposite effect, only heightening her caution. "Must you not sit down?" Nan Zhou's voice resonated from behind Odin. "Let us have a calm discussion. I advise against any hostilities in my home. Do you understand?" Nan Zhou had no intention of intervening in the matter at hand. Despite Hela's attempts to draw him into the fray, he recognized that his involvement would complicate matters further. As long as Odin refrained from violence here, everything else could be negotiated. Nan Zhou's words elicited another smile from Odin, who then settled himself onto the sofa. "How about this?" he suggested, addressing Hela. His action was intended to convey his lack of hostility. Hela, noticing Nan Zhou's indifference to her presence, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, yet ultimately chose to take a seat. Odin observed Hela's actions with keen interest, casting his gaze towards the direction of Nan Zhou, seemingly grasping the essence of the situation. I never anticipated that you would manage to escape that realm of confinement while I still draw breath, Odin remarked, stroking his beard contemplatively. He then inquired, does this young man have any connection to Hela in the act of opening the door? Hela turned her gaze once more towards Nan Zhou, noticing a slight hesitation in his movements this time, which brought a secret smile to her lips. She pointed towards him, exclaiming, indeed, it is this fellow who rescued me. He circumvented your awareness and directly entered that dark prison. Odin was taken aback by this revelation. Although he had long harbored suspicions, he remained incredulous. For no being in this universe had ever breached his perception to enter that place of confinement. How did this young man achieve such a feat? Young man, might I have a word with you? Odin rose and addressed Nan Zhou. I must decline, came the swift reply from Nan Zhou. Do not entangle me in the matters between you and your daughter. My entrance into that realm was entirely unintentional, and rescuing her was merely a consequence of circumstance. Please do not involve me further. Having already become entangled with Hela, Nan Zhou wished to avoid excessive complications with Odin. The entity that facilitated his arrival in Hela's prison might not choose the same location next time. Thus, until he gained greater strength, it would be prudent to remain discreet. Odin, sensing Nan Zhou's reluctance to elaborate, felt an increased curiosity. The aura emanating from this young man struck Odin as peculiar. Yet he could not pinpoint exactly what was amiss. Moreover, he could not dismiss Hela's words, for as the goddess of death, her pride was formidable. She would not fabricate a lie about being rescued by another merely to divert attention. Therefore, it seemed that this young man had indeed evaded Odin's perception and saved Hela. It appears that the Earth now harbors hidden talents, Odin mused quietly. The emergence of such individuals on Earth is indeed remarkable. With that thought, Odin redirected his focus to Hela. Since Nan Zhou had stated his intention to refrain from intervening, it signified that he would not interfere with any decisions Odin might make. Hela, I present you with two choices. First, return with me willingly. Second, be compelled to return by force. Odin would not permit Hela to remain on Earth, as she still posed a potential threat, despite her significantly diminished power. I refuse. Hela responded with unequivocal determination. I shall not return to that realm of darkness. I will not be your sacrificial pawn to whitewash your own history. Hela spoke with an increasingly furious tone, her form suddenly clad in a tight black attire. Her hair, transforming into shapes reminiscent of spider legs. I have barely escaped that cold, damp, and dark place, and now you wish for me to return? You must be dreaming. Although Hela harbored a certain apprehension towards Odin, at this moment, her feelings were primarily ones of anger and hatred towards him. This man, who sacrificed his own daughter to embellish his own history, is utterly unworthy of being the great god king. Hela believed that she had played an indispensable role in Asgard's current stature. Yet, how did Odin treat his loyal subjects? With unjust rage, with the fury of imprisonment. All manner of anger converged within her. Even though she had been sealed away from countless powers, Hela vowed she would never again be defeated by Odin. The atmosphere became palpably tense, leaving Nan feeling quite speechless. If he did not intervene, it seemed that his home might not escape disaster. Seeing Hela assume a battle-ready stance in her fury, Odin's expression finally darkened. We once roamed the cosmos, with no one as our equal. And yet you halted after conquering the 9 realms. What is this? A sudden surge of benevolence? Hela mocked Odin. Is it merely because my ambition exceeds yours? I desire to conquer the entire universe, not just those insignificant 9 realms. What could you possibly achieve from your lofty position? It is utterly absurd. Hela's words deepened the shadows on Odin's countenance, and her demeanor gradually grew more hysterical. Hela, you have been imprisoned for so long, yet you have not changed one bit. Odin's face remained somber, yet his tone was relatively calm, albeit tinged with disappointment. Nan, observing the two, sensed an ominous feeling. It seemed likely that they would soon clash. Change. I cannot change. I have contributed so much for the kingdom, for Asgard, yet what do I receive in return? Imprisonment, confinement in that darkness. I hate it. I hate everything you have done to me. Had I known this would be my fate, I would never have fought for Asgard. Hela's accusations and resentment left Odin visibly shaken. After all, he was the god king, Odin, the supreme being of Asgard, yet he was subjected to such scorn. Even if the one berating him was his own daughter, it was a bitter pill to swallow. As energy began to swirl around Odin, a glimmer of coldness appeared in his gaze. The cups on the coffee table began to tremble, and upon witnessing this, Nan immediately stepped forward. Do not forget what you promised me. He positioned himself between the two, his eyes reflecting a hint of discontent. If you wish to fight, leave this place. Do not engage in conflict here. As Nan Zhou stepped forward, Odin promptly restrained his intention to depart. However, his gaze towards Hela remained icy. Hela, I advise you to return with me willingly, do you understand? Do not wait until I am compelled to take you back. This was Odin's final ultimatum, and Hela could already sense his fury. Should she persist in her refusal, Odin might well disregard Nan Zhou's words and resort to forceful measures against her. Hela glanced at Nan Zhou, a plan forming in her mind. She shook her head resolutely. I will not return with you. If you wish for me to go back, it is out of the question. I would rather perish here today than accompany you. Her words were resolute, inciting further wrath from Odin. He conjured a sphere of frigid energy, intending to freeze Hela and carry her away. Yet, suddenly, Nan Zhou appeared before him, grasping Odin's hand that emanated coldness. I have warned you. I will not allow you to act here. You must not harm even a hair on my family, he declared firmly. However, Odin, consumed by his desire to take Hela away and prevent her from wreaking havoc on Earth, was undeterred by Nan Zhou's words. He believed that even if Hela had lost her former strength, she would still be a formidable adversary. You, young man, I hope you do not challenge my limits. If I were to damage your home, I would offer compensation. The treasures of Asgard are at your disposal. Today, I shall undoubtedly take Hela with me, Odin asserted, his tone infuriating Nan Zhou even further. He gripped Odin's hand with increased intensity. I do not wish to repeat myself. I hope you understand. Odin, equally incensed by Nan Zhou's demeanor, found it audacious for a mere earthling to speak to him in such a manner. In a fit of anger, he attempted to soar away from Nan Zhou's home, but with a forceful grip, Nan Zhou restrained him. Leaving will not be so simple, he declared. Nan Zhou would not permit Odin to exit his home, should he attack from outside. It would not only result in the loss of his abode but also jeopardize his identity when the S.H.I.E.L.D. inquired. Energy crackled in Nan Zhou's hands, his atomic breath poised as a threat to Odin. He was unsure how much damage his full force could inflict upon Odin, but he felt compelled to test it. Odin sensed the powerful energy emanating from Nan Zhou, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Such strength, where do you derive it? He inquired, recognizing that this power was governed by cosmic laws, leading him to realize that Nan Zhou was no ordinary individual. You need not concern yourself with my origins. What you should focus on is not harming my home. At this moment, Odin could no longer afford to disregard Nan Zhou, as the power emanating from him commanded sufficient respect, even exceeding that which he held for Hela. He faced a stark choice: either persuade Hela to depart or take his leave himself, should he dare to wreak havoc here. He would find no mercy from me. Nan Zhou remained uncertain whether he could truly vanquish Odin. Yet he was confident that if he exerted his utmost effort against such an aged adversary, he could exact a heavy toll. Odin's gaze remained fixated on Nan Zhou, and after a prolonged silence, he turned his attention back to Hela. He understood that the palpable tension between himself and Nan Zhou was a scheme devised by her. Your calculations are indeed astute. With a swift motion, Odin freed himself from Nan Zhou's grasp, snorting derisively. Hela, do not presume that you can remain unscathed after this. I shall undoubtedly seal you away once more in the future. As he spoke, Odin's focus returned to Nan Zhou. Clearly, this young man before him piqued his interest far more than Hela. Young man, I shall remember you. You are indeed exceptional. If you are as I suspect, then take heed. You are surrounded by peril. Nan Zhou chuckled at this remark, responding, rest assured, I have faced my fair share of dangers. Or else I would not have found myself in the very place where you imprison your daughter. Odin emitted another cold snort upon hearing Nan Zhou's words. It was evident that, having discerned Nan Zhou's true identity, he abandoned the pursuit of Hela and resolved to return to Asgard. Odin exited Nan Zhou's abode, closing the door with courtesy. Watching Odin depart, Nan Zhou turned to Hela, remarking, your scheme is rather insidious. With Odin's departure, Hela's initial crisis was averted. Indeed, the resolution of this predicament hinged entirely on her ability to incite tension between Nan Zhou and Odin. The success of Hela's stratagem was bolstered by Nan Zhou's fierce desire to protect his home. That was quite a cunning move, he noted, having settled back onto the sofa, relieved to see that his cup remained intact despite the dissipating energy from Odin. However, Nan Zhou was no fool. He was acutely aware of Hela's machinations. Yet, to safeguard his dwelling from destruction, he was willing to be a pawn in her game. Ultimately, it was Nan Zhou's formidable presence that compelled Odin to retreat. Although Odin recognized that Nan Zhou could not possibly defeat him, the young man projected an aura that conveyed, even if I cannot triumph over you, I will ensure you suffer significantly. This formidable energy instilled doubt in Odin. He remained concerned about suffering severe injury in the absence of capable heirs. Thus, he chose to depart. How could one act without a modicum of risk? Hela sat beside Nan Zhou, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she spoke. After this, Odin is unlikely to visit here for a long time, so you can rest assured. As she said this, she turned her gaze towards Nan Zhou's face. Are you truly confident in leaving a person as wicked as me in your home? Did you not mention that there are 3 children residing here? Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou snorted coldly. Had it been the you of the past, I would never allow you to stay here. However, the you now. He turned his head, appraising S.H.I.E.L.D from head to toe. At present, I am completely assured that I can triumph over you. S.H.I.E.L.D could not help but roll her eyes at this remark. Yet, it was indeed a fact. If S.H.I.E.L.D were in her prime, Nan Zhou could not guarantee his victory over her. In Asgard, he would undoubtedly be defeated. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D was an invincible presence in Asgard. However, with the current S.H.I.E.L.D, who could not return to Asgard and was significantly weakened, Nan Zhou felt a surge of confidence. Those 3 children would not suggest adding another person to the household. After all, this house belongs to me. I am responsible for their schooling, and their legal status is also under my purview. Thus, they would have no objections. As Nan Zhou spoke, he had already risen to his feet. Checking the time, he noted that the 3 children were due to return. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed through the door, and the 3 children entered. Upon their entrance, their eyes were immediately drawn to Nan Zhou, and then they noticed S.H.I.E.L.D on the sofa. Her stunning visage, coupled with an indescribable allure, instilled a sense of unease in Wanda and Lorna. Upon seeing the 3 children, S.H.I.E.L.D waved with a smile. Having keenly observed the change in the expressions of the 2 girls, "This is a friend of mine who will be staying here for a while," Nan Zhou quickly explained. Sensing their skepticism, S.H.I.E.L.D was at a loss for words upon hearing this. Even claiming to be a distant cousin would be more credible than calling herself a friend. As expected, upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Wanda and Lorna exchanged wary glances. "Hello, I am S.H.I.E.L.D. I hope we can coexist harmoniously." S.H.I.E.L.D endeavored to present a friendly demeanor, though the effort left her feeling nauseated. After all, she was the goddess of death. And now she found herself forced to wear such a sickeningly amiable smile before 3 children. She never anticipated that she would find herself in such a position. Nan Zhou ushered the children into the house to complete their homework assigned by their teacher. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D moved closer to Nan Zhou, whispering, "I do not know what your Earth is like, but in Asgard, engaging with minors is illegal." Nan Zhou naturally understood S.H.I.E.L.D's implication and replied with a hint of annoyance. "I comprehend your meaning. Rest assured, in the majority of countries on Earth, engaging in relations with minors is a crime. Please do not perceive me in that manner." S.H.I.E.L.D was the second person to regard Nan Zhou in such a light. The first had been Coulson. Upon hearing this, S.H.I.E.L.D couldn't help but chuckle, a sound devoid of the ominous aura typically associated with the goddess of death, momentarily leaving Nan Zhou entranced. "Do not worry, I was merely jesting. There is no need for such alarm," she said, her laughter growing ever more infectious. Perhaps it was amusing to see the usually composed Nan Zhou exhibit such a candid expression, or perhaps the situation itself was genuinely entertaining. Meanwhile, the 3 children had returned to their bedroom to complete what little homework they had. However, an unusual tension permeated the atmosphere among them. Pietro dared not make any loud noises, fearful that a single misstep could result in Wanda and Lorna tearing him apart. Wanda and Lorna, engaged in their assignments, wrote with considerable force, suggesting they harbored some resentment. Indeed, they were unsettled by the unexpected presence of such a beautiful and charismatic woman in their home. This woman's arrival instilled a sense of crisis in the 2 children. The existence of S.H.I.E.L.D had already made them wary, but this new figure heightened their apprehension. In comparison, S.H.I.E.L.D seemed trivial next to her. Both Wanda and Lorna were compelled to acknowledge the allure of this woman, which nearly captivated even them. Pietro, understanding their sentiments, refrained from speaking loudly. He had initially thought the conflict was confined to the 2 of them and S.H.I.E.L.D, but now a third party had entered the fray. What had begun as a 3-way standoff had transformed into a scenario of overwhelming dominance, and as an outsider, Pietro felt an acute sense of tension. "Those 2 children appear quite intrigued by you. You ought to be cautious," S.H.I.E.L.D remarked as she and Nan Zhou chatted just outside the bedroom. Upon S.H.I.E.L.D's reiteration of the topic, Nan Zhou felt compelled to respond, but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately letting out a long sigh. "All right, enough jesting. I shall refrain from further teasing you," S.H.I.E.L.D conceded, redirecting the conversation. Observing S.H.I.E.L.D in that moment, Nan Zhou felt a certain surprise. Though she was the goddess of death, stained with blood to the extent that Odin had deemed it necessary to seal her away, his time spent in her company had revealed a different facet of her character. She no longer seemed as fearsome or dangerous. Rather, she resembled an exceptionally striking, ordinary person. At this moment, her persona bore no resemblance to that of the goddess of death whatsoever. Chapter 68. The New Armor in Asgard. Within the Golden Hall, Odin sat upon his gilded throne, his expression dark and brooding. In the center of the grand hall, Thor and Loki exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with confusion. Ever since their father returned to Asgard, He had transformed into a pensive figure, seemingly burdened by unspoken thoughts, his brow perpetually furrowed in contemplation. They had inquired of Odin regarding the matter at hand. Yet he remained tight-lipped. Naturally, the brothers could not fathom the extent of the situation. Odin's concerns revolved around the enigma of Nan Zhou rather than Hela's predicament. It was evident that Odin deemed Nan Zhou's circumstances as far more dire than those of Hela. Possessing powers that defied the laws of this universe unequivocally indicated that he hailed from an alternate realm, one that, like their own, was replete with diverse multiverses. According to Nan Zhou, he had been transported to the location where Hela was imprisoned. The individual capable of orchestrating such feats without detection was undoubtedly formidable. This being was surely aware of Nan Zhou's true identity. If circumstances permitted, Odin would relish the opportunity to converse with this entity. Presently, it appeared that Hela's affairs could only reach a temporary halt, as she seemed resolutely intent on forming an inseparable bond with Nan Zhou. Given that Nan Zhou was in close proximity to Hela, Odin was wary of taking hasty actions. This individual from another universe and timeline was a complete enigma to Odin, compelling him to exercise caution lest he provoke him. However, based on previous encounters, it seemed this person would not permit Hela to wreak havoc indiscriminately. As long as someone could restrain Hela, Odin could afford to turn a blind eye. What a stroke of misfortune, Odin couldn't help but mutter, a sentiment that only deepened Thor and Loki's bewilderment. Their father had grown increasingly peculiar, and they remained oblivious to the underlying reasons. Meanwhile, on Earth, it was another school day for 3 children, while Nan Zhou was immersed in training within a garage that emitted Omega radiation. 5 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye, and Nan Zhou emerged from the garage, drenched in sweat. After a brief cleansing of his body, he donned his attire, just as Hela walked in from outside the garage. Initially, Hela had intended to join Nan Zhou in the garage, but her fervent objections had compelled her to wait outside for 5 hours before entering. Curiously, she stepped into the room suffused with Omega radiation. Sensing the remnants of energy that lingered in the air, this energy was formidable. Hela was taken aback, unable to fathom that such a phenomenon had been discovered by Earthlings. If she were to be exposed to this radiation, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. Yet, Nan Zhou's method of training involved immersing himself in this radiation for a full 5 hours. At that moment, Nan Zhou exhaled deeply, relieved to have completed his new daily task after such an extended period of time. Now, regarding the inheritance degree of this Darkseid template, it is undoubtedly unmatched on Earth. However, when placed in the vast cosmos, it may not hold much significance. Not to mention whether it can triumph over a fully powered Hela. Even in Asgard, the aged Odin would likely have the upper hand. Therefore, Nan Zhou must enhance his daily task completion rate, striving to elevate his inheritance template to a perfect 10 before the next major event unfolds. Having returned home, Nan Zhou found Hela trailing closely behind him, much like a devoted shadow. As Odin once remarked, Hela had indeed transformed their relationship into that of conjoined twins. Given her uncertainty about when Odin might return, it was prudent for her to remain close to Nan Zhou. However, in this manner, she bore little resemblance to the fearsome goddess of death, who was once steeped in countless lifeblood, a figure so captivating that merely gazing upon her could ensnare one's soul. In her current state, she hardly embodied the essence of death. Not long after Nan Zhou arrived home, his phone rang. Stark? He was somewhat taken aback by the caller ID. This individual again. Did he seek to collect more data? With this question in mind, Nan Zhou answered the call. Hey, I have some good news that I believe you will appreciate. Stark's voice resonated from the other end. What good news? Has the suit been completed? Indeed. After countless hours of tireless effort, your suit has finally been crafted by Ethan and myself. Stark's tone brimmed with pride, as if the swift accomplishment of this task warranted celebration. All right, I understand. I shall come by to retrieve it. Nan Zhou was astonished by Stark's efficiency. However, I must caution you. Be wary on your way here. S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents have been loitering outside my home, specifically waiting for you. Stark's words caused Nan Zhou's brow to furrow slightly. He was already aware of the situation from Coulson, yet the tenacity of S.H.I.E.L.D. left him feeling somewhat exasperated. They were resolute in their belief that he would visit Stark's residence, thus increasing their surveillance. If they managed to intercept him, it would be a significant win for them. Understood. I will evade them, Nan Zhou replied before ending the call. He turned to Hela and stated, I need to be away for a while. You should stay at home. He had no intention of bringing Hela along to Stark's house, as it would complicate matters. Upon hearing this, Hela immediately shook her head. No, I must accompany you. What if Odin arrives and forcibly takes me away while you are gone? To prevent such occurrences, Hela would never allow Nan Zhou to act independently. She intended to be a shadow, perpetually following in his wake. If you go, it will cause me considerable trouble. Nan Zhou was well aware that Hela would not permit herself to be left behind. Should he take her to Stark's residence this time, she would inevitably accompany him to Dr. Pym's laboratory thereafter, making it impossible to rid himself of this persistent shadow, at least until Hela's seal was lifted. She would likely remain tethered to him. This was not a scenario Nan Zhou wished to encounter. Thus he resolved to keep Hela at home. He understood her concerns about Odin potentially visiting in his absence. However, Nan Zhou believed the likelihood of such an event was exceedingly low, allowing her to remain comfortably at home. Moreover, she could assist in caring for the 3 children, thereby fostering familial bonds. The prospect of having an additional free nanny at home seemed rather advantageous. Chapter 69. The drawbacks of the battle suit. Having disembarked from the plane, Nan Zhou found himself uncertain of how many times he had visited Stark's residence. Prior to boarding, he had meticulously analyzed the pros and cons, persuading Hela to remain at home while he traveled to California. Once again, he headed straight for Stark's abode, yet he remained vigilant. Stopping 3 kilometers from Stark's house, he opted for a leisurely walk, keenly observing the people around him. Given S.H.I.E.L.D's modus operandi, it was improbable they would only deploy personnel at Stark's doorstep. They would surely station agents at various points along the route to monitor the surroundings. As anticipated, not far ahead, a man clad in a hoodie and cap caught Nan Zhou's attention. Drawing upon his extensive experience at S.H.I.E.L.D, he easily discerned that this individual was an agent. As Nan Zhou passed by, the man glanced up briefly before averting his gaze. At that moment, Nan Zhou was wearing a mask, exuding an aura of harmlessness, which led the S.H.I.E.L.D agent to dismiss him entirely. Thus, Nan Zhou effortlessly continued on his way. Along his journey, he encountered several S.H.I.E.L.D operatives, positioned like sentinels at intervals. To find me, they have gone to such lengths, Nan Zhou mused, somewhat astonished. It appeared that S.H.I.E.L.D was taking this matter seriously. Following the recent events in New York, S.H.I.E.L.D seemed to have intensified their scrutiny of him, and now, having seized upon Stark as a potential lead, they were unlikely to relent. However, in Nan Zhou's perspective, all this investigation and deployment of personnel was ultimately futile. After all, capturing him with merely these S.H.I.E.L.D agents was a formidable challenge. They would hardly even notice Nan Zhou, let alone discover his presence. Before long, Nan Zhou had walked to the vicinity of the Stark mansion, where he found a secluded corner to turn his clothing inside out, including his trousers. As a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, Nan Zhou firmly believed in the principle that reversible garments served as the most convenient form of disguise. With a mere alteration to his attire, he could seamlessly infiltrate any location. For this particular endeavor of entering Stark's residence, he had prepared in the same manner. Outside the Stark mansion, S.H.I.E.L.D agents outnumbered those on the street, stationed every few steps like sentinels. Yet, this did not deter Nan Zhou. He skillfully navigated through the blind spots of the agents, quietly making his way into the mansion. Utilizing his adept skills in lockpicking, he entered through a small door. Inside, he found no agents in sight. However, just as he emerged from the utility room that housed the small door, he unexpectedly encountered Pepper Potts. The sudden appearance of Nan Zhou startled Pepper, prompting a shriek to escape her lips. Quick as a flash, Nan Zhou covered her mouth, aware that her scream could easily attract the attention of the agents outside. He certainly did not wish to be captured like a fish in a barrel. "Do not panic, it's me," he reassured her, allowing her to regain her composure. "Really? You never use the front door, do you?" Pepper shot him an exasperated glance, clearly displeased with his habitual avoidance of the main entrance. Yet, she felt helpless, as she had grown accustomed to it. "Sister, there are S.H.I.E.L.D agents lurking outside just waiting to catch me. Do you think I could possibly walk through the front door?" "That would be sheer folly," Nan Zhou replied, prompting a sigh from Pepper. She was well aware of the situation he described. Since the arrival of those S.H.I.E.L.D agents, they had taken up residence nearby. Although they did not interfere with Stark's daily life or company operations, Pepper couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. After all, aside from those with peculiar inclinations, no one relished the notion of being surveilled. "Stark and Ethan are in the basement. You should hurry," Pepper waved him off. As she had her own matters to attend to and no time to spare for idle chatter with Nan Zhou, he nodded and swiftly made his way to the basement, where he indeed found Ethan and Stark. "Have you gone unnoticed?" Stark inquired upon Nan Zhou's arrival. "Do you think if I had been discovered, I would be standing here unscathed? Those S.H.I.E.L.D agents would be eager to whisk me away, leaving no opportunity for me to enter the basement. Nan Zhou retorted, eliciting amused smiles from both Stark and Ethan. Ethan had stepped aside to a draped area. You see, I am quite pleased with our creation, he remarked, pulling back the cover to reveal a glass cabinet, within which lay a striking red and black fitted armor. Nan Zhou was taken aback by the sight of this attire. He had not anticipated its impressive appearance upon completion. Approaching the cabinet, Ethan, sensing his curiosity, opened it. Nan Zhou ran his fingers over the fabric, certain it was lightweight, ensuring it would not hinder his movements. However, there is a drawback, Stark interjected. Like my battle suit, it lacks convenient storage. If only we had technology to shrink it instantly, but alas, we do not possess such capabilities. Stark's words reminded Nan Zhou of the capsules from the Dragon Ball series and the nanotechnology Stark would eventually master. So, does this mean I can only keep this at home and don it when a significant event arises? Nan Zhou inquired, to which Stark nodded in affirmation. That is essentially the case, but rest assured, I offer a lifetime warranty on this item. Any advancements I make in technology will be applied to your armor. Stark assured him earnestly, which pleasantly surprised Nan Zhou. Now go ahead and try it on. If it doesn't fit, I can make adjustments. Nan Zhou nodded, removed the fitted armor, and retreated to a corner of the basement to change. Will this armor defend against my abilities? Probably not, he mused aloud during the change. Not at present, but it can mitigate a significant portion of the force, Stark replied. As for defense, you need not worry. Anything produced by Stark is assuredly of the highest quality. Chapter 70. Misunderstanding resolved. The fitted armor fit Nan Zhou remarkably well, and he felt quite satisfied wearing it. Nevertheless, the inconvenience of transportation lingered as a minor disappointment. Moreover, returning this item to New York posed some challenges. Yet, none of this daunted Stark. As the head of Stark Industries, though under partial surveillance by S.H.I.E.L.D, the operations of his company remained beyond their interference. Thus, the armor was classified as Stark Industries equipment and, without any suspicion, was loaded into Stark's vehicle and transported from the mansion. It was to be airlifted to New York, where Nan Zhou would ultimately accept it. All of this proceeded with such ease that Nan Zhou scarcely had to worry. One cannot help but commend the exceptional after-sales service of Stark Industries, which is undoubtedly one of the reasons for its ascendance as the foremost arms dealer. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou felt a sense of reassurance as he boarded another flight, yet the incessant back-and-forth travel had begun to wear on his nerves. He pondered when he might acquire the ability to fly himself, which would undoubtedly save him a considerable amount of time. Though it was evident that such an achievement remained elusive. In deference to Nan Zhou's desire for convenience, Stark had refrained from equipping the armor with any flight capabilities. Thus, flight could only be attained through the enhancement of his inherited abilities or through the uncertain fortune of a lottery system. However, this lottery system proved to be rather disappointing. Although it granted Nan Zhou a skill akin to atomic breath, improving his perception of it somewhat, it merely transitioned his reviews from overwhelmingly negative to moderately unfavorable. Upon returning to New York, Nan Zhou awaited the arrival of his suit with a sense of tranquility. It seemed that S.H.I.E.L.D had truly forgotten about him, a level 10 agent, as no orders had been issued to him. Were it not for his ongoing communication with Coulson, he might have even forgotten his affiliation with the agency. Glancing at the calendar, he realized that his rendezvous with Hill was approaching. Since acquiring the Darkseid template, his relationship with Hill had grown increasingly distant, a development he found regrettable. Hence, he had arranged to meet her for dinner upon Peggy's awakening, considering it the most straightforward and effective means to address any misunderstandings through face-to-face conversation. Thus, immediately upon his return to New York, he set off for Washington. With several days remaining until Stark's delivery of the suit, he need not worry about it going unreceived. By the time Nan Zhou arrived in Washington, daylight had emerged, coinciding with his scheduled meeting with Hill. He confirmed their meeting place and proceeded there. Upon his arrival, he noticed Hill clad in all black, carrying a helmet, indicative of her arrival on a motorcycle. Hello, Nan Zhou greeted as he approached her, waving. Hill responded with a slight smile. Where shall we go? Nan Zhou stroked his chin, his gaze drawn to a massive movie poster displayed on a nearby skyscraper. Why not take a look at this? Hill glanced at the poster and nodded in agreement. You seem rather free these days, she remarked during their journey. I hardly see you at S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters anymore. Indeed, I've been quite unoccupied, spending my days at home watching television and exercising. It suits me well, it's the lifestyle I cherish. Upon hearing his words, Hill's expression betrayed a hint of jealousy. Must be nice. Recently, I accompanied Nick to Stark's residence for that individual known as Darkseid. As Hill spoke, she recounted the recent incident involving Nick at the Stark residence, even speculating about the friction between Nick and Coulson. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou immediately grasped the situation. He couldn't help but internally criticize Coulson, as a top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson's behavior was rather unreliable. Fortunately, Hill had not ventured close to the truth, indicating that Nan Zhou needed to subtly remind Coulson. Continuing to vent about her work, Hill exhibited a side of herself that was rarely seen, revealing her calm and serious demeanor only before Nan Zhou. Although their date was ostensibly to clear misunderstandings, it appeared that the misunderstandings between them were not as significant as initially thought. Even if they existed, it seemed they were not overly concerned. They had arrived at the cinema, and after purchasing tickets, they entered the screening room. As the current popular art film played, the occupancy rate was astonishing, and Nan Zhou and Hill were fortunate to secure seats in the middle. Watching the entangled relationship of the protagonists unfold on screen, Hill fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment, she tugged at Nan Zhou's sleeve, prompting his attention. "What's wrong?" he asked, surprised by her gesture. "I'm truly sorry about what happened before," Hill confessed, unexpectedly taking the initiative. "I understand. My stubbornness and temper have caused you pain. I apologize for everything that transpired," she continued. Referring to the previous situation with Peggy, Nan Zhou's desire to resolve matters independently had left Hill feeling abandoned, which had led to her outburst. Even after Nan Zhou managed to awaken Peggy, Hill remained reluctant to concede. After a period of reflection, Hill realized her mistakes. Her capriciousness had not only hurt herself, but also Nan Zhou. At that moment, as the film showcased a poignant scene, she mustered the courage to voice her feelings. "I was at fault too. I should have been more direct," she admitted. Turning to Hill, Nan Zhou noticed her gaze was lowered, resembling a child awaiting reprimand, which prompted him to offer comfort. Hill remained silent, still looking down. He reached out, gently ruffling her hair. "Don't be like this, after all. You are a top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. How can a top agent behave this way?" His words caused Hill to lift her head, though her eyes reflected a trace of grievance. "I'm not an agent right now. I'm on leave. During my time off, I'm no longer an agent." Her tone carried a hint of indignation, which made Nan Zhou stifle a laugh. Perhaps the increasing work pressure had led to Hill's heightened emotions, contributing to the unpleasantness that had transpired between them earlier. "All right, after watching the movie, I shall treat you to a delightful meal. Today, simply relax and enjoy." Nan Zhou gazed at Hill, and a broad smile spread across his face. In that fleeting moment, the misunderstandings and discontent between the two seemed to dissipate into thin air. Chapter 71. For months later, Nan Zhou and Hill's date was relatively perfect, though it did not progress further. That evening, Nan Zhou flew back to New York, as he still needed to engage in his training. Time flew by swiftly, and soon 4 months had passed since the incident with the Hulk in New York. During this period, Nan Zhou diligently trained in a room infused with Omega radiation at home, occasionally visiting Dr. Pym's laboratory to nurture their relationship and assist Dr. Pym in making progress on his new research project. In the underground world, as Agent 47, Nan Zhou had severed ties with Kingpin. The previous incident where he had decisively dealt with Kingpin's thugs in a restaurant had evidently not troubled Kingpin at all. This infamous underground assassin, Agent 47, seemed to have vanished completely. Many speculated that he had been eliminated by Kingpin in secret, while others believed he was still alive, even conjecturing that the Hulk incident was attributed to Agent 47. Opinions varied widely, yet no conclusive evidence emerged. The 4 months of idleness afforded Nan Zhou ample opportunity to hone his skills. He successfully reached a Darkseid inheritance level of 9, standing just a step away from 10. Nan Zhou understood that achieving level 10 would unlock new Darkseid abilities, which filled him with excitement. Meanwhile, Hela, the goddess of death, who had taken residence in Nan Zhou's home, had completely adapted to earthly life. She was aware that Odin had temporarily abandoned any intentions regarding her, allowing her to venture outside unreservedly. Naturally, her captivating beauty drew numerous admirers, and she often faced flirtations and advances. Despite her powers being largely sealed, Hela still possessed strength beyond the capabilities of any mortal. Consequently, those who dared to flirt with her often met unfortunate ends. Nevertheless, she adhered strictly to the command Nan Zhou had imposed: no killing. As a being of death, Nan Zhou was the first, apart from Odin, to issue her directives. Unexpectedly, Hela acquiesced to Nan Zhou's request without any resistance. Perhaps it was the understanding that should she unleash carnage on Earth, it would not require Odin's intervention. Nan Zhou could easily send her back to Asgard. At least during these 4 months, Nan Zhou had enjoyed a semblance of tranquility, a lifestyle he found quite appealing. On this day, the 3 children, having returned from the new school term, entered the house with sullen faces. "What's the matter?" Hela inquired from her seat on the sofa, observing the trio before her. Having spent 4 months in this household, Hela had fully integrated into the family. Previously, there was a period during which Wanda and Lorna harbored animosity towards him. However, that hostility has since dissipated. Although the three children do not share the same intimacy with Hela as Nan Zhou does, their relationship remains amicable. There are always whispers at school about Tony Stark planning to host a Stark Expo, and nearly the entire class is eager to attend, which is rather bothersome. Upon hearing this, Hela grasped the reason behind the trio's melancholy. She understood their resentment towards Stark, as his weapons had obliterated their homeland. Hela had also learned about their stories from Nan Zhou, becoming aware of the significant tasks at hand in this world, which naturally included Tony Stark. Nan Zhou, having overheard the children's conversation, emerged from the kitchen. He glanced at the date and realized that the time had indeed come. Stark was set to host the Stark Expo in Flushing, New York. Not long ago, Stark had contacted Nan Zhou regarding this event. This expo, aimed at showcasing various inventions, had been in the works since the time of Howard Stark, Tony's father. Unfortunately, following Howard's passing, the expo had to be abruptly halted. Now, Stark was resurrecting this proposal, which had lain dormant for nearly 30 years. The primary motive behind this revival was to display his technological prowess. Of course, Stark's call was not an invitation for Nan Zhou to attend, with S.H.I.E.L.D. still investigating the identity of Darkseid. If Nan Zhou were to attend wearing a mask, he would undoubtedly fall into their clutches. Furthermore, should he be absent on that day, the three children would surely assume he had gone to the expo, which would be a devastating blow to them. Stark indeed possesses a certain arrogance. Hela ushered the three children back to their rooms and remarked, "Well, in front of outsiders, he can be quite egotistical and arrogant. However, given his accomplishments on Earth, he does have the credentials to be so." Nan Zhou returned to the sofa. As a globally renowned superhero known as Iron Man, Stark boasts a technological edge that is a decade or even two ahead of the rest of the world. Though he has since exited the arms manufacturing industry, his identity as Iron Man has ensured Stark Industries maintains its status as the world's most valuable company, securing him the title of the richest individual globally. It is challenging not to be somewhat conceited in such a position. Nevertheless, despite his arrogance, Stark is fundamentally a decent person. Nan Zhou harbors no animosity towards him. Although he may be self-absorbed, he is exceedingly kind to those he knows well. Such a person is one Nan Zhou is willing to befriend. "Those clothes you have in the garage were crafted by him, right?" Hela inquired once more. Nan Zhou nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I commissioned him to create them." Hela, with a dismissive gesture, remarked that the outfit was rather unattractive, implying that the individual's taste was questionable. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou's expression soured. He retorted that the garment was crafted according to the design sketches he had provided. With that statement, the awkwardness shifted onto Hela, who offered a sheepish smile and remarked that, upon reflection, the attire did possess a certain appeal. Nan Zhou was left speechless by the extent of Hela's change in demeanor. Was this truly the renowned goddess of death? Nonetheless, Nan Zhou chose not to hold it against Hela. As long as she found it appealing, that sufficed. After all, he himself was quite satisfied with the outfit. Yet, the persistent issue remained. It was rather cumbersome to transport. Thus, he could only hope that Stark would expedite the development of new technology to address this dilemma, or perhaps Dr. Pym could divulge his plans for Pym particles, enabling him to not only shrink his living quarters, but also his battle suit. While Nan Zhou and Hela engaged in casual conversation, Stark was not faring any better. The expo was on the brink of commencement, and a throng of reporters clamored for interviews. Despite having declined numerous requests, the journalists continued to swarm him, causing Stark considerable frustration. Ever since he had publicly acknowledged his identity as Iron Man, every public appearance had attracted an overwhelming crowd. This celebrity effect posed quite a challenge for Stark. Chapter 72. The Farce Mr. Stark, concerning the government's intent to nationalize your armor. The military committee of the Senate was in session, filled with numerous reporters, military personnel, and, of course, Stark himself. Among them sat Nan Zhou and Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. This marked the second day of Stark's expo, which had been a resounding success, showcasing his technological prowess and the awe-inspiring iron suit. However, he had also received a subpoena, compelling him to attend the Senate's military committee hearing. This was an obligation Stark could not refuse. Despite his fame and possession of unparalleled technology, he was reluctant to confront the military. Thus, he hastily flew to Washington, reluctantly participating in the hearing. In a corner of the hearing room, Nan Zhou and Natasha observed the intense questioning directed at Stark and his spirited rebuttals. "This is quite bothersome," Nan Zhou grimaced, clearly discontented with his presence at the event. However, he had not contributed to S.H.I.E.L.D. in over 6 months. Although there were no pressing missions to confront Hydra, Nick would not allow Nan Zhou to remain idle indefinitely. Consequently, he had been dispatched to accompany Natasha for this hearing. Natasha had been investigating the Darkseid matter and was now tasked with a secondary objective. The initial task is, of course, to investigate Darkseid, while the second task involves approaching Stark and monitoring him. These two endeavors, it appears, do not conflict with one another. In fact, by surveilling Stark, Natasha may glean further insights into Darkseid's affairs. After all, the only intelligence they currently possess is that Darkseid and Stark have had contact. It is evident that Natasha's mental state is not particularly stable. The complexities surrounding Darkseid have taken a toll on her, as she is burdened not only with research but also with on-site investigations. The stress of it all is already quite overwhelming. And now she must contend with an additional task, monitoring Stark amid her investigation. This situation is bound to exacerbate Natasha's frustrations. Consequently, she pays little heed to the ongoing hearings, knowing that ultimately she will join Stark Industries as Stark's assistant. Are you truly so idle that it vexes you? Natasha cannot help but interject upon hearing Nan Zhou's grievances. I find myself envious of your leisure. It has been half a year of idleness for you, while I am drowning in responsibilities. Natasha and Nan Zhou share a cordial relationship, and she regards him as a younger brother. Her frustrations are typically shared only with Hawkeye, Barton, and Nan Zhou. However, Nan Zhou's apparent ease is bound to irritate Natasha, especially considering his prolonged break with continued pay, a situation that would delight anyone. Thus, it is no wonder Natasha expresses her discontent, as many would be envious of Nan Zhou's circumstances. It seems I have become somewhat obsolete, Nan Zhou remarks. The organization of Hydra has not been as audacious lately. He is adept at finding justifications. Indeed, as he suggests, Hydra has been relatively subdued of late. Perhaps out of fear of this ominous figure, Nan Zhou. He truly embodies a harbinger of doom. With a task success rate of 100%, something even Natasha and Barton cannot claim. Once marked by Nan Zhou, the toll of death is inevitable. Their lives will ultimately be claimed by him. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Natasha lets out a resigned sigh. When confronted with such tasks, she finds herself preferring the front lines, engaging in battle. The thought of having to interact with the roguish Stark is disconcerting. She dreads the prospect of needing to win his trust, fearing she may have to compromise her virtue yet again. At this moment, Stark is embroiled in a heated argument with a congressional member. I have forged an incredibly resilient shield for the people. With my presence, how many malevolent enemies have we evaded? How many deranged individuals, hell-bent on warfare, have been kept at bay? I safeguard not only this place, but the entire world. And now you dare to seize my assets? Who among us is truly speaking in jest? I am Iron Man is I. And no one shall take that from me. Stark's demeanor was remarkably resolute, as it has always been. The congressional representatives were acutely aware that persuading Stark to concede would be a formidable challenge. Thus they enlisted the help of Justin Hammer, a figure regarded as a rival to Stark Industries. However, in Stark's eyes, Hammer held no significance. In fact, I found myself harboring a greater disdain for this individual. Observing Hammer's indecisiveness on stage, Natasha once again articulated her thoughts. Though Stark may be arrogant and conceited, he at least possesses a modicum of integrity. In stark contrast, Justin Hammer epitomizes the very definition of a hypocrite. Such a character has undoubtedly been scrutinized by S.H.I.E.L.D, which has aptly bestowed upon him this title. Nan Zhou nodded in agreement, expressing his own aversion to Hammer. Not only was he a hypocrite, but also a fool, truly a case of being both malevolent and foolish. The mere thought of having to include my experience at Hammer Industries on my sum was irksome. Natasha, of course, was already aware that her submitted sum to Stark Industries included a record of her tenure at Hammer Industries. Once the surveillance on Stark concluded, she would be repulsed by the inclusion of her experience with Stark Industries on her sum as well. Nan Zhou's comments elicited a disapproving glare from Natasha, who even resorted to pinching his arm in frustration. At that moment, Hammer's remarks came to an end, and it was Rhodey's turn to take the stage. Watching Rhodey question the congressional representatives during the hearing, Nan Zhou gradually found his interest piqued. The hearing had devolved into a cacophony, with both sides raising their voices, transforming it into a farcical spectacle, one that ultimately favored Stark. When Stark obscured the electronic screen of the hearing and played a video of Hammer's botched experiments, showcasing the catastrophic failures that resulted in fatalities, the entire dynamic shifted. This farce not only served Stark's interests but also elevated his stature. The military's aspirations to enlist Stark's Iron Man suits were dashed, and Stark once again found himself in the limelight. His technology remained unparalleled on Earth, impossible to replicate, let alone innovate upon. Stark was indeed a figure nearly 2 decades ahead of the world. Chapter 73, as scheduled in Monaco, at the venue for the event, Nan Zhou stood in a corner, observing the race cars that were poised to depart. Beside him stood Hela. You humans are truly peculiar. Is this pursuit genuinely so enthralling? Given the cultural differences in lifestyles, Hela struggled to comprehend the allure many Earthlings found in such activities. Engage more with the human world, trust me. You may develop an interest in things you once found incomprehensible. Nan Zhou was also greatly intrigued by Formula One. Observing the poised Sebastian Vettel of the Red Bull racing team, who was this year's champion driver. Although Nan Zhou had arrived in the Marvel Universe, certain elements remained strikingly similar to the universe he originally inhabited. For instance, the ongoing Moroccan Grand Prix. However, his purpose for being here was not merely to spectate. He had noted Stark's decision to replace a team driver, compelling him to forcefully engage in this fierce competition. This particular race was destined for a significant incident. In light of the previous Hulk event in New York, Nan Zhou deemed it prudent to attend in person as a precaution. As for Hela's imminent arrival, it could only be regarded as an exception. Having lingered in New York, she yearned for a change of scenery, and through persistent persuasion, she finally convinced Nan Zhou to bring her along. Naturally, Nan Zhou had his stipulations. She was to accompany him and adhere to his directives, to which Hela readily acquiesced. Is this truly so captivating? She questioned again, as the engines of the vehicles roared mightily. This was humanity's pursuit of speed, and the design of the racing cars resonated with earthly aesthetic sensibilities, augmented by the clash of driver skills, making it immensely popular among Earthlings. Comparatively, however, I found greater amusement in watching these cars collide. The loss of a single part could equate to a substantial financial setback. Although it was a contest of speed, at its core, it was still a game of burning money. As Nan Zhou recounted the unfolding events, the race commenced, and a multitude of vehicles surged from the starting line. Unsurprisingly, Stark, a driver barely worthy of amateur status, lagged behind. Yet, Nan Zhou's focus was not on this. The race failed to ignite his enthusiasm. Instead, his gaze settled upon a man clad in work attire, Ivan Vanko. Observing him surveying the surroundings, Nan Zhou sensed that he was preparing to take action. Meanwhile, Hela remained oblivious to these developments, her attention fixated on the speeding race cars. From an Earthling's perspective, the speed of these cars was indeed impressive. However, to Hela, an Asgardian, it was merely adequate. As time elapsed and the cars completed 5 laps, Ivan Vanko initiated his plan. He stepped beyond the barriers, gradually advancing toward the oncoming cars. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, he slowly shed his upper garments, revealing the whip he had crafted himself. As a race car approached, he lashed out, severing the vehicle's front with a single strike, sending it careening through the air. Fortunately, the driver emerged unharmed. At this juncture, the spectators were already screaming and fleeing the scene, fully aware of the gravity of the situation unfolding before them. If one does not run now, when the lash strikes, one shall find it difficult to explain to the King of Hell. It has begun. Nan Zhou and Hela did not allow the commotion of the crowd to sway them from their seats. They remained quietly observant of the unfolding events. Is this the sole reason for your presence? Hela inquired. Nan Zhou did not refute her, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Perhaps I shall intervene, or perhaps I shall not. He was awaiting the moment when Stark would transform into Iron Man and confront Whiplash. As anticipated, the arrival of Happy and Pepper provided Stark with the portable Mark V armor, which he donned with an air of undeniable flair. Damn, that's truly impressive, Nan Zhou remarked as he witnessed Stark clad in his armor. The Mark V, being a portable suit, lacked flight capabilities and possessed only the repulsor beams in the palms. Consequently, when faced with Whiplash, Stark's 2 palm repulsors were swiftly rendered inoperative. Yet, this was merely the expected course of events, and Nan Zhou refrained from action. However, the situation escalated. Whiplash's whip lashed out with increasing speed, denying Stark any chance to evade the entangling strikes. In fact, one of the lashes severed half of Stark's helmet. Damn it, just as I feared, that scoundrel. Nan Zhou furrowed his brow, donning his mask and tossing another to Hela. Put this on and wait for me here. Do not move. With that, Nan Zhou leapt from the stands, landing squarely between the 2 adversaries. Just as he descended, Whiplash's whip descended upon him. With a deft sidestep, Nan Zhou evaded the strike and seized the whip with one hand, allowing it to crackle and spark against his grip. Whiplash, astonished to see a mere mortal grasp his weapon, stared in disbelief. At that moment, Nan Zhou noticed the crimson glow emanating from Whiplash's eyes. He had confirmed that Ivan Vanko had indeed acquired that power, which rendered him formidable. Yet such strength, while sufficient against Stark, would be futile against himself. With a powerful tug, Nan Zhou shattered Vanko's whip, causing the latter to stumble backward from the immense force. Seizing the opportunity, Stark rushed forward and delivered a swift blow to Ivan Vanko's face. Despite having gained that power, Vanko remained a mere mortal. Stark's iron fist rendered him unconscious without question. Observing this, Nan Zhou shook his head. A mortal, after all, is but a mortal. Stark turned, intending to speak, but was interrupted by a cacophony. as a dozen individuals clad in black suits, armed with firearms, appeared on the racetrack. These individuals are agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, and their target is Nan Zhou. Initially, they harbored only a glimmer of hope that Nan Zhou might appear, but to their astonishment, he indeed materialized. This presents a rare opportunity that they are determined not to squander. Observing these individuals, Nan Zhou couldn't help but let out a bitter chuckle. It truly validates the old adage, fortune seldom arrives in pairs, while misfortune seldom comes alone. Chapter 74. Pursuit. Why must we run? On the streets of Morocco, the masked Nan Zhou and Hela were sprinting along, pursued by the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Running is precisely what we should do. I have no desire to engage with them, Nan Zhou replied as he pulled Hela into an alleyway. Are you not one of them? Hela questioned, perplexed by Nan Zhou's words. After all, he was indeed an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, and a top-tier one at that. Precisely because I am one of them, I understand their irksome nature, which is why I know we must flee. Glancing back at the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, who were revving their motorcycles, Nan Zhou furrowed his brow. However, at that moment, Hela came to a halt. Even if we were to avoid them as you suggest, we are stronger than they are. There is no need to hide. With that, Hela raised her hand and forcefully halted a speeding motorcycle, lifting it effortlessly before hurling it out of the alley. The other agents stood frozen, astonished that this woman, who had been in the company of Darkseid, possessed such formidable strength. Shall we not simply defeat them? Hela remarked, aware that Nan Zhou would never permit her to take a life, so she intentionally phrased it as merely defeating them. However, had Hela been in Nan Zhou's position, it is likely that none of these agents would escape unscathed, as death would be their inevitable conclusion. As for their superior, S.H.I.E.L.D, would not emerge unscathed either, for Hela would undoubtedly seek retribution. Their next step after S.H.I.E.L.D would be to dominate the entire Earth, and ultimately, the cosmos. The ultimate aim, after all, is to rule the universe. At that moment, both ends of the alley were blocked by S.H.I.E.L.D agents, effectively trapping Nan Zhou and Hela within. Soon after, a man armed with a submachine gun emerged from an armored vehicle stationed at the alley's entrance. Nan Zhou recognized him immediately. He was Brock Rumlow, the captain of the S.H.I.E.L.D strike team. To Nan Zhou's surprise, he had not anticipated Rumlow's presence. He had assumed that only a cadre of S.H.I.E.L.D agents were involved in the pursuit. Clearing his throat, Rumlow began to step into the alley, lowering his weapon as a gesture of goodwill. Mr. Darkseid, we bear no ill will. I wish to have a word with you. Seeing that Rumlow did not exhibit any intention of being confrontational, Nan Zhou was quite pleased to engage him in conversation. So what would you like to discuss? Nan Zhou's voice, modified by the phone, was one that Rumlow was certainly familiar with. Although Nan Zhou was already aware of Rumlow's affiliation with Hydra, their professional interactions were frequent enough for Rumlow to recognize Nan Zhou's voice. I am with S.H.I.E.L.D, and we sincerely hope you will join us in our efforts to safeguard this world. Rumlow was acutely aware of the man's formidable capabilities and knew he was no match for him. He could easily meet the same fate as the individual previously discarded. Thus, he maintained a cordial demeanor. Protect the world? Nan Zhou was taken aback by Rumlow's declaration, unable to suppress a laugh. He then waved his hand dismissively. I have no interest in such lofty ideals. My alliance with you stems solely from the fact that those adversaries threaten my interests. However, should your so-called S.H.I.E.L.D ever pose a threat to my interests, I will not hesitate to eradicate you. Nan Zhou's words cast a shadow over Rumlow's expression. While he hoped S.H.I.E.L.D could swiftly align with this man's interests to facilitate a rapid downfall of the organization, he could not overlook the arrogance in the man's tone, which left him feeling quite displeased. S.H.I.E.L.D is not as fragile as you might believe. Although Rumlow secretly wished for Nan Zhou to act sooner, he knew the necessity of maintaining a facade of civility. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou could not help but chuckle again. The irony of such words coming from a Hydra spy like Rumlow added to the comedic effect. Rumlow, keenly aware of the mockery in Nan Zhou's tone, felt his countenance darken further. However, Nan Zhou was unwilling to prolong the idle chatter. He glanced at Hela, who immediately understood and seized Nan Zhou's arm, soaring into the sky. While Nan Zhou himself could not fly at the moment, Hela certainly could. This was yet another reason for Nan Zhou to accompany her. Who could refuse a free mode of transportation? As Nan Zhou ascended into the air, Rumlow was caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. Reports indicated that this Darkseid was incapable of flight and could only traverse the ground, which is why no aircraft had been stationed nearby. It seemed he would need to amend the report to reflect this newfound capability. With a wave of his hand, Ramlos signaled for a retreat. This operation had undoubtedly ended in failure. I believe it would be prudent for you to eliminate potential threats, he mused. In the sky, S.H.I.E.L.D grasped Nan Zhou's arm as they sped towards New York. Although crossing the ocean posed its challenges, it was hardly an issue for S.H.I.E.L.D, who could outpace even the fastest aircraft in the world. As Nan Zhou listened to S.H.I.E.L.D's words, he fell into contemplation. He was acutely aware that S.H.I.E.L.D was essentially suggesting the elimination of S.H.I.E.L.D. If Nan Zhou hesitated to act, S.H.I.E.L.D could easily assume that role. After years without taking a life, S.H.I.E.L.D undoubtedly felt a longing for the thrill of it. However, Nan Zhou's thoughts diverged from this notion. S.H.I.E.L.D's words sparked an audacious idea within him, a plan that, if executed successfully, could ensure their safety for a considerable time. S.H.I.E.L.D was taken aback by the intensity of Nan Zhou's contemplation. Could it be that he truly harbored murderous intent? In her eyes, Nan Zhou had always embodied the essence of benevolence, consistently admonishing her against taking lives. He forbade her from eliminating those who verbally tormented and insulted her. This was not merely a reflection of his kind nature. Rather, he wished to prevent S.H.I.E.L.D from rediscovering the intoxicating pleasure of bloodshed, which could render her increasingly uncontrollable. Yet S.H.I.E.L.D perceived him differently, believing him to be inherently good-hearted. Now, it seemed he was genuinely contemplating violence, which thrilled her immensely. If the annihilation of S.H.I.E.L.D were to transpire, S.H.I.E.L.D would undoubtedly be the first to volunteer. It all hinged on whether Nan Zhou had formulated a strategy. Let us change our course. We shall not return to New York, but head straight for Washington. Upon hearing this, S.H.I.E.L.D's heart soared with joy. Washington was the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D, indicating that Nan Zhou had indeed resolved to eradicate the lingering threat. Chapter 75. A grand arrival at S.H.I.E.L.D. In the dead of night, at S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters in Washington, Nick was diligently organizing the day's reports in his office. Among these was the report submitted by Ramlo regarding the emergence of an additional flying entity associated with Darkseid. As he perused Ramlo's report, Nick furrowed his brow. The sudden appearance of a similarly formidable woman, capable of flight, alongside Darkseid was neither a harbinger of good nor ill. Nonetheless, the implications of Darkseid's presence weighed heavily on Nick's mind. The situation was elusive and unpredictable. Even Ramlo's strike team had met with failure. However, such a defeat was anticipated, as a being of such immense power could not be easily subdued by a mere team. At that moment, the lights in the office began to flicker erratically, piquing Nick's curiosity. He rose to approach the light switch, but suddenly, the illumination extinguished entirely, plunging the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters into darkness. The room was enveloped in an inky blackness. Years of experience as an agent made Nick acutely aware of the impending danger. He swiftly turned around and, by the moonlight, discerned a figure clad in a hooded sweatshirt standing before the floor-to-ceiling window. "Who are you?" Nick inquired, his expression tense as he cautiously reached for his sidearm. In a state of utter bewilderment, I found myself within an office that was ostensibly locked, clearly indicating that this individual was far from ordinary. I advise against drawing your weapon. Should you choose to do so, I would find myself in quite a predicament. The figure approached slowly, and under the moonlight, Nick finally discerned the visage of this enigmatic person. He wore a mask, one that was unmistakably associated with Darkseid. "You are Darkseid," Nick exclaimed, taken aback. The individual was indeed Darkseid, known as Nan Zhou. With a subtle smile, Nan Zhou sank onto the adjacent sofa. Nick, now increasingly unsettled, realized that the figure before him was the very Darkseid he had long pondered. The reason for his presence was not lost on Nick. "You need not elaborate on your intentions," Nan Zhou stated, aware of Nick's intellect and opting for a forthright approach. Nick took his seat, recognizing the gravity of the situation. "It seems my people have displeased you today." Nick refrained from making any rash movements. A person of such caliber could easily turn his thoughts into actions against him. "Oh, the renowned director Nick Fury proves to be quite astute," Nan Zhou remarked, lounging with an air of arrogance. "I am aware that you have been investigating me, and I also know that your efforts have yielded little. While your inquiries have irked me, I have overlooked them until now. However, this time, you have truly vexed me." Nan Zhou's words struck a chord with Nick, who sensed the underlying threat and malice in his tone. "This is regrettable. I hope you can comprehend my position." Nick replied with a smile, cognizant of the formidable and unpredictable force that Nan Zhou represented. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, it was only prudent for him to remain vigilant. "I understand that my methods may not align with your preferences, yet they are imperative to my duties. I have no alternatives." Nick spoke earnestly, aware that his lack of knowledge about such a powerful entity would not allow him to rest easy. Despite Nan Zhou's previous assistance to S.H.I.E.L.D. in maintaining peace, Nick remained uncertain of his true allegiance. What if, in the future, he were to oppose me? Such considerations were essential for Nick, thus explaining his investigations into Nan Zhou. I understand your predicament, but what does that concern me? Nan Zhou retorted, embodying an utterly unreasonable demeanor. He showed no desire to empathize with the opposing perspective. If one were to consider the viewpoint of others in every instance, the world could not possibly function, he continued, recalling the lessons imparted by Peggy during his training as an agent. Not every situation demands one to adopt the stance of others. As agents, we must be decisive, ruthless. I wish to have no entanglements with you. Do you understand? Nan Zhou concluded, steadfast in his resolve. I can unequivocally express that my sole concern lies with myself. I harbor no intentions of annihilating or ruling the world. My desire is simply to lead a tranquil and liberated life. Those whom I have eliminated merely encroached upon my interests, leaving me no choice but to act decisively. Generally, individuals do not intrude upon my affairs, yet should someone recklessly court their own demise, I remain powerless to intervene. Nan Zhou's words have conveyed a clear stance. He has no intention of opposing S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course, this also provides Nick with a means of retreat. With Nan Zhou's declaration, Nick would be wise to promptly cease his investigation into him. Should Nick persist in his obstinacy, he cannot blame Nan Zhou for resorting to more ruthless measures. I am indeed aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. possesses a formidable ace in space, yet this does not pose a concern for me. Upon Nan Zhou's utterance, Nick was taken aback, realizing that this individual was even aware of Carol's situation. Thus, my message is clear. Do you comprehend? After speaking, Nan Zhou turned his gaze towards Nick, who, recognizing the gravity of the moment, nodded in understanding. Although as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., his concession would have a significant impact on the agency's members, there was no alternative. Softening his stance could alleviate the tension in their relationship. A prudent course of action indeed. Observing this, Nan Zhou smiled with satisfaction. Nick had always been a person of discernment, a quality Nan Zhou greatly appreciated. Though internally vexed and harboring a sense of indignation, what does that have to do with Nan Zhou? He then approached the grand floor-to-ceiling window and opened it, stating, I hope you will uphold your promise without remorse. I have little patience for those who lack integrity. With that, Nan Zhou leapt from the window. Nick, witnessing this spectacle, hurried forth, only to discover that Nan Zhou had already vanished. Subsequently, the power supply to S.H.I.E.L.D. was restored. It is truly embarrassing for such a prestigious organization to have its power system so easily compromised. It seems a more robust system is in order. Perhaps Stark could assist, but even he may prove inadequate. At this moment, Nick felt overwhelmed. Rubbing his eyes in exasperation, I expected you to take action, not to deliver such a dampening experience. On the rooftop of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nan Zhou and Hela gazed upon the vistas of Washington, D.C. Hela expressed her dissatisfaction with Nan Zhou, having anticipated a grand massacre at S.H.I.E.L.D., only to be met with disappointment. When did I ever proclaim my intention to kill? Nan Zhou retorted disdainfully. You, of all people, a noble Asgardian in your own words, might refrain from behaving like a barbarian obsessed with slaughter. Why resort to violence when words can suffice? His scornful remarks darkened Hela's expression. Were it not for my current lack of power, you would soon learn the consequences of your insolence upon my return to strength. Nan Zhou could not help but chuckle at this moment. Rest assured, once you regain your strength, you will realize that you still cannot defeat me. Chapter 76. The cancellation of the investigation. Why has the investigation into Darkseid's activities been abruptly halted? Natasha, within Stark Industries, unexpectedly received a call from Nick. Upon hearing Nick's words, Natasha was taken aback. After all her diligent efforts over such a long period, Nick was now suggesting the termination of the mission with a mere statement. This was, of course, something Natasha found hard to accept. Had they already uncovered Darkseid's true identity? Natasha, knowing Nick reasonably well, surmised that his inclination to cease the investigation likely indicated he had discovered Darkseid's real identity. Yet, Nick remained silent on the other end of the line, which left Natasha feeling uneasy. After a moment, Nick spoke slowly, saying, You need not concern yourself with that. Just understand that you are no longer required to investigate Darkseid. His tone was decidedly firm, not a suggestion but a command. Natasha leaned against the wall, massaging her temples, and sighed deeply. I understand. With that, she ended the call. The situation with Darkseid had already overwhelmed her, yet she was reluctant to abandon the endeavor without clarity. Nick's unwillingness to divulge the reasons behind his decision felt inherently wrong to her. She glanced at Pepper, who was currently occupied and overwhelmed with her own tasks. Perhaps the cancellation of this investigation was a blessing for Natasha, providing her with a moment of respite. However, she preferred to see matters through to completion. So she resolved to continue her investigation. Meanwhile, Nick had already withdrawn all agents monitoring the vicinity of the Stark mansion. Nan Zhou's words, expressing the hope that he would follow through on his promises, echoed persistently in Nick's mind. This was the first time in many years that he felt such trepidation towards an individual. During their exchanges, he could palpably sense the looming threat of death. Should that person merely gesture, he would undoubtedly vanish without a trace. If he employed the same tactic as in New York, he might not even have time to reach a crematorium. He would be incinerated on the spot, returning entirely to the cosmos. Furthermore, that individual was aware of Carol's past, fully cognizant of her actions. Even so, he exhibited no reservations, seemingly dismissive of Carol altogether. Nick found himself uncertain about the comparative strengths of himself and Carol. However, based on that person's tone, it was clear that their powers might be evenly matched. Contemplating this, Nick clenched his fists tightly. He was certainly unwilling to concede. This course of action was undoubtedly a capitulation to that individual. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, it was disheartening to find himself yielding before such formidable power. How can he possibly justify his identity? It appears that the Avengers Initiative must accelerate its progress. Nick understands that only by assembling a team capable of matching this individual can he negotiate terms. Otherwise, all efforts would be futile. At that moment, Coulson entered Nick's office. Nick, why have you rescinded the mission? Coulson, aware of Nick's orders, approached with a sense of confusion. There is no reason. Just execute it, Nick replied, rubbing his eyes and waving his hand in irritation. He was well aware that his subordinates would inevitably inquire about the rationale. Yet, he could never reveal the truth. He could only dismiss them one by one. Observing Nick's unusual distress, Coulson realized that such a state was rare for him. He suspected this matter was undoubtedly linked to Nan Zhou. Nodding in understanding, he refrained from further conversation and tactfully exited Nick's office. As soon as he left, he turned and dialed Nan Zhou's number. The call was answered promptly. What is going on? Nan Zhou's voice came through the line. Nick has abruptly rescinded the investigation into you. Is this related to you? Coulson asked directly, without pretense. Indeed, I spoke with him directly last night and discussed some terms. Nan Zhou replied. Coulson scoffed at this. Discussed terms? You must have threatened him, didn't you? Why would you say that? I had a calm and rational conversation with him. Nan Zhou insisted, genuinely believing he had not intimidated Nick. After all, they had not resorted to violence. And their dialogue had been quite cordial. At least Nick hadn't thrown any cups or smashed furniture. However, Coulson had already formed his own opinion upon hearing Nan Zhou's words. He did not believe that Nan Zhou merely discussed terms. He was certain that coercive tactics had been employed. As for Nick, he simply lacked the courage to retaliate. Uncertain of whether Nan Zhou might obliterate him. After the call, Coulson gained a clearer understanding of the situation and couldn't help but feel sympathy for Nick. After all, he had provoked Nan Zhou. Upon hanging up, Coulson grimaced slightly before making his way outside S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, in New York, Nan Zhou was being led on a shopping spree by Hela. He found himself devoid of worries. Nick had also rescinded the investigation against him. It was evident that this individual truly understood the nuances of the situation, recognizing what actions were permissible and which were not. Yet, the only persistent nuisance remained the ever-growing adversary, hindering his progress. However, that being appears to underestimate its own prowess, as no adversary poses a threat to it. Only that loathsome inconvenience remains. At present, this whip seems rather lackluster. What lies ahead is uncertain, for we are merely at the outset. At this juncture, Hela approached Nan Zhou, cradling a cup of mate tea. For reasons unknown, Hela seems inexplicably enamored with the flavor of this mate tea, reminiscent of soaked cigarette butts. Has Nick truly acted upon his words? Hela inquired. Nan Zhou nodded affirmatively, confirming that he had indeed commanded the cessation of the investigation against him. Hela, upon hearing this, scoffed. In my opinion, it would be best to eliminate him entirely, to prevent any future troubles, and then I shall reign over the world, over the universe. Hela once again indulged in her grandiose fantasies of dominion, leaving Nan Zhou somewhat exasperated. This goddess of death perpetually dreams of ruling the cosmos. Having been imprisoned for a millennium, her aspirations have only intensified. If left unchecked, her already pathological thoughts may spiral further into madness. Ultimately, this would lead to her predetermined fate. Although Nan Zhou harbors no desire to alter the course of universal history, Hela's trajectory has already been irrevocably altered. Thus he remains indifferent. Since changes have been made, it would be prudent to make them thorough. Chapter 77. Resolving the Iron Man Dilemma as usual. New York basked in the sunlight. Nan Zhou drew back the curtains in the living room, gazing at the bustling city illuminated by the sun. He had lost count of how many days he had spent sleeping on the sofa, as S.H.I.E.L.D had forcibly claimed his bedroom, leaving him no choice but to find solace on the couch. Just then, his phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered that the caller was Tony Stark. "Friend, there's a gathering at my place tonight. I wonder if you would grace us with your presence?" Stark's voice on the other end was slightly inebriated, a testament to the fact that he had likely spent the previous night in a drunken stupor. Nan Zhou was not particularly surprised by this. "Perhaps not. Your gathering will be crowded, and I would feel out of place. I wouldn't want to overshadow you." Of course, this was merely an excuse, as he had no desire to become entangled in that debacle. Stark, upon hearing Nan Zhou's response, let out a slight sigh of disappointment. It seemed he had hoped for Nan Zhou's attendance, but since he had expressed his unavailability, Stark could not press further. "What a pity, I understand," he replied. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Stark ended the call. Just as Nan Zhou set down the phone, S.H.I.E.L.D emerged from his room. She stretched lazily and, with her long legs, approached Nan Zhou, rubbing her eyes. "Is there any breakfast?" S.H.I.E.L.D inquired. "There are sandwiches on the dining table. Feel free to help yourself," Nan Zhou replied, plopping down onto the sofa and turning on the television. The screen was broadcasting news about Hammer Industries hosting an expo in New York. Following Stark's expo, Hammer was not one to rest on its laurels. Otherwise, it would not have aided Ivan Vanko's escape and subsequently forged a partnership to create such a formidable army of iron. "I'm quite curious. Do you mortals delight in such ostentatious displays?" S.H.I.E.L.D remarked, having retrieved a sandwich from the kitchen and now sitting beside Nan Zhou. To her, these so-called expos and armors were merely extravagant, yet impractical trinkets. While they may seem impractical to you, they are indeed terrifying weapons for this world. Despite having lived here for a substantial period, S.H.I.E.L.D had yet to fully integrate into Earth's societal fabric, which explained her Na'vi inquiries. These weapons may appear trivial in your eyes, but if mass-produced, they could dominate the world. Nan Zhou was referring to the Iron Man suits crafted by Stark. S.H.I.E.L.D scoffed at this. She had to admit, this world was indeed weak. In her prime, she could have obliterated it in a day. However, there were formidable beings like Nan Zhou who, despite being an outsider, currently seemed to be protecting this world, adding an air of unpredictability to it. To S.H.I.E.L.D, this was a profound contradiction. The following day, a significant event unfolded. A fierce battle erupted within Stark's mansion, leaving it severely damaged. Rhodey donned the Mark II suit, engaging Stark in an epic confrontation within the Iron Man's abode. The chaos was palpable, culminating in Rhodey, clad in the Mark II, fleeing back to his military base. This news was heavily suppressed, with those present at Stark's mansion receiving substantial hush money to quell the uproar. Had the media sensationalized the incident, it would have dealt a fatal blow to Stark Industries, especially after Ivan Vanko's affair in Morocco had already caused a notable dip in the company's stock. Pepper, now at the helm of Stark Industries, could not afford another significant decline. As for Stark, he was no longer in his mansion, which now lay in ruins. With Ethan left to clean up the mess, gazing at the dilapidated estate, Ethan could only feel helpless. Ethan had long anticipated Stark's current predicament. The symptoms of palladium poisoning had fully manifested upon his body, spreading not only across his chest, but also to his neck and even his face. The concentration of palladium in his bloodstream had reached an alarming 90. Stark was acutely aware that his days were numbered. All the absurdities surrounding him were built upon this grim reality. Ethan understood that Stark was in search of an alternative element to palladium. Despite their exhaustive permutations of surrounding elements, each endeavor had culminated in failure. At present, palladium remained irreplaceable. This very substance that had once preserved Stark's life was now, paradoxically, claiming it. If Stark did not swiftly discover a substitute for palladium, he would likely not survive beyond 3 months. At that moment, Stark lay atop a colossal donut sculpture, a freshly acquired donut in hand. Bruises adorned his forehead, evidently the result of a recent altercation with Rhodes. "Sir, I must insist that you descend from that oversized donut." A voice called out from nearby. Stark turned to see a black man standing there, Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury's expression was far from pleasant. Having just faced Darkseid, he had suffered a significant loss of face as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., retracting an order amidst the bewilderment of his subordinates. Now, Stark was compounding his troubles. In his current state, as the head of the Avengers Initiative, Fury knew he could not remain indifferent. Thus, he had no choice but to intervene. He was compelled to assume the role of a concerned elder brother to address Stark's inner turmoil. As Stark removed his sunglasses to regard himself, Fury rolled his eyes and entered the establishment beneath the sculpture. Stark promptly followed suit, having dismounted from the sculpture. Despite the pressing matters awaiting him in New Mexico, he found himself obligated to resolve Stark's predicament. Observing Stark, who appeared somewhat dazed before him, Fury felt an irritable frustration rising within him. Stark was compelling him to treat him as the center of his universe. Chapter 78. New Skills, Flight. Hey, Southboat. Do you have time to stretch your legs and head to New Mexico? Nick's voice resonated through the phone, as he requested Southboat to attend to certain matters on his behalf. Due to Stark's situation, Nick was constrained to remain and address Stark's issues, leaving him unable to attend to the pressing matters in New Mexico. I'm afraid that might not be feasible, Southboat replied nonchalantly, reclining on the sofa while watching television. Nan Zhou was undoubtedly aware of the happenings in New Mexico, a place where he had received rewards for his inheritance degree, and naturally, he intended to go there. However, not at this moment. Nan Zhou's response took Nick somewhat by surprise. Why? I have some matters that require my attention, and I believe Coulson is more suited for this task. Let him handle it. Nan Zhou's reply was exceedingly dismissive, which left Nick feeling a surge of frustration. Yet, anger would not resolve the issue at hand. The immediate priority was to find someone truly capable of undertaking the mission. Since Nan Zhou was unwilling to go, Nick had no choice but to seek out Coulson. Nick had grown accustomed to Nan Zhou's behavior, as it was not uncommon for him to act this way, so he decided against imposing any punishment. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Nan Zhou rose and headed toward the garage. He was now remarkably close to achieving a level 10 on the Darkseid template. Day by day, he was nearing the completion of a new daily task, and upon fulfilling this task, he would have completed 30 daily missions, thus earning an additional point in inheritance degree. Consequently, his Darkseid template inheritance degree would reach 10. The day he achieved that milestone coincided with the time of the Hammer Industries Expo. Regardless of the skills he might obtain from Darkseid, he would have the opportunity to experiment thoroughly. He hoped for the Omega beams. As he walked, he prayed that after enduring the Omega radiation for so long, it would be utterly frustrating if he could not acquire a signature skill from Darkseid. At that moment, in California, within Stark's opulent mansion, Nick tucked his phone away and let out a deep sigh. Did he agree? Natasha inquired from behind him. Her question was somewhat rhetorical, as Nick's expression clearly revealed that Nan Zhou had outright declined the assignment. Not only did he refuse the task, but he also recommended Coulson in his stead. Nick rubbed his eyes, feeling at a loss regarding Nan Zhou's behavior. With Peggy still alive, Nan Zhou occasionally complied with his directives. But what would happen when Peggy was no longer around? Would Nan Zhou become an uncontrollable force? The thought of Peggy having narrowly escaped death not long ago compelled Nick to brace himself mentally. It was entirely possible that after Peggy's passing, Nan Zhou would sever ties with S.H.I.E.L.D. Such a powerful agent could not be left unchecked. Consequently, Nan Zhou might transform into a threat for S.H.I.E.L.D. Contemplating this possibility deepened Nick's gloom, and he sighed helplessly, massaging his temples. Nevertheless, he was in New York, and in a few days, the Hammer Industries Expo would take place. Perhaps there would be some semblance of oversight during that time. Natasha was at a loss for words on how to alleviate Nick's current despondency, so she could only speak of the matter at hand. Upon hearing Natasha's words of comfort, Nick waved his hand dismissively and subsequently departed from Stark's opulent mansion. This left Natasha, who continued to serve as Pepper Potts' secretary, alongside Coulson, who was tasked with monitoring Stark. As for Coulson, once he resolved matters concerning Stark, he would set forth for New Mexico. Upon realizing that Nan Zhou had directly assigned this task to him, Coulson felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He had initially anticipated that after managing Stark's affairs, he could request a vacation. Now, it appeared that his long-awaited respite would be dashed. You have often wondered how he managed to maintain his physical integrity while residing in a room saturated with such perilous radiation. At that moment, Nan Zhou had emerged from that very room and returned to his abode. He had installed a makeshift shower in his garage, allowing him to wash off immediately after exiting the room, changing clothes before heading home. After all, he still shared his home with Hela, and the thought of returning in an unkempt state and encountering her would be exceedingly awkward. Hence, by the time Nan Zhou returned, he was already dressed. Hela, however, could not comprehend this. Despite Nan Zhou being an outsider, the human anatomy was evidently the same. Why then did such lethal radiation seem to pose no threat to him? Was this individual truly that formidable? In response to Hela's inquiry, Nan Zhou stroked his chin, pondering how best to articulate his thoughts. He could only assert that there remained significant differences between his physique and theirs. As he spoke, he picked up a cup, toying with it in his hands. While the structural composition may be identical, there existed certain nuances that were imperceptible yet profoundly distinct. With a smile directed toward Hela, he added, "To truly understand me, You'll need to spend more time in my company. The secrets I possess far outnumber your own. Hela did not contest this assertion, acknowledging that Nan Zhou's secrets were indeed more numerous than hers. If one were to ponder who the most enigmatic individual in this world might be, it would undoubtedly be this outsider, Nan Zhou. As time passed, the Hammer Industries Expo drew near. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou was in his room, eagerly counting down the moments. The 5-hour mark was drawing closer, and he could even feel the rhythm of his heartbeat. It had been quite some time since he had experienced such exhilaration. Watching the clock on the wall, he noted that the second hand was inching ever closer to the 5-hour threshold. He had even begun to count down, the anticipation filling him with immense excitement. He was eager to discover what skills he would acquire this time. As the 5-hour deadline approached, a familiar system notification echoed in Nan Zhou's ears. Congratulations, host, you have completed the daily tasks. You have achieved 30 such tasks, and the inheritance level of the Darkseid template has increased by 1. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou sprang to his feet. Surely, he had not misheard. He had acquired the ability to fly. Chapter 79. Making an entrance, although the flight ability was not the coveted Omega Beam he had long desired. It was nonetheless a remarkable boon. Just as Nan Zhou reveled in his newfound excitement, a significant crisis unfolded at the Hammer Industries Expo. At that moment, his phone rang. Nick was calling. Nan Zhou, are you in New York right now? The Hammer Expo is in chaos. You must come at once. Nick's voice crackled through the line. What on earth happened? I'm not in New York. I'm in Texas. Nan Zhou feigned ignorance. You're in Texas? Damn it. Nick's frustration boiled over. Can't you just stay put in New York for once? I mentioned that I had some matters to attend to, which is why I'm in Texas. Nan Zhou's retort left Nick momentarily speechless, as he had a point. Nick had never explicitly asked him to remain in New York. His whereabouts were his own choice. This is something you'll have to swallow. Once you've settled your affairs, head to New Mexico, understood? Nick sighed heavily before issuing the command. Understood, Nan Zhou replied, fully aware of the adage that one must not take advantage of a situation. Meanwhile, at the Hammer Industries Expo, Ivan Vanko's drone exosuits had spiraled into chaos, losing all semblance of control. Even the Hammer-modified Mark II was now under Vanko's command. Their singular aim was to eliminate Tony Stark. Each suit had been designed with this lethal purpose in mind, with the collaboration with Hammer merely a means to secure a favorable production environment. Tony, be careful, I've locked onto you. Rhodey, confined within the War Machine suit, could do little but constantly alert Stark through the communicator, which only served to irritate Stark further. Since Stark had received the remnants left by his father, Howard Stark, at S.H.I.E.L.D. from Nick, he had relied on his father's video guidance combined with his own intellect to successfully create a new element, effectively replacing palladium without any adverse effects. Thus, Stark had triumphed and survived, aided by his father's legacy. His presence at the expo was to thwart Vanko's nefarious scheme. With the newly acquired armor, his strength has significantly increased. However, the multitude of drones deployed by Vank proves overwhelming. He cannot engage them within the city and must lure them out of the urban center. At that moment, Stark's armor radar suddenly detected a rapidly approaching target. What could this be? Relay the satellite imagery to me. Before long, Jarvis transmitted the satellite feed directly into Stark's suit. Upon seeing the illuminated figure beneath the lights, Stark was momentarily taken aback. The attire was unmistakably one he had crafted himself. Darkseid, what brings him here? And has he learned to fly? Stark quickly recognized the approaching individual as Darkseid, or rather, Nan Zhou. Despite having reached level 10, Nan Zhou was not willing to forfeit this opportunity to enhance his legacy. Thus, he soared toward the scene using his newfound flying abilities. Yet, his flight appeared clumsy, as he struggled to maintain balance, weaving erratically through the air. Clearly a novice at this skill. At that moment, Nan Zhou spotted the swarm of pursuing drones after Stark and accelerated directly toward them. Upon arrival, he seized the two closest drones, diverting their flight paths and crashing them onto the plaza below. Subsequently, he extracted the mechanical heads and crushed them with ease. This is difficult to control, Nan Zhou sighed, brushing off the dust from his attire before discarding the shattered robot heads and ascending once more into the sky. The sensation of flight was exhilarating. The breathtaking views below and the irresistible speed filled him with joy. Nevertheless, it was not a moment for indulgence. He needed to take action, although he was reluctant to assist Stark, believing him capable of handling the situation alone. Nan Zhou resolved to hone his flying skills by engaging these adversaries. He increased his velocity and pinned down 3 more drones, crushing their heads to render them incapacitated. This display did not escape the keen eyes of Ivan Vank, who was clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, disrupting his meticulously laid plans. While he could not ascertain whether this individual was indeed the one who had effortlessly caught his whip, the resemblance was striking. Hey, that suit really suits you. Nan Zhou, Having dispatched several more drones, approached Stark. Stark, noticing the striking red and black armor, couldn't help but exclaim, "I must say, it looks rather impressive. I truly admire it." The aesthetic of the armor resonated deeply with Nan Zhou's taste. There was a certain professionalism about it. "Are you here to assist me?" Stark inquired once more. After a moment of hesitation, Nan Zhou activated the electric heat. "You may interpret it as such." Before Stark could respond, the war machine behind him accelerated and seized Stark's foot, causing both of them to tumble into the park. While the two were still entangled in their struggle, Nan Zhou swiftly dispatched several minor adversaries. At that moment, Natasha and Happy had already infiltrated the workspace of Vank at Hammer Industries. Naturally, Vank had long since fled. Utilizing her skills, Natasha quickly liberated Rhodes from the war machine, granting him his freedom. "Hey, brother, perhaps I should return this combat armor to you. Being controlled by someone else is quite an unpleasant experience." Rhodes gasped as he stood up, his gaze shifting to Nan Zhou. "I presume you are the renowned Darkseid. Am I correct?" Rhodes was certainly aware of this name. He then extended his hand. "James Rhodes." With Rhodes extending his hand, Nan Zhou reciprocated the gesture. "Darkseid." After their handshake, Rhodes turned his attention to Stark. "So, you were aware of his identity and chose not to inform me." As Stark's longtime confidant, Rhodes felt a twinge of irritation. Stark merely offered an awkward smile. After all, it was he who had asked Stark to keep it a secret. What could he do? With his power, a mere wave of his hand could eliminate Iron Man. You would lose your closest friend. "Rest assured," Nan Zhou suddenly interjected. "I hold shares in your company. I won't let you perish so easily. As long as you are around, I have profits to reap." Chapter 80. Ex-wife as Stark. Rhodes and Nan Zhou conversed. The autonomous robots controlled by Vank had already surrounded the trio. "What a nuisance these individuals are," Rhodes remarked as he donned his helmet. And Stark followed suit. At that moment, Stark glanced at Nan Zhou. "You will assist us, won't you?" Tilting his head slightly, Nan Zhou replied, "Well then, I suppose I shall lend a hand." Upon hearing this, both Rhodes and Stark shared a subtle smile. Suddenly, the robots encircling them extended their weaponry, aiming at the trio. "Let us discuss matters after we resolve this predicament," Stark declared. As his words fell, Stark and Rhodes activated their weapons, defending against the onslaught of bullets while launching their counterattacks. As for Nan Zhou, he preferred not to overshadow the two men, recognizing that they were the true protagonists of this affair. A single misstep could lead to the loss of the ultimate reward. So it was prudent for Nan Zhou to remain in the background. Is this fellow even human? At this moment, Rhodes noticed Nan Zhou, who effortlessly smashed through the body of a machine with a single punch. He then ambled over to another machine, delivering yet another blow. The efficiency of this seemingly childlike strike left Rhodes feeling a twinge of envy. Coupled with the earlier incident involving the Hulk, he grew increasingly suspicious that the individual before him was not of terrestrial origin. "I cannot say for certain," Stark remarked after blasting through a robot. "I have yet to see the face beneath that mask." Stark was perpetually curious about the visage hidden behind Nan Zhou's mask. He envisioned numerous possibilities, yet none seemed to align with the physique before him. Surely, beneath that mask, he isn't an alien or something of the sort. Rhodes pondered, images of extraterrestrial beings from films flickering through his mind. "Perhaps you should refrain from speaking so much," Stark replied, casting a disapproving glance at Rhodes. "If he takes offense, you might want to consider your fate." Hearing this, Rhodes promptly sealed his lips, fully aware that Nan Zhou shared a closer rapport with Stark, while his own connection was tenuous at best. If he were to irk Nan Zhou, it might very well be Stark who could not shield him from the repercussions. As the two conversed, they continued their relentless onslaught against the robots. Even those machines that had arrived in waves were swiftly dispatched by the trio. The Robotic Legion, constructed with resources from Hammer Industries and led by Ivan Vanko, was utterly decimated. These underlings proved to be easily dealt with, Stark exhaled, seemingly relieved that the immediate crisis had been averted. Now, the most pressing concern was the elusive puppet master, Ivan Vanko. Where on earth could Ivan Vanko have gone? "If he has fled, we are in deep trouble," Rhodes commented. At that moment, Nan Zhou stepped forward. "Fear not, you need not seek him out. He will come to you." With that, Nan Zhou lifted his gaze to the night sky. "Stark, something is hurtling towards your direction." Natasha's voice interrupted. "I cannot ascertain what it is, but it may not bode well." Almost immediately, the enigmatic object landed before the trio. It bore a striking resemblance to Ironmonger, adorned with arms that extended two electrified whips, while the helmet was removed to reveal none other than Ivan Vanko himself. "How delightful it is to finally meet." Vanko smiled at Stark, though his expression shifted to one of palpable wariness as he turned his gaze towards Nan Zhou. The man who could effortlessly catch a whip charged with high voltage was not one to be trifled with. Yet, having crossed this threshold, Vanko felt compelled to press onward. "Oh dear, this could be quite troublesome." At this moment, Rhodes spoke up. "However, I had prepared a special gift for this fellow. With an air of unwavering confidence, Rhodes stepped forward, and a small missile emerged from the left shoulder of his armor. I intend to obliterate his formidable fortress with my ex-wife. Upon hearing this, Stark appeared utterly bewildered. What on earth? Ex-wife? Before Stark could finish his sentence, the missile, humorously dubbed ex-wife, was launched from Rhodes' shoulder. Yet Ivan did not flinch. Instead, he smiled as the missile struck him. With a resounding ding, the missile inflicted no damage upon Vank, instead landing harmlessly in a puddle at his feet, extinguishing itself. The atmosphere became palpably awkward in an instant. Although Nan Zhou had anticipated this outcome, witnessing it firsthand made him feel a wave of embarrassment for Rhodes. This was a classic moment. It was truly unjust that the system offered no rewards. However, this was merely Nan Zhou's wishful thinking, as the system remained silent. Oh, Stark turned to Rhodes. So, this was made by Hammer, was it? Rhodes nodded slightly, his gestures betraying his embarrassment. Hammer's creations had always been unreliable, and it was quite audacious of him to employ one. Stark seized the opportunity to mock Rhodes. Then, Stark stepped forward. Allow me to take the stage. As he spoke, weapons emerged from his shoulders, aiming for Vank's neck and head before firing forth. Clearly, Vank's demeanor towards Stark was markedly different from his attitude towards Rhodes. He dared not underestimate Stark's weaponry. After all, Stark's arsenal was not crafted by Hammer, and there would be no embarrassment akin to that of ex-wife. Vank swiftly donned his visor, deflecting Stark's projectiles against his sturdy metal armor. He then wielded his whip, striking at Stark and Rhodes, who hastily dodged the onslaught. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou leisurely perched on a nearby stone, choosing not to partake in the skirmish. A careless strike could cost him a kill, and there would be no reward for such an action. Thus, Nan Zhou resolutely abstained from engaging, even as Vank's focus turned toward him. He remained steadfast in his decision not to intervene. Hey, what are you doing? Stark and Rhodes, perplexed, observed Nan Zhou's demeanor. This is up to you. Nan Zhou replied slowly to their inquiries. Rest assured, I have faith in you. You shall triumph over him. Good luck. Chapter 81. The second event achievement devoid of Nan Zhou's assistance. Stark and Rhodes found themselves ensnared in a fierce struggle. In such constricted terrain, the long whip of the whipspear armor proved to be exceedingly advantageous in combat. Naturally, the two were embroiled in a desperate battle. Are you truly not coming to our aid? At this moment, Stark and Rhodes were both ensnared by the whipspear's long tendrils, and no amount of struggle yielded any reprieve. In response to Rhodes' query, Nan Zhou merely smiled faintly and shook his head. Consider it a form of training for you, if you will. Nan Zhou's words left Rhodes at a loss for retort, yet before he could voice any objections, the whipspear unceremoniously hurled him aside. The whipspear discerned that Nan Zhou would not intervene. Although the reason eluded him, he still breathed a sigh of relief. He hoped that when he vanquished Iron Man, this individual would remain passive. The reason for Nan Zhou's inaction lay in his realization that Ivan Vanko had not acquired the power of that existence. Perhaps the strength of mortals was simply too feeble, rendering them incapable of sustaining such power. Alternatively, even if he had attained that power, it would not significantly enhance his prowess. However, Nan Zhou chose not to delve into the specifics. As long as Vanko had not obtained that power, he would refrain from intervening. After all, under normal circumstances, it would be Stark and Rhodes who collectively triumphed over this adversary. Thus his non-involvement would not preclude their victory. Observing the current predicament of the two, Nan Zhou found himself wishing for a bowl of sunflower seeds, as if to savor an immersive cinematic experience. Just then, Stark landed beside Nan Zhou, his crimson and golden armor marred and charred, the whipspear's strikes inflicting considerable damage. Had it not been for the protection of his armor, he might have been rendered lifeless by a single lash. Can you really bear to watch this? Stark, akin to Rhodes, posed an earnest inquiry to Nan Zhou. Yet, Nan Zhou maintained his serene smile. Of course, I can bear it. Do your best. Witnessing the duo's evident sense of helplessness, Nan Zhou briefly entertained the notion that existence had indeed intervened, targeting Stark and Rhodes, thereby diminishing their capabilities. Reflect on the techniques you employed during your altercation at the gathering. Nan Zhou encouraged Stark, hoping he would recall that particular maneuver. Being a genius, Stark immediately recollected the events that transpired at his mansion, where Rhodes piloted the Mark II in combat against him. Were you at my house that day? Stark inquired, for he distinctly remembered having called this individual, who had outright declined. I have my ways of knowing. Nan Zhou found himself at a loss for words. Who could have anticipated that the crux of Stark's contemplation would lie in this matter? Upon Nan Zhou's remark, Stark quickly regained his composure and initiated communication with Rhodes via radio. Rhodes promptly responded, and soon the two were once again constrained by Vank. This time, they positioned themselves in a tactical formation, encircling Vank. Rhodes, it is time, Stark declared, raising his hand, with Rhodes mirroring his gesture. Vank, oblivious to their intentions, sensed an impending misfortune. In an instant, Stark unleashed a beam from his palm cannon, which converged with Rhodes's energy, creating a formidable shockwave. Vank found himself directly in the path of this powerful disturbance, mere inches from the epicenter. As the dust settled, Nan Zhou approached, curious to inspect the aftermath. He discovered Vank's upper body intact, yet his lower half was grotesquely mangled, signaling his imminent demise. Vank, with a twisted grin, gazed at Nan Zhou and remarked, "If you had joined, I would have fallen even more swiftly." His words were accompanied by a chilling laugh. "Though I have lost, in the end, I still emerge victorious." Just as his declaration faded, the core of Vank's battle armor began to emit a crimson glow, pulsating ominously alongside a series of beeping sounds, echoed by the other nearby robots. Stark and Rhodes, recognizing the peril, shouted in alarm, "He is going to self-destruct." In a split second, both launched themselves into flight. Stark headed towards Pepper, while Rhodes sought cover. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou stood his ground, observing the bewildered Vank, who, in his final moments, could not fathom why this individual remained unyielding in the face of impending explosion. With a thunderous detonation and a blaze that illuminated the sky, Ivan Vank met his demise. The other robots around him followed suit, plunging the beleaguered city of New York into chaos once more. Yet, at the heart of the explosion stood Nan Zhou. Directly struck by the shockwave, yet completely unscathed, his attire remaining pristine. One could not help but commend Stark's ingenuity. As Nan Zhou extolled Stark's prowess, a notification rang in his ears. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for achieving the event milestone. Iron Man vs. Whiplash. Host receives a bonus of 3 inheritance points." This time, Nan Zhou had triumphed, securing his second event reward, which he had pursued with utmost caution. With a sense of elation, he lifted his gaze and soared back towards his home. He had now mastered the art of flight, a remarkable convenience that also significantly reduced his expenditure on airfare. Soon, Nan Zhou found himself standing beneath his own residence. Upon his arrival, he was suddenly struck by a familiar force, though its origin eluded him. Contemplating this sensation, Nan Zhou hastened his ascent up the stairs, retrieving his key to unlock the door. As he entered the living room, he was met with the sight of Hela, who stood vigilant by the window, her demeanor radiating an air of readiness. Upon glancing at the sofa, he was taken aback to find Odin, the visitor from before, seated there. It dawned on him that the source of the familiar energy was none other than Odin himself. The 3 children stood nearby, equally astonished by Hela's heightened state of alertness. When Odin introduced himself as Hela's father, the children seemed less resistant and engaged in pleasant conversation with him. Upon noticing Nan Zhou's return, Odin rose with a smile. "Greetings, Mr. Nan Zhou. It is a pleasure to see you again." Chapter 82, Departure. New Mexico. Nan Zhou squinted at the elderly figure before him. He approached the 3 children, ushering them into the house before taking a seat on the sofa, while Odin naturally settled on a smaller couch adjacent to him. "What brings you here? Are you still intent on taking Hela away?" Nan Zhou inquired. Odin smiled slightly, shaking his head. "That is not the matter at hand. I have other intentions for my visit." In that moment, Nan Zhou comprehended Odin's duality as not only an exceptional king, but also a devoted father. However, the notion of him being a good father to Hela seemed rather misplaced. "You aren't asking me to look after your son, are you?" Nan Zhou's words prompted a moment of surprise from both Odin and Hela. "How do you?" Odin began, but was swiftly interrupted by Nan Zhou. "I am aware of many things. Do not be overly astonished." Nan Zhou was well informed about the events transpiring in New Mexico. Thor had been exiled there, along with his hammer. This was a matter he was acutely aware of, and he intended to journey to that very place the following day. "Since you are already aware, there is no need for further elaboration. I hope you can discreetly protect my son, Thor. That is indeed feasible, as I plan to visit New Mexico myself," Nan Zhou replied, stroking his chin thoughtfully before directing his gaze at Odin. "Is there any compensation for this?" Naturally, Nan Zhou would not labor in vain. He had always been accommodating regarding remuneration, willing to accept a fair payment. Of course, his words were well within Odin's expectations, as he had long anticipated that this individual would seek compensation. "Should you assist me, you shall become the most esteemed guest of Asgard. And before I depart from this world, I shall ensure that I have no further entanglements with Hela." If Odin had previously been conciliatory, this time, he spoke with genuine sincerity. Even Hela was taken aback, not expecting Odin to go to such lengths. "It appears you are quite sincere," Nan Zhou remarked, though inwardly he was cursing. After all, Odin's declarations held little genuine intent. Even without this promised remuneration, he would be a guest of honor in Asgard. He dared not provoke Hela lightly. Nevertheless, Nan Zhou chose to accept the compensation, acknowledging that there was a significant difference between voluntary acceptance and forced compromise. What he desired was legitimacy. "Very well," Nan Zhou nodded. "In that case, I shall assist you by taking care of your wayward son. Odin felt a surge of happiness upon hearing Nan Zhou's agreement, yet the description of his son as wayward left a bitter taste in his mouth. Well then, I shall express my gratitude to you, Mr. Nan Zhou. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. As Odin spoke, he turned to depart from Nan Zhou's abode. Wait, Nan Zhou suddenly called out to Odin. Turning back, Odin was puzzled, unsure of why Nan Zhou had stopped him. If I were to wield that hammer, would your son S.H.I.E.L.D be wounded? Upon hearing this, Odin was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Nan Zhou would pose such a question. Anyone deemed worthy by the hammer could lift it. Thus, if one were recognized by it, they could indeed wield it. As for whether Thor's pride would be affected, Odin could not say for certain, though he believed it would not. With that, Odin took his leave from Nan Zhou's home. This time, Nan Zhou did not hinder him. Once Odin's presence faded, Hela sank onto the sofa, appearing somewhat dejected. Nan Zhou understood the source of her disheartenment. Although Hela harbored resentment towards Odin, he was still her father. Witnessing him return to this place where she had suffered, seeking Nan Zhou's assistance for Thor's safety, must have been a bitter pill to swallow. Considering Odin's attitude towards Thor in contrast to her own, Hela naturally felt a pang of disappointment. Nan Zhou approached Hela's side. I understand your current turmoil. It is indeed conflicted. Hela lifted her gaze to meet his, fully aware that Nan Zhou had accepted Odin's terms for her sake. After all, engaging in battle requires a justifiable cause. With Odin's promise secured, Odin would undoubtedly refrain from troubling him. What Nan Zhou sought was precisely this rightful justification. Strangely, it all seemed to revolve around him. He was taken aback as Hela rested her head on his shoulder, an unexpected gesture from the goddess of death, who now appeared as delicate as a fragile maiden. I wish to accompany you to New Mexico, Hela slowly articulated after a moment of silence. She longed to see her brother, the one so dearly favored by Odin. This time, Nan Zhou did not decline Hela's request, but instead nodded slightly in agreement. Very well. Nan Zhou comprehended Hela's current sentiments, and the god understood him too. It all appeared to connect with his former life in another world. Hela was quite astonished. She had not anticipated that Nan Zhou would genuinely acquiesce to her wishes. She contemplated asking why, but ultimately refrained from voicing the question. If you wish to go, then prepare yourself. We shall spend several days there. The matters concerning New Mexico were far from trivial, as he would be participating as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, which would not be a leisurely endeavor. Hela nodded and rose to head towards Nan Zhou's bedroom. Now, Hela not only occupied Nan Zhou's room, but also commandeered his wardrobe, which was filled entirely with her garments, purchased with Nan Zhou's own funds. As for Nan Zhou's own clothes, he was indifferent, as he possessed very few. Nan Zhou proceeded to the room where the three children were, explaining the situation to them. As expected, they voiced their discontent. Despite Hela having taken them to Hawaii during the holiday, they still wished to accompany Nan Zhou. However, upon learning that it was due to work commitments, the children ceased their complaints. Yet, Wanda and Lorna displayed a hint of jealousy upon hearing that Hela would also be joining them. After soothing the three children, Nan Zhou made his way to the living room, reclining on the sofa as he booked 2 tickets to New Mexico. In his report to Nick, Nan Zhou detailed a route from Texas to New York and then on to New Mexico, rendering the itinerary coherent. He set his phone down, contemplating the dawn that awaited him, preparing to confront the chaos awaiting him in New Mexico. Chapter 83. Raising the Hammer of Thor. New Mexico. Upon disembarking from the plane, Nan Zhou and Hela arrived in the city. In truth, Nan Zhou had seldom visited this place and was not particularly familiar with it. Nan Zhou. Just as they exited the airport, they heard Coulson's voice calling out to them. Nan Zhou turned toward the sound and spotted Coulson waving at them. Without hesitation, he approached Coulson with Hela in tow. Upon seeing Nan Zhou accompanied by another individual, Coulson felt a tinge of confusion. However, upon glimpsing Hela's striking appearance, he was momentarily taken aback. Why did you bring someone along? Coulson pulled Nan Zhou aside. You are here on a mission. Why bring someone else? This is your. As he spoke, he turned to cast another glance at Hela, equally mesmerized by her beauty. Is she your girlfriend? Nan Zhou quickly shook his head. Just a friend. Don't worry, it won't affect my work. Hearing this, Coulson glanced once more at Hela, a pang of sympathy for Hill welling up within him. All right, stop staring. You probably couldn't even defeat her. Nan Zhou sensed that Coulson was becoming entranced and promptly patted him on the shoulder, bringing him back to reality. Coulson, perplexed by Nan Zhou's words, could not fathom why he would suggest he might not be able to best that woman, no matter how one viewed it. She seemed incapable of surpassing him. Nevertheless, as Nan Zhou insistently pulled him into the vehicle, Coulson chose not to dwell on it further and drove the two to their accommodation. If you wish to see your brother, you'd best stay here and refrain from wandering about. Upon arriving at the hotel, Nan Zhou offered Hela some instructions. She nodded in acknowledgement, assuring him that she would heed his guidance. Satisfied with her response, Nan Zhou nodded in agreement and departed the hotel with Coulson. When did you meet that girl? Coulson inquired of Nan Zhou, who was seated in the passenger seat. The girl he referred to was, of course, Hela. When did you meet her? Nan Zhou pondered for a moment, stroking his chin. About 6 months ago. Why? Coulson shook his head, continuing to probe. Does she know about your abilities? Upon hearing this question, Nan Zhou hesitated for a moment. After a brief pause, he slowly nodded, choosing not to conceal the truth from Coulson. Indeed, my strength. Coulson was taken aback. Really? You trust her that much? Faced with Coulson's skepticism, Nan Zhou merely smiled faintly, offering no words. He was aware of his own prowess. Yet he would not divulge Hela's true identity to Coulson. After all, following the events in New Mexico, Coulson would likely uncover Hela's true nature in due time, rendering Nan Zhou's disclosure unnecessary at present. Noticing that Nan Zhou seemed disinclined to share further, Coulson opted to remain silent. By the way, I forgot to mention something important. Just as he closed his mouth, Coulson recalled that he had yet to share critical work-related intelligence with Nan Zhou. In a desolate area of New Mexico, something with a peculiar energy source has landed. Something akin to a hammer? There is truly no need for Coulson to share work intelligence with Nan Zhou. He is already well aware of the events that have transpired here. Take me to the scene, he requested. Coulson was still speaking when Nan Zhou interrupted him, nodding in agreement. Coulson understood that it was indeed more prudent to allow Nan Zhou to observe the situation firsthand. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the site where the hammer had fallen. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. had cordoned off the area, prohibiting anyone from approaching. Upon entering the temporary workspace established by S.H.I.E.L.D., Nan Zhou spotted a familiar face, Hawkeye, Agent Clint Barton. Hey, Joe, it's good to see you. Barton smiled as he approached Nan Zhou, who reciprocated the gesture warmly. Clint, it has been too long. The two embraced, patting each other's backs, their camaraderie evident. Their bond was forged through life and death experiences. When Nan Zhou was 17, he and Barton had ventured to Mexico to investigate a smuggling case, only to inadvertently discover that their target was a member of Hydra. They had been pursued by Hydra operatives, deeply entrenched in Mexico and connected with various criminal syndicates. Surviving the ordeal, they managed to return to Washington, solidifying their friendship. If Barton's closest ally within S.H.I.E.L.D. was Natasha, then Nan Zhou was undoubtedly second. However, after that harrowing experience, their paths had diverged. With Nan Zhou primarily focused on dismantling Hydra, while Barton dealt with hostile forces from various nations. Their meetings had become infrequent, making this unexpected reunion particularly surprising for Barton alone. I didn't expect to see you here, he remarked, guiding Nan Zhou further inside. Neither did I expect your presence, Nan Zhou replied, engaging in light banter. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Nan Zhou returned to Coulson's side. Now, let us take a look at that hammer, he instructed. Following his command, Coulson promptly led the way to the hammer's resting place. Observing the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel conducting tests around them, Nan Zhou placed a hand on Coulson's shoulder. Please, send them all away and turn off the cameras. Taken aback momentarily, Coulson complied, clearing the area of all personnel and shutting down the surveillance equipment. Now, only Nan Zhou and Coulson remained before the hammer. As Nan Zhou grasped the handle, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through him. The hammer of the Thunder God. Its might is truly formidable, he mused. Beside him, Coulson observed the scene and, believing that Nan Zhou was about to lift the hammer, quickly interjected, that hammer is practically immovable, even by a truck. I know you possess great strength, but it still seems impossible. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou merely smiled. Lifting this hammer requires more than brute force. It demands a certain essence. He was curious whether he, an outsider unbound by the laws of the universe, could indeed raise it. With that thought, Nan Zhou tightened his grip on the hammer's handle and exerted force. Are you certain you want to? Coulson began to speak, but in an instant, he fell silent, his mouth agape in disbelief at the sight before him. For Nan Zhou effortlessly lifted the hammer, which few could budge. Why you actually lifted it? Coulson exclaimed, his face a mask of incredulity as he gazed at Nan Zhou, who had raised the hammer like a mere toy, an object that even a truck could not move. Surprised? Nan Zhou casually manipulated the hammer before returning it to its original position. Well, there's nothing else. I merely wish to play with this hammer, which is why I asked you to send everyone else away. With that, Nan Zhou began to walk away, prompting Coulson to hurriedly follow. Do you know what this hammer truly is? Where it originates? Nan Zhou nodded. I certainly do. Would you like to hear? Coulson eagerly nodded. He had come here to investigate the hammer and naturally wanted to know more. Very well, follow me, Nan Zhou said with a slight smile, gesturing for Coulson to accompany him. They made their way to a corner of a makeshift base, where Nan Zhou began recounting the tale of Asgard. In his view, Sharing this information with Coulson was of little consequence. After all, he would eventually need to know the truth. What? Don't deceive me. That's mere mythology. Coulson exclaimed after hearing Nan Zhou's words, feeling a surge of disbelief. The stories Nan Zhou recounted were those he had read in mythological texts, Norse mythology, Odin, Thor. These were tales found in textbooks on Earth. For a moment, Coulson found it hard to accept. Yet, gazing into Nan Zhou's eyes, he was compelled to confront this reality. To his astonishment, these myths were indeed real, meaning that the hammer belonged to none other than Thor. And it was currently in New Mexico. Nan Zhou nodded in affirmation. In truth, referring to Thor as the god of thunder was somewhat misleading. At present, he was merely the god of the hammer. Without it, he might be nothing at all. Moreover, it was likely that Thor would arrive within a few days, at which point Coulson would have the chance to meet him. Nan Zhou's words prompted Coulson to stroke his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, his hammer remained here, and he must take it away. According to your assertion, the hammer can only be lifted with its recognition. You mentioned it was exiled here, meaning that even if it were to arrive, it could not be raised, correct? That's roughly the idea, Nan Zhou replied. Just wait and see tomorrow when a jubilant Thor arrives, excited to lift the hammer, only to find he cannot raise it at all, leading to a scene of utter disappointment as he is escorted away. Coulson couldn't help but chuckle at this notion. Just imagining such an awkward scenario was amusing. If it truly came to pass, it would be quite the spectacle. All right then, expect rain tomorrow. Just sit back and enjoy the show tonight, Nan Zhou said, patting Coulson on the shoulder before departing the base. With nothing pressing to attend to, he preferred to return to the hotel. Watching Nan Zhou's retreating figure, Coulson recalled the impending heavy rain in 2 days. As per Nan Zhou's words, Thor would arrive that night. How much does he truly know? Is this some form of future prediction? As Coulson wandered within the base, he found the tales Nan Zhou had shared astonishing. Yet he was even more incredulous that Nan Zhou possessed such knowledge, particularly that Thor would arrive the following day. Could it be that Nan Zhou had grown powerful enough to foresee the future? And now that he could fly, could he still be considered human? Such a being could only be deemed divine. Upon returning to his hotel room, Hela immediately sought him out. So, have you seen my brother yet? Nan Zhou shook his head. Not yet, but soon enough. There will be a heavy rain tomorrow night, and your brother will infiltrate our base to take the hammer. Hela appeared perplexed. Tomorrow? Are you so certain? A confident smile spread across Nan Zhou's face. Rest assured, I can guarantee it. Hela, witnessing Nan Zhou's unwavering confidence, fell silent, though her gaze towards him bore a hint of strangeness. But that hammer isn't so difficult to lift. I managed to grasp it quite effortlessly. Nan Zhou sat on the bed, took a sip of water, and spoke. Hela, upon hearing his words, was not particularly surprised. For someone unbound by the laws of the universe, lifting the hammer should indeed be simple. If one could not do so, that would be truly astonishing. With this thought, Hela let out a wry smile, glancing at her palm. This hammer could only be wielded by those acknowledged by it. Surely, I no longer possess such worth. As she spoke, memories of battling alongside Odin in the Nine Realms resurfaced, where she too had wielded the mighty hammer. A millennium had passed, and the world had dramatically changed. She devoted everything to Asgard, following Odin into battle as soon as she reached adulthood. She forsook her ordinary life, immersing herself in bloodshed each day, ultimately leading to her current fate. The expression of concern Odin bore for his son profoundly pierced Hela's heart. She had never experienced such a gaze from Odin. To him, she seemed merely a tool, an instrument for slaughter. Contemplating this, Hela lowered her head, her fists clenched tightly. She yearned for vengeance against that white-haired old man. She aspired to return to Asgard and make the one who had once cast her aside see that she was the rightful queen of Asgard. However, these were merely fleeting thoughts, for she currently lacked the capability to return to Asgard, let alone pursue other ambitions. Nan Zhou, perceptive of Hela's predicament, gently placed a hand on her shoulder, choosing not to utter a word. Can I visit your base tomorrow? Hela finally spoke. Nan Zhou understood her longing. She wished to see her brother, to understand who was the one so favored by Odin. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Nan Zhou shook her head. You are not an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, and thus cannot access our temporary base. We have a strict no-entry policy for outsiders, unless, of course, you possess the ability to become invisible. Upon hearing this, Hela sighed, resigning to silence, knowing full well that invisibility was not among her skills. Rest assured, you will meet him eventually. He is set to engage in a battle of wits with your other brother in New Mexico, Nan Zhou remarked. At this, Hela gradually lifted her head, her brows slightly furrowed. What do you mean? Nan Zhou merely smiled in response. It means you can simply enjoy the spectacle. Chapter 85. Nothing left. Hey, that's my equipment. A new day dawned in New Mexico. After bidding farewell to Thor, Jane and her companions were en route to their laboratory when they observed a vehicle removing equipment from within. This sight left them bewildered. Jane, quick to react, dashed towards her laboratory. Inside, several individuals clad in black suits were in the process of evacuating various items from the lab. What are you doing? Jane rushed forward, intent on halting them, but a man stepped into her path, blocking her way. Miss Foster, greetings. I am Agent Nan Zhou from S.H.I.E.L.D. Before Nan Zhou could finish, Jane interrupted. What is happening? These are our research materials. With that, she attempted to bypass Nan Zhou to stop those taking her laboratory equipment. Unbeknownst to Jane, the identity of these individuals was clear to Dr. Eric Selvig, who immediately stepped forward to restrain her. Jane, trust me. This matter is far more grave than you can imagine. Yet, at that moment, Jane could not heed Dr. Selvig's words. To her, those devices were akin to her very life, and the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were dismantling her existence. With this thought, Jane broke free from Selvig and pressed onward. At that juncture, Coulson appeared at her side. Miss Foster, we are investigating a security threat and require all your reports. Stop joking, requisition? Is this how you conduct a requisition? Jane could no longer suppress the tempest of rage within her. Glancing around at the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel still at work, her indignation surged. So, requisition means a group of strangers, without my consent, barging into my laboratory to seize my intellectual property? Do you believe I want to report you for trespassing? You are infringing upon my constitutional rights. Coulson was unfazed by Jane's threats. He was well versed in handling such situations. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou had already entered the vehicle. Negotiation was Coulson's forte. He would not meddle unnecessarily and simply awaited the resolution of the matter at hand. Before long, Coulson joined them in the car. Have you resolved it? Nan Zhou inquired, observing Coulson's relaxed demeanor. Do you not know who I am? This is my area of expertise. Coulson beamed with pride, finding such matters to be mere trifles. Despite Jane's ongoing tirade, Coulson remained indifferent. This job required a certain audacity. As long as he wore a smile, it mattered not how outrageous his words might be. You mentioned that Thor will arrive at our base tonight, Coulson whispered. Leaning towards Nan Zhou, his voice low, he expressed skepticism, for the sky showed no signs of impending rain, making him doubt the arrival of that individual. Rest assured, he will undoubtedly come. Perhaps he is already en route. Nan Zhou replied confidently, prompting Coulson to fall silent, choosing to believe him. Meanwhile, in the now-emptied laboratory, Jane sat in her swivel chair, surveying the desolate space with profound disappointment and fury. Not only was this research stripped away, but years of her painstaking work had also been taken. S.H.I.E.L.D. resembled a ravenous beast, leaving nothing behind. Not even backup files or their duplicates remained. Observing Jane's distress, Dr. Selvig attempted to console her. The fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. is fixated on this issue indicates its seriousness. What kind of department are they? At this moment, Daisy, who had been silent, slowly inquired. A scientist I know, exceptionally skilled in the field of gamma rays, has completely vanished since the emergence of S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon uttering these words, Selvig cast a glance at Daisy. You can now grasp the extent of their terror, can't you? Daisy nodded in response, falling silent thereafter. After a while, the once quiet laboratory was once again filled with sound, this time from Daisy. However, the one who initially obstructed us seemed rather handsome. Upon hearing this, both Selvig and Jane exchanged a knowing glance. This scene rendered Daisy hesitant to speak, compelling her to lower her head and awkwardly close her mouth. Upon returning to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s temporary base, Nan Zhou began to sift through Jane's investigative notes. It must be said, Jane is truly a genius. Had she not become entangled with Thor, she might have very well emerged as a leading scientist. Yet, unfortunately for her, she found herself caught up in a romantic involvement with Thor. To be candid, from a human perspective, achieving such investigative results is no small feat. Nan Zhou generously praised Jane's capabilities, which indeed are remarkable. From a human perspective, does that imply that there are many inaccuracies within this notebook? Coulson, who had been sitting nearby, interjected after hearing Nan Zhou's comments. Isn't that a given? Nan Zhou replied with a roll of his eyes. It's akin to me not discussing Asgard with you and expecting you to deduce that this matter pertains to extraterrestrials. Upon hearing this, Coulson found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After all, given the constraints of understanding, achieving this level of investigation is indeed impressive. As Nan Zhou spoke, he set the notebook aside and turned his attention to the repurposed instruments. Not only is Jane adept in scientific theory, but her practical skills are equally commendable, which only deepened Nan Zhou's admiration. The evening swiftly approached. A chilling breeze swept through, leading Coulson to sense that rain was imminent, despite the weather forecast not predicting any precipitation. When do you suppose it will arrive? Coulson asked, moving closer to Nan Zhou, who was leisurely seated on a stool, engrossed in his activities. I'm not certain of the exact time. Just be patient. It will undoubtedly arrive tonight, Nan Zhou replied, continuing to fiddle with his belongings. You merely need to keep an eye out for any shadowy figures sneaking in. Taking Nan Zhou's words to heart, Coulson stepped outside. Before long, a thunderous clap echoed through the air. The sound prompted Nan Zhou to switch off his device, gradually rising to his feet with a slight smile. The show is about to begin. Chapter 86. The capture of Thor in the pitch-black night. Accompanied by thunder, the rain soon began to pour. Amidst the rain, a dark figure infiltrated the temporary base of S.H.I.E.L.D. It seemed that with this person's arrival, the hammer sensed something, producing a powerful magnetic disturbance that rendered even S.H.I.E.L.D's machinery inoperative. Unfortunately, the shadowy figure was soon discovered. Alarms blared. Although Thor had become mortal, he relied on his millennia of combat experience to incapacitate the approaching agents, making his way directly to the hammer. At that moment, Hawkeye, Barton, had readied his bow and aimed at the rushing Thor. Barton, cease your attack. Just as Barton was about to release his arrow, Coulson's voice crackled through the communicator. This surprised Barton, but he lowered his bow nonetheless. Why? He questioned, observing the figure drawing ever closer to the hammer. Rest assured, he cannot take it, Coulson replied vaguely, offering no further explanation. At that juncture, Thor had reached the hammer's side. Gazing at the rain-soaked, glistening weapon, he smiled faintly. Old friend, I have returned. With that, Thor grasped the hammer's handle and exerted his strength to lift it. Yet, regrettably, the hammer remained immovable. Taken aback, he strained again, but to no avail. Thor was perplexed. Why had the hammer suddenly refused to respond? In that moment, the words of his father, Odin, echoed in his mind. One must earn the hammer's approval to wield it. Instantly, Thor plummeted into despair, realizing that he was no longer deemed worthy. He collapsed to his knees, allowing the rain to drench him, tears mingling indistinguishably with the downpour. Soon, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents surrounded him. This time, Thor chose not to resist, submitting as they pinned him to the ground and placed handcuffs on him. In that moment, his heart felt as though it had perished. It was not as he had envisioned. Rather, it brought him a profound ache. Coulson and the soldier, Nan Zhou, observed the unfolding scene with a sense of melancholy. Nan Zhou merely shrugged and turned to leave. Outside the temporary base, Jane witnessed the commotion within subside, yet Thor had not emerged, prompting a sinking feeling in her heart. Clearly, Thor had been captured. To avoid being ensnared herself, Jane hastily departed in search of reinforcements. As Thor remained under S.H.I.E.L.D's control, the rain began to cease. Within the temporary base, Thor found himself handcuffed and seated upon a makeshift chair, facing none other than Coulson. You have taken my people, those highly trained professionals, and treated them with the same disregard as mere decorations in a supermarket security detail. Do you understand how hurtful that is? Coulson observed Thor, who appeared rather disheartened at that moment, and continued, So, where do you hail from? It is known that only those with specialized training could defeat my agents. Chechnya, Afghanistan, or perhaps Syria. Clearly, Coulson did not approach the matter with candor. He refrained from revealing his knowledge of Thor's true identity as the god of thunder from Asgard. Instead, he played the part of the uninformed interrogator, posing questions that Thor could scarcely comprehend. After all, he was unaware of where Afghanistan even lay. This entire scenario had been orchestrated by Nan Zhou. And though Coulson could not fathom the reasoning behind it, he had no choice but to comply with the arrangement. So, you choose not to respond. Coulson pressed on, observing Thor's silence. Or are you perhaps a mercenary? Many organizations would pay a handsome sum to employ someone as formidable as you against us. So who exactly are you? Yet, Thor remained unyieldingly silent. Coulson glanced at the time, feeling increasingly perplexed about his purpose in this situation. Having already discerned Thor's true identity, he realized that no matter what he said, this man would remain resolute in silence. At that moment, Coulson's phone unexpectedly rang, catching him off guard. Upon answering, he discovered it was Nick calling. Coulson quickly shot a glance at Thor, instructing, "Don't move." With those words, he exited the room. Once outside, he directed his gaze towards Nan Zhou. Was this also your doing? Nan Zhou merely shrugged. If I could orchestrate Nick calling you, then you ought to be cautious. Perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. is now under my influence. With those words, Coulson grasped that Nan Zhou was not behind this call. Nick genuinely had matters to discuss with him. Could it be that this individual possessed the ability to foresee the future? Coulson's eyes once again brimmed with incredulity. Dismiss everyone. I wish to speak with him privately. Nan Zhou remarked, observing Coulson as he prepared to answer the call. Coulson nodded in agreement and connected the long-ringing phone call from Nick. Yet, Nan Zhou did not rush to enter. Instead, he chose to stand outside quietly, aware that another presence was conversing with Thor within the room. He had no desire to intrude upon the brothers' dialogue, so he patiently awaited the departure of the unexpected guest. During this time, Coulson had already hung up the phone and dispatched the others present, assigning them different tasks. The ominous bell tolled, yet there were no issues at hand. Observing that some staff members were apprehensive about the possibility of that individual fleeing, Coulson decisively invoked Nan Zhou's identity to reassure them. This allowed the remaining personnel to depart with a sense of relief. Gradually, everyone left, leaving only two individuals behind, Nan Zhou and a despondent Thor, who sat slumped on a chair, seemingly devoid of spirit, as if his very soul had been drained. Upon noticing that the man had succumbed to despair, Nan Zhou adjusted the surveillance in the room to a looped playback before donning a mask and entering the chamber. At that moment, Thor lifted his gaze to Nan Zhou. He was unaware of the reason for the mask, but at that juncture, he had little inclination to ponder it. God of Thunder, Nan Zhou remarked with a slight smile, uttering Thor's name. This took Thor by surprise. He looked up at Nan Zhou, perplexed as to how this stranger could know his name. Why the long face? Let me guess, did your father just die? Chapter 87. Conversing with a god, what did you say? Nan Zhou's words ignited a spark of fury within Thor, who angrily attempted to break free from his handcuffs, yearning to strike that accursed mask. The provocation in Nan Zhou's statement only fueled Thor's rage further. However, he had long since lost his divine powers, and as a mere mortal, he was unable to shake the sturdy restraints. Thus, after futilely straining against them for some time, he found himself only battling solitude. Meanwhile, Loki arrived at the location where Thor's hammer was kept, still cloaked in invisibility. Approaching the mighty weapon, he grasped the handle and pulled with all his might. Yet the hammer remained immovable. Loki, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, exerted both hands in a futile effort, but the outcome was unchanged. The hammer remained steadfast. Acknowledging his own inadequacy, he rubbed his wrist and turned to leave, realizing that he too was unworthy of the hammer. Back in the chamber where Thor was confined, witnessing the god's fury, Nan Zhou quickly interjected, "Whoa, big guy, calm down." He then retrieved a stool from outside and seated himself opposite Thor. Observing Thor's wrath, Nan Zhou continued, "If my deductions are correct, the individual who just visited was your brother. And he mentioned that the terms for the truce with Jotunheim entail your permanent exile, with your mother forbidding your return. Am I right?" Nan Zhou recounted Loki's words to Thor, which gradually quelled the god's anger, replacing it with a sense of caution. "Who are you?" Thor was acutely aware that just moments ago, Loki had been invisible to everyone else. Yet this individual before him could recite Loki's every word with remarkable precision. This indicated that this person was privy to Loki's recent presence and their entire conversation. "I am not of significant importance," said Nan Zhou, reiterating his point. "You must be feeling utterly despairing now, for your father perished because of you, and you shall never return to the homeland where you once thrived. Furthermore, your divine powers have vanished, rendering you incapable of so much as moving the hammer of the Thunder God. The throne is now entirely out of reach, and your reputation will remain confined to this insignificant planet. Is it not a source of great despondency?" Nan Zhou's mildly mocking tone irked Thor, yet he could not refute the truth in his words. Instead, he bowed his head in silence. The realization that his father had died due to his own actions was a thought too burdensome to contemplate. He surely was the most disloyal son in the annals of Asgard. "Without the throne and the divine powers, I am indifferent. For I am indeed the most wretched being in all of Asgard." Thor no longer cared who this person was. He presumed he was likely someone associated with Asgard. "I only worry for my mother," Thor lamented, a solitary tear escaping the corner of his eye. At this moment, Nan Zhou struggled to suppress a smile. This thunder god certainly appeared naive, perhaps too trusting of his brother. "You do not seem to be of this earth. Who then are you?" Thor inquired, gazing intently at Nan Zhou. It was evident to Thor that a mere earthling could not have overheard his dialogue with Loki. "How unfortunate. I am indeed an earthling," Nan Zhou replied with a grin. "Moreover, I share a certain rapport with your father." At this revelation, Thor's mood darkened further. Seeing Thor's despondent state, Nan Zhou placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "You should not dwell in such sorrow. You must believe that hope will eventually emerge." However, Nan Zhou's words bore little substance, akin to empty platitudes, devoid even of the nourishment provided by a comforting broth. Yet, he had no intention of disclosing the truth to Thor, as it was not his place to do so. Nan Zhou had come to Thor for other reasons. Unbeknownst to Thor, a discreet camera was positioned in an inconspicuous corner of Nan Zhou's attire, silently transmitting the interaction to Nan Zhou's phone. On the other end, Nan Zhou was engaged in a video call with Hela, thereby ensuring that all of their exchange had been observed by her. Nan Zhou's purpose in conversing with Thor was largely to provide Hela with a glimpse of her favored brother. Stay on Earth and consider it a form of atonement. Nan Zhou offered insincerely before exiting the room and restoring the surveillance. Soon after, Coulson returned with his team, while Dr. Shavig led Thor away under an assumed identity. Naturally, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou had returned to his hotel. So, did you see your brother? Nan Zhou inquired after meeting Hela. I did, and he certainly appears a bit simple-minded, Hela replied casually, engrossed in her phone. However, it seems Asgard might be in peril. Odin is still alive. After all, he was quite lively just the other day. Hela was skeptical of Loki's claims that Odin had perished, having seen him just days prior, brimming with vigor. Thus, she was acutely aware of the challenges facing Asgard. That's why I suggested you watch the spectacle, Nan Zhou said, taking a sip of water. In a couple of days, there will be a confrontation nearby. I'll take you to witness it live. Hela looked up at Nan Zhou, intrigued. Really? Is that a promise? Of course. I had already promised you. Have you forgotten? Nan Zhou affirmed. Hela smiled at his assurance, setting her phone aside to focus on him. I'm quite eager to meet that brother of yours. I find him fascinating. Her interest appeared to lie not with Thor, but rather with the deceptive Loki. If you have the opportunity to visit Asgard, you will certainly meet him. However, soon he will be visiting Earth again. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait. Nan Zhou's words deepened Hela's curiosity. This fellow seemed to know everything. When the time comes, I want to restrict your movements as I do now. If you wish to meet your brother, I'll personally escort you. Just remember, you cannot reveal your identity. Hela was perplexed by this statement. Why not? She could not comprehend why. If they could meet, they could not acknowledge one another. Nan Zhou simply raised a finger to signal silence. Some secrets are not meant to be divulged. Chapter 88. Disturbance. As night fell, Hela had spent an entire day in the hotel. She was not one to remain cooped up, and thus insisted that Nan Zhou take her out. Reluctantly, he relented, and they ventured out into the streets of New Mexico under the night sky. Let us check out a bar, Hela suggested, her spirits lifted as she pulled Nan Zhou along. He had no objections. After all, he was there to accompany her. Upon arriving at the bar, the dim lighting and the aroma of alcohol enveloped them. Hela settled herself at the bar, ordering a drink of her choice, while Nan Zhou, who abstained from alcohol, opted for a non-alcoholic beverage. At that moment, Nan Zhou cast a sideways glance and was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a grin. Well, what a surprise. Not far from him, Thor and Shavig were indulging in drinks. At this time, Shavig was already inebriated, his words slurring with each attempt to articulate. Hey, look over there. Nan Zhou patted Hela on the shoulder and nodded toward the pair of drinkers. Hela, upon spotting Thor, expressed her surprise as well. It was indeed a serendipitous encounter. Neither had anticipated crossing paths here. Thor, meanwhile, was busy clapping Shavig on the back, oblivious to the presence of Hela and Nan Zhou. What's the matter? Do you wish to strike up a conversation with him? Nan Zhou inquired, glancing at Hela. However, Hela shook her head. Now is not the right time, and besides, he doesn't know me. I have no desire to be mistaken for a fool. Hela articulated her thoughts clearly. Thor did not recognize her, and a hasty approach could lead to her being perceived as a simpleton. Nan Zhou shrugged in response, remaining silent. Yet, he soon realized an important detail. Thor's presence implied that S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were also nearby. After all, Coulson had instructed some individuals to tail Thor upon his departure. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a man in a black suit approached Nan Zhou. What are you doing here? Nan Zhou turned to find he had a vague recollection of this individual, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. How unfortunate. Nan Zhou frowned slightly, reluctant to entangle himself with S.H.I.E.L.D. During his leisure time, he needed to extricate himself from this situation. The agent, upon seeing Nan Zhou, appeared somewhat surprised, perhaps wondering if Nan Zhou was also on Thor's tail. Don't mind me. I'm just here for a drink. I didn't expect to find him here. Nan Zhou waved his hand dismissively. You see, I'm just here having fun with a friend. He gestured toward Hela, who had caught the agent's attention, leaving him momentarily speechless at her stunning beauty. Indeed, upon Hela's entrance into the bar, she had drawn the gaze of many, including those with less than honorable intentions. You all carry on. Don't mind me, but don't expect my assistance, Nan Zhou remarked, eliciting a wry smile from the agent. Nan Zhou's reputation within S.H.I.E.L.D. was well known. He was a legend, a man capable of earning a 6-month leave from Nick Fury. The agent had no expectations of Nan Zhou lending aid, fully aware of his unconventional methods. Very well, take your time, Nan Zhou said, patting the agent on the shoulder. The agent, perceptive as he was, understood the implication and wisely chose to depart. Not long after the agent's departure, a scruffy thug approached Nan Zhou. "Hey, beautiful. Care to have some fun with my friends?" The typical thug's tone elicited a chuckle from Nan Zhou. Hela, too, paid no heed to the ruffian. Such individuals were hardly worthy of her attention. Seeing that Hela ignored him, the thug attempted to shove Nan Zhou aside. "What is the point of hanging around with this unsightly fellow?" he sneered, as he moved to push Nan Zhou off her seat. However, unexpectedly, Nan Zhou swiftly extended her hand and grasped the thug's wrist. Instantly, he felt a sharp pain radiating from his wrist. Turning to face Nan Zhou, he was met with her smile and unwavering gaze. Realizing she was not to be trifled with, he hastily broke free from her grip. Nan Zhou had no intention of truly injuring him, so she relinquished her hold, allowing him to retreat. "How about we place a bet?" At this moment, Hela interjected. "Let us wager whether this man will back down." A slight smile crossed Nan Zhou's lips as she replied, "I bet he will not relent." Hela returned the smile. "How fortunate, I share your sentiment." With that, Nan Zhou tilted her head, suggesting, "Shall we resolve this matter?" Hela remained silent, rising instead to convey her intent. Subsequently, Hela and Nan Zhou departed the bar, and just as they exited, the earlier tormentor, accompanied by 5 or 6 others, also left the establishment. The night in New Mexico was growing desolate, the streets rife with peril. Such danger was not confined to New Mexico, it permeated the poorer regions across the United States, where nighttime brought forth threats. Sure enough, Nan Zhou and Hela were intercepted in a deserted alley. Leading the charge was the very same thug. "So, you thought you could run from trouble?" he taunted Nan Zhou. "This is my territory, even if you are law enforcement. Just the two of you are but lambs to the slaughter." The thug then turned his gaze to Hela. "Don't worry, sister, we won't harm you. We'll take good care of you." His words were met with lewd laughter from his companions. "Did you hear that? They're going to cherish you," Nan Zhou remarked, glancing at Hela, who appeared quite displeased. "Can we not just incapacitate him instead?" Hela's words dripped with menace, prompting a suppressed laugh from Nan Zhou as she observed her expression. "Of course, feel free to dismantle him wherever you please." Upon encountering Nan Zhou and Hela, the thug felt a profound sense of humiliation. "You too," he bellowed. "Today, neither of you will escape." To Nan Zhou, the thug's furious roar resembled the impotent rage of a cornered creature. After all, to him, this ruffian was even less significant than an ant. Chapter 89. The fierce Hyla gunfire resonated through the streets of New Mexico, startling Saul, who had been inside the bar. He dragged the inebriated Shavig out, only to find Nan Zhou and Hyla standing not far away, while several thugs lay sprawled on the ground. "Hey, what have you done?" Saul slowly approached, oblivious to the unfolding drama, instinctively believing that Nan Zhou and Hyla had shot down their adversaries. "We were merely defending ourselves," Nan Zhou replied, gesturing towards the thug on the ground, who was now wearing a mask of agony. The thug's thigh had been pierced by a bullet. Of course, it was not Nan Zhou who had fired the gun, it was the thug himself. Yet, the reason behind his injury was something he could scarcely comprehend. Infuriated by the apparent indifference of Hyla and Nan Zhou, the thug and his companions had charged at them with knives. But what harm could such meager blades inflict upon Nan Zhou and Hyla? All 6 knives were effortlessly shattered by Nan Zhou and Hyla. This was no mere demonstration of empty-handed prowess. It was a brutal grip that crushed the incoming blades, producing a sound akin to metal colliding with steel. In a frenzy, Nan Zhou snapped the knives apart. At that moment, the thug was still reeling, unable to fathom how Nan Zhou had so easily rendered the knives useless. By the time he grasped the situation, his companions lay defeated on the ground, their chests caved in, blood seeping from their lips. It was then that the thug truly panicked, realizing he had provoked someone he could never hope to challenge. He began to plead for mercy, but it was evident that Nan Zhou would not allow him to escape so easily. In a desperate act, the thug suddenly drew a gun from his waist and fired at Nan Zhou, believing this shot would seal his fate. However, to his astonishment, the bullet halted mere inches from Nan Zhou's nose. With the power of telekinesis at his disposal, Nan Zhou found it rather effortless to control a bullet. With a mere wave of his hand, the bullet was redirected into the thug's leg. "They are demons." The thug's voice trembled with fear as he pointed at Nan Zhou and Hyla, his eyes wide with terror. "They are demons. Save me." To him, being untouched by blades and manipulating bullets was far beyond the realm of humanity. In the midst of his agony and terror, the thug lost control and urinated himself. "What a pathetic display," Hyla remarked with evident disdain. Meanwhile, Saul glanced at Nan Zhou and Hyla, momentarily taken aback at the sight of Hyla. Hela exuded an aura of warmth that was inexplicably comforting to him. However, the incessant chatter was utterly vexing. As she gazed upon the once arrogant thug, now reduced to a pitiful state, her disdain only deepened. "How dare you speak to me with such disrespect and yet wish to cherish me? I shall ensure that you will never cherish another in this lifetime." With that, Hela stepped forward and delivered a swift kick to the thug's groin. Oh! Both Nan Zhou and Thor winced in unison, their faces contorted in agony. Although the blow had not been dealt to them, the mere thought of the pain was excruciating. As for the unfortunate wretch, he had already succumbed to unconsciousness, unable to emit even a cry of despair. Did you really crush his? Thor could hardly fathom the sight before him. This enchanting woman had displayed such ruthless cruelty. To have obliterated his manhood was a mercy compared to the fate he had narrowly escaped. Hela did not cast a glance at Thor and merely turned to leave. The scene was so grim that even Nan Zhou could scarcely bear to witness it. A man who has lost the very essence of his masculinity, what meaning does life hold for him? Nan Zhou's sentiment found resonance with Thor, who nodded in agreement. Following Hela, Nan Zhou departed, leaving Thor momentarily stunned. Crushing his, how terrifying. Thor mused, suddenly feeling a deep apprehension towards the woman he had initially found so approachable. It seemed Earth harbored its fair share of merciless individuals. You were exceedingly ruthless. You actually crushed his. Was this your usual method? Nan Zhou approached Hela, still in shock from her earlier actions. Though he had employed various tactics in his missions, he had never resorted to such permanent damage. He brought it upon himself with his disrespect. Hela replied nonchalantly, finding no fault in her actions. Surely, you haven't always acted this way? Nan Zhou recalled Hela often lamenting about being harassed. He had merely advised her to avoid lethal force, allowing her the freedom to act otherwise. However, it appeared Hela had frequently resorted to such methods. As if confirming his suspicions, Hela tapped her fingers thoughtfully and calmly stated, occasionally. Occasionally? Nan Zhou chuckled softly. Her casual tone suggested that such instances were far from rare. From now on, I shall call you the crusher of manhood. His jest was met with an exaggerated eye roll from Hela. Meanwhile, the several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents trailing behind Thor were equally grappling with their shock each day. They had witnessed Hela's recent actions and were aware of the confrontation between Nan Zhou and the ruffians. However, they believed that given Nan Zhou's formidable prowess, these miscreants would pose no challenge and would be easily dispatched. Upon hearing the gunfire, a sense of unease washed over them. Their concern was that if the ruffians had fired upon Nan Zhou, they would bear the burden of guilt for eternity should anything happen to him. Fortunately, Nan Zhou emerged unscathed, while the ruffians sustained injuries instead. Subsequently, they witnessed the unfortunate thug being crushed under Hela's boot. Even seasoned individuals like Nan Zhou and Thor were taken aback, let alone the agents. That woman accompanying Nan Zhou is truly terrifying, one agent remarked. Her strength must be immense. She can't be an ordinary person. Could she be a new S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? As agents, they naturally speculated about Hela's identity. It's hard to say. Perhaps she is a descendant of a martial arts master. Another agent chimed in. Such a person would indeed complement Nan Zhou well. The group nodded in agreement, silently imposing a taboo on themselves. Should they ever encounter this woman again, they must not provoke her. This woman possesses exceedingly cruel methods. Chapter 90. The Destroyer armor. The next day, Coulson and a contingent of S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel were investigating the peculiar markings that had appeared on the ground upon Thor's arrival on Earth. After conversing with Thor, Nan Zhou had revealed nothing to him, stating that he would be entirely uninformed moving forward. Moreover, Nan Zhou had not disclosed the meaning of the markings, simply because he himself was unaware. This left Coulson in a quandary. However, Hela was likely knowledgeable about these symbols, though she had not seen them. Let's consult a linguistics expert, Coulson suggested as he crouched on the ground, unable to decipher the inscriptions. He then turned to a colleague nearby. Just then, dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky. Suddenly, a cascade of colorful light erupted from the clouds, followed by a beam striking the ground. From within this radiant column emerged a colossal steel giant. The S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel nearby were momentarily bewildered. Director, is this something Stark created? They inquired, naturally associating such a metallic construct with Tony Stark. He hasn't mentioned anything about this to me, Coulson replied, making it clear that this was not Stark's handiwork. Meanwhile, within a hotel, Nan Zhou and Hela observed the scene of the steel giant's descent. Is it yet another matter concerning Asgard? Hela has sensed a presence emanating from Asgard. This artifact should belong to your father, Nan Zhou remarked while savoring a sandwich. An item belonging to Odin? Hela questioned, her brow furrowing in confusion. Nan Zhou nodded affirmatively. This is the Destroyer armor. Hela stood momentarily stunned. The Destroyer armor? Surely, you jest. In Hela's understanding, the Destroyer armor was Odin's formidable armor, possessing immense power. Its appearance here suggested that this street would likely not remain unscathed. I assure you, I am not jesting. Your other dear brother has gone to great lengths to eliminate the brother present here, Nan Zhou stated as he turned to leave the room. Hela followed closely behind, muttering to herself, What enmity could they possibly share? At that moment, Nan Zhou turned to regard Hela. Your brother still in Asgard is none other than a frost giant from Jotunheim, specifically, the son of their king, Lao Fei. What? Hela was taken aback by this revelation. That individual is a frost giant? Nan Zhou nodded once more. Odin rescued him from the temple of Jotunheim during the war against Lao Fei. Even then, Odin demonstrated remarkable mercy. Hela remained silent, lowering her head as if deep in thought. Nan Zhou pondered whether Hela had participated in that war. If she had, it implied that the matter of Odin bringing Loki back from Jotunheim was known only to him and his wife, with no third party being aware. Before long, Hela lifted her head, seemingly unconcerned, and walked past Nan Zhou, exiting the room. Observing this, Nan Zhou could not help but chuckle wryly. Just moments ago, she had been following him. Now, the roles had reversed. Meanwhile, Coulson had seized a megaphone, addressing the slowly approaching destroyer armor. You are operating unregistered weaponry. Please identify yourself. Upon his command, the destroyer armor came to a halt, prompting a sigh of relief from Coulson, who perceived that this formidable entity was not an enemy. The visor of the destroyer armor gradually opened, revealing an emptiness within. Instinctively, Coulson sensed impending danger. Suddenly, a red glow emanated from the hollow helmet, followed by the discharge of a fiery laser. Take cover, Coulson shouted, urging his subordinates to flee as the destroyer armor melted a nearby vehicle. In haste, Coulson dialed Nan Zhou's number. Hello, is this Nan Zhou? He began, but was immediately interrupted by Nan Zhou. I comprehend the unfolding events and am hastening my way there. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Coulson felt a considerable sense of relief. With Nan Zhou's presence, hope flourished. Meanwhile, the Doomsday Mech seemed disinterested in annihilating the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, instead diverting its course toward a nearby street. There stood Thor, Sif, and the three warriors, centrally positioned as they had dispersed the crowd, awaiting the arrival of the impending Doomsday Mech. With the arrival of Sif and her companions, Thor realized that his father, Odin, had not succumbed to death due to his own distress. It was all part of Loki's devious scheme. At that moment, Thor's eyes burned with rage towards Loki. Upon learning that his father Odin still lived, Thor began to piece together some of Loki's machinations. Yet, as a mere mortal stripped of divine power, he was unable to wield his hammer. Thus, their primary objective remained to confront the approaching Doomsday Mech, which was drawing ever closer and wreaking havoc. However, this was once Odin's armor. Sif and the warriors had little chance of vanquishing it, let alone Thor in his current state. At this juncture, Nan Zhou and Hela had ascended to a rooftop beside the street. Observing the encroaching Doomsday Mech, Hela furrowing her brow. Given her current strength, she was uncertain of her ability to conquer this remotely controlled behemoth. At present, I doubt I could defeat it, Hela remarked. As long as I can prevail, that suffices. Nan Zhou replied with an air of nonchalance. If possible, he would prefer to remain uninvolved, apprehensive that the entity which had ensnared him in dreams twice might emerge once more to cause disruption. In such a case, Nan Zhou would be compelled to intervene. He merely wished to observe from a distance, achieving event milestones to earn new inheritance points, hoping that entity would refrain from meddling. The Doomsday Mech continued its slow advance, leaving destruction in its wake as it demolished all structures in its path. Fortunately, the crowd had been evacuated by Thor and his allies, resulting in no casualties. Merely property damage. When will you make your move? Hela inquired, clearly skeptical of the 5's capacity to overcome such a foe. Patience, Nan Zhou replied, still wearing a calm expression. When the time is right, I shall step into the fray. Chapter 91. The transformation of the Thunder God the Destroyer Mech was drawing nearer, its target being Thor, who was utterly defenseless at that moment. His friends would certainly not allow him to take risks. The warriors Volstagg, Hogun, and Fandral were poised for a frontal assault, while Sif prepared to strike from the shadows. With the support of Hogun and Vandal, Volstagg exhibited remarkable speed, intending to confront the Destroyer Mech head-on. He raised his hammer and shouted, "For Asgard!" only to be swiftly knocked down by a single punch from the destroyer. Both Nan Zhou and Hela furrowed their brows at this spectacle. It seemed that the tactical approach of these three warriors, akin to that of a baseball bat, was indicative of their questionable intellect. Soon after, Sif leaped onto the back of the destroyer, piercing its neck with her spear. This significant blow momentarily incapacitated the destroyer. However, it was but a fleeting respite, as the destroyer quickly revived and redirected its attack towards Sif. Although Sif managed to evade this assault, it concluded in failure. The ensuing events saw Sif and the three warriors being thoroughly outmatched by the destroyer. None of them stood a chance against it. As a former armor of Odin, the energy of this destroyer mech was exceedingly formidable. Unless Thor reclaimed his lost power, their fate was sealed. Annihilation. Are you not going to intervene? They will perish shortly. Hela remarked, her indifference towards their fates evident. Yet, observing Nan Zhou's calm demeanor, she felt perplexed. Rest assured, the time for my intervention has not yet arrived. Nan Zhou perceived nothing amiss with the destroyer mech. In essence, the entity that could disrupt the situation had yet to emerge. Hence, Nan Zhou remained passive. Realizing that this matter could be effortlessly handled by Thor alone, he could simply watch and enjoy the unfolding drama, reaping the rewards of inheritance without lifting a finger. Seeing Nan Zhou's in action, Hela ceased her inquiries, secretly relishing the prospect of witnessing Thor, so favored by Odin, being thoroughly bested by the destroyer. If you refrain from intervening and Thor meets his demise, do you think Odin will come seeking you? Hela posed once more. Do not worry, Thor shall not perish. I will fulfill my promise to Odin. Under normal circumstances, Thor's survival was assured, but should events deviate from the expected, Nan Zhou would have to take action. The overwhelming destructive power of the destroyer mech left S.H.I.E.L.D. and her companions utterly defenseless, quickly bringing them to their knees. If this continued, their demise was imminent. At that moment, Thor stepped forward, urging Sif and the others to flee with Jane and the others. He understood that the mech had come here because of him. If he made it clear that he harbored no intentions of claiming the throne, Loki would likely release them. Thus, Thor resolutely advanced. How audacious indeed. Hela observed as Thor boldly approached the destroyer armor, remarking, were I in that armor, he would have perished long ago. She continued, believing that her brother, far away in Asgard, was far too lenient. Nan Zhou watched as events unfolded predictably. Thor stood before the destroyer, having shed the arrogance of his former self as the god of thunder. This once mighty deity was now pleading, compromising. Hela shook her head in resignation, reflecting on the disgrace of Odin's son stooping to such a level of capitulation, a true affront to the dignity of the Asgardian royal lineage. Compromise is indeed an art. Nan Zhou, perceiving Hela's innermost thoughts, spoke up. At that moment, it appeared Thor's entreaties were yielding results. Loki, back in Asgard, seemed genuinely inclined to spare them. The destroyer had begun to turn away. Yet, in a sudden twist, it retaliated with a punch that sent Thor sprawling. Excellent, Nan Zhou thought, a smirk gracing his lips. Everything was proceeding too smoothly. It seemed that ominous presence had refrained from causing chaos this time. Perhaps the last encounter in Odin's confinement had instilled a sense of caution in that entity, deterring it from recklessness. While Nan Zhou pondered the identity of the architect behind the tunnel that had whisked him and Hela away, Thor was unceremoniously knocked to the ground, barely clinging to life. This precarious state marked the pivotal moment of Thor's transformation. In stepping forth for the sake of others, he had irrevocably altered his inner essence. The hammer had acknowledged him at that very instant. As if on cue, amidst Jane's call, Thor reclaimed his strength. The hammer of the god of thunder returning to his grasp. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have achieved the event milestone, Thunder God Transformation. You have gained 3 points of Darkseid template inheritance. Your Darkseid template inheritance now stands at 16. You have received a skill reward, level 1 space movement. The system's voice resonated once more. The incidents involving Iron Man in New York and the Thunder God event in New Mexico had elevated Nan Zhou's inheritance level beyond 15. For every increment of 5, a new Darkseid skill would be acquired, and this time, it was space movement. Although it was merely a level 1 ability, restricted to locations he had previously visited, it was sufficient. You were right. He is indeed a god of hammers, Hela commented, observing Thor in combat with the destroyer armor. She could discern that while Thor had gained the hammer's approval, his powers still fell short. As the god of thunder, he should be able to harness divine strength even without the hammer as an intermediary. It appears that he is not capable after all. Hence, this fellow is still rather inexperienced. Yet, even such a fledgling in Hela's eyes swiftly dispatched the destroyer armor upon regaining his strength. This exemplifies the might of the god of thunder, which starkly contrasts with the capabilities of Sif and her companions. That Loki did not unleash the full power of the armor. Observing the victorious Thor, Hela shook her head in disappointment. As Odin's armor, the destroyer is not easily vanquished. It can only be said that not only is this younger brother lacking, but even that brother far away in Asgard falls short. Both of them still have much to learn. As Hela spoke, she suddenly paused, then turned to Nan Zhou and said, you should take a look. Doesn't Thor seem a bit unusual? Upon hearing Hela's words, Nan Zhou turned to gaze in Thor's direction. At that moment, Thor stood motionless, whereas they should have already returned to Asgard via that symbol. What is happening now? Nan Zhou was suddenly overcome with a sense of foreboding. Jane, Sif, and the 3 warriors hesitated to advance, sensing that something was amiss with Thor. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, led by Coulson, lingered nearby, hesitating to approach. Before long, Coulson could no longer contain himself. He rose and began walking towards Thor. However, just then, Thor suddenly turned around, and his pupils glowed a menacing red. Damn it. So, You were waiting for me. Nan Zhou couldn't help but curse, while Thor raised his hammer. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, and amidst the thunder, countless blue lightning bolts converged upon Thor's hammer. Recognizing the impending danger, Coulson urgently beckoned the others to flee while he himself quickly retreated. Yet, how could his speed match that of lightning? At that moment, Nan Zhou appeared before Coulson and swiftly deflected Thor's lightning with a single palm strike. Nan Zhou, Coulson exclaimed, filled with joy, yet still perplexed. What is happening? Why is Thor attacking us? There was no time to explain, so Nan Zhou hurriedly replied, I'll clarify everything later. For now, you need to leave. Understanding the urgency, Coulson nodded and hastily retreated. As Thor slowly approached, Nan Zhou suddenly spoke. Hey, can you hear me? He was not addressing the Thor before him, but rather the entity controlling him. Clearly, Thor had not merely acquired the power of that being. He was under its control. At that moment, Thor let out a chilling laugh. Nan Zhou, you are quite clever. Upon hearing these words, Nan Zhou furrowed his brow. It seemed his suspicions were not unfounded. Thor had succumbed to the control of the entity that had consistently obstructed him. The dominance over his body was no longer Thor's, but belonged to that being. Indeed, the divine form was incomparable, far surpassing the clumsy brute that Thor appeared to be. The entity gestured with Thor's arm, indicating that it still lacked a certain something. For this god was not a so-called supreme deity. No sooner had the words left his lips than Thor swiftly appeared before Nan Zhou, delivering a powerful blow to him. The speed was astonishing, leaving Nan Zhou unable to react in the slightest. The strike sent him crashing through the back of a building, creating a substantial hole. Yet, almost immediately, Nan Zhou burst forth from the opening, retaliating with a punch that sent Thor sprawling backward. The onlookers were momentarily dumbfounded, uncertain of the unfolding events. Only Hela observed with a furrowed brow, sensing that the entity Nan Zhou had entangled himself with was far from ordinary. Are you not concerned that this body may be shattered by your strikes? Thor, having regained his footing after falling, replied with the voice of the entity once more. Fear not. You find this body quite satisfactory, thus it shall not be damaged. As soon as the words were spoken, Nan Zhou charged forward again. This time, Thor did not evade but raised his fist in response. Their fists collided with tremendous force, shattering the glass of all intact buildings along the street. Even the S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicles were overturned. What magnitude of battle is this? The deputy beside Coulson could not help but inquire. Coulson stood transfixed, observing the scene. Perhaps it is a conflict between deities. Nan Zhou, brow creased, realized that time was of the essence. The matter concerning the god of thunder remained unresolved. If Thor did not return to Asgard promptly, grave consequences would ensue. Have you not been concerned about my interference with the world's progression? Yet your current actions are indeed disrupting it. At Nan Zhou's words, a subtle smirk appeared at the corner of Thor's mouth, and the voice of the entity responded. Had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten. Thank you for the reminder. With that, Thor's body surged toward Nan Zhou at an incredible speed. However, Nan Zhou had no intention of retreating. He clenched his fist and aimed to strike directly at Thor's face, indifferent to whether this body belonged to Thor or not. Yet, Thor executed a deft maneuver in midair, placing his hand upon Nan Zhou's wrist. In an instant, both vanished without leaving a trace. When Nan Zhou regained his senses, he found himself on a small landmass, surrounded entirely by the void. This scene felt eerily familiar. It was the very place he had arrived at before meeting Hela. Once again, this place, Nan Zhou sighed. Before he could finish his thought, Soul hurled a hammer towards him. However, Nan Zhou was well prepared and swiftly dodged to the side. You cannot truly believe that you can conquer me solely by relying on Soul's physique, Nan Zhou remarked, addressing the entity inhabiting Soul's body. I recognize your formidable strength. Your body is virtually indestructible. This form cannot merely kill you, nor can it truly defeat you. Isn't that precisely the point? The entity responded, prompting Nan Zhou to retort, if you cannot overcome me, why engage in these futile endeavors? Upon hearing this, the entity let out a cold laugh. Even if I cannot best you, I can confine you here. You surely possess no means of returning, do you? Nan Zhou's expression darkened upon hearing this. It indeed seemed that he could not escape this void. Even if the entity relinquished control over Soul's body, he would still be trapped. The entity then smirked, and soon a luminous orb floated out from Soul's form. In an instant, Soul vanished from the scene. I shall not delay the progression of this world any further. So I will take Soul away from this place, while you shall remain here to fend for yourself, the entity declared, and with that, the orb disappeared as well. At this moment, Nan Zhou felt somewhat dazed as he gazed into the emptiness beyond the small land. His brow furrowed. It appeared he had landed in quite the predicament. In this unfamiliar place, could he possibly return to Earth? Just then, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, a seemingly feasible idea. This invigorated Nan Zhou. and a slight smile crept upon his lips. If it succeeds, I shall make that scoundrel regret it. Chapter 93. Repeated leaps. Nan Zhou quickly devised his next course of action, having already formulated a strategy in his mind. It involved the skill he had recently acquired, spatial mobility. Although it was merely a level 1 ability, it allowed travel to any place he had previously visited. If this skill proved useful here, then Nan Zhou could easily extricate himself from this predicament, even coming and going with ease. With unwavering focus, Nan Zhou concentrated. Aware that this was his first attempt at utilizing the skill and uncertain of its success. Nevertheless, it was imperative to try. Gradually, a fissure began to appear before him, and it lengthened until it matched his height. Then, instead of continuing to stretch vertically, the fissure widened horizontally. Seeing this, Nan Zhou's heart leapt with joy. It seemed to be working. As the crack grew larger, the scenery on the other side came into view. It was none other than New Mexico. It appears that Nan Zhou has indeed succeeded. What were you doing? At that moment, the voice of that existence echoed once more, this time tinged with disbelief. How did you accomplish that? The presence seemed bewildered, unable to fathom that Nan Zhou possessed such abilities. It was truly difficult to accept. You cannot hinder me, nor can you prevent my departure. A faint smile graced Nan Zhou's lips as he gazed at the reappearing light orb. I apologize, sir, but it seems I must disappoint you. With that, he stepped into the crack, bidding farewell. Subsequently, he traversed into the fissure, which then sealed itself. The light orb watched the closing chasm, rendered speechless for a while. However, the heavy breaths it exhaled proclaimed one thing. It was furious. On Nan Zhou's side, he found himself once again in New Mexico, a surge of excitement washing over him. It seemed that no matter how much trouble this entity would cause him in the future, he need not worry, for he possessed a means to return. How did you come back? At that moment, Hella's voice reached him. To her, Nan Zhou appeared as if he had suddenly materialized behind her without any forewarning. Me? Nan Zhou replied to Hella with a slight smile. I have numerous abilities. There is no need to be overly astonished. As he spoke, he scanned the vicinity, searching for Thor's whereabouts. Don't bother looking. Thor has left. Hella, having discerned Nan Zhou's intentions, spoke up. What? Nan Zhou expressed his surprise. He just left? Hella nodded. After being transported back alone, Thor seemed entirely normal. Yet, he retained no memory of the events that transpired during his battle with Nan Zhou. Regardless of how Sif and the three warriors attempted to explain, Thor remained oblivious. At that moment, he was unwilling to ponder the matter, as his concern for his father, Odin, consumed him. Thus, he, along with Sif and the others, hurried to the place where they had landed, subsequently awakening the frozen Heimdall, and all five were transported away. Having lost memories of that time, Nan Zhou stroked his chin, a slight frown forming. It seems that this existence is capable of such feats, perhaps to avoid impacting events? Nan Zhou murmured softly, his words reaching Hella's ears. Naturally, she connected Thor's earlier oddities to the existence Nan Zhou had mentioned. Is it causing you trouble again? Hella inquired. Nan Zhou nodded. Although it no longer posed a threat, it remained a source of annoyance. With that, he scratched the back of his head. This individual is exceedingly bothersome. Once there is a first occurrence, a second is sure to follow, and with the second comes a third. Thus, one becomes ensnared in a vicious cycle. Although that entity cannot truly harm Nan Zhou, it incessantly seeks to trouble him, merely to provoke his irritation. Nan Zhou finds himself at a loss, unable to conquer this existence. This cycle is destined to persist for many years, until Nan Zhou attains the full potential of the Darkseid template. The more he contemplates, the more his frustration mounts, leading him to a state of agitation. I must return the favor and vex him in turn. Perhaps an errant thought crossed his mind. For Nan Zhou inexplicably yearns to return to that place once more. Without hesitation, he resolves to concentrate his mental energies. Having tasted success the first time, the second attempt to open the spatial rift proves significantly less challenging. In the blink of an eye, the rift to that small land amidst the void is established. And without delay, Nan Zhou leaps into it. As expected, the orb of light still hovers in the emptiness. Upon witnessing Nan Zhou's return, it momentarily falters in reaction. It is you? How? Have you failed? Seeing Nan Zhou reappear, the entity naturally assumes his venture has ended in failure, its tone laced with mockery. Fear not. I have not yet failed. Nan Zhou chuckles while focusing intently. I have come here to inform you that I can arrive and depart at will. With that declaration, the rift back to New Mexico successfully opens, and Nan Zhou finds himself once again in New Mexico. Observing his return, the entity is momentarily dazed. Struggling to comprehend the situation, yet a surge of displeasure brews within. Suddenly, another rift materializes, and Nan Zhou returns once more. Look, I'm back. I've left. I'm back again. I've departed. Are you angry? Are you furious? Through the spatial rift, Nan Zhou engages in a playful back and forth between New Mexico and the tiny land, casting a derisive glance at the orb of light. When I have the time, I shall return to converse with you. Do remember to await my arrival. These are the final words Nan Zhou utters upon that small land, and with that, he departs, leaving behind an entity consumed by jealousy and rage, its form beginning to distort. In the desolate void, the entity unleashes a furious roar. It is a being that transcends the divine. When has it ever endured such indignity? That Nan Zhou is clearly provoking it, inciting its wrath to satisfy his own ambitions. Evidently, the individual has succeeded, and the entity, now incensed to the utmost degree, longs to devour Nan Zhou whole. However, he was acutely aware that he was incapable of such a feat. He could erase any individual or entity from this world, yet he found himself powerless against Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou, the orb of light emitted another furious roar. You will pay for this. I shall not rest until we are at odds. Chapter 94, Avenger? Preventer? You dare to humiliate that which transcends divinity? S.H.I.E.L.D inquired, observing the satisfaction etched across Nan Zhou's face. Are you not afraid he might do something to those three little ones? S.H.I.E.L.D had witnessed the earlier scene in its entirety, though she found it somewhat gratifying. An undercurrent of concern gnawed at her. As the goddess of death, she feared nothing, yet this being that surpassed the gods instilled a profound unease within her. His ability to effortlessly transport Nan Zhou to a realm that required Odin's consent for entry spoke volumes of his power. Moreover, the fact that he had even been able to manipulate Thor's body heightened Hela's apprehension towards him. Despite Thor's considerable strength as the god of thunder of Asgard, the mere thought of someone capable of controlling a deity was indeed terrifying. She worried that Nan Zhou's provocation of this entity could endanger those around him. However, upon hearing her words, Nan Zhou shook his head. Rest assured, he will absolutely not harm anyone here. He will find ways to kill me, but he will never touch a single soul present. Why? Hela asked, perplexed by his assertion. Why? Because you are the natives. As he spoke, Nan Zhou turned to greet Coulson, offering a faint smile as he approached. Hela, gazing at Nan Zhou's retreating figure, instantly grasped the weight of his words. They were all natives, those three little ones, herself, Thor, and the suited men nearby. They were all individuals who inherently belonged to this world. Conversely, Nan Zhou was an outsider. This implied that the entity would never harm its natives. It was an absolute certainty. With this revelation, Hela felt a sense of relief wash over her. Well, I thought you wouldn't return, Coulson remarked softly upon seeing Nan Zhou. Yet, he raised his voice to address the situation more formally. Mr. Darkseid, I am Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson had to conceal their familiarity, revealing it would spell trouble. Meanwhile, Hela had been forcibly masked by Nan Zhou, preventing Coulson from seeing her expression. Nan Zhou nodded in agreement and said, Your director truly follows through on his word. I admire that. This remark caused Coulson to chuckle awkwardly. The audacity of this individual to threaten the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the very heart of its headquarters was indeed remarkable. Haha, we certainly do not wish to find ourselves at odds with you, sir. In fact, we would prefer to cultivate a friendship. With that, Coulson cleared his throat and continued. Might I inquire if Mr. Darkseid has any interest in joining our Avengers initiative? Mr. Stark, with whom you share a cordial relationship, has already enlisted. Coulson regarded this as a mere formality, fully aware that his words would likely fall on deaf ears for Nan Zhou, who had no desire to be an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., let alone join the Avengers. The Avengers initiative? Nan Zhou feigned a smile. The name you've chosen leaves much to be desired. Why not refer to yourselves as the Preventers instead? Upon uttering this, Coulson found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond to Nan Zhou's inquiry. You see, vengeance is only necessary after significant harm has already been inflicted. Defeating an adversary constitutes revenge. I believe you should enhance your professional capabilities and consider rebranding yourselves as Preventers. With that, Nan Zhou turned away. Regardless of whether you are Avengers or Preventers, I hold no interest in your initiative, so please do not disturb me further. He exchanged a glance with Hela, and together they ascended into the sky. Do you think that Mr. Darkseid's demeanor and manner of speaking bear some resemblance to Nan Zhou's? At that moment, a staff member behind Coulson suddenly chimed in, causing Coulson to break into a cold sweat. Not really. Perhaps you are overthinking it, he retorted. Another staff member gradually voiced their disagreement with this assertion. Coulson, donning a mask of suffering that his subordinates could not perceive due to his turned back, inwardly lamented. Oh dear, please spare me. The anguish of concealing such matters weighed heavily on him. In the blink of an eye, they were in New York. Thanks to their ability to traverse space, Nan Zhou and Hela effortlessly returned to the city. Your skill is truly remarkable, Hela praised. Although she possessed a similar ability, her own powers were currently sealed, rendering her unable to utilize them. This has certainly saved us quite a bit on airfare, Nan Zhou remarked, taking pride in his skill, as both flight and spatial movement were of great benefit to him. By the way, what exactly is this Avengers initiative that the individual mentioned earlier? Hela suddenly posed her question. Nan Zhou had never shared the details of the Avengers with her, so her curiosity was piqued. Without hesitation, he elaborated on S.H.I.E.L.D's Avengers initiative. Is that all? Hela raised an eyebrow, her expression suggesting a lack of respect for the initiative. Regarding this so-called Avengers, is it truly a challenge for you to confront just one? Nan Zhou could only nod in resignation. It indeed seemed that, given the few superheroes currently in existence, defeating him would pose a significant dilemma. However, conquering them would not be a simple task for Nan Zhou either. Even the likes of Hulk and Thor could consume considerable time and effort. Yet, characters such as Tony Stark, Nan Zhou mused, might be vanquished with a mere punch. Still, if Stark were to genuinely harness the power of atomic breath, that would necessitate a different conversation altogether. At that moment, Nan Zhou's phone rang, displaying the name of none other than Tony Stark. Could it be mere coincidence? As Nan Zhou answered the call, Stark's voice resonated with palpable excitement. Hey, brother. There's something I need to share with you. What is it? A sense of foreboding began to swell within Nan Zhou, prompted by Stark's fervent tone. It's not convenient to discuss over the phone. How about we meet? Stark's air of mystery only intensified Nan Zhou's apprehension. Fortunately, with his newfound ability to traverse space, reaching Stark's residence would no longer require excessive time. All right, I understand, he replied, and before him appeared a rift in space, leading directly to Stark's opulent abode. Chapter 95, Replication, the Terrifying Genius, What the? You're here already? In Stark's basement, both he and Ethan stood, utterly astonished at Nan Zhou's sudden appearance. Their surprise was palpable. They had anticipated Nan Zhou's arrival the following day, and it seemed their assumptions had been overly cautious. How long had it been since they hung up the phone? New skill, spatial movement. Impressive, right? Nan Zhou grinned at Stark, showcasing his formidable ability. Stark was momentarily taken aback. Spatial movement was an exceptionally powerful skill. As this realization dawned on him, he furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating something significant. All right, what is going on? What has you so excited, and why the secrecy? Nan Zhou's words appeared to jolt Stark from his reverie, reminding him of a more pressing matter he needed to convey to Nan Zhou. Right, I almost forgot. Your new skill completely distracted me. Fortunately, Stark recollected his thoughts and led Nan Zhou to a corner of his basement. There, a large chest was obscured beneath a red cloth. Stark approached the cloth, lifting it with a swift motion. Beneath lay a glass case, within which resided none other than Mark V. Mark V. Nan Zhou was somewhat perplexed. What purpose did this armor serve? In Nan Zhou's memory, this armor had been destroyed by Stark. I have applied a research breakthrough to this armor, and it will eventually be transferred to other suits, Stark explained. With that, he opened the glass cabinet and donned the Mark V suit, stepping outside the mansion. At that moment, Nan Zhou exchanged a glance with Ethan. What was happening? Confused, Nan Zhou inquired of Ethan. However, Ethan, much like Stark, chose to keep the suspense, a faint smile gracing his lips. You will find out soon enough. I cannot reveal it now. You might be left utterly astounded. Hearing Ethan's words, Nan Zhou felt somewhat speechless, yet he followed Ethan outside. They arrived at the same seaside location. Where Stark stood at the very spot, Nan Zhou had unleashed his atomic breath. A crater still remained there. Noticing that Nan Zhou and Ethan had caught up, Stark smiled slightly. Darkseid, just wait and see. Don't let your jaw drop too far. Nan Zhou gazed at Stark, puzzled by his cryptic demeanor. However, seeing Stark's unwavering confidence filled Nan Zhou with anticipation. He was eager to witness the research breakthrough that could evoke such excitement in Stark. Stark spread his arms wide, and the arc reactor in his chest began to gather energy. Nan Zhou could distinctly sense a tremendous energy fluctuation coalescing within the reactor. This energy felt remarkably familiar to him. Watch closely. Stark unleashed the gathered energy from his reactor. The immense force caused significant damage to the armor surrounding his chest, illustrating just how powerful this energy was. Nan Zhou was left in awe as he realized why this energy felt so recognizable. It bore the essence of atomic breath. Previously, Stark had sought his assistance in collecting data on atomic breath, partly for his own purposes. It now seemed that, although this energy did not yet reach a third of atomic breath's capacity, its essence was strikingly similar. This revelation left Nan Zhou utterly astonished. He could hardly believe that within a mere 6 months, Stark had indeed managed to replicate this essence. What do you think? Stark had since exited the armor, which had once again sacrificed itself due to the overwhelming energy. Quite unexpected, isn't it? Nan Zhou found it hard to fathom. He had merely demonstrated atomic breath once, and Stark had managed to simulate it. It was truly terrifying. No wonder people claimed Stark was cursed by knowledge. Although the destructive capability may not yet rival your own, I firmly believe that given a few years, I could simulate an energy identical to yours. This remarkable expression from Nan Zhou instilled Stark with considerable confidence. I believe you can do it. I am truly astonished. Nan Zhou unabashedly expressed his surprise, for Stark had indeed left him in awe. Moreover, should Stark successfully replicate this atomic breath, it would signify that he possesses power that transcends the laws of the universe. Under the very regulations that even deities must adhere to, a mere mortal would have breached those laws. This would not merely equate a mortal to a deity. It would represent a transcendence beyond divinity itself. It seems I have altered the course of the narrative once again. At this moment, Nan Zhou let out a wry smile. Feeling quite helpless, as it appeared that this existence would soon seek him out for trouble. While this power is formidable, utilizing it would render my armor inoperative. Stark remarked once more. Thus, I must construct a mech with superior defensive capabilities. It is worth noting that even Stark's reactor had been specifically reinforced to withstand this weakened version of atomic breath. Without such fortification, the release of this skill would overwhelm Stark's reactor, resulting in a catastrophic explosion, scattering flesh and bone. Presently, none of Stark's armors have proven capable of releasing atomic breath without sustaining damage, making it imperative to urgently reinforce his armor. Now, this is what I wanted to show you, Stark stated as he approached Nan Zhou and patted him on the shoulder. The astonishment evident on Nan Zhou's face brought Stark immense satisfaction. As a proud playboy and scientist, Stark is unwilling to concede defeat, despite recognizing Nan Zhou's terrifying strength. He yearns to surpass him. Simulating a weakened version of atomic breath represents a significant advancement for Stark. Should he manage to replicate a version of atomic breath with full potency, he would stand shoulder to shoulder with Nan Zhou. Although Nan Zhou's physical strength and raw power might be beyond what Stark could withstand even with armor, if Stark could perfectly unleash the full power of atomic breath, the strength of his armor would not falter significantly. With this thought, Stark was filled with confidence. He believed he could harness this overwhelmingly potent skill for himself. For he is Stark, the Iron Man. Chapter 96. Invitation. Nan Zhou had returned home, seated on the sofa, recounting the events that transpired at Stark's residence to Hela. That guy is truly remarkable. Hela expressed her surprise. She was well aware of the formidable nature of Nan Zhou's atomic breath, a skill capable of annihilating the very foundation of Odin, and its power should never be underestimated. And what of Stark? The astonishing ability to replicate nearly one-third of the power is indeed a feat accomplished by a mere earthling, which is bound to leave Hela astounded. I must admit, I too am quite taken aback, for such an achievement is not something an ordinary individual could accomplish. Nan Zhou comprehended that if this trend continued, Stark would undoubtedly create a marvel. Following this event, Nan Zhou's life returned to its mundane rhythm. He remained indifferent to Stark's progress. If Stark could indeed replicate the atomic breath to perfection, it would be advantageous for Nan Zhou as well. However, just 5 days later, an unexpected guest arrived at Nan Zhou's home, at least from Hela's perspective. As usual, Hela ventured out for shopping, fully aware that Nan Zhou's finances were ample. This made her feel that every garment was a necessity, and every delicacy deserved to be savored. Consequently, Hela frequently returned home with numerous outfits, inevitably sharing her bounty with Wanda and the others. Nan Zhou, in turn, had to allocate space for a new wardrobe to accommodate her acquisitions, but fortunately, their home was spacious enough. On this particular day, upon arriving home, Hela exclaimed, "Nan Zhou, I bought you a shirt. See if it fits." Hela not only brought clothes for the 3 children, but also for Nan Zhou, considering his wardrobe to be rather meager. Moreover, since she was spending Nan Zhou's money, she felt a twinge of guilt if she did not procure something for him. Yet, as she spoke, she suddenly froze. For seated on the couch was a man she profoundly wished to avoid, her father, the All-Father, Odin. "What are you doing here?" Hela inquired, her brows slightly furrowing at the sight of Odin. "Do not worry, I am not here to take you back this time," Odin replied, surprisingly smiling upon seeing Hela. "I have come solely to express my gratitude to Mr. Nan Zhou for his assistance with Thor. I am a man of my word, and since Mr. Nan Zhou has ensured my son's safety, I shall honor my promise to him." Though Odin perceived Hela's hostility, he remained quite affable. Observing his non-threatening demeanor, Hela chose not to respond and retreated to her room, or rather, to Nan Zhou's room. "Let us not concern ourselves with her," Odin waved his hand dismissively, turning his attention back to Nan Zhou. "I have heard from Thor that a masked individual found him after he was captured by your S.H.I.E.L.D. And it seems that this person possesses considerable knowledge about us. That must be you, I presume," Odin remarked with a smile. "In truth, I am well aware of Thor's experiences on Earth, as I have been keeping a close watch over him, even during my period of incapacitation in Asgard. Because he possesses Heimdall. Naturally, Odin is aware of Thor being possessed by that entity. The existence you speak of appears to be quite troublesome." At this moment, Odin addressed the matter of Thor's possession. Nan Zhou nodded. This situation pertains to both him and Thor, who is, in fact, one of the victims manipulated by that scoundrel. Odin was taken aback upon learning of Thor's possession. Although Thor's current strength pales in comparison to his peak, he is still a deity of Asgard. The ease with which he was possessed underscores the terrifying nature of that entity. However, I am curious about one thing. Odin directed his gaze towards Nan Zhou, inquiring why. Having never visited Asgard, he was so well versed in its affairs. Could it be that the world you inhabit also harbors our legends? Nan Zhou shook his head. This matter is somewhat inconvenient for me to disclose, and I cannot explain it thoroughly at the moment, but rest assured. I possess knowledge that far exceeds what you are aware of. Nan Zhou was being deliberately cryptic, which only heightened Odin's curiosity. He was eager to learn about the world Nan Zhou hailed from. Observing the inquisitive look in Odin's eyes, Nan Zhou could only smile helplessly. Perhaps, when the time is ripe, he would come to understand. His words clearly indicated that he would not divulge anything to Odin. Odin, understanding this, wisely refrained from pressing further. Then, Mr. Nan Zhou, might I extend an invitation for you to visit Asgard? Odin suddenly proposed, catching Nan Zhou off guard. A visit to Asgard? A glimmer of disbelief flickered in Nan Zhou's eyes. He glanced at the tightly shut door of his room. Odin immediately grasped Nan Zhou's implication and couldn't help but chuckle. Mr. Nan Zhou, I truly do not comprehend your concerns. There should be no ties between you and her. Am I correct? Fear not. The cuisine in Asgard is quite delightful. I am confident it will suit your palate. Odin's words elicited a slight grimace from Nan Zhou, though he sensed the sincerity in Odin's tone. Moreover, it was evident that visiting Asgard would not be detrimental to him. He found himself at a loss for words to refuse. Most importantly, Nan Zhou himself harbored a desire to witness that judge of the gods. Thus, he rose and made his way to his room, gently closing the door behind him. What? Going to that place? Soon, Hela's voice echoed from within the room. What is so appealing about it? Do you really think it's enjoyable? Let me tell you, Asgard is the most tedious place in the universe, stiff and antiquated. Her words reached Odin on the sofa, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed and out of sorts. However, if you choose to go, I cannot voice any objections. Gradually, Hela's voice faded, perhaps indicating a concession. Before long, Nan Zhou emerged from his chamber and approached Odin, tilting his head slightly to signal that Odin was free to depart. Odin mirrored this gesture, pointing towards his own room, which left Nan Zhou both amused and exasperated. After all, one who had lived for millennia exhibited such a lack of decorum. Subsequently, Nan Zhou waved his hand dismissively and feigned nonchalance, saying, Do not mind her. Let us be on our way. Chapter 97. The Banquet of Asgard. Asgard was abuzz with curiosity regarding the new acquaintance brought by Odin. This enigmatic figure, masked and obscured from view, was purportedly a friend of Odin's, at least according to Odin's own words. Naturally, a few individuals present were aware of this masked person's identity, though they too were unaware of the true nature of the individual behind the mask. Thor, Sif, the three warriors, and Heimdall had all encountered this person before. He truly is a friend of my father, Thor exclaimed, observing the lively exchange between Odin and Nan Zhou. Initially, he had suspected Nan Zhou to be an unknown adversary, but now it appeared he had overthought the matter. As for Sif and the three warriors, they held no significant animosity towards Nan Zhou. After all, it was Nan Zhou who had intervened and neutralized Thor's aggression when he had been poised to attack that earthling. Behold this magnificent and grand Asgard. Odin led Nan Zhou through the splendid realm, observing his curiosity as he gazed about. Odin's heart swelled with pride. This was the most resplendent place in the 9 realms, crafted through his tireless efforts. If such splendor did not pique Nan Zhou's interest or compel him to pause and admire, then Odin felt his years of labor had been in vain. At that moment, Odin guided Nan Zhou into the grand hall of Asgard. Upon entering the opulent hall, Nan Zhou was enveloped by a formidable aura emanating from the divine presence within. So, this is your hall, he remarked, standing beneath the vaulted ceiling and gazing at the mural depicting the harmony of the 9 realms, a faint smile gracing his lips. Behind this mural, there must be scenes of Hela and your battles across the 9 realms, he continued, causing Odin to pause in surprise before joining him at his side. It seems she has confided in you, Odin mused, realizing that what Nan Zhou had just referenced was the greatest secret of the Grand Hall, one that Odin had kept hidden for so long. The only others privy to this knowledge, aside from Odin, were his wife, Frigga, and, of course, Hela, who was currently on Earth. Thus, it followed that Nan Zhou's awareness of these matters could only have come from Hela's revelations, or so Odin believed. In his view, although Nan Zhou was well informed about many matters, he lacked a comprehensive understanding of the details. This led Odin to believe that it was Hela who had conveyed information to Nan Zhou. In a sense, this was true. Nan Zhou, recognizing Odin's thoughts, refrained from elaborating further, and simply nodded in agreement. After all, political policies must evolve. They cannot remain stagnant like the murals from a time of war. At that moment, Odin was engaged in justifying his past actions of concealing the once prominent murals. To manifest his peaceful intentions, he felt compelled to alter that mural. Nan Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly at Odin's words, aware that Odin was only revealing part of the truth. However, he was indifferent, as he was not particularly eager to discern Odin's true thoughts. At that juncture, he approached Odin's resplendent throne and reached out to touch it. Such an act would be deemed absolutely unacceptable in Asgard, as it infringed upon the sanctity of the throne. Even Odin's most cherished ones would refrain from such a gesture, especially while Odin still reigned. Over the years, aside from Odin, the individual who had occupied that throne for the longest duration was, in fact, Loki, who had recently returned. Yet, in the face of Nan Zhou's seemingly audacious act, Odin surprisingly adopted a stance of tacit approval, allowing him to continue admiring the throne. Unable to contain himself, Nan Zhou began to extol its artistic craftsmanship, which outshone any earthly artisan or machinery. At this, Odin smiled with satisfaction, an unfamiliar sense of pride swelling within him once more. After the banquet, Nan Zhou and Odin stepped outside the palace, where Nan Zhou beheld the entirety of Asgard's splendor. It must be said that Asgard was indeed a remarkably beautiful place. If circumstances permitted, retiring here would be an exquisite choice. With its mountains and waters, fresh air, and picturesque surroundings, Nan Zhou deemed it the ideal locale for a tranquil retirement. Odin, unable to resist, nodded in agreement. At that moment, Odin's gaze lingered upon Nan Zhou's face, prompting the latter to slowly turn his head, feeling the weight of Odin's scrutiny. Their eyes met. "I must admit, I am quite astonished by your extraordinary influence," Odin remarked, leaving Nan Zhou slightly perplexed. "What do you mean by that?" he inquired, noticing the subtle smirk on Odin's lips as he turned his head away. "I was referring to Hela. Truth be told, from the moment of her birth until I can find her, she has never exhibited such expressions or uttered such words," Odin continued, recalling the earlier moment at Nan Zhou's residence when Hela had brought him clothing. He also remembered the scene where Hela shared a close bond with the 3 children at Nan Zhou's home. It seemed implausible upon reflection. Once a relentless killing machine in Asgard, Hela harbored little emotion beyond her ambition for the throne. Odin found it astonishing, convinced that something powerful must have transformed Hela into her current self. Southboat's response elicited a smile from Odin, who remarked that at that time, he had never truly understood his daughter. Had he treated Hela as he did Thor now, she would not have been imprisoned, nor would she have crossed paths with me. She should have been a part of this banquet. Southboat's words rendered Odin speechless, for they rang undeniably true. His past shortcomings towards Hela led to her confinement, and now it appeared she had discovered a place she cherished, where she thrived. With this thought, Odin placed a hand on Southboat's shoulder, expressing his awe for him. He felt that entrusting Hela to Southboat seemed safer than imprisoning her. Such confinement would only intensify her resentment towards herself and all of Asgard. In Southboat's care, however, Hela seemed to be undergoing a positive transformation. This realization brought Odin peace. He would no longer fret over Hela, believing that with Southboat's companionship, she would gradually evolve. "I hope you will treat Hela well," Odin said, his tone suddenly earnest. "As a father, I implore you." Chapter 98. Hot Pot. Back home in New York after his time in Asgard, Southboat reclined on the couch, engrossed in television. At the other end, Hela sat, cradling a large bowl of popcorn, watching the same program. Since Southboat's return, Hela's demeanor towards him had shifted dramatically, seemingly a result of his attendance at Odin's banquet. Although he had sought her opinion before going, yet Hela remained aloof, leaving Southboat somewhat perplexed. Women observing Hela, who wouldn't even spare him a glance. Southboat felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He began, attempting to ease the awkward atmosphere. "I'll wash my hands." Before he could finish, Hela set down her bowl of popcorn and dashed to the restroom. After washing her hands, she returned and resumed eating popcorn as if nothing had happened. This behavior left Southboat wincing in discomfort. Wasn't it obvious she was deliberately avoiding conversation with him, interrupting his words with her actions? Yet, she had merely gone to wash her hands, only to come back to continue eating popcorn. This contradictory behavior left Southboat exasperated, and he sighed deeply as he gazed at Hela. "I am aware that your discontent arises from my visit to Asgard. Where shall we venture tonight? Allow me to treat you." If Hela were to maintain this expression, or even disregard her own feelings, the atmosphere in this household would undoubtedly become quite awkward. Perhaps it would be wiser to appease Hela now and lift her spirits. Nan Zhou's words did not interrupt Hela's consumption of popcorn, yet he noted a momentary hesitation upon observing her. Clearly, she was somewhat swayed. However, it would require Nan Zhou to guide her through a series of options. "Western cuisine?" he inquired. Noticing her lack of response, he ventured again, What about Chinese? Hella's hand hesitated slightly, suggesting a flicker of interest in Chinese fare. How about hot pot? Sichuan cuisine? Narrowing the choices to Chinese cuisine made the process more manageable, and Nan Zhou began to test each option one by one. After numerous attempts, Hella's hand ceased to show any sign of hesitation. Just as Nan Zhou was about to continue his trial, Hella finally spoke up. Chongqing? Taken aback, Nan Zhou broke into a grin. How about we indulge in Chongqing hot pot this evening? At this, Hella set down her bowl of popcorn and nodded in agreement. Good. But could you perhaps not be so aloof? Seeing her acquiescence, Nan Zhou hastily inquired. At that moment, Hella turned her gaze towards him, followed by a dismissive snort. She rose and sat beside him, seizing the remote control to change the channel. Nan Zhou couldn't help but smile. It seemed he had succeeded. While he did not consider himself an expert in charming women, years of acquaintance with S.H.I.E.L.D had granted him a modicum of experience. Wasn't this a prime example? He had managed to soften Hella's demeanor, despite possessing a mind honed by the advanced capabilities of the Darkseid. Understanding the intricacies of a woman's psyche remained a challenge. Ultimately, it was his own experience that would guide him through. Nightfall arrived swiftly, and Nan Zhou drove Hella to a renowned Chongqing hot pot restaurant. He had chosen not to bring Wanda and the others, opting instead to prepare a sumptuous meal at home as compensation. After all, this dining experience was meant to be a treat for Hella, and including the 3 children felt incongruous. If Hella were to become displeased, all his efforts would be in vain. Thus, he resolutely left the 3 children at home and ventured out with Hella. Upon entering the hot pot establishment, Nan Zhou observed countless Chinese faces gathered around tables, savoring the delights of the bubbling broth. This was, without question, the most authentic hot pot experience in all of New York's Chinatown, a conclusion reached after extensive exploration of the area. For someone who excelled in both Chinese and Western cuisine, such an affirmation was no small feat. This establishment rarely attracts foreigners, primarily due to its overwhelming spiciness, which many cannot tolerate. As a result, it is uncommon to see individuals with fair or dark skin here. Nan Zhou had only brought Hella to this hot pot restaurant once, yet that singular experience left an indelible mark on her memory. After placing their order, Nan Zhou glanced at Hella, who was already eagerly rubbing her hands together, and smiled gently. How is it? Are you satisfied? Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Hella let out a dismissive snort. At least you recognize the situation, otherwise I wouldn't hesitate to make you pay, she jested, clenching her fists as if genuinely contemplating a confrontation. Of course, her words were merely in jest. The notion of Hella overcoming Nan Zhou was, without a doubt, a fanciful dream. Nan Zhou chose not to take offense, merely chuckling before moving on. How is Asgard? Suddenly, Hella inquired about Asgard, catching Nan Zhou off guard. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite natural. Despite Hella's deep-seated animosity toward Odin and Asgard, she had grown up there and thus retained some emotional ties. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked, "It's not too bad. At least everyone seems to be living happily." Nan Zhou replied nonchalantly. He understood that Hella did not wish to hear an elaborate ode extolling Asgard's splendor. A simple acknowledgement that things were decent sufficed. Hella smiled faintly at his response, opting not to press further on the topic, instead steering the conversation elsewhere. Their dinner concluded swiftly, and Nan Zhou and Hella stepped outside. They did not rush to their car to return home, but took a leisurely stroll around the vicinity, simply to aid digestion. Is it like this back in your place? Hella inquired, captivated by the sights of Chinatown. To her, the vibrant decor suggested that Nan Zhou's homeland must share a similar charm. However, Nan Zhou shook his head. The disparity is quite significant. Our most prosperous city rivals, if not surpasses, the heart of New York. This area is adorned in such a manner to foster a sense of belonging among its inhabitants. After all, those from our region possess a strong sense of identity, he remarked, glancing at the red lanterns hanging along the streets. Truth be told, aside from festive occasions, he had only encountered such decorations in Chinatown. At that moment, Nan Zhou abruptly halted in his tracks. Not far ahead stood a familiar face, one that certainly would not be found here. Master Gui. Gui. Upon seeing the unexpected arrival of Gui, Nan Zhou sensed that this was no mere coincidence. Mr. Nan Zhou. Gui noticed Nan Zhou approaching with a smile and walked forward. Mr. Nan Zhou, I hope you have been well. Upon seeing Gui's cheerful demeanor, Nan Zhou sensed that this individual had ulterior motives for seeking him out. Nevertheless, he returned the smile. Indeed, I have been well. At that moment, Gui's gaze shifted to Hella, standing beside Nan Zhou, and she was momentarily taken aback. Her astonishment did not stem from Hella's extraordinary beauty, but rather from the divine aura emanating from her. The stunning woman before her was indeed a goddess. Master Gui, your presence here to find me must surely not be mere coincidence. Nan Zhou, disliking any indirectness, spoke plainly. So, What is it that you require of me? Gui, maintaining her serene smile, acknowledged Nan Zhou's directness. It seems nothing can escape your discerning eye, Mr. Nan Zhou. Perhaps we should find a private place to converse? With a gesture inviting him to lead the way, Nan Zhou, understanding her intent, proceeded, with Hela following, albeit uncertain of the unfolding events. The trio soon arrived at a modest restaurant in Chinatown, where Nan Zhou casually ordered 2 cold dishes. Master Gui, we have already indulged in hot pot earlier, and I find myself somewhat fatigued by it, so I opted only for cold dishes. I hope you will excuse my choice. Gui, upon hearing Nan Zhou's courteous remarks, waved her hand dismissively. She was unconcerned with what he ordered, as she had more pressing matters to address. Mr. Nan Zhou, the reason I sought you out is that I wish to request your assistance. Even before the food arrived, Gui hastily divulged her purpose. You seek my help? Nan Zhou's brow furrowed slightly. Pray tell, what is the matter? Gui, observing his reaction, continued. As you are aware, there are 3 sanctuaries on Earth: London, New York, and Hong Kong. However, lately, these sanctuaries have been exceedingly unstable, frequently besieged by unknown magical forces. Even I have been unable to trace the source of these magical fluctuations. Moreover, the essence of this magic is devoid of cosmic laws, indicating that it is akin to you, a being not bound by the constraints of the universe. Gui succinctly recounted the recent occurrences within the 3 sanctuaries to Nan Zhou. His surprise was palpable upon hearing this revelation. He had not anticipated that even Gui could not identify the origin of the magical disturbances. Furthermore, the fact that these magical fluctuations were not subject to cosmic laws suggested that the sorcerer behind them might be an outsider, much like himself. Gui, recognizing her limitations, had thought of Nan Zhou, a fellow human who also existed beyond the confines of cosmic regulation. It was for this reason that she had come to him. At this moment, Nan Zhou stroked his chin, pondering the peculiar situation. There was a sorcerer on Earth whom even Gui could not trace. This was indeed an unusual predicament. Despite his usual ability to foresee the future and possess a wealth of knowledge, Nan Zhou found himself confronted with a realm of ignorance. He expressed a willingness to assist, yet made it clear that compensation was required. His intent was unmistakable. He would not labor without remuneration. This was a notion that Gui had anticipated long ago. During their time together, Gui had gained considerable insight into Nan Zhou. To enlist his services, one merely needed to offer a reward that would satisfy him. My request is quite simple, Nan Zhou articulated. Regardless of the source of that magical disturbance, be it a person or an object, I require possession of it. Without a moment's hesitation, Gui acquiesced to this demand. She preferred not to linger among entities that were unbound by the laws of the universe. Thus, Nan Zhou's request aligned with her own inclinations. Excellent. Nan Zhou beamed with satisfaction. When shall we address this matter? At that moment, the cold dishes arrived, and both Hela and Nan Zhou picked up their chopsticks to partake in the meal. Under Nan Zhou's guidance, Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro, alongside Hela, had become quite adept at using chopsticks. Not only could they handle cold dishes with ease, but Hela's proficiency with chopsticks during the hot pot had astonished several Chinese patrons. Shall we wait until you finish your cold dishes? Gui suggested, observing the enjoyment on Nan Zhou and Hela's faces. Unable to resist, she too took up her chopsticks. Nan Zhou nodded in agreement. Very well. It also saves us the trouble of packing. Once the 3 had completed their meal, Nan Zhou settled the bill and led Gui and Hela to the sanctum located in New York. During their journey, Nan Zhou hoped Hela would return home, but she resolutely declined. This matter piqued her curiosity. She wished to witness the entity or being, akin to Nan Zhou, that was unaffected by the universe's laws. Consequently, she insisted on accompanying him, leaving Nan Zhou somewhat exasperated but with no choice but to allow her to join. As for Gui, she remained silent. Though confirmation was yet to come, she could discern from the aura that Hela was indeed a divine being, with another deity by her side. The resolution of this affair would surely come swiftly, liberating her from the burden of constant contemplation. Before long, the trio arrived at the sanctum in New York. At this juncture, Gui had assumed control of the sanctum, and thus, upon her arrival, the overseer made no objections. Upon entering, Nan Zhou felt little. Yet for a divine being like Hela, the atmosphere was palpably distinct. There existed an energy within the New York sanctum that clearly did not conform to the laws of the universe. Observing Hela's expression, Nan Zhou surmised that she had indeed sensed something extraordinary. Although he too sensed something unusual, his reaction was not as pronounced as Hela's. At this moment, Ancient One approached Nan Zhou and quietly inquired, Mr. Nan Zhou, what is the situation with that lady? Her inquiry naturally pertained to Hela's identity. Nan Zhou glanced at Hela, hesitating over whether to disclose her entire identity. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to reveal only a fraction of the truth. She is a goddess, a deity of Asgard, Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Ancient One was momentarily taken aback. A goddess of Asgard? That extraordinarily beautiful woman? Ancient One was aware of Asgard's legends and was astonished to find herself in the presence of a divine being. The sensation was undeniably peculiar. And how did you come to know her? Ancient One, unable to contain her curiosity, hastily asked. However, Nan Zhou merely waved his hand. This time, he had no intention of divulging any further information. I must keep these matters confidential. If she wishes to share, you may inquire with her directly. Chapter 100. The Sanctum of Fragrance. Nan Zhou. This aura is rather extraordinary. At this moment, Hela suddenly approached Nan Zhou, her brow slightly furrowed. This aura feels exceedingly perilous. Hela had been attuned to that force while Ancient One and Nan Zhou conversed, and this was the impression it left upon her. Unknown, dangerous. Seeing Hela's serious demeanor and her declaration of danger, Nan Zhou recognized the gravity of the situation. Although he sensed something amiss, it was not as acute as Hela's perception. Perhaps this was the distinction of a divine being. Shall we explore another sanctum? Ancient One suggested, noting Hela's caution but lacking clarity on the matter. She proposed to lead them to the next sanctum. Nan Zhou and Hela exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Hela's expression heightened Nan Zhou's curiosity. He yearned to discover the source of this ominous magical energy. Under Ancient One's guidance, they teleported from the New York sanctum to the London sanctum. Similar to its New York counterpart, the entire sanctum was suffused with an aura of magic that evoked feelings of the unknown and peril. Yet, the magical essence here was even more potent than that of the New York sanctum, suggesting that the London sanctum's magic was stronger and closer to its origin. Which deity are you referring to from Asgard? Ancient One once again approached Nan Zhou, lowering her voice in inquiry. She was quite familiar with Asgardian legends and was intrigued by the goddess accompanying Nan Zhou. Are you certain you wish to know? Nan Zhou replied with a smile. To which Ancient One nodded affirmatively. This individual is none other than Hela, the goddess of death. Nan Zhou did not conceal Hela's identity. Instead, he revealed it to Ancient One, believing it posed no significant issue. Hela would not threaten her, nor would she pose a threat to Hela, which is why Nan Zhou chose to inform Ancient One. What? The goddess of death? Ancient One was taken aback upon hearing this revelation, astonished that such a stunning woman was indeed the goddess of death. More astonishingly, this formidable deity willingly followed Nan Zhou, leaving Hela in disbelief. Just how terrifying must Nan Zhou be to command the allegiance of a being from Asgard? It appeared that this was not the end of their journey. At this moment, Hela approached Nan Zhou and Ancient One, having already surveyed the London sanctum and acquiring a rough understanding of its magical aura. Yet it was still not the source they sought. We have one last location to explore. Noting Hela's inability to discern anything further, Ancient One resolved to lead the trio to the final sanctum, the Sanctum of Fragrance. As the machinery of the London sanctum whirred to life, the three materialized within the Sanctum of Fragrance. Upon entering, Hela was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming surge of magical energy, far surpassing that of the London sanctum, more than thrice its intensity. There was no need for further investigation. The source of this magical aura resided here. Even Nan Zhou, who previously exhibited no peculiarities, felt his heart racing inexplicably. He could not articulate the reason, yet his heart was pounding violently, an unmistakable indication of abnormality. Exchanging a glance with Hela, they reached a silent consensus. The origin of this magical energy was undoubtedly here. But if this was indeed the source, where was the core of that energy? The trio commenced an exhaustive search throughout the Sanctum of Fragrance. Ancient One summoned additional sorcerers from Kamartaj to assist in the search. The sanctum had never been so bustling with activity. However, after a thorough examination, they were left empty-handed, as if the entire sanctum had been assimilated by the magical aura. Even Hela felt a sense of fatigue beginning to overwhelm her. Just then, a cry echoed from the basement of the sanctum. The group hurriedly rushed towards the sound, discovering a sorcerer attempting to pry open a locked safe. This safe emanated a potent magical energy. The source was indeed here. Ancient One quickly recognized the significance and rushed to the front of the safe. Yet, to the sanctum's custodian, the safe seemed to have never existed. He had no recollection of it, nor did Ancient One possess any memory of such an object. However, various signs now indicate that the source of the enigmatic magical aura lies within this very box, compelling them to unveil its contents. Yet, the box is ensnared by a formidable magical barrier, rendering brute force insufficient to breach its defenses. Observing this, Gui took matters into her own hands, intending to dismantle the box with her own magic. The outcome, however, astonished all present. The magical barrier absorbed Guyi's spell, an unprecedented occurrence. Furthermore, after assimilating her magic, the barrier grew even more resilient, making it seem increasingly challenging to penetrate. Witnessing the unfolding situation, everyone was taken aback, including Gui. who couldn't help but glance at her hands in disbelief. At this juncture, Nan Zhou stepped forward. If Gu Yi, unbound by the laws of the universe, could not succeed, then perhaps he, similarly unrestrained, might prevail. With this thought, Nan Zhou extended his hand, channeling the power of atomic breath into his right palm. Soon, a blue orb of light materialized at his fingertips. This time, Nan Zhou did not unleash his full strength. In fact, he utilized less than 1/5 of his power, concerned that a miscalculation could obliterate the entire sacred temple. As the blue orb manifested, the magical barrier enveloping the safe exhibited a noticeable tremor, suggesting that Nan Zhou's technique was indeed effective. He then advanced his hand, drawing ever closer to the safe, with the magical barrier visibly rippling in response. As his hand approached, the barrier retreated like a receding tide, centering around the atomic breath, yielding to other directions. Consequently, the safe's door began to detach from the magical barrier's influence. Elated by this development, Nan Zhou realized that his atomic breath was indeed a remarkable skill, significantly easing their task. With this thought, he turned to summon others to assist in forcibly opening the safe's door. Although the code remained unknown, the absence of the magical barrier rendered the act of prying open the safe a relatively straightforward endeavor for a skilled magician. Just then, a sharp click echoed through the air, and to his astonishment, the safe's door swung open of its own accord. Chapter 101. The black rectangular prism. After breaking free from the magical barrier, the safe's door unexpectedly flung open, startling even Nan Zhou. The door creaked slowly, emitting a sound reminiscent of age and rust, as if it had not been opened in many years. However, a powerful surge of magical energy erupted from within the box, sending weaker magicians careening through the air. The only ones still able to stand firm were Nan Zhou, Gu Yi, and S.H.I.E.L.D, along with a few other potent sorcerers. The formidable magical fluctuations reverberated thrice throughout the Hong Kong temple, causing a considerable amount of dust to cascade from the beams above. In an instant, the entire basement was engulfed in a cloud of debris. As the magical aura gradually dissipated, the dust settled upon the ground, revealing the contents of the vault before the onlookers. A rectangular object, cloaked in black, yet emanating a violet aura, came into view. At this moment, Nan Zhou turned to S.H.I.E.L.D, pondering whether this entity's essence was beyond the confines of cosmic laws. Unable to discern what constituted cosmic law from what did not, he felt compelled to inquire of S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D, captivated by the object within the vault, appeared momentarily entranced. Nan Zhou waved his hand before her eyes, prompting her to regain her composure. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's question once more, S.H.I.E.L.D nodded in acknowledgement. This power indeed transcended the cosmic laws, akin to the ability you wielded. It lies outside their dominion, belonging to an outsider. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou scratched his neck, initially believing that the source of such magical resonance might be human, perhaps even encountering a second outsider in this realm. However, it now seemed evident that what lay before him was merely an object, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, he recognized the potential for research within this entity and resolved to take it with him. With that determination, Nan Zhou extended his hand to touch the black rectangular object. Mr. Nan Zhou, Ancient One exclaimed, swiftly halting him. We cannot ascertain what this is yet, so it would be prudent not to touch it recklessly. Nan Zhou simply smiled, reassuring her, Fear not, I shall be fine. You are aware of my physical resilience. His meaning was clear. He had withstood Dormammu's assault with nothing but his corporeal form. Ancient One understood his implication and ceased her objections. Thus, Nan Zhou proceeded to grasp the black rectangular object. Upon contact, he was taken aback. He had anticipated an icy chill akin to metal, yet this form radiated warmth and bore a distinctly different texture. He found himself unable to articulate its precise nature, but nonetheless extracted the rectangular object. Though it no longer emitted the earlier magical fluctuations, a faint essence could still be felt in his grasp. Examining it closely revealed little. Nan Zhou began to toy with it in his hands, having confirmed that it posed no threat to him. Do you remember our agreement from earlier? As he spoke, Nan Zhou cast a glance at Gu Yi, recalling the compensation he had proposed after their earlier encounter. Of course, he remembered. Gu Yi smiled subtly. Since we have discovered this object, it is only natural that you should take it. Gu Yi sought out Nan Zhou solely in hopes that he could trace the source of this magical aura, thereby preventing such energies from manifesting in his 3 sanctuaries. As for the true nature of this magical source, Gu Yi felt no curiosity whatsoever. As long as it posed no threat to Earth, its origins were of no concern to him. With the source now identified, there was no issue in allowing Nan Zhou to take it away. Well then, since we have located this item, I shall take my leave. If there is nothing further, farewell. At this moment, Nan Zhou had developed a considerable curiosity about the object, prompting him to wish to depart with it as soon as possible. No sooner had he spoken than he, along with S.H.I.E.L.D, opened a spatial rift and directly returned to New York. Gu Yi was astonished to witness Nan Zhou's newfound ability to traverse space. He never anticipated that this fellow would master spatial movement in such a brief span of just over 6 months. Could it be that he had possessed this skill all along, concealing it until now? As he observed the spatial rift created by Nan Zhou close, Gu Yi could not help but murmur softly to himself. At that moment, a sorcerer suddenly approached Gu Yi. "Master, are we truly allowing him to take that object?" From his perspective, the item was perilous, and it would be wiser to entrust it to them for safekeeping rather than handing it over to a stranger, which felt inherently unsafe. Yet Gu Yi shook his head. "You fail to comprehend. This object can only be entrusted to that individual." The sorcerer, perplexed, pressed further. "Why?" Gu Yi turned to address the inquisitive sorcerer. "From now on, we must refrain from interfering with anything associated with this man. We need only to deliver the item to him. There are many matters that only he possesses the capacity to handle. Our involvement could lead to dire consequences." Gu Yi's words left the questioning sorcerer astounded. He had not expected his master to articulate such sentiments. What level of power did the man who had just departed possess to warrant such high regard from the master? Meanwhile, Nan Zhou and Hela had returned to their home, where Nan Zhou was examining the rectangular object in his room, while Hela lounged on the bed, engrossed in her phone. Nan Zhou made a point of keeping this object hidden from Wanda and the others, believing that observing it in the privacy of his own room was the most prudent course of action. "Can you make sense of this?" Hela, noticing the slight furrow in Nan Zhou's brow, ventured to ask, sensing his apparent confusion. Nan Zhou could only offer an awkward smile and shake his head in response. The object was utterly incomprehensible to Nan Zhou, yet he was certain that it served as a source of immense energy. Continuing his research within the confines of his home was out of the question, for a moment's lapse in attention could result in catastrophic explosions throughout the building. Such peril was unacceptable. He needed to find a new location. At that moment, a particular individual came to mind, an ideal candidate who could even assist him free of charge. With this thought, Nan Zhou hurriedly seized his phone and dialed a number. Before long, the call connected, and he spoke without delay. "Stark, do you have a moment? I have a significant task that I believe you will find exhilarating." Chapter 102, The Dark-Clad Man, an uninvited guest in Stark's basement. He gazed wearily at Nan Zhou as he stepped through a spatial rift. He had just settled down with Pepper for the night, when Nan Zhou's call disrupted his slumber. "What brings you here at such an hour?" "I'm still trying to sleep," Stark complained, his companion Ethan, equally roused, at his side. If Stark could not enjoy a restful night, neither could Ethan. "Don't complain. This discovery will undoubtedly impress you," Nan Zhou replied, retrieving a black rectangular object from his backpack. "What is this?" Stark and Ethan were momentarily taken aback by the object radiating a violet glow, instinctively leaning in for a closer look. "I have no idea what it is, which is why I hope to utilize your equipment for testing," Nan Zhou confessed. He had contemplated bringing the object to Dr. Pym. Yet he realized that such an enigmatic item was not suited for someone attempting to establish credibility there. Moreover, the equipment at Pym's lab was not particularly advanced, prompting Nan Zhou to choose Stark's facility instead. He placed the mysterious object on Stark's workbench. Ethan, unable to contain his curiosity, reached out to touch it, but Nan Zhou swiftly restrained him. "I advise against any unnecessary contact. I am the only one who has handled it so far, and I cannot guarantee the effects it may have on your health." Heeding Nan Zhou's warning, Ethan withdrew his hand. Meanwhile, Stark procured a radiation detector, enveloping the object with it. As he activated the machine, the ensuing radiation test astonished the trio. While the object appeared to be a mere toy in Nan Zhou's hands, its surface emitted intense radiation. Any item that came into contact with it would become contaminated. The potency of this radiation was so severe that it could cause instant death to an adult. The threat was indeed formidable. However, the radiation did not disperse. It adhered directly to anything that touched the rectangular object. Unless an object continues to make contact, radiation will not disperse. At this moment, Nan Zhou glanced at his backpack, realizing it too was no longer of any use. He then called Hela, urging her to avoid touching the rectangular table he had just placed down, and instructed the 3 children to steer clear of it as well. As for Nan Zhou, he had no cause for concern, for he was a radiation insulator. Under the intense Omega radiation, he could emit no traces of radiation, let alone this lesser form. The detector had already identified this object as a massive energy source. It contained energy extraordinarily formidable. Stunned, Stark found himself momentarily frozen in place, gazing at the dark rectangular object before him, which harbored enough energy to obliterate half the planet. Both Nan Zhou and Ethan were equally dumbfounded, their actions becoming exceedingly cautious, fearful that any misstep might unleash the energy contained within the rectangle. "Where on earth did you procure such a cursed item?" Stark continued his examination of the rectangle, casually inquiring of Nan Zhou. A fellow resembling a sorcerer came to me, claiming to have discovered this, so I brought it back. Nan Zhou replied nonchalantly, hoping to reassure Stark that it had not been acquired from any nefarious individuals. This object must not fall into the wrong hands. Otherwise, the very fabric of the world could be at risk of annihilation, Stark remarked, acknowledging that the destruction of half the planet equated to the end of the Earth itself. If this energy could be harnessed, humanity might enjoy centuries free from the woes of energy depletion. Stark regarded the rectangular object as if it were a priceless treasure. If the energy within could be extracted, it would indeed be a monumental breakthrough. Why not keep it here with me? I would like to study it thoroughly, Stark suggested, turning to Nan Zhou. The scientist's instincts had been piqued, and he was deeply intrigued by the rectangle. Nan Zhou felt no objection and nodded in agreement, finding some comfort in leaving it with Stark. However, just then, a resounding crash echoed from the top of Stark's mansion, followed by the unmistakable shriek of Pepper. The three men immediately sensed trouble. Nan Zhou dashed out of the basement, with Stark swiftly donning his armor in pursuit. Once again, Stark's mansion had suffered damage. A large hole torn in the roof, smoke billowing ominously. With a wave of his hand, Stark dispersed the smoke, revealing a figure clad in dark attire, their gender and features indistinguishable, gripping Pepper's arm. At that moment, Pepper was bleeding from her forehead and had succumbed to unconsciousness. I advise you to release her, now immediately. Stark extended his hand, as the energy cannon began to gather power. However, the man in black appeared unfazed by Stark's threat, instead letting out a couple of derisive laughs. I can return her to you, but you must exchange that object for me. His voice was distinctly masculine, and the object he referred to was undoubtedly the black rectangular box brought by Nan Zhou. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou's expression darkened. Your tone suggests you are threatening me. The man in black chuckled again. Indeed, I am threatening you. I hold lives in my hands. You must comply, or I cannot guarantee her safety. His tone grew increasingly arrogant, and the expressions of the three individuals indicated that this man was of significant importance to them. Yet, before the man in black could revel in his bravado any longer, Nan Zhou raised his hand and unleashed a minuscule atomic breath, which pierced through the man's leg. The man was caught off guard by Nan Zhou's swift action, causing him to falter and half-kneel, relinquishing his grip on Pepper. Seizing the moment, Stark rushed to confront the man in black, embracing Pepper and delivering a powerful kick that knocked the man's jaw loose, rendering him unconscious. Consider it resolved, Stark remarked with a cold smirk, observing the now unconscious figure who had been so boastful moments before. Nan Zhou approached, yanking off the man's hood to reveal his identity. Upon seeing the man's face, Nan Zhou was taken aback. He was Mongolian. Chapter 103. The New World Organization. Nan Zhou and Stark carried the man in black to the basement, binding him to a chair. Stark then turned his attention to the injured and unconscious Pepper. At that moment, only Nan Zhou and Ethan remained conscious in the basement. Gazing at the unconscious figure before him, the man's attire and headdress bore an unmistakable resemblance to those of a Mongolian, whether he was of Mongolian ethnicity or nationality. Ethan was in the midst of researching his background. Before long, Stark returned to the basement after tending to Pepper, just as Ethan had uncovered the man's identity. I found it. He holds Mongolian citizenship, named Zakabu. Ethan shared his findings with Nan Zhou and Stark. He lacks a visa. He is an illegal immigrant. Nan Zhou scrutinized the information before him. In this city, illegal immigrants were not uncommon, so he was not particularly surprised. However, it was evident that this man was far from a simple illegal immigrant. Instead of hastily concealing his identity to blend in, he maintained the traditional attire of his homeland, which was decidedly unusual. Their purpose as illegal immigrants undoubtedly revolves around the enigmatic black rectangular object concealed within the basement. Time has elapsed significantly, and the man still exhibits no signs of awakening. It appears Stark's blow nearly proved fatal. Is he truly resolved not to regain consciousness? Observing the man's continued state of oblivion, Stark approached him, producing a vial of azure elixir, which he promptly injected into the man's body. At the very moment the concoction coursed through the man's veins, he abruptly opened his eyes wide and jolted awake. Stark's potion is designed to stimulate the cerebral cortex and central nervous system, capable of rousing even the faintest state of stupor. Now awakened, the man's jaw hung askew, and he regarded the three with an expression rife with animosity. The man struggled to articulate his thoughts, his dislodged jaw rendering him incapable of speaking like a normal person. The trio exchanged glances, and Stark stepped forward, delivering a swift strike to the man's jaw. You shall not escape unscathed. The man, now able to speak coherently, unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon the three. You have stolen our sacred relic. May you all meet a wretched fate. The divine will curse you to death. His words were laced with venom, predominantly consisting of curses directed at the trio. At this moment, Nan Zhou shared a glance with Stark. I believe it would be more prudent to have his jaw removed entirely. Stark expressed his distaste for the incessant tirades of the man, tilting his neck as he spoke. Nan Zhou merely patted his shoulder, recognizing the necessity of extracting information from the man. Thus, retaining his jaw was imperative. You are Zakabu, correct? Hailing from Mongolia, Nan Zhou stated, glancing at the basic information displayed on the screen. Now, enlighten me, why are you here? Because you beasts have stolen the sacred relic. We must reclaim it, Zakabu retorted, his voice laced with curses. Nan Zhou, unfazed by Zakabu's vitriol, continued his inquiries. This object, is it indeed the sacred relic? As he spoke, he unveiled the black rectangular object before Zakabu. Upon sighting it, Zakabu appeared to be triggered, akin to a rabid dog, launching into a frenzied attempt to bite. Had he not been restrained to the chair, he likely would have lunged at Nan Zhou in a wild frenzy. This is our sacred relic. You brute, return our relic. The divine shall curse you. None of you shall find peace. Your families will be ruthlessly slain. Zakabu's madness was palpable, evidently connected to the object in question. Then why did you not locate this so-called sacred relic earlier? Nan Zhou pressed on with his questioning. In his perspective, the absence of this Zakabu here cannot merely be attributed to the detection of the aura emitted by the black rectangular object. South Boat had just delivered this item to the Stark residence when Zakabu appeared almost immediately thereafter. This is decidedly abnormal. What manner of being is this so-called holy god you speak of? South Boat inquired, gazing at Zakabu. How dare you show such a reverence towards the holy god? Do you comprehend the magnitude of his greatness? Upon uttering these words, South Boat could not help but chuckle. For some inexplicable reason, it exuded an air of, do you truly grasp how hard he has labored? He is the deity who crafted this world. He is the savior of the realm. He shall guide humanity into a new era, Zakabu proclaimed, his expression growing increasingly frenzied, resembling a zealot. Our new world organization shall rise as the leaders of this new realm, while you remnants of the old world await your demise at the hands of the holy god. It was evident that the so-called New World Organization, as described by Zakabu, represented a malevolent cult, with Zakabu as a pitiable victim of brainwashing. However, upon learning that they constituted an organization, Southboat felt a deeper astonishment. Could it be that their members are dispersed globally? Would they arrive at the moment this object makes an appearance? Yet, why did they not come when it was in New York, but burst in as soon as Southboat brought it to California? Did they perceive Iron Man as an easy target? That should not be the case. Countless doubts swirled in Southboat's mind. Meanwhile, Zakabu's gaze was fixated intensely on the black rectangular object, his eyes bulging in an almost inhuman manner. Observing this, Southboat rubbed his forehead and said to Stark, this fellow appears somewhat unsettling. Let us allow him to continue his slumber. Stark nodded, approached Zakabu, and delivered a swift punch. The unfortunate Zakabu was rendered unconscious once more. Have Jarvis investigate this so-called New World Organization, Southboat instructed Stark. Stark nodded in agreement, urging Jarvis to conduct the inquiry with utmost urgency. Since it was an organization, it was certain that its members would persistently attempt to approach. Now, they needed to swiftly ascertain the location of this organization. Once they dealt with it comprehensively, peace would be restored. This was Stark's line of thought. However, Southboat clearly held a different perspective. He believed that the New World Organization was anything but simple. At the very least, their leader was undoubtedly formidable. That individual might very well be a sorcerer, possibly even connected to Kamar Taj in some manner. Moreover, it was plausible that the leader of this organization was an outsider, akin to himself. Chapter 104. The Brainwashed Community Brothers. Jarvis has located this organization. Just less than a minute after Stark instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to investigate the New World Organization, news swiftly arrived. Wow, that was quick, exclaimed Nan Zhou as he and Ethan leaned in closer. Stark, who was the first to glimpse the investigation results, was taken aback, and both Nan Zhou and Ethan shared his astonishment. Incredible. This organization is actually a legitimate civil entity? Nan Zhou remarked, astonished at the information J.A.R.V.I.S. had uncovered. Utilizing his supercomputing intellect, J.A.R.V.I.S. promptly identified the organization known as the New World Organization. Based in Italy, it is a lawful civil organization primarily dedicated to environmental protection. Its leader is a dual national from Britain and the Netherlands named Druskama. What a tangled web of affiliations, Ethan commented as he perused the investigative report. J.A.R.V.I.S. Could it be that you've made an error in your investigation? Nan Zhou expressed his skepticism regarding J.A.R.V.I.S.'s findings. Dear Mr. Darkseid, there is little in this world beyond your knowledge that I cannot uncover, J.A.R.V.I.S. retorted, leaving Nan Zhou somewhat embarrassed. Yet it was evident that J.A.R.V.I.S. possessed considerable confidence. It appeared that this organization was indeed the New World Organization referred to by S.H.I.E.L.D. However, despite J.A.R.V.I.S.'s certainty, Nan Zhou resolved to investigate personally. This decision was supported by Stark and Ethan, even if merely to discern the motives behind this organization. Nan Zhou deemed it necessary to pay a visit. "I shall depart tomorrow. It is too late to venture out tonight," Nan Zhou declared. He intended to wait until the next morning, hoping to see if any reckless individuals dared to approach Stark's mansion again that night. He would spend the night at Stark's residence. As the night passed, apart from S.H.I.E.L.D., no one else arrived. It seemed unlikely that anyone else would appear in the near future. However, with Stark on guard, Nan Zhou felt reassured. As for the unfortunate S.H.I.E.L.D., he had been thoroughly subdued by Stark's tranquilizers and would remain unconscious for at least 3 days. After enjoying breakfast, Nan Zhou activated a spatial rift and teleported to Italy. The organization was located in Rome, a city he had previously visited, allowing for direct spatial movement. Following the coordinates provided by J.A.R.V.I.S., Nan Zhou hailed a taxi and headed towards the address listed on the organization's official website. As he approached the location, he found it increasingly surreal. The streets of the community were adorned with the New World Organization slogans, plastered on the walls of every house. "Brother, does this New World Organization wield such significant influence?" Nan Zhou inquired of the taxi driver. "Look at our community." Upon hearing Nan Zhou's inquiry, the driver gestured towards the window. "In all of Italy, only our community boasts such cleanliness, devoid of any litter, while others remain in disarray. The transformation of our community is intricately linked to the New World Organization. Their presence has rendered our environment so pristine and harmonious, for which we are genuinely grateful." The driver's words conveyed a sense of gratitude and admiration towards this organization. As Nan Zhou listened, he observed various slogans along the roadside. Even the billboards were adorned with messages of thanks to the New World Organization. The radio occasionally praised this entity, further amplifying Nan Zhou's sense of unease. Everything appeared reasonable, yet it was merely a facade. A closer examination would reveal the exaggeration behind it all. The driver's remarks, the radio's expressions of gratitude, and the oversized slogans on the billboards all exuded a tone of subservience, as if the New World Organization were bestowing charity upon the lesser members of this community. Soon, Nan Zhou reached his destination. He chose to park not at the New World Organization's address, but at a restaurant located 2 streets away. "Friend, just 2 streets over lies the headquarters of the New World Organization. I highly recommend you pay a visit. I assure you, it will be an unforgettable experience. It is a paradise for all." The man continued to extol the virtues of this organization before driving away. Nan Zhou furrowed his brow as he watched the taxi depart. Juxtaposed with the smiling faces of passers-by, everything seemed extraordinarily harmonious, as if it were a utopia. Yet, the more perfect it appeared, the more suspicious it became. Even the restaurant sign was modest, overshadowed by a massive plaque thanking the New World Organization. Reluctantly, Nan Zhou entered, feeling the need to investigate further. Inside, he was greeted by a smiling server, whose uniform bore the organization's insignia. This pervasive influence of the New World Organization's messaging was beginning to overwhelm him. He ordered a couple of dishes and then noticed a plump woman chatting amiably with the server at the counter, presumably the restaurant's owner. The woman soon noticed Nan Zhou's gaze and approached him with a smile. "Sir, how may I assist you?" As Nan Zhou intended to inquire about the New World Organization, the plump woman interrupted him with fervent gratitude towards this entity. Her words mirrored those of the driver. Even the server and the diners nearby chimed in, extolling the merits of the New World Organization. Countless voices flooded into Nan Zhou's mind, yet apart from feeling overwhelmed by the cacophony, he sensed nothing more. After all, he had been an ardent follower of emperor dominance for many years, and his resolve was as steadfast as ever. At that moment, his meal arrived, delivered by a young boy. Upon seeing Nan Zhou's food, the crowd fell silent, instinctively ignoring him. The boy approached Nan Zhou and placed the meal on the table. "Are you from out of town?" he inquired. Nan Zhou nodded, assuming the boy would begin a lengthy monologue like the others. However, the boy deliberately lowered his voice. "I advise you to leave quickly. It's very dangerous here. You must either join them or risk disappearing." The boy's words caught Nan Zhou off guard. He hadn't expected this child to be different. "What if I told you I came to investigate this matter?" Nan Zhou's response momentarily stunned the boy. He glanced around before continuing in a hushed tone. "After you finish your meal, meet me behind the restaurant." Chapter 105, another one? After uttering this, the boy dashed back to the kitchen, prompting Nan Zhou to hasten his dining pace. To his surprise, even the plates bore the slogans of the New World Organization. In Nan Zhou's view, this organization had likely brainwashed everyone in the neighborhood, Otherwise, it wouldn't have transformed so drastically. Perhaps the boy was one of the few who hadn't succumbed to their influence. Or perhaps he feigned ignorance to lure him in. Even if it were the latter, Nan Zhou remained unconcerned. He believed his resolve was too strong to be shaken. After finishing his meal and settling the bill, Nan Zhou proceeded to the rear of the restaurant as agreed. This was a vacant space nestled between buildings, enclosed by walls. The boy awaited him there, visibly elated upon his arrival. "Are you really here to investigate?" he asked, his excitement palpable yet subdued. Nan Zhou nodded. "Please, trust me." He then presented his S.H.I.E.L.D. credentials to gain the boy's trust. Seeing that Nan Zhou was indeed there to investigate, the boy could no longer contain his tears and began to sob softly. Subsequently, he shared various phenomena occurring in the community. Nan Zhou learned that the boy's name was Lib, only 12 years old, and the son of the restaurant's owner. The organization known as the New World had been established in this neighborhood 5 years prior, initially as a grassroots movement advocating for environmental protection, which the community had welcomed. One day, it seemed that everyone had transformed into a different person, fervently adoring an organization known as the New World. They regarded the leader of this organization as a deity, believing that this individual could truly create a new world, with the community's inhabitants being its inaugural residents. Many outsiders were similarly indoctrinated. Even members of the police had once come to investigate, but ultimately fell victim to the same brainwashing. Those officers returned, declaring that there were no issues, thus halting any further inquiries. However, despite the majority succumbing to this manipulation, a small faction remained untainted, predominantly composed of children, among whom was Lib. Some of the older children clandestinely formed a resistance group, aspiring to awaken the indoctrinated adults. Yet, the youth, despite their valiant efforts, were ultimately powerless to effect change. The leaders of this rebellion either vanished or succumbed to brainwashing themselves. After 4 years, the resistance dwindled to a mere handful, with Lib now at its helm. Though still young, his maturity and composure had earned him the role of leader. Upon hearing Lib's account, Nan Zhou furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation was far more dire than he had imagined. It was astonishing to learn that the community had been under this spell for over 4 years. Pondering this, he looked at Lib, recognizing the remarkable endurance of these children throughout such a prolonged ordeal. "Brother, can you save the people in the community?" Lib implored with pleading eyes. Nan Zhou gently ruffled his hair, reassuring him, "Rest assured, I will undoubtedly assist those brainwashed individuals in breaking free from their control." Lib's face lit up with joy at Nan Zhou's affirmation, yet a shadow of concern lingered in his smile. After all, many investigators who had come before had also been brainwashed, and he feared that Nan Zhou might meet the same fate. He was unwilling to witness any more innocents ensnared. He would rather the community remain under control than see the innocent embroiled in this turmoil. Nan Zhou discerned Lib's apprehensions and couldn't help but lament the harsh environment that had compelled these children to mature prematurely. After bidding Lib farewell, Nan Zhou proceeded toward the stronghold of the New World Organization. A grand, palace-like edifice loomed before him, and it was no wonder that the leader was venerated. It appeared that this structure had been erected by the indoctrinated using their own wealth. Nan Zhou took his time, deliberately observing the surroundings and watching for any signs of surveillance. He indeed spotted several individuals stationed at various intersections, motionless and vigilantly scanning their surroundings, seemingly on the lookout for outsiders who lingered too long in observation of the palace. Certainly, they failed to notice Nan Zhou. Even in the streets, he walked within their blind spots, completely undetected. Time swiftly transitioned into the evening. This neighborhood boasted no nightlife, and by 8 o'clock, everyone had retreated to their homes. It appeared that their leader enforced a curfew. At this moment, Nan Zhou stood atop a building, gazing at the palace-like structure, contemplating an incursion to uncover its secrets. Since acquiring the Darkseid template, he had not engaged in such infiltration activities. Nevertheless, penetrating such a structure proved to be quite effortless. Nan Zhou infiltrated through the palace's apex, successfully entering the building. However, he soon encountered some rather unsavory sounds. Curiosity propelled him to the first floor, where he discovered a Caucasian man surrounded by numerous beautiful women, reveling in drink and song. Their surroundings were not only filled with alcohol, but also a white powder. This man was likely the leader of this New World Organization. Druskama, truly indulgent. Observing the myriad of voluptuous women twisting their bodies before Druskama, Nan Zhou merely scoffed before resuming his investigation. He swiftly located the building's surveillance room, only to find it utterly unguarded. How casual. It seemed they were not concerned about unwelcome visitors. Nan Zhou then switched the surveillance feeds and proceeded with bold investigation. Soon, he stumbled upon a grand door adorned with gold. Given the opulent decor, it likely led to Ma's chamber. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. The room was engulfed in darkness, prompting him to illuminate his surroundings with a flashlight. To his astonishment, it was filled with an impressive collection of renowned artworks and fine wines. It appeared that Drusca Ma had ensnared more than just the residents of this community. Otherwise, how could he possess such a wealth of masterpieces and exquisite wines? The value of these items alone was staggering. At that moment, Nan Zhou also noticed an exceptionally fortified safe. This was currently the world's most robust and difficult safe to breach, suggesting it contained numerous valuable items. Although the safe was incredibly challenging to crack, it posed no significant challenge for Nan Zhou. In under half a minute, the safe was effortlessly opened. What lay inside astonished him even further. Instead of the expected black rectangular object, he discovered a black sphere radiating a purple glow. Chapter 106. There are no eternal enemies. Only eternal interests gazing at the black sphere within the safe. Nan Zhou found himself momentarily speechless. Goodness, what is this? Nan Zhou refrained from extracting the object from the safe, uncertain whether its removal would attract the attention of that individual. Although he harbored no fear of Drusca Ma, he wished to avoid any unnecessary complications. To his astonishment, there were indeed two of these objects. Stroking his chin, he found himself lost in contemplation. At that moment, however, a voice unexpectedly resonated within his mind. There are not merely two of them. Startled by the utterance, Nan Zhou scanned his surroundings, but found no one present. Upon further reflection, the voice struck him as oddly familiar. It dawned on him that this voice belonged to the very entity that had persistently troubled him. What? Are you also interested in this object? Nan Zhou inquired, promptly receiving a response. Naturally, it is an outsider. Like you, I have my reasons for concern. When did this object arrive here? Nan Zhou pressed on, his curiosity toward the enigmatic dark item intensifying. Much earlier than you. I would say at least 2 centuries ago. 2 centuries is considered much earlier. Nan Zhou scoffed at the entity's remark, having expected it might have arrived thousands of years prior, only to find it was merely a couple of centuries. Undeterred by Nan Zhou's skepticism, the entity continued. As for this object, I am powerless against it. The energy contained within poses a significant threat to me. This revelation caught Nan Zhou off guard. It seemed that even this troublesome entity had encountered something it could not contend with. Are you suggesting that this object is your nemesis? One could say that. With a sardonic laugh, Nan Zhou replied, well then, I shall use this object to threaten you. Let us see if you dare to trouble me again. The entity responded with a dismissive chuckle. Do not be so naive as to believe this object poses no danger to you. It gradually erodes one's will. Even deities are not immune. I acknowledge your strength, but should you remain in its presence daily, you may end up resembling that debauched individual downstairs. It does not abide by the laws of the universe, but rather by the essence of life itself. Chills ran down Nan Zhou's spine at this proclamation. It was evident that this object was indeed to be avoided. Yet, a sense of suspicion crept into his thoughts. I cannot fully trust your words. After all, you would relish my demise. If this object proves harmless to me, but detrimental to you, would that not be to my detriment? Anticipating Nan Zhou's skepticism, the entity emitted a cold snort. The choice to believe or not lies solely with you. Should those around you suffer harm, prepare to lament your decision. With that, the entity's voice faded into silence, leaving Nan Zhou to ponder the implications. At this moment, Nan Zhou gazed at the ominous black sphere before him, lost in contemplation, pondering the veracity of its existence. System, do you have any insights? He inquired, seeking guidance from his typically silent companion. To his surprise, the system responded, ding. This object is indeed exceedingly perilous and poses a significant threat to the host. Should your mental fortitude not reach the level of a creator deity, it is advised that you refrain from any interaction. The system's unexpected reply confirmed his suspicions about the object's terrifying nature. Hey, are you still there? Nan Zhou called out, attempting to reach the enigmatic presence once more. What if I wish to destroy this thing? His query went unanswered for a brief moment, until that familiar voice echoed again. You are perceptive enough to grasp the magnitude of this entity's threat. However, obliterating it is no simple task, and may require your blue energy cannon's capabilities. Nan Zhou was taken aback. He had always deemed the destructive potential of his atomic breath skill inadequate compared to that of deities. Yet, the presence insisted that he employ this skill to dismantle something so formidable that it eluded even its own resolution. Is that truly feasible? He questioned, filled with skepticism. I cannot say for certain. The most potent skills under the laws of this universe may prove ineffective, leaving you with no choice but to utilize your skill that exists beyond these cosmic laws, the presence replied, leaving Nan Zhou momentarily speechless. However, should you succeed in damaging this object, I can assure you that I will not trouble you for 3 years. This promise invigorated Nan Zhou. The prospect of a respite from interference was tantalizing. You said it. A gentleman's word is his bond. If I manage to destroy this thing, you better not go back on your word. He was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Rest assured, My word is my bond, the presence assured him, seemingly regarding the object as a far greater threat than Nan Zhou himself. All right, I'll give it a try. But how can I revert those brainwashed individuals back to their original state? Without hesitation, he accepted the challenge, eager to seize this remarkable opportunity, yet still concerned about the issue of brainwashing. That is straightforward. The community's brainwashing is not the doing of the sphere, but rather that of a man named Karma. Simply eliminate him, and the problem will be resolved. Is it truly that simple? Nan Zhou was taken aback by the simplicity of the solution. Indeed, it is just that simple, the presence affirmed once more. Very well, I shall await his arrival. Nan Zhou settled into an opulent chair in Druska Karma's residence, prepared to face his adversary. Do not forget our transaction. If it remains unfulfilled, I shall continue to trouble you. After these words, that presence seemed to vanish, leaving no further sounds behind. Nan Zhou found it somewhat peculiar. He had never anticipated that he would strike a deal with this persistent nuisance. Indeed, there are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. Nan Zhou's immediate objective was to eliminate Karma and then depart with the enigmatic black sphere. However, he had already waited for quite some time, and Karma had yet to make an appearance. Could it be that he had indulged too much and fallen asleep? Nan Zhou's brow furrowed slightly. He was unwilling to continue waiting. He resolved to descend and take out Karma with a single shot. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the room, indicating that Karma was returning. Upon seeing this, Nan Zhou retreated once more, resuming his vigil for the approaching footsteps. The sound halted right before the door to the room. Soon, with a creak, the door swung open. Chapter 107. The root of brainwashing. The light from the corridor flooded into the dimly lit room, allowing Nan Zhou to clearly discern a shadowy figure standing before him. It appeared that this individual was none other than the elusive Druis Karma. However, this person seemed oblivious to Nan Zhou's presence, swaying as he stumbled inside. Clearly, he had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. Where is it? Where is it? Even as Karma entered the room, he failed to notice Nan Zhou, continuing to groggily search for something. At that moment, Nan Zhou suddenly switched on his flashlight, directing it towards Karma. What the who are you? Karma, momentarily blinded by the glaring light, was filled with fury, turning to switch on the room's lights. As he did so, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, he froze upon seeing Nan Zhou, for this figure was not one of his palace attendants, but a stranger he had never encountered. Who are you? Karma slurred, his speech meandering in his drunken state. It was evident that he had yet to regain his full faculties. Had he been sober, the presence of an unknown individual in his abode would have prompted an immediate call for his bodyguards. Observing the inebriated Karma, Nan Zhou let out a cold smile and calmly declared, I am here to kill you. The nonchalance of Nan Zhou's words momentarily left Karma speechless. Upon hearing this, Karma chuckled mockingly a couple of times. Kill me? Kill. As the weight of those words settled in, Karma abruptly sobered up, realizing that this unfamiliar individual had come with lethal intent. Yet, rather than panic, he responded with a cynical laugh. Many had sought his life before, but in the end, they all succumbed to his brainwashing, becoming mere puppets at his command. To kill me? You might find yourself insufficient, Karma sneered, extending his hand as a purple radiance began to flicker upon it. The aura resembled that of the previous black orb. It appeared he was attempting to brainwash Nan Zhou, likely employing the same method used on those he had already manipulated. Karma began to chant incantations, gesturing with his hands in an effort to influence Nan Zhou's mind. However, to Nan Zhou, the sounds that reached his ears felt no more significant than the buzzing of mosquitoes. Observing Nan Zhou's indifference to his incantations, Karma was taken aback and hastened his recitation. Yet, even with his increased speed, Nan Zhou remained unperturbed, perceiving Karma's frantic chanting as merely an annoyance akin to additional flies. Seeing this, Karma grew somewhat flustered. Why are you so unfazed? To Karma, regardless of one's martial prowess, facing his incantation should inevitably lead to brainwashing. Nan Zhou merely scoffed. If your brainwashing were effective against me, do you think I would still be standing here? Rising from his position, Nan Zhou approached Karma with a cold smile. In response, Karma instinctively recoiled, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. Quick! Karma was about to call for his bodyguards when, unexpectedly, Nan Zhou lunged forward and covered Karma's mouth. Hush! I advise you to remain silent. Answer my questions, and you shall remain unharmed. Do you understand? As he spoke, Nan Zhou applied slight pressure on Karma's mouth. Feeling the pain on his face, Karma blinked rapidly, signaling his compliance. That's better, very obedient. With that, Nan Zhou closed the door to the room and instructed Karma to take a seat in the chair he had just vacated, while he himself settled onto Karma's exceedingly plush bed. Now, answer me this. Did you send someone to the Stark residence to steal that black rectangular object radiating intense energy? Without hesitation, Karma nodded. It was I who sent them. I could sense the aura emanating from that black rectangle, which prompted me to act. Nan Zhou gazed into Karma's eyes and discerned no deceit. Then, you willingly sent your people to their doom? That was Iron Man Stark, after all. In response to Nan Zhou's incredulity, Karma merely chuckled and shook his head. A life or two means little to me. If I so desired, even the president of the nation could be subjected to my brainwashing. Taken aback by Karma's unwavering conviction, Nan Zhou realized that he had indeed come to regard human life as inconsequential. You truly are a scoundrel, he couldn't help but exclaim, before posing his second question. And the individual you dispatched, claiming to be divine, could it be that it was you? Upon the utterance of the question, Karma found himself momentarily perplexed. Scratching the back of his head, rendered momentarily speechless. Nan Zhou, observing his reaction, sensed that the matter was more intricate than it appeared, and continued to inquire. Could it be that the Holy One is another person? Are you merely a puppet? Well, how shall I put it? Karma pursed his lips and slowly began. I can only say that this Holy One is both me and not me. What do you mean? Nan Zhou asked. That is something you are not meant to know. Karma replied with a slight smile. You are not yet privy to our secret. Noticing Karma's expression, Nan Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly. He had previously mentioned we, and coupled with his earlier statement about the Holy One being both him and not him, Nan Zhou deduced that the Holy One was either two individuals or a symbiotic entity, with Karma currently wielding the dominant control over the body. Moreover, Karma appeared to be a mere spokesperson for this so-called Holy One, presenting himself as their likeness to the world. Then, I wish to meet this Holy One. Might you facilitate an introduction? As soon as Nan Zhou spoke, Karma erupted in a series of derisive laughs. You wish to meet the Holy One? Even the president cannot gain an audience with the Holy One, let alone you. Though aware that he was no match for Nan Zhou, the mere mention of the Holy One filled Karma with an inexplicable sense of pride. I assure you, not even the deities of this world can encounter the Holy One. I alone have that privilege. Karma's proclamation elicited a chuckle from Nan Zhou. I must inquire, if even the deities of this world cannot meet the Holy One, how is it that you can? Because I am the chosen one, Karma declared, his pride swelling further as he lifted his chin, his tone imbued with a sense of nobility. What a fool, Nan Zhou chuckled, shaking his head. It seemed that the one most deeply indoctrinated was the very Karma who indoctrinated others. You have been deceived, you great simpleton. A deity cannot exist in simplicity. The first to be chosen is invariably the so-called chosen one. If you truly are the chosen one, it is merely because you have been selected by the so-called divine. Do you not understand the implications of class relations? Nan Zhou's words left Karma at a loss, stammering without a coherent retort. So, the Holy One you so fervently revere is, in truth, a hypocritical charlatan, deceiving you and those you have indoctrinated. Chapter 108. The Holy One appears you're talking nonsense. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Karma erupted in anger, his eyes ablaze as he glared at Nan Zhou. The Holy One is the greatest existence in this universe. He would never deceive us. He will lead us to create a new world. If he can lead you to create a new world, then why would he require you to indoctrinate others? Nan Zhou's inquiry momentarily left Karma speechless, and after a stuttering pause, he muttered, That's because great individuals are often misunderstood by the world. In pursuit of facilitating a swift entrance into a new realm for this world, and to enable its inhabitants to enjoy a better life, he resorted to such desperate measures. Karma's words were riddled with inconsistencies, leaving Nan Zhou at a loss for words. Surely, even you cannot believe what you just said? With that, Nan Zhou rose to his feet. If you allow me to meet your divine entity, I shall spare your life. This proposition is quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Nan Zhou had no intention of engaging in further trivialities with this fool, feeling that conversing with him was beneath his dignity. I have made myself clear. I shall not permit you. Karma was about to utter a refusal when Nan Zhou unleashed his atomic breath ray, piercing through the wall beside Karma. You lack the leverage to refuse. At this moment, Nan Zhou's gaze darkened. He was unwilling to linger any longer. The release of that ray made Karma's heart skip a beat. This man before him was indeed formidable, if he wished to preserve his life. It appeared that he would require the intervention of the divine entity. However, at that moment, Karma's body began to undergo a horrifying contortion. His entire arm twisted to a grotesque degree. Nan Zhou furrowed his brow, uncertain of what was transpiring. Yet, it was evident that this divine entity was indeed intertwined with Karma. Before long, Karma's body returned to its normal state, albeit with some alterations. For instance, his pupils had transformed to a vibrant purple hue, and the aura emanating from him had undergone a significant metamorphosis. Human, have you sought me out? Karma inquired, his purple eyes fixed on Nan Zhou. It seemed that not only had his pupils and aura changed, but even his voice bore a marked difference. You are the divine entity? Nan Zhou asked, lifting his gaze to the transformed Karma. Indeed, I am the divine entity. Karma replied. You wish to see me? What is it? Do you seek to join my ranks? Nan Zhou refrained from responding to this divine entity's inquiry. Instead, he stroked his chin thoughtfully and began. It appears my suspicions were correct. This fellow is indeed one with karma. The divine entity, sensing Nan Zhou's silence, felt an affront akin to insult. Human, how dare you disregard my inquiry? Are you so weary of life? The divine entity's demeanor incited dissatisfaction within Nan Zhou. Even the father of the gods, Odin, did not wield such overwhelming authority. Young one, I can sense that the energy you released moments ago does not belong to this world. Neither of us are from this realm. Shall we join forces to overthrow that lofty tyrant? Once we prevail, how about I grant you half of the universe? Upon hearing these words from the divine entity, Nan Zhou could only scoff in derision. It appears that the divine being has manifested as a result of the atomic breath I unleashed earlier, which contained energy that defies the laws of the universe. He sensed that Nan Zhou does not belong to this universe either, which is why he occupies Karma's body to confront him. The exalted figure that the divine being referred to must surely be the very entity that has persistently troubled Nan Zhou. Although this individual is indeed quite bothersome and has caused me no small amount of trouble, Nan Zhou remarked, yet, by comparison, you seem even less substantial. Upon hearing this, the divine being was instantly incensed. What did you say? Do you wish to court death? The divine being, unaware of Nan Zhou's true prowess, perceived him merely as an earthling with a modicum of extraordinary abilities. Could you refrain from perpetually threatening me with notions of death? Nan Zhou furrowed his brow, his countenance darkening. I detest being threatened. Those who threaten me seldom meet a favorable end. Even gods are not exempt. As he spoke, an aura began to radiate from him. The divine being, sensing this, instantly changed his expression. He was taken aback to discover that this seemingly unimposing human possessed such a terrifying presence. Who are you? The divine being realized that the individual before him was no ordinary foe, and that he himself was not in an invulnerable state. Rather than concern yourself with my identity, why not divulge how you arrived in this universe? Nan Zhou could not help but smirk at the divine being's evident fear. It seemed this fellow was not as formidable as he initially appeared. A mere intimidation had caused him to tremble with fear, a rather embarrassing display. How I came to this world is inconsequential, for you are about to meet your demise at my hands. The divine being was thoroughly incensed by Nan Zhou's demeanor. He raised his hand, prepared to unleash his magic upon him. However, Nan Zhou had no intention of granting him that opportunity. Fully aware that this being posed no genuine threat to him, with a swift motion, Nan Zhou donned his mask and in the next instant, appeared before the divine being, raising his fist to deliver a powerful blow. The divine being was sent crashing through the palace-like structure, hurtling outward. The face of Karma's body was also crushed by Nan Zhou's strike. Following the trajectory of the divine being's flight, Nan Zhou pursued, observing as the being landed heavily on the ground. Although the consciousness was that of the divine being, the body was merely that of an ordinary mortal named Karma. Thus, upon impact, Karma's body was shattered beyond recognition. Yet, almost immediately, a violet radiance began to shimmer around Karma's form, and miraculously, the body healed itself. It was reminiscent of the way Zheng-Yi transformed upon acquiring that being's power, enabling rapid recovery. Huh, you wish to kill me? Do you truly believe that is possible? The holy god sneered coldly at Nan Zhou, his words dripping with derision. Yet, before he could finish his taunt, Nan Zhou swiftly moved forward and landed a punch on his head. The force of this blow was significantly greater than the last. In an instant, Karma's head splattered into a pool of crimson. However, a flicker of purple light illuminated the scene, and Karma's head rapidly reformed. Do you think you can kill me? It is not so simple. The mocking voice of the holy god echoed once more. Although Nan Zhou's immense strength astonished him, he believed that Nan Zhou lacked the ability to obliterate him. As long as his body remained intact, he could regenerate completely, leaving no trace behind. This seemingly insurmountable skill was familiar to Nan Zhou, who possessed the means to counter it. Chapter 109. Such a weak god at this moment, the holy god laughed maniacally, ridiculing Nan Zhou, convinced that he possessed no ability to vanquish him. Nan Zhou, undeterred by the holy god's mockery, maintained a faint smile. To him, the holy god was merely an ignorant jester, soon to realize the true nature of the entity he had provoked. In a swift motion, Nan Zhou reappeared before the holy god, a steel nail now in his grasp. Useless, you fool! The holy god's derisive voice rang out again, dismissing Nan Zhou's close-quarters attack with disdain. Without further ado, Nan Zhou plunged the steel nail into the holy god's arm and pinned him to the ground with his knee. The nail embedded in Karma's body had driven deep into the earth as well. Then, with a surge of will, Nan Zhou commanded an array of steel nails to pierce through Karma's body, confining his movements, reminiscent of his previous encounter in New York. The The searing pain elicited a cry of anguish from the holy god. You scoundrel! What purpose does this serve? You still cannot harm me. All you do is provoke my wrath, and the only one to suffer will be you. As the holy god continued his taunts, Nan Zhou's patience began to wear thin. How could a being bearing the title of god be so devoid of divine demeanor? Was it possible that in a past life, this holy god was known as the god of noise or the god of chatter? Can you not quiet yourself for a moment? Nan Zhou furrowed his brow at the holy god, wishing he could seal his mouth shut. However, he quickly reminded himself that the holy god had little time left, and it was crucial to conclude the battle swiftly. With that thought, Nan Zhou raised his hand, the energy of atomic breath coalescing within it. In an instant, the immense energy began to wreak havoc in the air. Sensing this overwhelming force, the holy god finally began to feel a twinge of panic. He initially believed that the rays conjured by Nan Zhou were merely a trivial trick, but it has now become evident that his perspective was rather limited. How could this be possible? Despite the undeniable reality before him, the Holy Spirit remained incredulous. You, a mere human, how could you possess such terrifying abilities? An expression of disbelief flickered in his violet eyes, for he thought that an ordinary human could not possibly wield such formidable power. He yearned to break free from his constraints, aware that should this energy strike him, death would be his only fate. He must hasten to escape from this entity known as karma. Yet, the Holy Spirit's feeble attempts to flee were easily perceived by Nan Zhou, who quickly discerned the intent to escape. To abandon this vessel? Absurd. With a furious rebuke, Nan Zhou unleashed an atomic breath from his hand. The immense energy instilled a sense of peril within the Holy Spirit. Half of him had already vacated Karma's body, leaving only the final remnants behind. However, the velocity of Nan Zhou's atomic breath was beyond his comparison, and the beam struck Karma, reducing him to mere ashes. A wail of anguish erupted from within Karma's form. Observing the ashes that were once Karma, Nan Zhou could only scoff in disdain. He had not anticipated that this so-called Holy Spirit would be so weak compared to Odin. He mused that even the current Stark could easily vanquish this entity. Yet, at that moment, the voice of the Holy Spirit resounded once more. You will pay for this. You insignificant human. This time, the tone was devoid of mockery, infused instead with palpable hatred. It was as if the Holy Spirit yearned to rend Nan Zhou apart. You have destroyed the body I sought for so long. I shall not let you go unpunished. You have not obliterated me. Once I regain my full power, you and your family, your friends, shall pay dearly for your actions today. The threatening tone gradually faded, and the Holy Spirit's voice fell silent. Damn it, I was careless. Nan Zhou felt a pang of regret, scratching his head. If he had amplified the power of the atomic breath, perhaps this Holy Spirit would have been completely eradicated. It seemed he would have to clean up this mess later. Returning to Karma's chamber, Nan Zhou retrieved the black orb that had been secured within the safe. How should this object be destroyed? Gazing at the dark sphere before him, he found himself momentarily perplexed. Just then, he recalled that with Karma's demise, those who had been brainwashed should have awakened. Thus, he promptly descended the stairs to check on their condition. Indeed, as he approached the first floor, the air was filled with the startled screams of countless women. They must have awakened, yet upon beholding their own extraordinary forms, they would emit cries of astonishment. However, it seems these individuals remain oblivious to the reasons for their presence here, as their memories during this period appear to have vanished. This could possibly be attributed to Karma's demise. His death triggered the awakening of these brainwashed individuals, yet paradoxically, their memories have also been compromised. Nevertheless, upon witnessing their awakening, Nan Zhou felt a sense of relief. To confirm this matter, he still needed to explore other locations to ascertain if anyone else had yet to awaken. The first place Nan Zhou chose to visit was the restaurant he had frequented at noon, owned by the family of a boy named Leib. The establishment was still open, and Nan Zhou entered without hesitation. As he stepped inside, he noticed the restaurant owner, clutching her forehead, seemingly in pain. Beside her, Leib was attentively inquiring after her condition. Yet, Nan Zhou discerned an unmistakable smile that Leib could not conceal. When Leib noticed Nan Zhou's arrival, he approached with exuberance, exclaiming, "You did it!" Leib was practically bouncing with excitement, revealing that not only had his mother experienced a headache, but his father was also struggling to recall many things. The term New World Organization had faded from their memories. Observing this, Leib understood that Nan Zhou had succeeded. "Thank you so much." Tears welled in Leib's eyes. For the past 4 years had been an ordeal that an ordinary person could scarcely fathom. This sense of grievance was perhaps known only to him. Nan Zhou gently ruffled his hair in a gesture of comfort. "Are you a superhero?" Leib suddenly inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Nan Zhou. The boy's words momentarily startled Nan Zhou. It was the first time anyone had referred to him as a superhero. Neither Iron Man Tony Stark, nor Coulson, nor Hela had ever described themselves using such a term. Even Wanda, Lorna and Pietro shared the same sentiment. In their eyes, Nan Zhou did not embody the qualities of a superhero. He himself felt he did not qualify as one either, lacking the attributes typically associated with superheroes. All his actions thus far had been self-serving, including the current situation. How could an egoist ever be deemed a superhero? It was, in essence, a farcical notion. Yet, this boy named Leib dared to view him as a superhero, leaving Nan Zhou with a peculiar sensation. He simply ruffled Leib's hair again, smiling as he replied, "I am not a superhero. I hope you can become one in the future." Chapter 110. The Abyss of the Sahara Desert. Deep within the Sahara Desert, the scorching sun radiates its intense energy upon this arid expanse, where Nan Zhou finds himself under its relentless glare. Shielding his eyes with his hand, he gazes upward at the sun, cursing the oppressive heat. Were it not for the imperative to find an open space to obliterate the two remnants left by the sacred spirit, he would not have ventured here. Having resolved the matter of the sacred spirit the previous night, restoring sanity to the community, he returned to the Stark residence. After recounting the events to Stark, he set forth towards the Sahara with the enigmatic black rectangular object and the black sphere he had retrieved from the sacred spirit. However, it was unfortunate that Nan Zhou had never truly traversed the Sahara Desert. His previous missions had only taken him to its periphery. Thus, after employing spatial movement to reach the desert's edge, he took flight to this desolate location. The temperature here is indeed formidable, even for him. Yet, compared to the chamber that emitted Omega radiation, this heat is merely a trifling discomfort. Time is of the essence. Nan Zhou remains acutely aware of his mission. He must swiftly destroy these two objects. During his flight, he sensed the power emanating from them, continuously infiltrating his being. Fortunately, due to his physical resilience and strong will, the energy they radiated failed to overwhelm him. This, however, indicates that the entity had not deceived him. Prolonged exposure to these artifacts would not affect him, but those around him would undoubtedly suffer. Stark had likely remained unscathed by confining the object within a containment unit. But what if he were to remove it? Stark would have been long since compromised by the energy released from the rectangular artifact. Thus, it is evident that this object bears no good intentions, compelling him to act decisively to avert future calamities. With this thought, Nan Zhou retrieves the two spheres still emanating a violet luminescence alongside the rectangular object. Even under the sun's bright rays, the purple glow remains unabated, exuding an almost mystical allure. He remarks on its strangeness, placing the two artifacts on the ground beneath him. Ascending into the air, he gazes down at the objects. Farewell. A subtle smile graces his lips as he gathers energy throughout his body, maximizing the power of his atomic breath. The blue, chaotic energy surges in his hands, while the artifacts seem to sense the impending danger, their glow intensifying in response. Could it be that these objects possess some form of sentience? Observing their state, Nan Zhou feels a sense of surprise. Yet, he dismisses such thoughts, sentience or not. Their ultimate fate remains an inescapable demise. Upon reflecting on this, Nan Zhou unleashed the full power of his atomic breath, akin to a cannon firing. The formidable energy erupted with unrestrained ferocity, reminiscent of torrents of water gushing forth from a breached dam, engulfing the two dark entities. Accompanied by a resounding roar, a vast chasm materialized at the site affected by the atomic breath. This gaping abyss was alarming, as if it had been the testing ground for a formidable weapon. Nan Zhou realized he may have escalated the situation. Should any armed faction in the vicinity detect this phenomenon, they might suspect it to be an experiment conducted by a rival force, potentially inciting conflict. Nevertheless, these considerations were not his immediate concern. He intended to ascertain the fate of the two entities first. Having been subjected to the full force of his atomic breath, it was improbable that anything could survive. Even the holy god had to abandon the body of karma to escape when faced with merely half the power of Nan Zhou's atomic breath. So he did not entertain thoughts of failure. With this in mind, Nan Zhou descended into the chasm and commenced his search for the two entities, eager to discover whether they still retained any semblance of life. The radiance emanating from them was so intense that even sunlight could not obscure it, making their discovery a straightforward endeavor. Soon, he perceived a violet glow in one location. As he reached out, he retrieved an irregular object. Its form ambiguous, neither a sphere nor a rectangular prism, but it appeared that he had achieved partial success. To his surprise, even the full power had not sufficed. Scratching his head, Nan Zhou acknowledged that he had underestimated these two entities. Consequently, he returned to his previous position, this time descending slightly further to gather energy once more. The energy of the atomic breath rapidly coalesced in his hand. If one attempt proved insufficient, then a second would surely suffice. With this resolve, Nan Zhou unleashed his atomic breath once again. This time, the already fearsome chasm was subjected to another bombardment, rendering it even more terrifying. Yet, Nan Zhou did not relent. He executed a third blast of atomic breath, followed by a fourth, and then a fifth. After 5 devastating strikes, he was now quite certain that the two entities could no longer exist. However, to eliminate any lingering doubts, he descended to inspect the site thoroughly, ultimately discovering nothing, confirming his success. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of Rome, Italy, a dark figure felt a constriction in its chest, promptly expelling a stream of violet liquid. That scoundrel! The figure let out a roar of fury. It was none other than the holy god, who had narrowly escaped calamity. The violet liquid he expelled was his very own blood, a stark contrast to the crimson blood of humans. He felt a searing pain in his chest, instinctively aware that the two entities that rightfully belonged to him had been damaged. Without a moment's hesitation, he knew it was that insufferable brat who had nearly cost him his life in another realm. Just wait. I shall ensure your demise is most tragic. The shadow let out a furious roar, only to spew forth 2 mouthfuls of blood. As a once great divine being, he had never endured such humiliation. Were it not for his compromised physique and pitifully diminished abilities, he would never have resorted to fleeing or hiding. He now realized that overt actions were no longer viable. To survive and restore his full strength, he must embrace quiet endurance. He had to bide his time, then exact vengeance upon this world. That insufferable brat, along with that arrogant bastard, would suffer 1,000 tortures at his hands. At this moment in the Sahara Desert, Nan Zhou had resolved his issues and was prepared to open a spatial rift to depart. However, it wasn't long before 7 or 8 armed off-road vehicles came to a halt before the sand that Nan Zhou had bombarded just moments earlier. Fully armed, the occupants were rendered speechless by the sight of the sand that had been obliterated 5 times. The deep pit appeared as if it could devour a person whole, causing even those wielding fine weaponry to gasp in astonishment. Was this the result of a dam explosion? One of them could not help but inquire. How much explosive force could this possibly entail? Though these individuals seldom encountered vast lakes, they had some notion of what a dam resembled. The deep pit created by Nan Zhou seemed substantial enough to serve as a reservoir. The issue, however, was the absence of water. At that moment, several more armed off-road vehicles approached from another direction. Both parties immediately took defensive stances, as they assumed the other had caused this phenomenon, prompting them to refrain from rash actions. Yet, remaining in such a stalemate was not a solution, so they dispatched representatives to negotiate. The consensus they reached left them astonished. What? It wasn't he them? Then how did this pit come to be? Chapter 111. Parent-Teacher Conference, New York. Upon exiting the spatial rift, Nan Zhou returned directly to New York. As for Stark, a simple phone call was all it took. Is it over? Upon seeing Nan Zhou's return, Hela inquired. Nan Zhou nodded, and subsequently recounted the entire series of events to her. After listening, Hela furrowed her brow. This matter seemed to exceed her expectations. It appeared that Nan Zhou was not the sole outsider in this world. If you didn't eliminate him, wouldn't he eventually become a hidden threat? Hela posed a question. Nan Zhou merely waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. I actually hope he seeks me out, so I can eradicate any future troubles entirely. However, this statement was met with Hela's disapproval. What if that individual realizes your strength and turns to attack those close to you? For instance, the 3 young ones? Hela pointed towards the room of Wanda and the others as she spoke. After listening to Nan Zhou's account, Hela understood that the so-called Holy Spirit was certainly not a person of integrity. It was highly probable that he would use those 3 children to threaten Nan Zhou. Unlike Nan Zhou, those children lacked formidable power, and if they were coerced, it would ultimately burden Nan Zhou. Hela recognized the validity of her own reasoning. That individual had indeed stated he would not allow those around him to live in peace. The possibility of him using those 3 children to exert pressure on Nan Zhou was quite plausible, especially since Nan Zhou could not always be by their side. At that moment, Nan Zhou's gaze shifted to Hela. She noticed the intensity of his stare and felt a sense of foreboding, having already surmised what he was about to say. How about you help me protect Wanda and the others? Nan Zhou slowly proposed. Upon hearing this, Hela let out a resigned sigh. As expected, she could discern Nan Zhou's intentions from his expression. Nevertheless, she did not refuse him. Instead, she nodded in agreement. Over time, Hela had developed a considerable affection for the 3 children, and she would be the first to oppose any harm directed towards them. Even if Nan Zhou had not made this request, Hela would have taken it upon herself to protect them. After all, she was well aware of Nan Zhou's character. He was someone who paid little heed to familial responsibilities. It was indeed unfortunate for those 3 children. They had to manage their own schooling and meals. Now, with Hela around, they even needed to prepare a meal for her, considering she was not adept at cooking. Before long, the 3 children returned from school, visibly excited to find Nan Zhou at home. After all, dinner was sorted for the evening. However, they also had another significant matter to discuss with him. Brother Zhou, Lorna exclaimed as she plopped down beside Nan Zhou. Lorna, Wanda, witnessing this, felt a surge of indignation and quickly approached. You are being quite unreasonable, jumping ahead like that. Nan Zhou observed the playful demeanor of Lorna and the irritation of Wanda, momentarily puzzled by their antics. What's the matter? He inquired, directing his attention towards Pietro. Brother Zhou, our school is holding a parent-teacher meeting tomorrow. Could you attend? Pietro's question took Nan Zhou by surprise. What? A parent-teacher meeting? At this moment, Wanda nodded in affirmation. Indeed, there was a meeting last semester. But since you were away in New York, we took a leave of absence. This time, the teacher insists that you must be present. No more absences will be permitted. The mere mention of a parent-teacher meeting filled Nan Zhou with an instinctive aversion. After all, during his time in the previous world, he could never escape a thorough scolding whenever such meetings occurred. What kind of flower costs 50 yuan to hire an old man selling roasted sweet potatoes as a relative? Such tricks have long been employed by Nan Zhou. However, the eventual outcome was predictable. He was discovered and faced an even harsher punishment. Yet now, he was no longer a student, but a parent attending a parent-teacher meeting. The mere thought of this made Nan Zhou feel less resistant. I have nothing pressing tomorrow. I can attend the meeting, he declared. Upon hearing this, Wanda and Lorna erupted in cheers, while Pietro appeared somewhat disheartened. Pietro, what's the matter? Nan Zhou inquired upon noticing Pietro's demeanor. Pietro merely offered a strained smile and shook his head. It's nothing, just a bit tired. His reluctance to elaborate was evident. Nan Zhou chose not to press further and ushered the three of them into the bedroom while he went to prepare dinner. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly spoke up. It seems his grades are not very good. Wanda and Lorna have been tutoring him. As soon as S.H.I.E.L.D uttered those words, Nan Zhou understood the situation. Reflecting on his own school days, he recalled feeling downcast at the thought of parent-teacher meetings due to poor grades. Perhaps Pietro felt the same way. I see, Nan Zhou nodded, grasping the general situation. As for the specifics of Pietro's academic performance, that would be revealed at the meeting the following day. With this in mind, he headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Time swiftly passed to the next day. At the insistence of Wanda and Lorna, Nan Zhou donned his formal attire. According to them, the parent-teacher meeting was a rather formal occasion at their school, necessitating a more polished appearance. I mean, this is the most expensive suit I own. Is it really necessary to dress so formally? He pondered, feeling that such formality was unwarranted. This suit had been custom-tailored for him during a mission in Italy, and he had financed it himself. Since Wanda and Lorna say so, you might as well dress to impress. You wouldn't want to embarrass them, would you? S.H.I.E.L.D chimed in, standing beside Nan Zhou and appraising his appearance. A tailored suit truly makes a difference, she remarked, admiringly. Not bad, you look quite dashing. Nan Zhou stood before the mirror, examining his reflection. He had worn this suit only 3 times prior. This would mark its 4th outing, with the rest of the time spent gathering dust in the wardrobe, occasionally taken out for maintenance. However, Nan Zhou truly detests wearing formal attire. He finds it somewhat uncomfortable and excessively constricting. Nevertheless, for the sake of Wanda and the others, he donned the outfit. As he descended the stairs, S.H.I.E.L.D accompanied him, watching as he entered his garage. To be honest, he looked quite dashing. Climbing the stairs, S.H.I.E.L.D couldn't help but shower him with compliments. She genuinely believed that he looked remarkably handsome in that ensemble. At this thought, S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly felt uneasy and quickly shook her head. What was I thinking? Just moments ago, a dangerously bold idea had crossed her mind, one she absolutely could not allow to fester. Now back at home, S.H.I.E.L.D gazed at her reflection in the mirror, only to discover a faint blush on her cheeks. This cannot be. S.H.I.E.L.D found it hard to believe. Moving to the window, she saw Nan Zhou driving away. I am the illustrious goddess of death. S.H.I.E.L.D paced the room, repeatedly insisting that it was impossible, absolutely impossible. I am the renowned goddess of death, an irreplaceable entity among the 9 realms, and yet I am developing feelings for him. Chapter 112. The annoying admirer outside Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro's school. Nan Zhou's car attracted a considerable amount of attention. What a stunning car. Many remarks echoed this sentiment. This vehicle was Nan Zhou's first ride, a Ferrari 430, the latest model upon his coming of age. He had invested a significant amount of money into this purchase, partly sponsored by Peggy, ultimately paying in full to take it home. However, Nan Zhou seldom drove this car, though he had certainly used it more often than he donned that suit. Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro were well acquainted with Nan Zhou's vehicle and rushed towards it upon seeing it. Brother Zhou. They were pleasantly surprised by the effort Nan Zhou had put into his appearance. Initially, they expected him to wear a relatively ordinary suit and drive the car he frequently used to take them on adventures. Who would have thought he would wear his most expensive suit and arrive in such an imposing sports car? Nan Zhou rarely drove the Ferrari. Especially after the arrival of the 3 children, it had mostly remained in the garage gathering dust. He typically drove the 2009 Jeep Wrangler, which could accommodate all 4 of them. Now with S.H.I.E.L.D in the picture, the Ferrari was even less likely to see the light of day. Clearly, Nan Zhou had made a considerable effort this time. Your sister Hella insisted that she couldn't allow you three to lose face. So she requested that I present myself in this manner. You should all be sure to thank your sister Hella later. Nan Zhou gently tousled the hair of the three girls, allowing them to escort her to their classroom. Why did this trio choose a Chinese individual this time? While many were taken aback by Nan Zhou's extravagant attire, some posed this very question. Those privy to the details began to speak softly, revealing that the trio were orphans adopted by this person. Is that so? I was completely unaware of this. How could you possibly know? Have you forgotten that my uncle teaches at this school? Ah, I see. Some began to speculate about the relationship between Nan Zhou and the trio. Yet the majority were engrossed in discussing Nan Zhou's splendid outfit. Before long, guided by the three girls, Nan Zhou arrived at the classroom, encountering the teacher who had facilitated Wanda's trio's enrollment. Mr. Nan Zhou, the teacher, having a profound impression of her, hastened towards her upon sighting. Mr. Nan Zhou, you are quite the busy individual. It's a challenge to catch a glimpse of you. In response to the teacher's jest, Nan Zhou chuckled lightly. I hope you can forgive me. My work truly keeps me occupied. I understand. Wanda, please show your brother to his seat, instructed the teacher, prompting Wanda and her companions to lead Nan Zhou to their designated places. In this school, parent-teacher meetings involved children escorting their parents to their seats, after which the children could depart home. Those wishing to wait for their parents could do so on the playground. As Nan Zhou's vehicle accommodated only two, Wanda and her companions would need to return home independently. Thus, after Nan Zhou settled into her seat, the three girls exited the campus, heading homeward. Lona. Just as the trio made their way home, Lona was suddenly called out by someone. A boy with golden hair, azure eyes, and a few freckles approached her, waving enthusiastically. Upon seeing this boy, Lona felt a sense of exasperation and sighed towards Wanda. Lona, is that the brother you mentioned? The boy reached Lona's side, his chatter incessant. That S.A. Ferrari 430. His suit must be custom-made. What does your brother do for a living? Heel. Pietro, feeling irritable, interrupted the boy's barrage of questions by calling his name sharply. Realizing his previous rudeness, Keel awkwardly smiled in response to Pietro's reprimand. This Keel was quite renowned among Lona's classmates as an admirer. His father managed 5 prosperous restaurants in New York, firmly placing him among the affluent in the class. Keel's allowance was substantial, yet a significant portion was devoted to purchasing gifts for Lona, all in hopes of winning her affection. However, the gifts that Kerr sent were returned to him by Lorna without exception. For those items that could not be returned, Lorna had no choice but to share them with Wanda, Pietro, and other classmates. One could say that Kerr, through Lorna's hands, managed to satisfy quite a few of his peers. Despite Lorna having clearly rejected Kerr's affections numerous times, he persistently continued to present her with gifts, attempting to win her over with material wealth. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that many matters cannot be resolved through monetary means. If a person's heart is already devoted to another, and that beloved one holds an unassailable position in their heart, no one else can hope to capture even a fragment of their affection. Upon encountering the parents of the trio today, Kerr finally realized that his gifts might be utterly insignificant in Lorna's eyes. One parent, clad in a bespoke suit and driving a Ferrari 430, undoubtedly belonged to an affluent family. The items Kerr presented might be merely trifles that others acquire effortlessly. Although his understanding was still misguided, it at least illuminated the disparity between his and Lorna's families. After all, his father could not afford a Ferrari 430. Lorna, I must apologize for my earlier rudeness. May I inquire about your parents' profession? At that moment, Kerr was incredibly curious about Nan Zhou's occupation. A person so young who could afford a Ferrari either had a remarkably wealthy father or a highly lucrative job. However, Lorna was reluctant to answer, frowning and unwilling to speak. Yet, Kerr seemed oblivious to Lorna's discontent and continued to press for answers. Kerr, enough already. Can't you see that Lorna does not wish to respond to your inquiries? Wanda interjected, her tone laced with a hint of menace. Due to Kerr's persistent harassment of Lorna, both Wanda and Pietro had grown quite fond of him. Nevertheless, they remembered Nan Zhou's teachings. They should not bully others indiscriminately, so they could only resort to intimidation. Seeing Wanda and Pietro stepping forward to block him, Kerr felt a twinge of frustration. Just tell me what your parents do, and I promise I won't bother you any longer. How about that? Wanda and Pietro exchanged glances, preparing to respond. Wanda? At that moment, a familiar voice emerged from behind the trio. They turned to find Hella standing there, holding a piece of cake. Sister Hella. Lorna was the first to rush to Hella's side, grasping her hand with eyes full of grievance. What happened? Hella, noticing Lorna's expression, quickly inquired. At that instant, she also became aware of Kerr's presence and began to piece together the situation. Is it you who has been pestering our Lorna? Hella glared at Kerr, her gaze piercing enough to send a shiver down his spine. This individual is breathtakingly beautiful. Yet her gaze seems as if it could inflict 1,000 cuts upon one's soul. The voice of Hela, laced with menace, resonates. If you continue to entangle yourself with our dear Lona, I cannot guarantee the fate that awaits you and your family. Upon hearing these words, Kerr's legs trembled, and he swiftly turned away, fleeing without a backward glance. Observing this, Hela emitted a disdainful snort. Such cowardice, and yet he dares to pursue our Lona? He is nothing. Chapter 113. The trio's dilemma. Unbeknownst to Nan Zhou, events involving Wanda and her companions unfolded while he attended a parent-teacher meeting at school. However, the meeting did not last long, and Nan Zhou would have been able to depart early. Yet, he found himself summoned to the office by the homeroom teacher. As the only parent required for a private discussion, a sense of unease enveloped him. Could it be that these three youngsters had caused trouble? The teacher gestured for Nan Zhou to take a seat, her expression revealing her difficulty in addressing the matter. Upon witnessing the teacher's demeanor, Nan Zhou braced himself. Mr. Nan Zhou, there are some matters concerning Wanda, Lona, and Pietro that you must be made aware of, she stated. Nan Zhou could not help but swallow hard, urging her to continue. The teacher nodded, proceeding, our school has been actively combating the formation of cliques among students. You are likely aware that at this age, children often form various small groups, and many shy individuals can become isolated as a result. My class has seen numerous cliques, all of which I have managed to dismantle. However, I have been unable to address the small group formed by Wanda and her friends. I do not wish to separate them. Rather, I hope they can engage more with their peers. The teacher's words illuminated the situation for Nan Zhou. These three children had no significant friends at school apart from one another, and virtually no one could be considered close to them. This was not a case of students isolating them. Rather, they were the ones isolating others. Thus, the teacher hoped Nan Zhou would intervene to guide these children. After listening to the teacher, Nan Zhou nodded in agreement. I will do my best to counsel them, but you are aware of the hardships these three children have endured. The homeroom teacher was already cognizant of their status as victims of war, having lost their parents amidst the chaos. She understood that Wanda and Pietro had spent several nights in proximity to Stark Industries' weaponry, teetering on the brink of death. However, the circumstances surrounding their abduction by Hydra remained confidential, and Nan Zhou would not disclose such information. Having shared the experience of life and death, the bond between the trio was remarkably strong. With the addition of three individuals, they were captured by Hydra for experimentation and subsequently imprisoned, making it difficult for them to accept outsiders. Nan Zhou emerged as their savior, and naturally, the three opened their hearts to him. Hela, being Nan Zhou's friend and a caring presence, also gained their trust. However, the same could not be said for others. The teacher understood Nan Zhou's intentions, recognizing that those who had witnessed the brutality of battle were fortunate to remain unscathed. Encouraging them to embrace their peers would undoubtedly require time. I recognize this poses challenges, yet it ultimately benefits the children, the teacher continued. Nan Zhou, well aware of the advantages, nodded in agreement. I will guide them, but this process will necessitate patience. I hope the teacher can allow for that. No worries, we can take our time. As the conversation drew to a close, Nan Zhou felt it was time to depart. He harbored a strong aversion to the teacher's office, recalling his frequent visits during his school days, often on the receiving end of reprimands. He yearned to conclude this meeting swiftly and leave. However, he was unaware that matters were far more complex than he had anticipated. Mr. Nan Zhou, that is the first matter, there is a second. The teacher's words left him momentarily speechless, surprised by the revelation of additional concerns, which felt rather disheartening. The teacher continued. This issue pertains to Pietro and his academic performance. By the time dinner arrived, Nan Zhou unlocked his door and returned home. Wanda and Lorna approached him, inquiring about the teacher's discussion. Nan Zhou merely brushed it aside. Wanda and Lorna excelled academically. Their only issue was their reluctance to open up. The more pressing concern lay with Pietro. However, it was mealtime, and Nan Zhou chose not to disrupt their dining pleasure with talk of the parent-teacher meeting. He could clearly see that Pietro appeared uneasy, as though he had already foreseen his fate. During dinner, Hela recounted her earlier encounter with Wanda and the others. So timid? Just a glare from you nearly made him wet himself? Upon hearing Hela's account of Kurt fleeing in fright, Nan Zhou was somewhat skeptical. What? You doubt me? Are you unaware of who I am? Hela was displeased by his response, asserting her identity as the goddess of death, capable of intimidating any mere mortal with a single glance. If I cannot achieve that, then I should not claim to be a goddess of death. Lorna, that man is so cowardly. You must not continue associating with him, understood? Hela reminded Lorna, questioning how a man who couldn't even withstand a single glance could dare to pursue her. He truly ought to take a moment to reflect on himself. Nan Zhou, upon hearing Hyla's words, couldn't help but chuckle, subsequently recounting what their homeroom teacher had said to him in the office. The trio exchanged glances. Realizing they had scarcely paid attention to this matter, they believed their relationships with their classmates were quite amicable. However, with Nan Zhou's words lingering in their minds, they reconsidered and acknowledged the truth in his observation. You must always treat your classmates with kindness. If a classmate is troublesome, it's wise to maintain distance. Yet if they are good-natured, you should approach them with warmth, Nan Zhou advised, prompting the three to nod in agreement, knowing they could adhere to his counsel. Seeing their agreement, Nan Zhou smiled with satisfaction, and the meal was enjoyed amidst laughter and cheer. Of course, this merriment was confined to Nan Zhou, S.H.I.E.L.D, Wanda, and Lorna. Pietro remained detached from the jovial atmosphere. During the meal, Pietro was visibly anxious, his hands trembling, a fact not overlooked by Nan Zhou, who understood Pietro's apprehension stemmed from the fear of receiving a reprimand. After dinner, Nan Zhou glanced at the television, sensing the time was ripe, and gradually rose from his seat. At the sight of Nan Zhou standing, Pietro trembled, seemingly bracing himself for impending trouble. Nan Zhou turned to Pietro, speaking in a calm voice. Pietro, come with me to my room. Reluctantly, Pietro stood, steeling himself as he followed Nan Zhou into the room, where Nan Zhou closed the door behind them. Lorna and Wanda exchanged sympathetic glances, lamenting Pietro's fate. As Pietro's closest companions, they were acutely aware of the predicament he faced, knowing a reprimand from Nan Zhou was inevitable. Inside Nan Zhou's room, he gestured for Pietro to take a seat while he settled onto the bed. Surprisingly, Nan Zhou's demeanor was not one of anger. Rather, it was surprisingly serene, leaving Pietro feeling incredulous. With a deep sigh, Nan Zhou finally spoke. What exactly is going on with you? Chapter 114. Pietro's thoughts confronted by Nan Zhou's inquiry. Pietro lowered his head in silence. Nan Zhou, observing Pietro's downcast expression, couldn't help but sigh once more. According to their teacher, Pietro's grades were dismal, ever since joining the class. He had consistently occupied the last position academically. How could your performance be so abysmal? Nan Zhou questioned, producing several of Pietro's test papers, each marked with a bold F, signifying a complete failure across the board. In the original world, when Nan Zhou was the same age as Pietro, he did not experience the multitude of failures that Pietro did. Although Nan Zhou had his academic weaknesses, he also achieved commendable grades. Pietro's performance, however, unequivocally indicated that he had not paid attention in class, not absorbing a single moment of instruction. Pray tell, what were you occupied with during lessons? Nan Zhou inquired, furrowing his brow as he regarded Pietro, who remained silent, his head bowed. This lack of response left Nan Zhou feeling somewhat vexed. He had neither chastised nor struck the boy, so why the reticence? You must articulate why your performance is so poor. Only then can we devise a remedy for this predicament. Your homeroom teacher informed me that you tend to doodle in your notebooks during class. Do you consider yourself a budding artist? Show me your drawings. Nan Zhou extended his hand, requesting Pietro's creations. Yet, Pietro remained motionless, silent as ever. I assure you, I will not destroy your work, Nan Zhou added, in a bid to reassure him. Upon witnessing Pietro's continued inaction, Nan Zhou could only express his frustration in words. It was only after this that Pietro finally shifted his feet, exiting the room and retreating to his own quarters. Meanwhile, the three individuals in the living room observed Pietro as he emerged from Nan Zhou's room, only to enter his own, eventually reappearing with an object in hand. What is that? S.H.I.E.L.D inquired at that moment. Lorna and Wanda exchanged glances, both shaking their heads, as they too were unaware of its nature. Perhaps it's one of his drawings from class, Lorna suggested. He often enjoys sketching during lessons, but what he actually draws remains a mystery to us. He cherishes them as treasures and never shares them. Lorna and Wanda were aware of Pietro's penchant for drawing, yet they had never seen his works, as he never divulged them to anyone. Upon hearing Lorna's words, S.H.I.E.L.D squinted at Pietro, her curiosity piqued. Pietro, trembling hands clutching the notebook, returned to Nan Zhou's room, presenting the item with trepidation. Nan Zhou accepted the notebook and casually flipped through its contents. The pages indeed contained a coherent narrative, albeit Pietro's artistic style left much to be desired. Nevertheless, the story held a certain intrigue. It detailed Pietro's transformation into a S.H.I.E.L.D agent, akin to Nan Zhou, as he undertook perilous missions, each fraught with imminent danger, which he adeptly navigated using his wit. The narrative featured a distinctive storyline, with characters portraying Pietro's superiors, issuing commands. Notably, there was even a representation of Nan Zhou himself, sculpted into a heroic savior within the tale. Revered by people around the globe, Nan Zhou casually flipped through the comic, and although the art could be described as abysmal, the narrative surprisingly held some intrigue. So, your dream is not to become a cartoonist, but rather to be an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D? He inquired after finishing the story. Pietro nodded in agreement, finally finding his voice as he declared, I aspire to be a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent like you. To him, agents represented an embodiment of coolness, and he yearned to emulate Nan Zhou, even in the absence of superpowers. Who would have thought you harbored such aspirations? Is this the reason you neglect your studies? Are you daydreaming about your future exploits as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent every day? Nan Zhou's words prompted Pietro to nod slowly, breaking free from his previous inertia. In his daydreams, he envisioned himself as a top-tier agent, a cornerstone of S.H.I.E.L.D. Sighing, Nan Zhou regarded Pietro and lamented, becoming a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent is not an easy feat, you know? At the very least, you must possess a vast knowledge base in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and languages. Otherwise, how will you decipher codes? How will you conduct assassinations? How will you calculate the enemy's blind spots? Do not be misled by the notion that practice makes perfect. A lack of preparation could lead to your immediate discovery during your first mission, resulting in a rather grim fate, or worse, subjecting you to torturous suffering at the hands of your enemies. As a top agent who had emerged from the depths of peril, Nan Zhou was acutely aware of the harsh realities of the profession. If you genuinely wish to become an agent, you must be prepared to exert an effort far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Pietro, upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, could not help but lower his gaze. He had only envisioned the glamorous aspects of agents defeating foes on the battlefield, oblivious to the extensive knowledge required for the role. However, after Nan Zhou's admonishment, he began to awaken to the limitations of his own perspective. Nevertheless, if you truly desire to become an agent, it is not beyond reach, Nan Zhou mused, stroking his chin. Really? Pietro's spirits soared at the prospect, lifting his head to gaze at Nan Zhou. After all, you have been learning combat techniques from me for quite some time, Nan Zhou continued, so perhaps we can assess your aptitude for becoming an agent. Pietro exhibited considerable talent in combat. However, being an agent encompassed far more than merely fighting skills. This week, if you attentively engage in every lesson, I will introduce you to the training of agents, and you may even partake in some of the exercises. This proposition ignited Pietro's excitement. Brother Zhou, is this for real? At this, Nan Zhou smiled slightly. When have I ever deceived you? As soon as the words were spoken, Pietro let out a cheer. Hooray! Long live Brother Zhou. This exclamation resonated from Nan Zhou's bedroom, leaving the three individuals seated on the sofa momentarily stunned, uncertain of what had transpired. What is going on? Why the celebration? Hela inquired at that moment. Shouldn't he be reprimanded by Nan Zhou? Wanda and Lorna were equally perplexed. This development was indeed different from their expectations. The usual script would have featured Pietro emerging from the room with tears in his eyes, followed by an irate Nan Zhou. So why was there a jubilant cheer echoing instead? Soon after, Pietro emerged from the room with a beaming smile, followed by a satisfied Nan Zhou. Pietro bounded back to his bedroom, his backpack bouncing with each step. Hela, perplexed, seized Nan Zhou's arm and asked, "What's the situation? Shouldn't you scold him? Didn't you mention his poor academic performance?" Even Hela struggled to comprehend the situation, not just Wanda and Lorna. Observing Hela's confusion, Nan Zhou revealed a triumphant smile. "You see, I struck a deal with him." Chapter 115. The promise. Under Nan Zhou's agreement, Pietro began to take his studies seriously at school, attentively listening in every class, and even approaching teachers in their offices with questions about material he did not understand. This transformation left Pietro's homeroom teacher utterly astonished. She could not fathom what method Nan Zhou had employed to elicit such behavior from Pietro. Moreover, the other two members of the trio, Wanda and Lorna, began to engage with other students, no longer confining themselves to their small group, but gradually reaching outwards. All of this stemmed from the irreplaceable position Nan Zhou held in their hearts. It was precisely because of Nan Zhou's encouragement that they were able to instigate change. A week swiftly passed, and Nan Zhou arrived at school once more. This time, he did not drive his Ferrari 430, but rather his Wrangler, dressed in casual attire. The transformation of Wanda and the others truly opened my eyes, the teacher remarked upon seeing Nan Zhou. I never anticipated such swift results, especially from Pietro, who has begun to take every class seriously, a change all the teachers failed to predict. What exactly did you do? The teacher quickly inquired. Nan Zhou merely smiled gently and replied, "My method is quite simple. It was just a transaction. He promised me he would study diligently, and in return, I promised to take him to a place he has longed to visit." This approach proved remarkably effective, at least as evidenced by Pietro's progress. The reason for Nan Zhou's visit today was to ascertain Pietro's academic status, and it appeared that Pietro was indeed dedicated to his studies. Since he was diligently studying, Nan Zhou decided to take him to the S.H.I.E.L.D. to observe the training of agents. This was a promise Nan Zhou intended to keep. Upon returning home from school, he was met with Pietro's eager eyes. After a week of hard work, he had longed for this moment. Unable to suppress a chuckle at the boy's enthusiasm, Nan Zhou remarked, "I spoke with your teacher, and it's evident you've been committed to your studies this week. You have fulfilled my expectations, so as a reward, tonight, being Friday, you shall accompany me to Washington." "Tonight?" Pietro exclaimed, astonished by the swift arrival of his surprise. Nan Zhou nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, this very evening. The journey from New York to Washington takes less than 4 hours. We shall depart after dinner and arrive by midnight." Nan Zhou had no intention of transporting Pietro through the spatial rift. He had traversed it alone and was uncertain if a regular human like Pietro could do so without complications. Hence, he opted to drive. Upon hearing this, Pietro clenched his fists, overwhelmed with excitement. The reward for his week of anticipation and effort had finally arrived. Observing Pietro's exuberance, Nan Zhou smiled, confident that by catering to his interests, Pietro's performance would only improve, alleviating any concerns he had for all 3 children. During dinner, Nan Zhou shared his plans for the weekend with Hela, Wanda, and Lorna. It was then that Wanda and Lorna realized the reason behind Pietro's diligent studying. They learned that his dream was to become a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, a desire he had kept buried deep within. However, the 2 girls did not feel discontent about not being included, as they held no fascination for S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. As for Hela, she was indifferent. With Nan Zhou absent, Wanda would still prepare meals for her, and that sufficed. After dinner, Nan Zhou took Pietro and drove off in a Ferrari towards Washington. This marked Pietro's first experience in such a luxurious vehicle, a privilege that neither Wanda nor Lorna had enjoyed, and even Hela had never experienced. "How much did you pay for this car?" Pietro inquired, his youth not diminishing his interest in high-performance vehicles. "This car cost $530,000. Nan Zhou replied after a moment's contemplation. "It seems agents earn quite a bit," Pietro remarked, astonished by the figure. He was surprised that an agent's income could be so substantial, especially given Nan Zhou's youthful age, which allowed him to afford such a luxury. In truth, the salary of an agent was not particularly high. At this moment, Nan Zhou slowly began to speak. "Do you think this car was purchased solely with a salary? What an absurd notion." Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Pietro appeared somewhat perplexed. Noticing the confusion on the young man's face, Nan Zhou continued, "If agents were to rely solely on their meager salaries, to be frank, very few would venture back to the front lines, where one could perish in a foreign land at any moment. As an agent, after each assassination, the valuable possessions of the targets are sold, or one might engage in some clandestine dealings on the black market to earn extra income. That is where the substantial profits lie." Pietro found it hard to believe what he was hearing. "Is that even permitted?" he inquired. Nan Zhou scoffed. "Even if it isn't allowed, what difference does it make? When the time comes, who would risk their life for him? Thus, everyone turns a blind eye, as long as it doesn't go too far." Nan Zhou's revelations certainly broadened Pietro's perspective. He had not anticipated such unspoken rules among agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nevertheless, he did not feel disillusioned by the profession, understanding that in a line of work that involves taking lives, one could hardly expect purity. Seeing that Pietro had quickly come to terms with this reality, Nan Zhou felt a sense of satisfaction. Accepting the darker aspects of an industry was essential for truly integrating into it. Although the distance from New York to Washington could be covered in less than 4 hours, under Nan Zhou's adept driving, they arrived in just under 3.5 hours, even after stopping at service areas 3 times. However, Nan Zhou did not take Pietro directly to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in Washington. Even with Nan Zhou's connections, entry would be difficult, and he certainly did not wish to subject himself to reprimand. Instead, he drove straight to an airport. Upon arriving at a hangar, they found a jet parked inside, beside which stood a figure, Agent Coulson. As Coulson noticed the Ferrari pull in, he approached with a furrowed brow. "What kind of trouble are you stirring now? What business do you have at the training base?" Nan Zhou, with a cheerful demeanor, exited the car and gestured to Pietro, who had also stepped out. "I've brought you a future agent. If he proves suitable, I could personally train him." At this, Coulson was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and pointed towards the aircraft. "Get on board. You'll be the pilot." Chapter 116. Pietro's talent in the skies above. Nan Zhou piloted the aircraft while Coulson and Pietro occupied the seats behind. This plane had once served as a skydiving squad's aircraft, but due to years of neglect, it had been retired. Coulson had acquired it at an astonishingly low price and had undertaken repairs. Now, it was barely airworthy. "I must say, doesn't this plane require further repairs? The radar seems to be malfunctioning," Pietro remarked. Nan Zhou gazed at the flickering radar screen before him and spoke. "If you had the funds, I could undertake the repairs. But as it stands, We are short on cash. As long as it operates, that's sufficient. If it didn't charge you, you should be grateful. Wait, you expect me to pay you? Are you even human? This contraption costs $200 for just a couple of trips. The fuel expenses exceed that. Indeed, every time Nan Zhou encountered Coulson's aircraft, he would launch into a tirade, only to be met with Coulson's rebuttals. This exchange had become a familiar routine between the two. At that moment, Pietro interjected, "Brother Zhou, where are we headed? Isn't the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters located in Washington?" Pietro had anticipated that they would be landing at S.H.I.E.L.D's central hub. However, upon arriving in Washington, they boarded this aircraft, leaving him uncertain of their destination. "The headquarters is in Washington, but you won't witness any agent training there," Coulson interjected, answering Pietro's query on behalf of Nan Zhou. "If you wish to observe agent training, you must travel to other cities. Coming to Washington is merely because this fellow borrowed my plane." "And where are we actually going?" Coulson inquired once more. "We're heading to Texas. There is a S.H.I.E.L.D. training facility for agents." "That is our destination," Nan Zhou replied. "You should take a nap. The journey to Texas will take a while." Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Coulson retrieved a sleeping bag and handed it to Pietro. To become an agent, it is crucial to be able to sleep in noisy environments. "Go ahead and rest." Pietro nodded, accepting the sleeping bag and burrowing into it. Meanwhile, Coulson turned off the lights, settled into the co-pilot's seat, and closed the door separating the cockpit from the cabin. "You installed that door after, right?" "It wasn't there last time," Nan Zhou remarked upon seeing Coulson in the co-pilot's seat. "I thought it best to install a door, and it seems it has proven useful," Coulson replied. Nan Zhou grimaced at this, saying, "This aircraft, while I have used it a few times, still leaves much to be desired. With that money, purchasing a more economical plane would be preferable." Nan Zhou's words struck a nerve with Coulson, who shot him a piercing glare. Although the plane was acquired at a low price, its maintenance and modifications had cost Coulson a considerable sum. Reflecting on it, he felt somewhat cheated. Yet, finding a similar aircraft on the market was nearly impossible, and prices on the black market were exorbitant. Despite the losses, owning a plane he liked made it feel less like a loss. Pietro's slumber was not particularly restful. When he finally opened his eyes again, he was greeted by beams of light streaming through the window. He opened the door connecting to the cockpit and looked out at the sky, instantly mesmerized. The airplane soared above the clouds, allowing a clear view of the majestic layers of fluffy white formations through the window. Pietro was awestruck. He had never witnessed such beauty before. During his first flight, he had merely slept, and the subsequent journeys followed suit. It was only this time that he truly beheld the breathtaking scenery. "Awake now?" Nan Zhou observed Pietro as he opened the door and remarked, "We will be arriving shortly. You will soon reach the base." Before long, Nan Zhou piloted the aircraft to a clandestine airport nestled within the forests of Texas. As Nan Zhou and Coulson disembarked, a man clad in camouflage approached them, offering a perfectly executed salute. The two merely nodded in acknowledgement as he continued, "Not far ahead lies the training base for selecting agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I will escort you there." The trio followed the man into a jeep, which jostled them as they made their way to the location. Soon, a vast open area came into view, resonating with the thunderous shouts of nearly 30 agents undergoing training. "Behold, this is how they train," Nan Zhou said, glancing at Pietro, who was utterly captivated by the sight before him. Although it differed somewhat from his expectations, the thrill was palpable. "Will these individuals become frontline agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. after their training?" Pietro inquired. Nan Zhou shook his head. "Not quite. Out of these 30 individuals, only 5 will ultimately stand out, and in the end, perhaps only 1 or 2 will become frontline agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. The others may have opportunities to join, but that would be limited to roles at the headquarters or regional offices." The stringent selection process left Pietro gasping in disbelief. "Come, let me take you to try your hand at shooting," Nan Zhou said, wrapping an arm around Pietro and guiding him to the shooting range. Pietro was undoubtedly proficient in combat skills, and Nan Zhou was eager to assess his marksmanship. He handed Pietro a handgun, and the young man was filled with excitement. He had long awaited the chance to wield a real firearm. Taking a deep breath, Pietro fired a shot, managing to hit the edge of the target, a commendable feat for a 15-year-old novice. "Continue," Nan Zhou insisted, encouraging Pietro to keep shooting. After a flurry of shots, both Nan Zhou and Coulson were taken aback. "This kid seems to possess a certain talent," Nan Zhou mused. Although Pietro initially struggled with the recoil during his first couple of shots, he adjusted by the time he reached half a magazine, and his accuracy markedly improved. "Nan Zhou, you found yourself a promising candidate," Coulson remarked. Coulson approached Nan Zhou and spoke. Although Nan Zhou was equally astonished, he managed a proud smile. How could someone I brought along possibly have issues? My judgment is astute. Do you think I would present him to you if he lacked talent? Nan Zhou's words prompted Coulson to roll his eyes. In truth, he could discern from Nan Zhou's expression that Nan Zhou was somewhat surprised himself. He perhaps did not realize the child's potential. This lad truly has the potential to become an exceptionally formidable agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 117. Significant events. Pietro showcased his remarkable aptitude as an agent, leaving Nan Zhou quite astonished. Should Pietro acquire Quicksilver's extraordinary speed in the future, his capabilities would undoubtedly soar to even greater heights. It seems I have struck gold. The Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, and Polaris, 3 future superheroes, will ultimately become part of my own power. The thought alone is exhilarating. Just as Pietro observed the agent's training, Coulson's phone rang unexpectedly. Nick? Coulson answered, only to find it was indeed Nick calling, which took him by surprise. Director, what's the matter? Coulson connected the call, but his expression soon transformed into one of profound astonishment. Director, is that true? Coulson's reaction piqued Nan Zhou's curiosity. What monumental event could elicit such a response from him? Director, Nan Zhou is here with me. Should I? Understood. We're on our way. After hanging up, Coulson turned to Nan Zhou. We must leave. There is an urgent matter that requires our presence. Observing Coulson's grave demeanor, Nan Zhou sensed the gravity of the situation. What is it? He inquired. Coulson leaned closer to Nan Zhou, lowering his voice as he revealed, they have found Captain America. They have located Steve Rogers. At this revelation, Nan Zhou was momentarily stunned. They have discovered Steve Rogers now? The timeline seems off. Typically, Rogers should have been found 2 years from this point in time, awakening shortly thereafter. Yet this occurrence had transpired nearly 6 months earlier, clearly misaligning the timeline. Could it be that my existence has caused this temporal shift? If the timeline has indeed advanced, does that mean the timeline for the Battle of New York will also be affected? A multitude of thoughts flooded Nan Zhou's mind. Stop dawdling. We must go. Coulson's voice snapped him back to reality. There was no point in pondering these matters now. The immediate priority was to head to Washington. Nan Zhou, accompanied by Pietro, followed Coulson onto the plane. Though the journey was somewhat hurried, Pietro felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He had even garnered the affirmation from Nan Zhou, which naturally filled him with excitement, leaving no room for discontent regarding their departure. The aircraft was fully fueled, and Coulson had pushed the engines to their limits, striving to arrive in Washington ahead of schedule. Coulson's urgency stemmed not solely from the explosive emergence of Steve Rogers, but as his ardent admirer. He felt compelled to hasten their progress. Throughout the journey, Nan Zhou remained largely silent, absorbed in contemplation. The premature unfolding of events was not necessarily a harbinger of good fortune, and he was uncertain about what alterations this early occurrence might precipitate in the future. However, that entity had assured him it would refrain from causing further troubles, granting him a measure of peace. Yet, he could not entirely dismiss the possibility of that entity reneging on its promise, should this incident summon unforeseen adversaries or additional tasks. It was entirely conceivable that he might again find himself in its crosshairs. Pietro observed the taciturn duo, bewildered by the underlying circumstances. However, the gravity of Coulson's recent phone call was evident from his demeanor. At that moment, Nan Zhou broke the silence, stating, once we arrive in Washington, I shall escort you to a hotel where you will stay for the night, understood? Pietro nodded, harboring no objections. Coulson accelerated toward Washington, and they reached their destination that very afternoon. The aircraft landed at the same airport as before. Nan Zhou, having boarded the vehicle with Pietro, directed their course to the hotel, while Coulson drove straight to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. After depositing Pietro at the hotel, Nan Zhou wasted no time in heading to the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. Upon reaching the entrance of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nan Zhou spotted Barton waiting outside. Were you waiting for me? Nan Zhou inquired as he exited the vehicle, following Barton into the inner sanctum of the headquarters. The atmosphere within S.H.I.E.L.D. was tense, teetering on the brink of chaos. However, the director was diligently working to quell the situation, for if the news were to leak, the ramifications could be disastrous. Barton spoke as they walked. Nan Zhou understood Nick's rationale for suppressing the information. If the outside world were to learn that Steve Rogers had been revived and was alive, countless individuals would undoubtedly take reckless risks to seize him, particularly remnants of Hydra. Nevertheless, it was likely that Hydra was already aware of the situation, given the multitude of their spies embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon descending to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters underground facility, he encountered a group of individuals gathered around a bed. Approaching the scene, Nan Zhou beheld Rogers, nearly freed from the encasing ice. Nan Zhou, this is Rogers, Nick announced as he acknowledged Nan Zhou's arrival. Nan Zhou nodded, casting a thorough glance at the figure of Rogers lying on the bed. He was taken aback to notice that even the clothes were impeccably preserved. Regarding the discovery of Rogers, I hope you and Sharon can discuss this with Peggy. Nick spoke once more. At present, Peggy remained oblivious to the fact that Rogers had been found. In her eyes, he was still lost to the world. Nick wished for Nan Zhou and Sharon, the two individuals closest to Peggy, to convey this news to her. Raising his gaze, Nan Zhou found Sharon watching him, with Hill by her side. They exchanged a silent understanding and nodded slowly. This revelation might elicit a reaction from Peggy that could render her faint with excitement. Given her fragile health, it was imperative to approach the truth delicately, revealing it to her gradually. However, we are currently keeping this matter under wraps, so you must also maintain discretion to prevent any ears from overhearing, Nick reiterated with earnestness. Nan Zhou nodded in agreement, and then turned his attention back to Sharon as the two departed. You seldom drive this car, Sharon remarked suddenly as they were in Nan Zhou's vehicle. I must take it out occasionally, otherwise it would be rather disheartening for it to gather dust at home. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's response, Sharon smiled slightly, though her expression soon turned serious. What do you think would be Aunt's reaction upon hearing this news? The love of her life still lives, unchanged in appearance, while she feels the weight of time pressing upon her, nearing the end of her days. Nan Zhou fell into contemplation at her words, yet quickly replied, I believe Peggy would not dwell on such thoughts. She no longer concerns herself with her own appearance. The mere fact that Rogers is alive is the most joyous news for her. Chapter 118. Informing Peggy at Peggy's residence. She was quite surprised to see Nan Zhou and Sharon arrive together. Though they often visited her, it was rare for them to come as a pair. Aunt, Sharon approached Peggy, masking her uncertainty about how to convey the news with a bright smile. However, Nan Zhou had already devised a strategy, knowing exactly how to reveal the truth to Peggy. After some pleasantries exchanged between Sharon and Peggy, Nan Zhou approached Peggy's bedside. Following the customary greetings, he deftly shifted the topic. Grandma, you once mentioned that you and Rogers shared an unfinished romance, did you not? He steered the conversation towards the esteemed Captain Rogers. Upon hearing his name, Peggy's smile radiated warmth, tinged with a hint of regret. Indeed, I had an unfinished romance with him. Alas, that unfortunate incident extinguished what we had. At this moment, Peggy let out a deep sigh, her eyes filled with sorrow. Grandma, tell me, if Rogers were to suddenly appear before you, alive and well, and most importantly, looking as he did in his youth, what would you do? Nan Zhou continued, causing a look of astonishment to cross Sharon's face. Upon hearing this, Peggy adopted the expression of a young girl and replied, if Rogers were to stand before me now, I would be grateful that he is still alive. Peggy was aware that she was approaching the end of her life. She understood her own body. Therefore, if, as Nan Zhou suggested, Rogers appeared before her in good health, she would thank God for allowing this hero to live on. Seeing Peggy's response, both Nan Zhou and Sharon breathed a sigh of relief, for it seemed that Peggy could accept this truth with grace. Why do you ask such a question? You weren't particularly interested in my relationship with Steve before, were you? What has changed? Now that you are 21, have you finally developed an interest in love? I must tell you, Hill is truly a remarkable young man. You should seize the opportunity. Peggy was curious about why Nan Zhou posed such a question. However, she could not fathom the truth of the matter and merely thought that Nan Zhou had begun to understand love. Previously, Nan Zhou had paid little heed to matters of romance, even showing disinterest in topics deemed inappropriate for children. Peggy attributed this to his youth and lack of awareness. Yet, it was said that his relationship with Hill was growing closer, albeit without any progression, which made Peggy somewhat anxious. Nevertheless, the question Nan Zhou had just posed led her to believe that he had indeed begun to grasp the concept of love. Nan Zhou, feeling a bit awkward, chuckled and said, Grandma, that is not what I meant. The reason I asked is... At this point, he fell silent, simply smiling at Peggy. This left her somewhat puzzled. What do you mean? What does that smile signify? Don't keep me in suspense. Noticing Nan Zhou's reticence, Peggy grew anxious. Yet, he refrained from revealing the truth directly and instead reiterated, Grandma, if Rogers really did appear before you, alive and youthful, what would you do? Peggy found herself momentarily bewildered as to why Nan Zhou would pose this question again. However, upon seeing his expression, a bold thought crossed her mind. Could it be true? For a moment, she found this notion difficult to accept. She sat up in bed and grasped Nan Zhou's hand tightly. Have you found him? Nan Zhou glanced at Sharon, and the two exchanged a knowing nod. Beneath the depths of the Rogers crash site, we discovered the remnants of the aircraft, within which lay Captain Rogers himself. Encased in ice, his youthful visage preserved. Remarkably, he still exhibited signs of life, albeit in a state of unconsciousness, the duration of his slumber unknown. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Peggy's entire demeanor slumped. Observing her distress, Nan Zhou promptly offered his support. Had he perhaps overestimated Peggy's emotional fortitude? Yet Peggy merely took a few deep breaths, straightening herself upright, as if she had regained her composure. You truly haven't deceived me? This is no jest. Peggy feared that Nan Zhou and S.H.I.E.L.D were merely toying with her, though she recognized that these two were not the type to engage in such frivolity. Indeed, we speak the truth, Nan Zhou asserted with a newfound seriousness, while S.H.I.E.L.D nodded resolutely in agreement. Oh my God! Peggy, seeing their earnest expressions, gazed up at the ceiling, unable to suppress a deep sigh. Truly, fate is a capricious force. With that, she prepared to rise from the bed. Nan Zhou and S.H.I.E.L.D quickly moved to assist her. Where is Steve now? Peggy inquired urgently. At the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters, S.H.I.E.L.D replied promptly. Very well, let us go at once. Without a moment to change her attire, Peggy was determined to head to S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters. Nan Zhou swiftly grabbed a garment and draped it over Peggy's shoulders, guiding her downstairs alongside S.H.I.E.L.D. This time, they did not take Nan Zhou's car, as it could only accommodate two, and they were three. Additionally, Peggy found it difficult to endure the roaring of a sports car and the sensation of acceleration. Any physical distress would be wholly unwarranted. Thus, the trio set off in Peggy's seldom used vintage vehicle. Fortunately, the old car was operational, with ample fuel to avoid a breakdown en route. The sole drawback was its lack of speed. Nan Zhou pushed the old model to its limits, while Peggy urged him to accelerate. Grandma, this car is already at its maximum speed. Please, be patient. We shall arrive shortly. Peggy's home was not far from S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters, yet for reasons unknown, the journey felt interminable, as if 3 years would pass before they reached their destination. However, this was merely a trick of the mind. The travel time remained unchanged. Before long, Nan Zhou parked the car at the entrance of S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters. Peggy hurriedly exited, relying on her cane as she made her way inside, with S.H.I.E.L.D sprinting behind her. Nan Zhou tossed the keys to a S.H.I.E.L.D staff member. Park this and leave it at the front desk, he instructed before pursuing Peggy, leaving the bewildered staff member in his wake. What is happening? Why the urgency? Has something significant occurred? It is evident that the staff member was unaware that the illustrious Steve Rogers had been located. Chapter 119, Lovers Difficult to Unite. Under Sharon's guidance, Peggy swiftly made her way to the basement of S.H.I.E.L.D, the place where Rogers lay. It was her first time moving so quickly since she had started using crutches, leaving Sharon utterly astonished. The power of love is indeed formidable. Upon seeing Peggy arrive, the crowd parted to make way for her. At that moment, Nick stepped forward, addressing Peggy. Peggy, the captain remains in a comatose state, although his vital signs appear normal. We have no knowledge of when he might awaken. Peggy paid little heed to Nick's words, for she had already been informed by Sam. Her gaze was entirely fixed upon the unconscious Rogers lying on the bed. Oh my! Upon seeing the real Rogers, tears welled up in Peggy's eyes and began to cascade down her cheeks. She had waited nearly 70 years for this moment. She finally beheld the man who had consumed her thoughts day and night. She still remembered that he owed her a dance. Now, Peggy's memory had significantly faded. Many had slipped from her mind, and perhaps in the near future, her niece Sharon and Sam, whom she had raised, would also be forgotten. Yet, she could never forget this man before her, the one who had ensnared her heart so deeply. Is fate merely toying with us? Peggy caressed Roger's cheek, her large tears falling onto his handsome face. What if she had encountered him earlier? Not at the twilight of her life, when age had rendered her less vibrant, but when she still possessed some semblance of beauty. Would the outcome have been different? Within Peggy's heart, there was undoubtedly a sense of regret and disappointment, but more so, there was joy. Although she might soon fade from this world, she took comfort in knowing that the man she had loved for a lifetime was still alive. He had not perished. The hero of this world still lived. Observing Peggy's tears, those around her felt a profound sense of loss. This was meant to be a joyful occasion, yet those who understood the history between Peggy and the captain could only lament their plight. Is it truly so difficult for lovers to unite? Before long, Peggy wiped her tears and turned to Nick, asking, "What can we do to awaken him?" Nick, confronted with this question, appeared troubled, for the current medical means were inadequate to rouse the captain. It relied solely on his willpower. If the captain's will was strong enough, he could awaken. Otherwise, he would remain in eternal slumber. Upon seeing Nick's expression, Peggy grasped his meaning and continued, "What about Stark? Can he do nothing?" If medicine was of no use, perhaps technology could provide a solution? However, Nick ultimately responded with a negative. Nick sighed deeply and then shook his head. Presently, no technology in the world could awaken Captain Rogers. The only hope lay within the captain himself. I firmly believe he will awaken. for his remarkable deeds attest to his strength, not only of body but equally of will. Thus, I am convinced that he will surely rise again." Nick's words elicited nods of agreement from the gathering, many of whom had grown up hearing tales of Captain Rogers. Naturally, they held faith that their idol would succeed in awakening. Observing this scene, Peggy smiled with reassurance. She had never anticipated that she would witness him alive in her lifetime. At present, Peggy felt her life was already fulfilled. If she were to see Rogers awaken, it would leave her with no regrets. "My body can no longer endure such turmoil. I will visit him regularly, perhaps every 3 or 4 days," she remarked as she prepared to depart, with Sharon assisting her. Yet, at that moment, Peggy halted, turning back to Nick and the other S.H.I.E.L.D. members. "I hope you will treat him well." With that, Peggy exited the room, followed by Sharon and the departing Nan Zhou. Nick watched the trio leave, then turned his gaze to the slumbering Captain Rogers. "Even if it seems impossible, find a way to awaken him," he instructed, directed at Coulson. Coulson understood Nick's intent and promptly departed. Nick then focused on the others present. "Today's events are of utmost importance. We cannot allow the captain to fall into the hands of Hydra or any other hostile forces. We must increase our vigilance. Do you understand?" His words commanded authority, and everyone nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Nick waved his hand decisively. "Very well, let us get to work. After all, whether it be S.H.I.E.L.D, Hydra, or other factions, they all sought to obtain Rogers' blood to replicate the super serum. Such ambitions could not be allowed to succeed. S.H.I.E.L.D had already signed documents to permanently seal the super soldier program. Captain Rogers was singular in this regard. The real threat lay with other hostile factions, particularly Hydra. Thus, Nick must ensure Captain Rogers was placed in an exceedingly secure location, guarded by heavy security, with thorough searches conducted for anyone entering or exiting the room. It was imperative to safeguard the world's hero. Meanwhile, at Peggy's home, she was exceptionally joyful, having learned of Rogers' survival. The news rejuvenated her spirit considerably. Moreover, she insisted on keeping the 2 guests for dinner. Nan Zhou did not hesitate and promptly accompanied Pietro to Peggy's home. Since someone was providing a meal, it was only fitting to remember Pietro, who was still at the hotel. Although Peggy had aged, her culinary skills remained as impeccable as ever. With Nan Zhou assisting her, the meal was particularly sumptuous, rivaling even the finest dishes prepared by Nan Zhou himself. "Aunt Peggy's cooking is still as delightful as ever," exclaimed Shireen, savoring the flavors as she praised the meal. "My skills have not diminished. It is merely that you all seldom linger for dinner, coming here only for idle chatter, leaving me without the chance to showcase my talents," Peggy remarked, eliciting laughter from the 3 of them. Nan Zhou could see that Peggy was genuinely pleased. Despite her frailty upon discovering Captain Rogers, she lamented the unfairness of fate. Nevertheless, she took solace in the fact that Rogers was alive, even if he remained in a state of slumber. Peggy firmly believed that he would awaken and that, even in today's society, he would adapt and find a steadfast friend akin to Bucky. Chapter 120. A sense of helplessness after dinner. Shireen and Pietro were assigned to wash the dishes, while Peggy beckoned Nan Zhou to her bedroom. The room was dim, illuminated only by the moonlight, revealing Peggy's hunched figure. As Nan Zhou moved to turn on the light, Peggy's voice echoed softly, "Do not turn on the light. Just come here." Though perplexed, Nan Zhou obeyed and approached Peggy's side. "You are already 21, Peggy mused, gazing at the passing traffic with a sigh. "Life is fleeting. Just a few decades in the grand scheme of things. One never knows whether joy or surprise will arrive first." As she spoke, she turned her gaze toward Nan Zhou, whose face was only partially visible in the moonlight, the other half shrouded in shadow. "I still remember the day I found you," Peggy continued. "You were so small and frail, barely able to make a sound, on the brink of death." She reminisced about that night when she discovered Nan Zhou. For Nan Zhou, however, the lack of sound was a conscious choice, being a soul transplanted rather than a mere inhabitant of a child's body. He retained the rationality of his previous adult self, hence his silence. Yet, to be noticed by Peggy in his quietude was no small feat. "You were remarkably well behaved as a child, never crying or causing a fuss, unlike other children who merely sought sleep. You seemed almost like an adult," Peggy reflected. Indeed, as she noted, Nan Zhou had embodied an adult spirit, albeit in a child's form. "I can still envision you as you were back then. And now you have truly become an adult." Peggy spoke, taking Nan Zhou's hand. "Do you think one day I might forget you?" Upon uttering these words, Nan Zhou sensed an indescribable bitterness. Although meeting Captain Rogers thrilled Peggy immensely, she was also engulfed by many thoughts, accompanied by a tinge of fear. She became acutely aware of her impending mortality and realized her memories were fading. Thus, she feared forgetting everyone, particularly those who held significance in her heart. Like Nan Zhou before her, though she had no children, She had long regarded Nan Zhou as her own. Rest assured, you are one of the founding members of S.H.I.E.L.D. Your mind remains quite sharp. How could you possibly forget me? Nan Zhou could feel that Peggy now appeared as vulnerable as a child, prompting him to offer comfort. And even if you do forget me, I will ensure you remember. With Nan Zhou's reassurances, Peggy's spirits lifted slightly. She patted Nan Zhou's hand and said, "Zhou, you truly are a good child. Thank you. I'm so tired. Let me sleep for a while." Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou helped Peggy lie down, drew the curtains, and sat by her bedside, waiting for her to drift into slumber. Once Peggy was peacefully asleep, Nan Zhou quietly left the bedroom. Returning to the living room, he found Peggy's gaze fixed upon him. "How is Aunt Peggy's mentality?" S.H.I.E.L.D promptly inquired. At that moment, Nan Zhou settled onto the sofa, resting his elbow on his thigh and cradling his chin in his hand. He sighed softly. "How shall I put it? Her mindset is somewhat troubled. She harbors a profound fear of death. Everyone fears death. It is a natural human response. Yet, the fear that arises when one becomes acutely aware of their impending demise is altogether different from the ordinary trepidation." S.H.I.E.L.D understood Nan Zhou's sentiments and sighed deeply in response. After what happened before, the doctor mentioned that if all goes well, she has perhaps 3 to 4 years left. The incident S.H.I.E.L.D referenced was the previous transaction Nan Zhou had made with Dormammu. This remark caused Nan Zhou's brow to furrow slightly as he remained silent. He was fully aware of Peggy's mortality timeline, a day that was gradually approaching. His current concern was whether Roger's early emergence would precipitate a series of events, including the advancement of Peggy's death. If that were the case, Nan Zhou would never forgive himself. As the one who had raised Peggy, whom he regarded as a mother, he truly wished to shield her from the inevitability of death. Yet, he found himself powerless to effect any change. He was no deity, lacking the authority to alter the course of life and death. Thus, he could only watch as Peggy gradually approached her end. This sense of helplessness was an emotion Nan Zhou had never experienced before. In the pitch-black room of Peggy, illuminated by the moonlight, the frail silhouette of Peggy stirred an unfamiliar sense of helplessness within Nan Zhou for the first time. Even during that previous incident, he had not felt such a profound powerlessness. At this moment, Nan Zhou rose and spoke. "Since Grandma is already asleep, I shall take my leave." S.H.I.E.L.D nodded in understanding. "Go ahead, I will remain here today." Nan Zhou then glanced at Pietro, who comprehended his unspoken thoughts and followed him out of Peggy's home. Throughout the journey, Nan Zhou remained silent, accelerating the car's speed as a means to release his pent-up emotions. He had long been aware of Peggy's impending demise, yet he had never truly acknowledged it. However, following this incident, the reality of death loomed perilously close to Peggy. The one who had nurtured him was on the verge of departure, with only 3 or 4 years remaining. With this thought, Nan Zhou once again pressed down harder on the accelerator, gripping the steering wheel with greater intensity. Meanwhile, Pietro treated the experience as a thrilling race, relishing the exhilaration that the speed brought him. Suddenly, Nan Zhou broke the silence. "Do you wish to become an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D? Pietro was momentarily taken aback by Nan Zhou's proposition, but upon processing it, he nodded without hesitation. "Of course I do." Seeing the determination in Pietro's eyes, Nan Zhou nodded in affirmation. "Very well, since you are resolute, let us commence your training. Pay attention in class, as I will mentor you personally, provided your grades improve." This was yet another transaction, yet Pietro was unconcerned with the nature of the agreement. All he desired was to become an agent. Grades were trivial in comparison. "All right, I accept." With Pietro's enthusiastic affirmation, Nan Zhou continued, "We shall begin tomorrow. I will introduce you to various firearms. The initial phase will be rather monotonous, so you must be prepared to endure." "Understood," Pietro exclaimed, brimming with excitement at the prospect of starting professional agent training the following day. However, sensing Nan Zhou's troubled mood, he refrained from exuberant celebrations. Yet, what did it matter? After all, tomorrow marked the beginning of his journey into the realm of a true agent. Chapter 121. Contemplating death. By the time Nan Zhou and Pietro returned home, it was already past midnight, and Wanda and Lorna had succumbed to slumber. After washing up, Pietro was ushered to bed by Nan Zhou. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou stood by the window, gazing out into the night. At that moment, Hela emerged from Nan Zhou's room. She had been awake and, thus, was aware of his return. "What troubles you? You seem to be preoccupied," Hela remarked, observing the contemplative expression on Nan Zhou's face. "It is of no consequence, a matter you need not trouble yourself with." Upon hearing this from Nan Zhou, Hela appeared perplexed. "What does that mean? A matter I need not concern myself with?" Nan Zhou nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. However, this piqued Hela's curiosity, prompting her to continue. "Then why not share what it is, so I may worry about it a bit?" Upon her utterance, Nan Zhou merely smiled and turned to gaze at Hela. "What is the extent of your lifespan?" Hela was taken aback by Nan Zhou's question, pondering for a moment before responding. Well, it could be about 10,000 years. How delightful. Nan Zhou sighed deeply upon receiving this answer. Compared to the fleeting decades of human existence, your longevity truly inspires envy. This heartfelt reflection revealed Nan Zhou's inner turmoil. Ah, it is indeed about the matter of lifespan. Is there someone significant who has passed away? Today, I visited the person who raised me. She has but a few years left, perhaps 3 or 4. Yet, I feel utterly powerless as I watch her. In speaking to Hela, Nan Zhou expressed his distress. Truth be told, lifespan varies from person to person. Hela gently placed her hand on Nan Zhou's shoulder and continued. If an individual believes their life is devoid of regrets, then when death approaches, they shall have no attachments and will embrace it with tranquility. Conversely, those who have yet to fulfill their aspirations often meet death with trepidation, for they remain burdened by unaccomplished desires and are reluctant to confront the unknown void of demise. At this juncture, Hela regarded Nan Zhou with a smile. Which category does the one who raised you belong to? Hela's inquiry plunged Nan Zhou into contemplation. It was evident that Peggy belonged to the former group, at least in Nan Zhou's view. Ever since she learned of Roger's survival, her aspirations seemed to have been fulfilled. The two individuals closest to her, Nan Zhou and S.H.I.E.L.D, were now entirely capable of standing on their own. She did not yearn to witness the lifelong commitments of Nan Zhou and S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, in Nan Zhou's eyes, Peggy truly harbored no unfulfilled desires. If one were to suggest otherwise, it might simply be a desire to meet the awakened Rogers. Should that encounter ever come to pass, Peggy would indeed have no regrets. Hela's words completely roused Nan Zhou from his reverie. He smiled at Hela. The shadows that once clouded his expression now lifted. It seems you've come to terms with it. Hela remarked, noticing Nan Zhou's transformation, and she too smiled. Since I have provided you with some psychological solace, might I request a token of gratitude? Hela said, turning to skip toward the kitchen with her hands behind her back. In return, would you be so kind as to prepare a bowl of egg paste for me? Upon hearing Hela's rather simple request for recompense, Nan Zhou readily nodded in agreement. Certainly, that would suffice. There were over 20 eggs in the refrigerator. Ample enough for her needs. With Nan Zhou's assurance, Hela's face lit up with a contented smile. This late-night snack was indeed worth the wait. However, at that moment, Hela seemed to recall something and continued. I presume you need not worry about your lifespan, correct? It seems to me that you cannot be measured by the standards of ordinary humanity. Your life expectancy must exceed that of others. In Hela's eyes, Nan Zhou was no ordinary human. For who among humanity possessed such formidable abilities? If he was not a typical human, then his lifespan could not be equated with that of ordinary folk. Yet, in response to Hela's inquiry, Nan Zhou merely tilted his head in contemplation. I do not know. Perhaps, but it is also possible that my lifespan is akin to that of other humans. After all, even a superhuman like Rogers has a lifespan no different from that of an ordinary person. For someone like me, merely enhanced by a system, it would not be unusual to share a similar lifespan. Upon hearing his words, Hela was momentarily taken aback, halting her movements. This puzzled Nan Zhou, who approached her side and inquired, what is the matter? Hela simply offered an awkward smile and shook her head. It is nothing. I was just suddenly pondering something. Seeing that Hela seemed reluctant to elaborate, Nan Zhou chose not to press further, instead turning to the refrigerator to retrieve 3 eggs for his egg paste preparation. Unbeknownst to him, Hela's gaze was fixed upon him, her eyes brimming with intricate emotions. Naturally, Nan Zhou remained oblivious to this. Could it be that one's lifespan is akin to that of humans? Hela furrowed her brow slightly, stroking her chin as if she had made a silent resolution. As time passed, the dawn of the following day arrived. The previous evening, Hela had devoured all of Nan Zhou's egg paste, returning to her room with a contemplative demeanor. Nan Zhou was unaware of her sudden preoccupation and did not dwell on it. The next day, as the first light of dawn broke, Hela departed from her home. Despite her carefulness, Nan Zhou sensed something amiss. He could not comprehend Hela's intentions, but he remained unawakened, merely observing her departure. What is troubling her? Hela's actions left Nan Zhou in a state of confusion. Yet, he did not pursue her, for he had promised Pietro to undergo training as an agent. Having made that commitment, Nan Zhou would not waver. Thus, even though he was curious about Hela's affairs, his priority was to engage in training with Pietro. He opened the door to Pietro's quarters, where, at the break of dawn, Pietro was still fast asleep. However, the training of an agent would not await his natural awakening. Nan Zhou promptly yanked him up. Pietro, still in a state of drowsiness, gazed at Nan Zhou with a bewildered expression, clearly not yet recovered from slumber. No more sleeping. Rise and commence your training, rookie. Nan Zhou's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation, his tone imbued with utmost seriousness. To aspire to be an agent, one must be prepared for early mornings. Training begins today. Do you comprehend, rookie? Chapter 122. The The second encounter, while Nan Zhou ushered Pietro into the rigorous regime of agent training, Hela had already soared to New Mexico. Her destination was the very site where Thor and the others had previously returned to Asgard. At this moment, the mark of the Rainbow Bridge had been concealed by S.H.I.E.L.D., yet Hela still remembered this place vividly. She lifted her gaze to the heavens and shouted, "Odin, I know you can see me. Odin." Hela's voice resonated powerfully, startling those around her, who regarded her with expressions akin to that of observing a fool. "Such a beautiful girl, yet alas, a fool," muttered an elderly man passing by, shaking his head in resignation, convinced that only a simpleton would act in such a manner. However, Hela was undeterred. Her sole desire was to meet Odin, whether on Earth or in Asgard. When her calls went unanswered, Hela persisted, continuing to shout into the sky. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Heimdall, the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, observed the entire scene. Though he did not recognize her, he was aware that she was associated with the masked figure. Could it be that something had transpired with that masked man? Consequently, Heimdall relayed this occurrence to Odin. What? Upon hearing Heimdall's account, Odin's brow furrowed slightly, and he waved his hand dismissively. "Very well, I understand." With that, Odin rose from his throne, preparing to journey to Earth. Back on Earth, an hour had elapsed, and Hela had yet to receive a response from Odin. Damn it, has that old fool gone deaf? Hela couldn't help but curse, readying herself to call out once more. "I am not deaf yet." At that moment, Odin's voice resonated behind her. She turned to find Odin, clad in casual attire, standing at her back. "So, you imply that your father is deaf and an old fool? Is that truly wise?" Odin's words elicited an involuntary cold huff from Hela. "If you didn't hear me, then you are indeed deaf." Unperturbed by Hela's malicious remark, Odin's concern lay in understanding why she had summoned him. "What has transpired? Has something happened to Nan Zhou?" Odin inquired. Hela did not mince her words. Upon hearing Odin's inquiry, she straightforwardly asked, "Do you possess any methods that could significantly extend human lifespan?" Odin was momentarily taken aback by Hela's question, unsure of her motivations. However, upon observing the unwavering determination in her eyes, he began to grasp her intentions. Yet, this was merely speculation, and Odin sought further clarification. "If I am not mistaken, your inquiry pertains to prolonging Nan Zhou's life, correct?" Hela clenched her teeth at his remark, but ultimately nodded in affirmation. Seeing her acquiescence, Odin's expression transformed into one of incredulity. "Indeed, I did not anticipate that Nan Zhou could evoke such a change in you." Hela bristled at Odin's teasing. "Just tell me if there is a method or not. Must you be so verbose? Is age making you more tedious?" Though her words appeared insulting, Odin perceived them as a sign of Hela's transformation. She had developed a hint of pride. Nonetheless, he shook his head in resignation. Desiring a method that would enable ordinary humans to attain lifespans akin to ours is indeed a formidable challenge. However, I do possess a means to extend the lifespan of regular humans somewhat. Upon hearing this, Hela's expression turned to one of disappointment. Clearly, she yearned for the first method he had mentioned, not the second. The fact that even the Allfather Odin had no solution was disheartening. Despite Hela's belief that she was more suited to rule Asgard than Odin, she begrudgingly acknowledged that he possessed a wealth of knowledge beyond her own. If even Odin was at a loss, then hope seemed utterly extinguished. Observing Hela's crestfallen demeanor, Odin found himself in a moment of reflection. It was rare to witness such vulnerability from her. This indicated the profound significance that Nan Zhou held in Hela's heart. "Nevertheless, I believe you need not worry. A person as formidable as Nan Zhou is bound to have a lifespan exceeding that of ordinary humans." In Odin's estimation, Nan Zhou had yet to unleash his full potential, and he suspected that numerous hidden strengths lay within him. However, the reality remained that, thus far, Nan Zhou's capabilities were limited, though they would undoubtedly expand with the enhancement of his template inheritance. Yet, he himself expressed uncertainty about this. Hela lowered her gaze, her voice diminishing into a whisper. Observing her despondency, Odin let out a deep sigh. "In a few years, perhaps 10 or 15, if Nan Zhou's appearance remains unchanged, you need not fret. If he shows signs of aging, we can seek further remedies then." This was the best assurance Odin could provide. For extending a human's lifespan to match that of their kind was a challenge even he found daunting. Moreover, Southboat is currently entangled with that terrifying entity. Should he forcibly extend his lifespan through certain means, Odin is left uncertain as to whether that existence would intervene. He is unsure of his ability to triumph over such a being. Upon hearing Odin's words, Hela let out a resigned sigh and replied, "I understand. Let us devise a plan when the time comes." At this juncture, Hela suddenly turned her gaze towards Odin. "You wouldn't seize this opportunity to take me away, would you?" Her words elicited a chuckle from Odin. "Fear not, I shall not renege on my promise to Southboat. As long as you do not harm Asgard and its people, I shall not impose upon you." Hearing Odin's assurance, Hela nodded, and with a powerful push, she soared away from the ground. Watching her vanish in an instant, Odin fell into contemplation. Hela's transformation was unexpected, a delightful surprise, indeed. The allure of Southboat surpassed his wildest imagination. Yet, a shadow of concern lingered. He pondered whether Hela's growing closeness to Southboat would bode well or ill for Asgard. After all, Hela still harbored resentment towards Asgard and himself. With a sigh of resignation, Odin shook his head. Southboat, I hope your charm deepens, ensnaring Hela evermore. Chapter 123. Black Panther. A few days after Rogers was discovered, a technology expo was held in New York, but this time it was not organized by Stark. Nor did he attend. In Stark's absence, Southboat brought Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro to explore the expo. Hela accompanied them as well. Recently, Hela had quietly departed and then returned nonchalantly, her face betraying a hint of unmasked disappointment, yet Southboat paid it no mind. Wow! Exclaimed Wanda and the others, their eyes widening at the sight of the fantastical technological marvels before them. Such innovations were beyond their experience. Take a good look, if anything piques your interest. Make sure to study hard, understand? Southboat continued to chatter as he observed the trio curiously exploring their surroundings. Ever since bringing these children into his home, Southboat had become increasingly talkative, frequently lecturing them on the importance of learning. It was quite ironic, considering he once embodied a cold, taciturn demeanor. Southboat. At that moment, a familiar voice called from behind him. Turning around, he discovered it was none other than Dr. Pym. It had been 2 months since their last meeting, with communication limited to phone calls. Haha, I knew you would come. Upon seeing Southboat, Pym was quite exhilarated and immediately embraced him. Currently, Dr. Pym was making significant strides in the scientific community, largely due to the support he received from Southboat. His research on neural exoskeletons had become a prominent topic of discussion within the scientific realm, an accomplishment that undoubtedly stemmed from Southboat's assistance. Naturally, this is a place worth visiting, Southboat replied. At that moment, Pym noticed Wanda and her companions behind Southboat. Realizing they were together, Pym turned to Southboat and inquired about the trio. These three. Southboat had already prepared his explanation, pulling Pym aside. They are children from an orphanage, each having faced unfortunate circumstances. They possess a budding interest in science, so I thought it would be enlightening to bring them here. After hearing Southboat's words, Pym nodded, recognizing them as unfortunate little souls. He then patted Southboat on the back, stating, in that case, I won't disturb you further. Enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave. All right, goodbye, Doctor. After parting ways with Pym, Southboat returned to the trio. Who was that person just now? Wanda asked curiously. Oh, that individual. Southboat glanced back at Pym, watching as his figure faded from view. He is an exceptional scientist and a friend of mine. Southboat's words prompted nods of acknowledgement from Wanda and her companions. If Southboat regarded the elderly gentleman as remarkable, then he must indeed possess extraordinary qualities. After all, very few individuals earned Southboat's affirmation. The exposition continued, showcasing a myriad of fascinating scientific innovations. Although the absence of Stark diminished some of the spectacle, Southboat still found the event commendable. While he reveled in the marvels of technology that might remain unrealized for the next decade, he inadvertently collided with an approaching individual. I sincerely apologize. Before Southboat could respond, the person quickly offered an apology. It's quite all right. I too was careless, Southboat replied. Observing that the individual was an African-American man. New York, being a melting pot of cultures, made encounters with individuals of various ethnic backgrounds commonplace. However, this particular man caught Southboat's attention, not due to any striking features, but because of the unique way his female companion addressed him. Chala, hurry up. The man intended to say more, but upon his companion's urging, he hastily departed. The name Chala brought a subtle smile to Southboat's face. The Prince of Wakanda, the next generation of the Black Panther, observed the departing figure of a black man, a smile gradually emerging at the corners of his mouth. As the saying goes, serendipity plays a role in every tale. Encountering the Black Panther here was indeed quite extraordinary. It was surprising that the Prince of Wakanda, a nation far ahead in technological advancements, would attend the exposition. However, the prince had no desire to unveil his identity, content merely to have seen him, lacking any interest in forging a connection with the Prince of Wakanda. As the exposition concluded, Nan Zhou returned home with Wanda and the others. While they animatedly discussed the myriad of wonders they had encountered that day, Hela, on the other hand, appeared rather indifferent. To her, the so-called capabilities and weapons of humanity seemed trivial in comparison to those of Asgard. In her prime, a mere wave of her hand would render those weapons utterly ineffective. I suddenly crave bubble tea, Hela declared unexpectedly. For reasons unknown, her mind was suddenly consumed with thoughts of bubble tea. Go buy it for me, Hela commanded. directing her gaze at Nan Zhou, her tone devoid of any request, as if it were a matter of course for him to procure bubble tea for her. Nan Zhou bore no resentment, promptly changing his attire and heading downstairs, for he too felt a yearning for it. Upon reaching the ground floor, Nan Zhou did not head directly to the bubble tea shop across the street. Instead, he ventured to one 3 streets away, for their bubble tea was truly delectable. However, as he passed a certain intersection, he overheard a raucous voice. "Hey, black man, what are you doing here? You're not welcome. Get lost." It was the voice of a gang leader. In the vicinity of Nan Zhou's home resided a white supremacist gang that would mercilessly humiliate and assault anyone of black or Asian descent who entered their territory. They even sought trouble with others outside their neighborhood. Nan Zhou had encountered them several times, but each time, they had ended up on the receiving end of a severe beating. It seemed yet another unfortunate soul was about to face their wrath. Nan Zhou had no intention of intervening. He merely cast a casual glance as he passed by the alleyway. It appears the esteemed prince has found himself cornered. Chapter 124. The discriminated prince. The unfortunate individual encircled by the white supremacist gang was none other than T'Challa, the Prince of Wakanda, whom Nan Zhou had encountered at the exposition. T'Challa and a black woman stood trapped in an alley, surrounded by over a dozen white men. "You're unlucky to be here, black man. Leave a finger behind, and you can go. Which one will it be?" The leader of the gang glared fiercely, seemingly eager to devour T'Challa alive. Yet, T'Challa's gaze betrayed no sign of panic, nor did that of his companion. In truth, rather than referring to her as a companion, it would be more accurate to call her a bodyguard. Seeing that T'Challa remained unresponsive, the leading white man furrowed his brow, his countenance growing increasingly uncomfortable. "I am speaking to you. Are you deaf?" he exclaimed, preparing to deliver a kick. However, to his surprise, T'Challa deftly evaded the blow and countered with a punch directed at the man. The sudden turn of events left the man bewildered, as T'Challa's fist struck him squarely in the face, causing not only a nosebleed but also dislodging 3 of his teeth. "You bastard!" The white man seethed through gritted teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. "This matter cannot be resolved with just a mere finger. Brothers, attack! Break that man's arm. I want to extract each of his teeth, one by one, and don't spare the woman." Infuriated beyond measure, the white man was determined not to let the black man escape unscathed. Yet, he failed to recognize the vast disparity in their abilities. As the white men launched their assault, T'Challa and the female bodyguard also sprang into action. In the confines of the narrow alley, despite the limited space, they proved more than capable of handling these untrained thugs. Even with knives in hand, the assailants posed little threat. T'Challa skillfully evaded the oncoming attacks, relying on his agility, while simultaneously striking each thug with a devastating blow. The force of his strikes was remarkable, rendering the thugs unconscious in quick succession. Before long, the once formidable white supremacist gang, which had initially boasted a significant numerical advantage, was reduced to just the leader who had lost 3 teeth. The leader, witnessing the scene unfold, was paralyzed with fear. He had not anticipated that his men would be so easily dispatched before these 2. T'Challa appeared akin to a superhero, effortlessly taking down one adversary after another. "You. Just wait. I will not let this go unpunished." Though the white man harbored disdain for blacks, he recognized that this was not the time for arrogance. He understood the wisdom in preserving oneself for future endeavors. Thus, retreat was his best strategy. However, the female bodyguard seized a stone and hurled it at the white man, striking him squarely at the nape of his neck. He felt his legs give way and collapsed to the ground. The bodyguard approached, flipped him over, and planted her foot on his chest. "You think you can cause trouble and just walk away? Not a chance." Her poor accent elicited laughter from Nan Zhou, who was watching from the sidelines. The clumsiness of her speech, tinged with a heavy lisp, was something Nan Zhou felt he would never master. "What do you truly want?" The white man, realizing that escaping had become exceedingly difficult, found his legs trembling uncontrollably. Such a person truly lacked any semblance of dignity. At this moment, he was gripped by fear towards the very black individuals he had always looked down upon, rendering him utterly pathetic. Just moments ago, he had boasted about extracting their teeth and claws, had he not? The female bodyguard's tone was laced with menace. Upon hearing her words, the man felt a jolt of fear, swallowed hard, and remained silent. "Answer me." The female bodyguard clearly had no intention of letting him off the hook, suddenly roaring in anger. "Yes, yes." The man, terrified, shuddered and nodded vigorously. "I said it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Upon hearing this, the female bodyguard let out a cold laugh. If apologies were effective, how much evil would be eradicated from this world? Her message was unmistakable. Apologies meant nothing. "I truly made a mistake. I'm sorry." For reasons unknown, as he gazed into the bodyguard's eyes, a profound fear welled up within him, prompting him to plead for mercy. However, The female bodyguard appeared unfazed by his supplications. You mentioned pulling out nails and teeth. I could have been less merciful. But now I shall spare you the extraction of your nails and the plucking of your teeth. As she spoke, the bodyguard raised her foot. Sticking my hand in your mouth disgusts me. A swift kick is far more satisfying. The man was all too familiar with her impending action, and he lost control, urinating himself in terror. No, that single syllable had barely left his lips when the female bodyguard's foot came crashing down. There were no cries of anguish or pleas for mercy. With that one strike, the white man lost consciousness. His remaining teeth were surely doomed. And his face was crushed beneath her foot, his nose instantly caving in. What a grim fate. You acted too impulsively. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D approached. You shouldn't have gone this far. Extracting a tooth or two would suffice. It was evident that S.H.I.E.L.D disapproved of the bodyguard's methods. But, Your Highness, that man spoke so contemptuously to you. He must be punished. Although S.H.I.E.L.D did not agree with her actions, the bodyguard felt no remorse. Seeing her steadfastness, S.H.I.E.L.D chose to say nothing further and turned his gaze towards the alley outside. His eyes were fixed on the direction where Nan Zhou was hiding. Come out. I know you have been watching for quite some time. S.H.I.E.L.D had long sensed Nan Zhou's presence. In truth, Nan Zhou was not truly hiding. He was merely observing the spectacle. Had he genuinely wished to conceal himself, S.H.I.E.L.D would never have detected him. However, he had not anticipated that S.H.I.E.L.D would actually discover him. Failure. Nan Zhou let out a bitter laugh, donned his mask, and stepped outside. S.H.I.E.L.D gazed at the masked figure before him, an instinctive wariness beginning to brew within him. Who are you? Why are you merely spectating? Why the mask? 3 direct inquiries revealed S.H.I.E.L.D's heightened vigilance towards Nan Zhou. Even S.H.I.E.L.D himself could not discern why. But from the moment he laid eyes on Nan Zhou, an unsettling sense of danger enveloped him. Chapter 125. Confronting the prince in response to S.H.I.E.L.D's interrogation. Nan Zhou couldn't help but applaud. Remarkable. Truly befitting of the Prince of Wakanda. Upon hearing this, S.H.I.E.L.D's expression shifted, his wariness escalating further. Who are you really? It was crucial to note that only a select few were privy to S.H.I.E.L.D's identity as the Prince of Wakanda. Thus, the masked stranger's knowledge was perplexing. Who I am is of little consequence, Nan Zhou replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. I find it rather amusing to be asked my identity solely due to this mask. However, my identity is not of great importance. You merely need to understand that I harbor no ill intentions. I am but a passerby here to observe. Though his words were sincere, they resonated as feeble excuses in S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes, and he remained unconvinced. His female bodyguard shared his skepticism, positioning herself protectively in front of S.H.I.E.L.D. Sensing that this masked individual was not to be underestimated. Prince, I believe he is of an entirely different caliber than the previous adversaries. For reasons unknown, they felt an intense aura emanating from Nan Zhou, one that suggested he was far from ordinary. You truly need not be so tense, Nan Zhou remarked. Bemused by their expressions, it seemed his attempts at reassurance were only exacerbating the situation. I genuinely mean no harm. I merely passed by and wore this mask to conceal my face. As soon as the words left his lips, the atmosphere around them thickened. And Nan Zhou was acutely aware that this explanation would only further entangle him in suspicion. You to my left, I to your right. S.H.I.E.L.D whispered an order to his bodyguard, signaling a united front against Nan Zhou. The bodyguard understood immediately, launching an attack. Wait, must we really resort to violence? Nan Zhou grimaced. Had he known it would escalate to confrontation, he would have refrained from spectating. It appeared that, aside from Iron Man, the remaining superheroes were all inclined to engage him. S.H.I.E.L.D and the bodyguard moved in to flank him, and with a resigned sigh, Nan Zhou deftly evaded their assault. This left S.H.I.E.L.D and the bodyguard momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated that Nan Zhou would evade their strikes without even lifting a finger. I ask again, must we truly resort to blows? Nan Zhou took a step back, glancing at the two individuals. He found it quite perplexing. Could it be that these people were incapable of simply sitting down to engage in a proper conversation? Was he truly that intimidating? Now, it seemed they had no choice but to resort to violence. S.H.I.E.L.D, having heard Nan Zhou's words, responded. The elegance with which Nan Zhou evaded their attacks convinced S.H.I.E.L.D that he was not merely a passerby. He undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. S.H.I.E.L.D could not believe that an ordinary person would possess such extraordinary skills. Thus, he exchanged glances with the female bodyguard, and they both launched another assault. What a pity. Nan Zhou felt quite helpless, yet he refused to be a passive target. Since these two insisted on fighting, he would engage them in a playful manner. S.H.I.E.L.D and the female bodyguard exhibited a remarkably synchronized partnership, leaving Nan Zhou with little room to breathe. However, from Nan Zhou's perspective, despite their seamless collaboration, they were merely mortals. Their techniques were utterly incapable of touching him. He effortlessly dodged their every strike, rendering their efforts futile. Before long, the duo retreated, their eyes filled with disbelief. Despite their conviction that they had nearly struck him, a mere shift in his stance rendered their attempts void. Is that enough? Have you had your fill? Nan Zhou inquired, observing that T'Challa and his companion had ceased their attacks. In truth, they had not stopped, rather. They were contemplating their next strategy. Conventional tactics were incapable of inflicting harm on Nan Zhou, so a new approach was essential. At that moment, the female bodyguard noticed a steel pipe lying in a dark corner. Was this not the perfect weapon? Without hesitation, she advanced to seize the pipe and launched an attack on Nan Zhou. She believed that with such a weapon, she could indeed strike and perhaps even injure him. Why is she armed? Nan Zhou thought, feeling quite displeased. Who would have imagined that this woman would disregard the principles of martial ethics? While they were unarmed, how could she wield a weapon? The female bodyguard swung the pipe with a ferocious vigor, exuding an air of dominance. Since you have chosen to arm yourselves, do not blame me for being ungracious. With the female bodyguard now wielding a weapon, Nan Zhou felt it was unnecessary to continue holding back. It was time to demonstrate his true capabilities. He extended his hand, effortlessly catching the incoming pipe with a single hand. This left T'Challa and his companion utterly astonished, particularly the female bodyguard. The steel pipe was clearly a remnant from a construction site, weighing significantly. She had trained for years to master its use, knowing that an ordinary person could barely swing it twice. Thus, she was brimming with confidence, convinced that striking Nan Zhou with the pipe would yield considerable results. Yet, to her shock, he had caught it with ease. The female bodyguard appeared somewhat dazed. Observing her expression, Nan Zhou let out a cold chuckle, tightening his grip on the steel pipe until it shattered with a resounding crack. In the next moment, he was seen crushing the pipe effortlessly in one hand. Such strength was beyond human capability, the first thought that crossed T'Challa and the bodyguard's minds. However, before they could react, Nan Zhou advanced swiftly, seizing the female bodyguard by the throat. The speed of his movement left her with no time to respond, and she found herself ensnared. The bodyguard struggled fiercely to break free, yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not escape his iron grip. Let her go? T'Challa shouted, rushing towards Nan Zhou. In response, Nan Zhou flung the bodyguard towards T'Challa, and both were sent crashing to the ground, landing atop the small-time thug whose teeth had just been shattered by the bodyguard. You both are rather underwhelming, Nan Zhou remarked mockingly, gazing at T'Challa and the bodyguard. I expected you to possess some measure of strength, yet you falter so easily. Seeking trouble without the means to back it up? Are you attempting to take shortcuts in life? Now standing before the two, a faint smile graced his face. I shall reiterate, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely happened to pass by and observe. With an authoritative gesture, he hurled the bodyguard away, causing her to collide with T'Challa, who fell to the ground. Before you grasp the truth of the situation, I suggest you refrain from acting impulsively, he advised T'Challa with an amused smile, turning to leave. Wait. T'Challa, gritting his teeth, rose to his feet, eager to voice his thoughts. Yet, suddenly, Nan Zhou turned back, placing a finger directly against T'Challa's forehead. What? Do you wish to say something? As he regarded T'Challa, Nan Zhou's expression shifted to one of stern seriousness, coldness, and a hint of menace. This menacing aura was, of course, a calculated move to intimidate T'Challa. The latter trembled at the intensity of Nan Zhou's gaze, having never encountered such a formidable presence in anyone else's eyes. Even Wakanda's mightiest warriors lacked such a piercing stare. Who was this man, and what was his true identity? T'Challa, initially ready to resist, found himself at a loss for words, ultimately silencing himself. Satisfied with T'Challa's newfound reticence, Nan Zhou smiled. Excellent. You are commendable for knowing when to withdraw. I appreciate your understanding, Prince of Wakanda. You are indeed a man of discernment. However, at that moment, T'Challa spoke up, inquiring, how do you know that I am the Prince of Wakanda? What connection do you have with Wakanda and my father? In response to T'Challa's question, Nan Zhou felt no displeasure. Instead, he provided an answer. In truth, I am aware of many things, not only that you hail from Wakanda, nor just the might of your nation, but I am also acquainted with the legend of the Black Panther. After speaking, Nan Zhou patted T'Challa on the shoulder, entirely disregarding his astonished expression, embodying the essence of humility and hidden prowess. After Nan Zhou departed, a female bodyguard approached, her eyes equally filled with astonishment. Prince, should we report this matter to the king? Without hesitation, T'Challa nodded. It is imperative we inform him. This is no trivial matter. We must return immediately. With that, T'Challa led the way out of the alley, scanning the surroundings, but finding Nan Zhou's figure had vanished. He certainly moves swiftly, T'Challa remarked, before turning to leave with the bodyguard. Meanwhile, on a nearby high-rise, Nan Zhou watched the two depart, exasperatedly shrugging his shoulders. The current Prince of Wakanda seemed rather restless. It appeared he still had much to learn. At that moment, Nan Zhou remembered he still craved bubble tea, prompting him to leap from the building and head straight for the tea shop. I hope it hasn't tea closed yet, he mused. glancing at the time and realizing it was getting late. He would be most regretful if the shop were to shut its doors. Fortunately, upon arriving at the tea shop, he found it still open, with a few customers inside. Nan Zhou swiftly purchased his bubble tea and dashed home. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by Hella's discontented expression. "Where have you been for so long?" Hella asked, observing Nan Zhou's sheepish grin. She had intended to say more, but the sight of his face rendered her momentarily speechless. "This is the last time." After a prolonged silence, Hella snatched her bubble tea and issued a warning to Nan Zhou. "I actually encountered some matters along the way," Nan Zhou nodded, recounting the events to Hella. Hearing his tale, Hella scoffed. "Isn't there an old saying that curiosity killed the cat? While curiosity may not be your demise, it can certainly squander your time, like bringing me bubble tea." With that, Hella took a hearty sip of her drink and continued, "You are not a superhero. Why concern yourself with so much?" Nan Zhou could only manage a wry smile in response. "Even if I am not a superhero, does that strip me of my right to observe? I merely witnessed a scene. Who could have predicted those two would be so oblivious, only to end up receiving a lesson from me? What? Are you proud of that?" Hella retorted. "Are you truly so proud of having taught a lesson to two mere mortals?" From Hella's perspective, Nan Zhou's delay in enjoying his bubble tea to watch a performance is nothing more than a flimsy excuse, regardless of his reasoning. Nan Zhou, well aware that Hella is still in a foul mood, opts to refrain from further discussion and turns his attention to his drink. The scene shifts to the following day in the enigmatic realm of Wakanda, where T'Challa seeks out his father, the king. Upon hearing T'Challa's account, the king's brow furrows slightly. Clearly, the masked individual capable of crushing steel pipes with bare hands is unknown to him. How, then, does this person possess knowledge of Wakanda's secrets, as well as the existence of the Black Panther? This matter is of great concern. Whether this individual has acquired information through hearsay or direct experience in Wakanda, it bodes ill for us. The king spoke gravely. A person of unknown identity knows Wakanda's most profound secrets and possesses formidable skills, having effortlessly defeated both his son and the female bodyguard. If this individual were a Wakandan, the king would surely recognize him, yet he does not. Therefore, it is evident that this person is an outsider. The idea that an outsider holds Wakanda's secrets is even more perilous. Who knows when he might expose Wakanda's existence to the world? Such an event would spell catastrophic consequences for Wakanda. Contemplating this dire situation, the king turned to T'Challa. "My son, it seems you must journey to New York. You must uncover the true identity of this masked man." With the king's command, T'Challa readily accepted. Yet he couldn't shake the discomfort from his previous encounter with the masked figure. At that moment, the king spoke again. "Do you recall the mask? If so, sketch it for me. I will have others investigate this person's identity." After issuing his command, the king handed T'Challa paper and a pen. Despite the darkness of the night, T'Challa was able to discern the mask's features in the dim light and proceeded to draw it. "Excellent." The king nodded in satisfaction upon seeing T'Challa's rendering of the mask. "With this image in hand, I refuse to believe we cannot uncover his identity."